The Political Economy of Communist China. Jan S. Prybyla, Professor of Economics. The Pennsylvania State University. To my father and the memory of my mother. Preface. This book is the result of many years' interest in the political economy of communism and comparative communist economic systems. It follows a number of studies published in professional and other journals over nearly 2 decades, but it is not a simple repetition or collection of those earlier articles. It ranges farther afield and tries to bring together and weave into a pattern the knowledge and, hopefully, the insight acquired as one goes along. I have tried to be fair and to approach the subject with the objectivity and detachment one reads about in prefaces to books about communist China. I do, however, have certain reservations about totalitarian systems as vehicles of human advancement and about progressive ends justifying regressive and repressive means. How far I have succeeded in giving a workably balanced picture of China is for the reader to judge. Professors Chu-Yuen Cheng of the University of Michigan and Chi Ming Ho of Colgate University were kind enough to read the manuscript and offered valuable suggestions. I wish here to record my sincere thanks to them. It goes without saying that the responsibility for any errors, omissions, and other defects is mine alone. My wife has for years, patiently and with good grace, put up with Mao and a house full of counter-revolutionaries, rightists, leftists, mountaintopists, black hands, and special agents of China's #1 person in authority taking the capitalist road. Our invisible guests have taken over much of what otherwise might have been diverting social conversation. My students have had their fill too. To all of them my thanks. JSP. University Park, Pennsylvania. May 1970. 1. The book deals with the development of China's economy during the first 2 decades of communist power in the whole country. In the communist world, economics was and remains political economy in the literal meaning of that phrase. In spite of occasional attempts to construct a science of economics, sovereign, objective, and independent of the ruling political philosophy, economic reasoning and the implementation of economic policies are matters of state power, branches and tributaries of politics. The conduct of economic life hinges on the extent to which those in whose hands rest the reins of political power succeed in enforcing their writ both within society at large and in the narrow circle of power holders. The story of communist China's effort to subdue nature, that is, to adequately feed, clothe, house, and keep in good health a population which increases by over 200 million every 15 years, and to remold man into a collective being responsive to the ideals of Marxism-Leninism and Mao Zedong's thought, is here traced through its many ups and downs and sharp turns that have marked the communist tenure of power since October 1949. The story is told in chronological order and divided into periods which roughly correspond to the shifts in the power balance at the top and the corresponding changes in economic policy within the body politic. The frequent shifts and, indeed, contradictions in Chinese Communist strategy of economic development call for an explanation. As usual, a combination of documented fact and informed guesswork will have to do until such time as the archives of the Chinese Communist Party and government become available for inspection, which is not likely to be tomorrow or the day after. But even now it is possible to list certain assumptions and dispel some myths about the twists and turns of economic policy during the first 2 decades of communist rule. First, it is important to recognize that strategy is largely an ex post concept. Hindsight reveals a pattern of conduct, a fairly consistent trend hidden from the observer of current policies. This underlying consistency of conduct is nowhere as great as the official ideology makes it out to be, but it is there. What it adds up to is a series of social experiments tending in a certain direction and geared to a 2. Few broad and general beliefs concerning what its holders think is the best possible society. It is not a set of rigid recipes for strategy and tactics laid down once and for all, and followed unswervingly by all concerned. Not even Stalinism, which was supreme in Russia from 1929 to 1953, could be reduced to such simple accounting precision. Second, a good part of any strategy consists of responses to urgent and persuasive circumstances of the moment. These may be domestic or foreign in origin, but the pressure which they exert is often such as to significantly narrow down the range of alternatives open to decision makers. Third, no leadership, however closely knit, has ever been absolutely monolithic, thinking and acting as one, and having its writ run smoothly through society. Although those in positions of authority may share the same general conviction on how mankind is to be saved, there are bound to be among them differences in background and temperament tending to give rise to differing interpretations of events, divergences of views on remedies to be applied, and on emphases to be given to this or that course of action. In the claustrophobic atmosphere at the top of the totalitarian pyramid, personal and policy rivalries are common. There are factions and quarrels, feats of individual chameleonism, enmities and grievances lovingly nursed, none the less real for being hidden from the masses on whose behalf power is being wielded. Occasionally they surface as purges, confessions by the losers, or power stalemates. Leadership rifts, opposition within oppositionless one-party states is a basic datum too often overlooked, forgotten, or denied. It is of special relevance to Communist China. One may perhaps assert that without taking it into account, little sense can be made of the country's economic history since 1949. 1. It is of course easier to recognize the existence of factions than to identify their membership and platforms, but even the latter is possible. The important first step is to rid oneself of the misleading myth of the totalitarian monolith. 2. In the chapters that follow, frequent reference will be made to frictions between the radical, left-wing elements of the party leadership, and the more right-inclined, relative moderates. This classification is convenient and broadly indicative of the main leadership groupings, but it has to be interpreted carefully. In the first place, the leadership divisions are certainly more complex and subtle than the classification suggests. No doubt there is much nervous shifting of positions, many ways of being moderate, many shades of radicalism, and a fair share of mountaintopism, sitting on top of the mountain and watching the tigers fight. 3. Secondly, terms such as liberal or moderate should not be understood in a Western democratic sense. In China's communist context, the moderates have tended to be recruited from the entrenched one-party and governmental bureaucracy, that is, the power elite. They are men whose job it is to run the country day by day. By virtue of this function, they are more inclined to be sensitive and responsive to the complexities and nuances of social life, and hence relatively cautious and disinclined to rock the boat. The totalitarian liberals are practitioners of realpolitik. They range from market socialists to hardline Stalinists. Their understanding of Western-type parliamentary processes and of the meaning of individual freedom is marginal at best. They are moderate in the sense that they curb their emotional responses to events in a more disciplined way than their more heady colleagues. In fact, the leftists of Communist China often reveal Trotskyite proclivities, for example, in their insistence on the permanence of revolution, and anarchic, hopefully, from their standpoint, controlled anarchic, trends. The moderates, on the other hand, are characteristically believers in the totalitarian apparat, proponents of unquestioned obedience to party commands and the sanctity of the party's edicts. For perhaps the rift between the left-wing radicals and the totalitarian moderates, liberals, is better described by such appellations as romantics versus pragmatists, hotheads versus coolheads, ideologues versus apparat men. Both are total. 4. Etarian, tough, authoritarian. George F. Kennan's appraisal of the victims of Stalin's purges applies with equal force to China's communist moderates. Many of the leading victims of these persecutions owed their sufferings to no moral scruples of their own about the methods of the regime, but for the vicissitudes of politics in an authoritarian political organization. They would themselves have been sitting, without pangs of conscience, among the judges, jailers, camp commanders, or hangmen. 5. It is, as the dialecticians say, the same but opposite. Finally, it should be recognized that there is many a slip between command and the execution of command. Assuming that orders from the top are consistent both at a point in time and over time, Their implementation may be both inconsistent and far removed from what the original command was intended to achieve. The reverse may also be true. The faltering of leaders can be, to an extent, neutralized by society which quietly goes its own way amid loud protestations of allegiance and submission, agreement by mouth, but disagreement at heart, as the saying goes. To a degree, the alterations which any order issued at the top undergoes in the process of execution is due to the fact that whereas the characteristics of the state are authority, unity, and habitual obedience, those of society are diversity, internal contradictions, and pluralism. 6. Even though, as has been argued above, the authority, unity, and habitual obedience of the state machine are relative, the centralizing forces of the state are likely to meet with opposition or passive resistance from the pluralistic forces of society at large. Local interests and short-time horizons may clash with the larger interests and longer-range views of the center. Hard realities at the operational level may alter in practice the theoretical blueprints elaborated in planning offices. There will be difficulties of communication between those who make the plans and those who carry them out. Control may turn out to be lax or spotty, commands meant to achieve a given end may have unforeseen side effects, and so on. The lesson to be drawn from all this is that paper strategies and what actually goes on may not always coincide, and that to know what course of action was followed one has to look not only to the official documents and instructions, but to what actually happened down at the farm and on the factory floor. Sources of information. The Chinese Communists have been less than generous in giving the outside world, or their own people, for that matter, reliable and comprehensive information about the economy. The degree of secretiveness and reliability has varied from period to period, as also presumably have the reasons. 7. Such information as we have is gathered from official statistics, the Chinese national and provincial press, books, monographs, and reports published in China, many of which are available in English, monitoring of mainland radio broadcasts, accounts by travelers, tourists, foreign students, businessmen, technicians, residents of Hong Kong who are occasionally allowed to visit their relatives in China, reports from foreign correspondents stationed in Peking, and interviews with refugees. Although the physical volume of this information is imposing, the quality is, on the whole, questionable. Travelers and foreign correspondents are not normally allowed to roam through the country at will. Their accounts tend, therefore, to be partial and frequently not very perceptive. Few eyewitnesses, for example, notice the deep rifts which for many years divided the apparently monolithic leadership of the Chinese Communist Party and government. There was practically no hint from those who visited China in 1965 of the impending upheaval known as the Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution, chapters 11 and 12. Refugee accounts contain a bias which it is not always easy to pinpoint. The 6. Reading of official publications calls for special skills. At first sight, all Chinese newspapers seem to say the same thing, right down to the use of standardized, officially sanctioned vocabulary. 8. On the other hand, journals and newspapers, next only to the telephone, provincial radio broadcasts, and actual meetings, are an important link between the central leadership and the leader's staff in the field, cadres. This suggests that articles in the press must deal with real-life problems on which the cadres seek guidance. No doubt, it is particularly true of the provincial press, and helps to explain why the export abroad of provincial newspapers has been banned in recent years. The statistical situation was never quite satisfactory. It deteriorated after 1959 to the point of complete blackout. Before 1952 the figures released by the Chinese authorities were fragmentary and often not comparable from year to year. After the establishment of the State Statistical Bureau in 1952, and with Soviet and East European technical aid, which was cut off in mid-1960, the situation improved for a time. This improvement ended abruptly in 1958 when statistical reporting became a political weapon pure and simple, with every trace of professional integrity removed for the duration of the Great Leap Forward. The first and only Chinese Communist statistical manual, a rather slender, retrospective job entitled 10 Great Years, was published in September 1959. Although fundamental to the study of China's economy, it bears the marks of exaggeration characteristic of the Great Leap period. The figures for 1958 which it contains, are probably worthless. After 1959 no statistical information of any meaningfulness was released. Occasional references to percentage production increases in individual plants, municipalities, counties, and regions are useless for any systematic study of the economy. The statistically great 10 years were followed by 10 silent years during which China went first through a period of reconstruction and then through another upheaval. The statistical blackout which descended on the country after 1959 has no precedent in the history of any modern nation. Even the secretive Albanians have been more communicative. Compared with this great wall of silence, the meager Soviet statistics of the late 1930s, 1940s, and early 1950s appear generous. The phenomenon is probably traceable to 7. 2 causes: unwillingness to publicize the harmful effects on the economy of the Great Leap policies, and later the disorganization of the statistical apparatus, and possibly of all planning worthy of the name. All the difficulties, however, are not of Chinese making. There is a cultural gap between China and the West, an ethnocentrism which is not the exclusive property of the Chinese. A great effort of understanding is needed on both sides if the mistrust and hostility that have marked China's relations with the West, and Russia, are not to degenerate into disastrous conflict in the future. The spade work for implanting such understanding is being done in the West, albeit slowly. In spite of all obstacles, Western knowledge of China is gaining ground. In the last 10 years a number of highly competent studies of China's economy, her political system, and social structure have appeared in the United States and elsewhere. Together they give a fairly comprehensive picture of the land and its people and of the policies of China's leaders. The details can be filled in later, when the veil of secrecy surrounding China's experiment in communism is lifted, as it is bound to be. 9. R. A note on Chinese law. In the pages that follow, reference will occasionally be made to legal texts promulgated by China's communist leaders. As with economic statistics, there is here a serious problem of reticence. But the difficulty is really more intractable. It lies in the paucity of Chinese law and the sweeping provisions of the few laws that have been enacted. Up to now, writes a Soviet commentator, neither a civil nor a criminal code, nor any codes in other areas of law have been adopted in the Chinese People's Republic, nor have procedural norms been defined. 10. This fact is confirmed by Western students of Chinese jurisprudence, a collection of the fundamental laws of the Chinese People's Republic, constitution and programs, organic laws, other formal laws, takes up only 603 pages of rather large print. * 11. The Chinese, for their part, claim that there are 4,000 laws and ordinances which some 2,700 of their courts can busy themselves with. Most of these laws and ordinances are probably administrative decisions of limited scope and applicability. On balance, it would appear that the body of law in Communist China is extremely emaciated. Zhou Enlai, in what surely must be regarded as a monumental understatement, admitted in June 1957 that the legal system in our country is not all it should be. 12 But denied that, as some critics had suggested, there was no law to go by. The reasons for this situation, unusual even for a totalitarian system in which arbitrary decisions of the leadership are an important substitute for due process of law, may be summed up as follows. 1. The Chinese society's attitude to law. The Chinese traditionally make no clear distinction between enacted law and customary norms of behavior. Over most of its history, the country has been administered more by reliance on a multitude of subtle ways of transmitting commands than by precisely defined, duly enacted, and published legal texts. 13 Under the Qing dynasty, for example, the General Code of Laws stipulated that it was a criminal offense to do what you ought not to do. A Western correspondent in Peking was rebuked by his Chinese hosts for suggesting that China was not a prosperous country. In answer to his query whether this was not true, he was told that it was not polite, and that consequently how could it be true if it was not polite? 142. The last example points up a related problem, the Chinese attitude to words. One student of China puts it this way: words are regarded as symbolic counters, to be moved about the chessboard of life in order to produce the desired effect. This leads to reservations and subtleties of expression and action which need to be interpreted within the framework of the Chinese environment and which a stranger might not understand. There commonly lacks a sense of an obligation for words and beliefs, or words and actions, to correspond. While this phenomenon is certainly present in other cultures, it is not normally so strong as in China. 15. Thus, in the area of jurisprudence, jotted down laws may be one thing, legal rights quite another. 3. This trait has become more sharply defined under the communists. The party, or, more exactly, the dominant faction within the party, is law unto itself, no matter what the legal texts may say. The party, insofar as it manages to resolve its internal dissensions, is presumed to have a monopoly on the sense of the direction which history is taking. No laws, not even those which it itself has dictated, are binding on it if objective circumstances seem to warrant a change. All laws are politically determined, the particular correct. Politics of the moment being that actually practiced by the dominant party leadership faction. This tendency of the party to be both lawgiver and to stand above the law may lead to a nihilistic attitude toward law consisting of the premise that stable and firm legislation is out of tune with the spirit of permanent revolution and is unsuited to revolution and construction. 16. The Chinese communists seem to concur, although not quite in those terms. There is, they believe, little point in becoming overly legalistic and thorough about a situation which is undergoing rapid and profound social transformation. 2. Reconstruction and Reform, 1949-52, Methods and Instruments. On October 1, 1949, before a delirious crowd gathered in Peking's Tiananmen Square, Mao Zedong, chairman of the Communist Party of China and at that time also chairman of the Chinese People's Government, announced the establishment of the People's Republic of China. On November 30, the nationalist government of Chiang Kai-shek retreated to Taiwan, Formosa. By the end of the year the whole mainland was under communist control. After more than 3 decades of devastating civil upheaval and foreign wars, the country settled down under a new dynasty and braced itself for the job of rebuilding. This gigantic task had 2 aspects: physical reconstruction and institutional reform. The communist revolution was not at that stage a palace affair. Its aim was not merely to patch up shattered physical assets, rather, it was to restructure Chinese society and introduce a new political, cultural, and economic order. The new order was to be built from blueprints drafted by Marx, Engels, Lenin, Stalin, and most importantly Mao himself, and tested by the communists in Jiangxi, 1931-34, Northern Shenzi, 1935-47, the rural areas of Manchuria, 1946-49, and other communist-controlled regions of China. 2. In this book we shall be concerned primarily with institutional reforms carried out by the communists during their tenure of power, especially with the reshaping of China's economy. This will involve reference to physical repair work and construction. But the stress throughout will be on the remolding of man-made institutions and the reshaping of men's minds. The methods of institutional reform. Mao Zedong 3 sees human history as a recurring clash of contradictions within society, a permanent revolutionary confrontation of opposing class forces. Although the nature of these contradictions may change once socialism is reached, conflict persists right through the various Marxist historical stages until the advent of full communism. For Marxist philosophy holds that the law of the unity of opposites is the fundamental law of the universe. This law operates universally, whether in the natural world, in human society, or in man's thinking. Between the opposites in a contradiction there is at once unity and struggle, and it is this that impels things to move and change. Contradictions exist everywhere, but they differ in accordance with the different nature of different things. In any given phenomenon or thing, the unity of opposites is conditional, temporary, and transitory, and hence relative, whereas the struggle of opposites is absolute. 5. The resolution of contradictions through mass confrontation of those who move with history, as defined by Marx, and those, reactionaries, counter-revolutionaries, enemies of the people, who obstinately oppose the forward thrust of history, takes the form of mass campaigns, drives, or Juntung. These apocalyptic struggles pit the mass line elaborated by the communists, a sort of running translation of the laws of history discovered by Marx, against all those whose ideological blindness and political obtuseness make them reluctant or unable to join the progressive forces. The outcome of the struggles is preordained. The mass line always wins in the end, though not without much prodding by the enlightened vanguard of the proletariat, the Communist Party. The mass campaign to implement the mass line and so bring this Greek-like tragedy to its finale is the communist substitute for the due process of law. Profound changes in the makeup of society are launched, not legislated. 6. A law may formalize an already unleashed campaign, but the law's existence is incidental to the process of change. The Marxist-Maoist view of the world is thus characterized by absolutism of thought, a conviction that violence is the most powerful agent of change, a jerky moving staircase conception of history, sequence of ever higher stages successively reached by revolutionary jumps, optimism 7 regarding man's destiny. At the end of the road there is the promise of full communism, the qualitatively highest stage of all, and a propensity to view men in the aggregate, as members of given social classes, rather than as atomistic units, each endowed with a personality and will of its own. Nothing on a micro-human scale is to be allowed. Depersonalized life is to be made larger than life itself. Man's salvation hinges on his conscious submission to inexorable laws of history, the accurate perception of which is reserved for the most progressive section of the most progressive class, the leadership of the Communist Party. Such a view of man's story and of the very human striving for a better life now implies a state of alternating tension and relaxation, a wave-like movement made more pronounced by disagreements within the narrow circle of the elect about the feasibility, timing, length, extent, and intensity of the campaigns. 8. In the period 1949 to 52 the mass line was implemented through several mass campaigns, which may be classified as follows: Land Reform, the Land Reform Campaign. The instruments of institutional reform. The mass line elaborated by the top party leadership is put into effect by, until 1966, 4 main agencies of communist power: the Communist Party, the government apparatus, including security forces, mass organizations, and the People's Liberation Army, PLA. 12. These 4 agencies were also, at least until 1966, the principal channels of social mobility for those aspiring to leadership positions. The Communist Party won 3. Since 1929, when Stalin fashioned his formidable juggernaut, communist parties have been characterized by a. An elite, militant leadership periodically purging itself, armed with the revolutionary theory of Marxism-Leninism, doctrine of the elect, b. A highly centralized and disciplined organization involving conscious submission, willing or enforced, by the rank and file, democratic centralism, c. An orthodoxy, or unity of views, imposed from above. This unity concerns programs, tactics, and organization. Opposition groups within the party, factionalism, are promptly and thoroughly purged so that the leadership, whatever its internal divisions, can speak out with one voice, which is the only correct voice: freedom to conform. 14. To this list the Chinese Maoists have added d. Heavy involvement with peasant masses, particularly with the poorest peasant strata, agrarian communism, e. Nationalism often verging on chauvinism, national communism, f. Great emphasis on the power of correct political faith, romantic communism, g. An impressive body of military doctrine based on the concept of guerrilla and mobile warfare waged in the rural hinterland of underdeveloped countries, and involving the martial qualities of responsiveness to discipline, disdain for material discomfort, and an idealization of asceticism, military communism. These additional characteristics were present in some degree in other communist parties, but the Chinese have endowed them with special importance. A few brief comments on each of these additions may be helpful. Agrarian communism. 15. The Chinese communist emphasis on involvement with the peasant masses makes sense in the setting of a vast underdeveloped country in which the peasants constitute about 80% of the population. Grassroots activity in the countryside and the party's early identification with peasant grievances was an important element in the communists' final success. Moreover, after 1927 the communists, having lost their urban bases, retreated to inaccessible rural areas from which they did not emerge until total victory in 1949. It was in this isolated rural setting that the party's philosophy was formed, Marxist propositions were agrarianized, administrative experience gained, and membership conscripted. In 1949 peasants constituted about 80% of party membership. This proportion had been somewhat reduced by 1952. National communism. The emphasis on national aspirations was also reasonable. Chinese communism is a product of the national revival of the turn of the century. At first the communists were merely the radical minority of a broad nationalist movement, united for a time with the majority nationalist party, Kuomintang, by bonds of common antipathy toward foreign intervention in Chinese affairs and a desire to assert China's rights through modernization. Much of the support among the population which the communists are gained over time is traceable to a steadfast adherence to the doctrine of national self-confidence and a continuing belief in the inner strength and vitality of the Chinese people. Romantic communism. The romantic streak in Chinese communism is due in some measure to the communists' success in surmounting what seemed like overwhelming odds, the movement's isolation from the intellectual currents in the great cities, and the outward relative stability, until 1966, of the top leadership. The belief in the titanic strength and irresistibility of firmly held convictions summed up in the thoughts of one leader, the charisma of Mao Zedong's thought, go beyond Lenin's insistence on the importance of conscious political activity. As will be shown, chapters 8, 11, and 12, the romantic outpouring of organized sentiment, at times turned into political revivalism of an excessive kind, a noisy, in many ways pathetic, deification of the leader and his thoughts. Military communism. The seizure of power by armed force, Mao has said, the settlement of the issue by war, is the central task and the highest form of revolution. Experience tells us that China's problems cannot be settled without armed force. All things grow out of the barrel of a gun. Whoever wants to seize and retain state power must have a strong army. 16. Perhaps the most immediately relevant cause of the communists' success in China was the identification of the party with the gun, the militarization of communism, the establishment and maintenance in a weak polity of a strong, disciplined army which until the seizure of state power was almost identical with the party. In 1945, for example, out of a total party membership of 1.2 million, 1 million members were under a military supply system working without pay and under barracks-type discipline. In 1949 army men and women made up about 22% of the party membership of 4.5 million. 17 By June 1951 the membership had reached 5.8 million, 6 million by 1953, 10.73 million in 1956, 69% peasants, 14% workers, 1.25% intellectuals, 13.96 million in September 1958, and 17 million in June 1961. 18 Chinese society after 1927 provided few institutional channels for the expression of minority views. The communists' a priori preference for the resolution of contradictions by strong-arm methods, thus found a ready-made rationalization in the actual state of Chinese society. The party's military tradition continued to exercise a significant influence on the thinking and behavior of many party members after seizure of state power. Figure 2:1 summarizes the organizational structure of the Communist Party of China during the party's early years as ruler of the mainland. The diagram pretends to be no more than a simplified representation of reality. It is based on the party's constitution, which was adopted only in 1956. The constitution, however, reflected the actual organization which the communists had built up over the years and which they extended to the whole territory of China in the years 1949 to 52. It is probably true that during the period of reconstruction and reform, with which we are concerned here, the party apparatus was not fully in place, and that much of what later was done by party organs was at that early time carried out by the People's Liberation Army, individual cadres, and the mass organizations. Given all these warnings and reservations, the diagram does show the direction in which the organizational efforts of the communists were tending in the period 1949 to 52 and the essentially totalitarian nature of the enterprise. 19 Nominally, the ultimate authority rested with the National Party Congress, which under the party constitution, adopted in 1956, but in actual, if somewhat spotty, use before that time, was to have been convened once a year by the Central Committee. The Congress could be postponed under extraordinary conditions. In fact, this basic provision has been ignored. The first party Congress after seizure of power, 8th in the history of the party, was convened in September 1956, the second, 9th since the party's formation, in April 1969. The party Congress has long been regarded in the West as a rubber stamp affair. However, developments since 1966 indicate that the Congress may be used in intra-party power struggles, if one of the contending factions manages to keep its hold on the party's lower-level organizations which send delegates to the Congress. Hence, perhaps, the reluctance of the Maoist faction to convene a 9th Congress, finally held in April 1969, a hesitation even more understandable in view of the post-1965 stalemate in the Central Committee. See Chapter 11. The Central Committee was supposed to meet in plenary session at least twice a year. It was to have been elected by the Party Congress for a 5-year term. Both these provisions have been honored in the breach. Effective policy-making power within the party rested until 1966 with the Political Bureau, Politburo, picked by the Central Committee, and more especially with the Bureau's Standing Committee, a narrower circle of power holders. Members of the Politburo concurrently occupied key posts in the government machinery, mass organizations, and the military command. Mao Zedong was chairman of the party and of the People's Government, and head of the People's Revolutionary Military Council. Liu Shaoqi was vice chairman of the Central Committee and of the Politburo, one of the vice chairman of the government, and of the People's Revolutionary Military Council. He also held the post of honorary chairman of the All-China Federation of Trade Unions, was president of the Sino-Soviet Friendship Association, and a ranking member of other mass organizations. Zhou Enlai, besides being a member of the Central Committee and the Politburo, was premier of the Government Administration Council, the top provisional government organ, and Minister for Foreign Affairs. The same type of interlocking directorate applied to the other members of the Politburo, Chu Te, Piang Chen, Chn Yun, Cao Kong, Tung Paiwu, and Lin Suhan, and to most members of the Central Committee. Government and party leadership was, so to speak, a family affair. These men had worked together for the better part of 20 years and gave the impression of an unassailable, monolithic directorate. By 1967 Liu Shaoqi, Chu Te, and Piang Chen had been branded by the Maoists as infiltrators who were allegedly leading China down the capitalist path, and Cao Kong had killed himself after being accused of anti-party conspiracy in 1954-55. The departments and committees under the Secretariat were the principal control organs of the whole vast undertaking. The main departments were those of organization. The party's personnel office was at this time headed by Zhao Shushi, who was to be involved with Cao Kong in the 1954-55 conspiracy, propaganda, comprising several offices, example theoretical affairs, scientific affairs, higher education, literary and art affairs, newspapers and publication, social affairs, United Front, charged with relations with the so-called democratic parties, non-communist personalities, national minorities, and overseas Chinese, liaison, relations with foreign communist parties, economy, rural work, urban work, industry, finance and trade, communications, planning, culture and education, political and legal affairs, and political security affairs. The Department of Social Affairs was probably in charge of the secret police and espionage. The main committees under the Secretariat were those for party organs directly subordinate to the Central Committee, dealing with party personnel at the central level, Committee for Central State Organs, dealing with government personnel at the central level, women's work, trade unions, youth, party press, and party school. 20. The totalitarian character of this organization is evident from the chain of command running from the top to the bottom levels, the pyramid-like structure of each level, reproducing exactly the pattern set at the top, and the carried pervasiveness of the organization. No activity, however trivial, escaped the party's watchful eye, no action eluded formal structuring. Although unprecedented in its thoroughness, the party organization was not without chinks and failures of communication. Regionalism and localism continued to exert their traditional influence, making the actual exercise of command from the top something less than the organizational chart suggests. 2. These centrifugal forces inherent in Chinese society became particularly insistent when the early unity of the Politburo finally fell apart in 1966. Chapter 11. Government Apparatus. A network of government organs spanning the length and breadth of the country and reaching from the top leadership down to the tiniest hamlet was, next only to the party machine, the means by which the communists proposed to unify and control the country and discharge the day-to-day tasks of civil rule. The problem can be tackled in 2 steps. First, it is necessary to take a brief look at the theory underlying the formation of governmental organs in the period 1949 to 52, a theory which went under the name of New Democracy, and second, to examine the various instruments of government themselves. The theory of New Democracy. 2. Basing himself on the Marxist view of history as a succession of stages, beginning with the lowest tribal communal stage, rising through slavery, feudalism, capitalism, and socialism to fully fledged communism, Mao declared those parts of pre-1949 China not under communist control as being semi-feudal, semi-colonial. The qualification semi implied the embryonic existence in China of the next higher stage, capitalism, and a measure of national self-determination. The revolution which Mao and his companions led, was spearheaded, according to this argument, against domestic feudalism, represented primarily by die-hard sections of the landlord class and their agents, the bureaucrat capitalist officials, and foreign colonial imperialism. 3 Represented at home by the urban, big, comprador and capitulationist bourgeoisie. Negatively, the aim was to uproot feudalism and foreign, colonial, imperialism by annihilating the landlords and the big bourgeoisie as a class. Positively, the aim was to replace semi-feudalism and semi-colonialism not with capitalism and parliamentary bourgeois democracy. 24 Represented in China by rich peasants and middle or national bourgeoisie, but with a system of national or new democracy. In China the Marxist historical progression was to take the form, semi-feudalism new democracy diamond suit socialism communism, instead of the orthodox feudalism capitalism socialism diamond suit communism. 25 What this meant, in essence, was that the capitalist stage, with its political counterpart of parliamentary democracy, was to be skipped, and that an underdeveloped country could pass from a neo-feudal stage into the new democratic antechamber of socialism. For the record, to show that the Marxist sequence had not really been violated, it was argued that China had experienced a capitalist stage of sorts, implicit in the other half of semi-feudalism, but that was the end of it. The Communists did not wage a long and bitter war in order to inaugurate an era to which they were fundamentally opposed. The removal of semi-feudalism and semi-colonialism was not intended to usher in the rule of rich peasants, and national capitalists. They could be associated in the work of new democracy, won over to the Communists' point of view, but on no account were they to be granted even the shadowy semblance of power. Mao's new democracy was, in other words, a transitional stage during which preparations were made for the introduction of socialism. It was to be dominated throughout by the Communist Party. Other classes, with the exception of most landlords and big bourgeois, were to cooperate with the Communists in this task, in what the theory called a united front, but only on condition that they submitted to Communist leadership. The united front of Maoist conception was a front of all those who could be united, of all those, that is, willing to go along with the Communists towards socialism. Others would be relegated to the dust heap of history and classed as people outside the people. 26. A number of so-called democratic parties totally submissive to the Communist Party were allowed to exist not only during the new democratic but also during the subsequent socialist stage. These United Front organizations were composed of remolded or semi-remolded bourgeois intellectuals, businessmen, experts, and so on. After the transformation of the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference, see below, p. 26, into the National People's Congress in 1954, the Democratic Party's Central Forum assumed the name of Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference, CPPCC. In 1962 and 1964, for example, the CPPCC met at the same time as the National People's Congress and had about as much to say in the formulation of policy, that is, very little. The most important of these democratic parties were, 27 the China Democratic League. Founded in 1941, the League had supported the Communists before 1949. Its membership consisted mostly of intellectuals in the areas of education and culture. Revolutionary Committee of the Kuomintang. This was a Kuomintang, KMT, splinter group formed in 1948. Its main object was to re-educate former KMT officials and other upper and middle class elements who formerly had close ties with the Kuomintang. China Democratic National Construction Association. Founded in 1944, the association was composed primarily of former industrialists and businessmen. Its main object was to remold its members in a socialist direction and organize them in a compact and easily controlled group. Chinese Peasants and Workers' Democratic Party was also a KMT splinter group formed in 1928. Its membership was composed of scientists, medical men, and intellectuals. China Chi-Rung-Tang. This was the organization of overseas Chinese, founded in San Francisco in 1925. The Chu-San September 3 Society. Founded in 1944, its purpose was to organize scientists and technicians. Taiwan Democratic Self-Government League. A front organization which was resurrected each time the Taiwan question came up for discussion in international forums. The League on such occasions would send telegrams and make statements in support of the Chinese government's position in a display of national unity cum pluralism. The new democratic revolution led by the proletariat through a Maoist-type communist party embraces the broad masses of the people, the urban proletariat, the poor and middle peasants, see Chapter 3, the petty bourgeoisie, some vagrants, and temporarily at least, i.e., during wars against foreign imperialism, some rich peasants, the national bourgeoisie, and even a section, the malleable section, of the landlord and big bourgeois classes. Membership in this communist-led alliance is determined more by one's attitude toward foreign intervention and the Communist Party than by one's relation to the means of production, except in the case of landlords and the big bourgeois, but even here some tactical flexibility was permitted in times of stress. In other words, at the stage of new democracy one's patriotism and national consciousness, as evaluated by the communists, are all important. At the same time one tends to be more surely patriotic and ideologically trustworthy if one happens to stand in the correct Marxist relation to the means of production. The argument is practical. Capitalism and its ruling classes must not be allowed to seize power alone, not even for an instant. International capitalism's influence over the underdeveloped world must be ended, and domestic feudalism and bureaucrat capitalism, feudalism's officialdom, must be replaced by the communist-led United Front. In that united front the Communists are the only decision-making and armed group. Once power is seized in this manner, the Reconstruction and Reform, 1949-52, Methods and Instruments 25. United front can be gobbled up, and the transition to socialism can begin. As Lenin had so clearly seen and so steadfastly practiced, one morsel of state power in hand is worth two promises of power in the bush. The Communists must be in on it from the very beginning and at every stage. The rest is dialectical calisthenics, the flexing of old ideological muscles to fit new circumstances. Under the banner of patriotism the Communists can get through the precarious early period of power and push on toward the promised land. They need the energies and brains of non-communists in the task of reconstruction, and cooperation of non-believers in the job of reform. But they do not need advice, much less direction, in the matter of the future shape of society. 2-8 The new democratic stage in the whole of China officially lasted from 1949 to 1952. Instruments of government. The Communists were not novices to government. There was, however, a difference between administering backward, isolated, rural areas and the relatively rich, populous regions, including a number of large cities, that fell into communist hands by the end of 1949. Initially, the task of government devolved, by and large, on the People's Liberation Army. It was modeled on the administrative experience acquired by the Communists in the old liberated areas with due adjustments for new circumstances. The basic unit of government was the Military Control Commission, a provisional body set up in newly conquered localities by the military command which happened to be on the spot. Military control commissions were charged not only with establishing order, screening former officials, punishing political undesirables, and so on, but also with the organization of more permanent local people's governments. At first this was done by appointing army personnel trained in civil administration to people's government posts at the basic levels, rural district or shang, market town or chan, district or ch2, and county or xian. Concurrently the top communist leadership set to work organizing the higher levels of government, province or sheng, special municipalities, i.e., the larger towns or tepaishi, autonomous regions, or such as ch2 these in 1952, municipalities under provinces or autonomous regions, and special districts or chuan ch2. Until June 1954 the top leadership also made use of 6 great regional administrative councils, the duty of which was to supervise, on behalf of the leadership, the work of provincial people's governments in their respective regions. The two-pronged movement to establish a new administrative structure in the whole of China was formalized in September 1949 by the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference, CPPCC, convened in Peking. The CPPCC was the predecessor of the National People's Congress set up in September 1954. It consisted of 662 delegates drawn from the party and its satellite formations, the regions, army, and mass organizations, and included 75 specially invited personalities, example Madame Sun Yat-sen and members of the Kuomintang peace delegation who had gone over to the communist side. The conference adopted the organic law of the CPPCC, the starting point of the domestic and foreign policy of the new China, 2-9, elected a 180-member National Committee of the CPPCC, produced the organic law of the Central People's Government, nominated the members of that government, and passed a number of resolutions on such diverse subjects as the country's capital city, flag, national anthem, and calendar. In conformity with the theory of new democracy, the CPPCC and the Central People's Government Council contained some non-communist formations which made the system into what the theory said it was, a united front under communist leadership and control. The CPPCC and its successor, the National People's Congress, gave to the new administrative structure a semblance of popular participation. In December 1949, this democratic illusion was extended by a government decision to establish all-circle people's representative conferences at the provincial, municipal, and county levels. On paper, the conferences were granted rather extensive powers over their respective local governments, but like their Russian equivalents, the Soviets, they remained in practice atrophied and impotent. Like their parent stem, the CPPCC, the conference's membership was elected from among mass organizations and satellite political parties and included some independent personages. The principal function of the representative conferences was to act as a sort of geographically based trust of mass organizations. Their purpose was to serve, not instruct the local government organs, to carry out orders, not give them. A totalitarian state, whether of the right or the left, demands not just passive acceptance of its philosophy and policy by the people, but active involvement and collective worship, so to speak. One of the agencies through which this is assured under communism is the mass organization set up, directed, and controlled by the central authority. 3. The mass organizations are tailored to specific interests within society. They serve as transmission belts for the authorities' revealed preferences, as sounding boards, agencies for the actual carrying out of assigned tasks, especially of the recurrent mass campaigns discussed earlier, and as control organisms in areas which might otherwise elude command from the center. Their basic organizational principle is democratic centralism, which means popular participation and centralized decision-making, the responsibility for the prompt and meticulous execution of orders resting with each level of executors. Discussion at each level is on how best to carry out orders, not about the validity of the orders themselves. Mass organizations rely heavily on grassroots activity exercised through local cells and branches, each of which is headed by a leader and administered by an executive committee, usually party members, directly responsible to the next higher committee and its leader, and so on up to the pinnacle of the pyramid. 3. As of early 1953, the Chinese Communists had created a number of such organizations, the names and membership of some of which are given in Table 2-1. The Chinese Communist Army, which, as we have seen, was for a considerable time almost identical with the Communist Party, has often been described by the Chinese Communists as an army of a new type. In the 2 decades preceding seizure of state power, and in the years with which we are dealing here, this newness consisted in the army's political content, peasant class base, guerrilla and mobile warfare strategy and tactics, and the combination of military service with economic, administrative, and educational work. The military strategy and tactics, guerrilla and mobile warfare. Asterisk. Cannot be discussed here, even though they are of compelling interest. On this subject the reader is referred to the sources given earlier, footnotes 16 and 32 on pages 17 and 29. The Revolutionary Army, so goes the Maoist argument, is different from other armies. Political organization and class origin are important. The Red Revolutionary Army is a politicized army, military strategy, training, tactics, equipment, and so forth are significant, but politics is in command. Military affairs are only one means of accomplishing political tasks, a quite important one, as we have seen. The Chinese Red Army is an armed body for carrying out the political task of the revolution. The Red Army fights not merely for the sake of fighting, but in order to conduct propaganda among the masses, organize them, and help them to establish revolutionary political power, i.e., it is essentially an armed mass organization. Without these objectives, fighting loses its meaning and the Red Army loses the reason for its existence. 33. The purely military viewpoint, which we shall encounter later on in connection with the movement to professionalize the armed forces, is according to Mao, quite alien to a truly revolutionary army. It is born of low political consciousness, mercenary mentality, absence of confidence in the strength of the masses, and the party's failure to attend to and discuss military work in its relation to ideology. The failure must be remedied whenever it occurs. It can be corrected by appropriate political organization of army units and attention to the class origin of recruits. Army units, like government bureaus, should have attached to them party representatives. The ratio of party to non-party members in the army should typically be 1:3. Among the early attractions of Mao's revolutionary army were the removal of the age-old Chinese mercenary system and the equitable, though not always equal, distribution to the men of grain, money for cooking oil, salt, firewood, vegetables, and a little pocket money. Although discipline was strict and the justice meted out ruthless and swift, the practice of officers beating their men, a method of argument deeply rooted in the Chinese mercenary tradition, was abolished. Rules of correct conduct vis the civilian population were laid down and applied to the letter, exceptions being tolerated only where people who were outside the people, ideologically non-reformable elements, were concerned. The specific conditions in which the Chinese Communist Army took shape presented the leadership with the problem of a sizable army living for long periods of time in the midst of a working population. Armed forces of the old type typically lived off the land, a way of marching on their stomachs which did not endear them to the peasants. A situation in which such a large number of personnel, divorced from production, depends solely on the people. For supplies, certainly cannot last long and is very dangerous. Therefore, all army units and government organs must take part in production when not fighting or doing their regular work, except for those field armies which are concentrated and charged with major military actions. 3. For this principle of combining military duties with economic tasks, fighting with labor, is an elaboration and extension of the Marxist-Leninist insistence on the unity of theory and practice. As will be seen later, it was applied not only to the army, party, and government workers, but above all to the intellectuals. As the early revolutionary, communist-controlled base areas expanded, the turning of the army into a working force became even more important. It also met with considerable opposition from professional military circles. The People's Liberation Army is always a fighting force. The People's Liberation Army is also a working force. With the gradual decrease in hostilities, its function as a working force will increase. We must look upon the field armies as a gigantic school for cotters. 3-5 Thus wrote Mao on the eve of the seizure of power in March 1949. In the period of Reconstruction and Reform, 1949–52, to the detailed examination of which we now turn, the method of mass campaigns was used by all four agencies of communist power. Interlocked as they were, the party, the government, the mass organizations, and the PLA, worked together in apparent harmony, in spite of frictions within each and despite muted jurisdictional disputes. Mao Zedong headed both the party and the government, and was the undisputed leader of the army. The period also saw a blending of agrarian, national, romantic, and military communism. In later years the many contradictory elements of this blend began to assert themselves, culminating in the destruction of the party and government structures, the dissolution of the old mass organizations and their replacement by new agencies of Maoist and anti-Maoist power in the Cauldron of the Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution, Chapter 11. From this cataclysmic revamping of the instruments of communist power, only the army emerged relatively unscathed, but even it was shaken. At different times in the unfolding story of communist China, the various characteristics of Chinese communism also struggled for supremacy. By 1966 agrarian communism had been overshadowed by the peculiar Maoist brand of romantic pragmatism and chauvinism, depending for survival on the loyalty of the army and its military version of communism. 3. Reconstruction and Reform, 1949–52, main areas of reform. Land reform and agricultural reform. The term land reform, or agrarian reform, might conveniently be used to denote the broadening of land ownership, the replacement of large by small holdings. The concept, while not without economic implications, is primarily political and psychological. By itself, land reform need not necessarily result in better productivity and efficiency, because many agricultural operations are not susceptible to subdivision without a temporary or permanent loss of output per man or per acre, or without a reduction in the marketed portion of output, and the incentive effect of broadened land ownership may be neutralized by the absence of the needed technical know-how or capital, or both on the part of the new owners. where there are grounds for the beneficiaries of the reform to suspect that property titles bestowed on them run a good risk of being revoked in the future, equalization of ownership may have few economic incentives to begin with. Agricultural reform is primarily a technical and economic concept. It means advances in productive efficiency, diversification and rotation of crops, improvement in plant strains, water conservancy and irrigation systems, introduction of chemical fertilizers, pesticides and insecticides, the raising of the educational level of the agricultural labor force, and so on. 1. The situation at the outset. 1. Land tenure. Communist literature has made much of the feudal relations which existed in China's countryside and of the class hatred that had built up over the centuries because of the exploitation of poor peasants and farm laborers by landlords and richer peasants. Lopsided land tenure was held responsible for the backwardness and weakness of the country. According to the communists, Chinese rural society consisted of 5 major classes. 1. Landlords, that is, those who owned land but did not engage in labor, or engaged only in supplementary labor, and who depended on exploitation for their livelihood. Exploitation took chiefly the form of land rent, but also of money lending, the hiring of labor, or the simultaneous carrying on of industrial or commercial enterprises. 2. Rich peasants who generally owned land, better means of production, and some floating capital. As a rule they were dependent on exploitation for a part or the major part of their means of livelihood. This exploitation took chiefly the form of hiring long-term laborers, but also rent from surplus land let out, money lending, and the carrying on of industrial or commercial enterprises. 3. Middle peasants either owned all or only a portion of the land which they cultivated, or owned no land at all. In the latter case, they rented land from others. They depended for a living wholly or mainly on their own labor. In general, they did not hire labor nor did they hire out their own labor to others. They normally owned a certain number of farm implements. 2-4. Poor peasants in general had to rent land for cultivation and were exploited by others through rent and or loan interest. They hired labor to a limited degree, i.e., for limited periods of time. Their farm implements were inadequate. 5. Workers, including farm laborers, generally had neither land nor farm implements. They depended wholly or mainly on the sale of their labor for their living. 3. This division of rural society into 5 classes was primarily ideological and political. Ideologically it expressed the Marxist proposition that pre-socialist societies are torn by antagonistic contradictions between those who own and those who do not own means of production. In this particular instance the contradiction was between landlords and rich peasants on the one hand, and middle peasants, poor peasants and landless laborers on the other, but especially the last two. The degree of exploitation resulting from the tenure system was quantified by the communists in the way shown in Table 3:1, left-hand column. Table 3:1. Land tenure in China before land reform. Communist version. P. Landlords and rich peasants constituted less than 10% of the population. They owned from 70 to 80% of the land. Poor peasants, middle peasants, and farm laborers constituted over 90% of the population. They owned 20 to 30% of the land. Non-communist versions. 154.2% of peasants owned all the land they worked. 39.9% of peasants were part owners. 5.9% of peasants were tenants. 28.7% of cultivated land was rented. For the country as a whole, 75% of land was owned by those who worked it. 2 middle-class households, i.e., those owning between 0.8 and 16 acres of land, accounted for 63.5% of total households. Their land holdings represented 75.4% of total land area. It is possible that war and civil strife, 1937–49, contributed to some concentration of land ownership, although it is unlikely that any great changes occurred. In any event, The communist figures are supposedly based on a survey published in 1936 by an Institute of Rural Economic Research, the identity and very existence of which are in doubt. 4. The actual land tenure situation in pre-1949 China was certainly more complex, the shadings more subtle than the picture presented in the left-hand column of Table 3:1. An important problem, for example, was the fragmentation of small private holdings. The average number of fragments per farm found by Buck in a 1929-33 survey of 16,700 farms was 5.6. The 10% of population owning 80% of the land version of China's pre-1949 rural troubles, should perhaps be seen as a way of mathematizing a fairly realistic belief that most Chinese peasants were far from happy with things as they were and that they aspired to a better life. The economic arithmetic is incidental and probably false, the sociological insight is not. The figures in the left-hand column of Table 3:1 are analytically less trustworthy than those in the right-hand column. But the figures in the right-hand column seem, on historical evidence, to have understated the depth of peasant disaffection and the opportunities which the land tenure system offered to a determined, organized, and ruthless minority to turn this disaffection into a revolutionary situation. The landlords and rich peasants of pre-1949 China were certainly not estate owners in the pre-1917 Russian sense as far as the acreage which they owned was concerned. The land they possessed was typically only a little bigger than that of their poorer neighbors. Their status in the village was, however, vastly superior to that of other farmers. The income differential between the rich and the poor may not have been very great, but it was the difference between security and subsistence, some little ease and much hardship. 5. This income gap, filled by rent and interest on loans, was therefore a highly political phenomenon. The communist classification of Chinese rural society and the crude mathematics associated with it addressed themselves to the politics of this income and status gap. The better-off farmers, rural gentry, especially those within a relatively short distance of market towns, were much more a part of the Monetized economy and responded more keenly to market signals than poorer farmers who, because of their modest marketable surpluses, tended to consume on the farm an important portion of their output. According to a Chinese communist source, referring to the year 1955, rich farmers marketed 43.1% of their grain, middle peasants 25.2%, and poor peasants 22.1%. 6. The better-off farmers had more reserves than their poorer neighbors. This enabled them to react to changes in the general level of agricultural prices and respond to fluctuations in relative prices. They had better storage facilities, which lessened the pressure on them to sell their output immediately after harvest. The richer farmers profited from rising rents in the first half of this century. The precise rent situation in pre-1949 China is not very clear, and communist data on this subject are open to question. 7. Rent usually took one or other of three forms: fixed cash or produce, share of the main crop, normally 40%, but often much higher, and rent deposits on entry into tenancies. The more prosperous farmers were also able to supplement their earnings by money lending and, in some instances, from shopkeeping. In the mid-1930s some 80% of rural credit was supplied by them, most of it for non-productive purposes. 8. They were able, up to a point, to parry the thrusts of middlemen and tax collectors. The fact that richer farmers tended to maintain extended family ties, whereas poorer farmers' families were usually of the household type, made the influence of the former more pervasive and widespread. The landlords, in particular, had more access to sources of political power and constituted a link between the state and the village. All this does not inevitably imply that class conflict in the countryside was as sharp and clear-cut as the communists say. Social mobility, though easier at the top of the rural income ladder, was not altogether absent at the bottom. Ties of kinship and economic cooperation were at least as important as resentment, jealousy, and suspicion. Even the communists had to admit that the situation was more complex and fluid than their a priori scheme of five classes made it out to be. 9. China's rural community was held together by bonds of tradition and established rules of behavior which gave it stability and a capacity to weather natural and man-made storms. Within the limits set by tradition, Chinese ingenuity and hard work found scope to make themselves felt. The land was intensively and carefully cultivated, dikes and irrigation ditches were built and repaired, the produce of the soil was distributed. Agricultural practices were pushed to the limits permitted by traditional knowledge, but no farther. The situation, however, had explosive potentialities, it made progress slow and sluggish. The communists made use of these weaknesses to the full, they awakened discontent where it was dormant, created it where it was non-existent. 2. Policy constraints. At the very start of land reform, 1950, the range of choice open to the communists was circumscribed by past commitments, i.e., by the long-standing promise to distribute land to the tillers, 10 and, more importantly, by urgent pressures of the moment. These pressures may be listed as follows: I. Disruption of food production brought about by 13 years of war and civil conflict, and a bad flood in 1949. In 1950 total food production was roughly two-thirds of the pre-1949 peak. The 1949 flood was said to have affected 8% of China's cultivable area. The severity of the disaster was no doubt traceable in large measure to wartime damage inflicted on water control systems. 2. A chaotic rural market situation coupled with a sharp decline in the marketed portion of output. In 1950 less than one-fifth of agricultural output was marketed. This compares with an estimated 50% in the 1920s. 3. Shortage of trained cotters to initiate, lead, and supervise the land reform movement. About 180,000 cotters had to be quickly trained to help carry out the reform. Under cotter direction, thousands of students and intellectuals were drafted into work teams and sent to the countryside to remold their thoughts and raise their revolutionary consciousness by taking part in bitter class conflict. 4. The magnitude of the task. Liu Shaoxi's June 1950 report on the agrarian reform law indicates the following, Table 3-2. The figures suggest that for the communists, land reform was at that time certainly not a beginner's exercise, even though the conditions in the East, Central South, and South, which had just then come under communist control, differed in many respects from those which prevailed in previously occupied areas. In the latter, land reform had been in force for years. The task, nevertheless, was formidable. Policy disagreements within the leadership. Although the leadership responded to the land reform challenge collectively and with one voice, differences in emphasis could be detected within this apparently unanimous response. Some of these were made public during the campaign against Liu Shaoxi in 1967-68. It is retrospectively clear that Mao Zedong and some members of his entourage saw land reform as just another military political operation, a matter of working up revolutionary zeal, a psychological mobilization of the masses. Others, probably those to whom fell the responsibility of day-to-day administration, were inclined to be more cautious and less hasty. The factions were probably more fluid, numerous, and diversified than is suggested by this dichotomy of revolutionary zealots and pragmatic moderates. The classification used here is, however, realistic enough, provided it is understood that it simplifies a complex and shifting spectrum of opinion. The differences in stress, often bordering on disagreements of substance, may tentatively be summarized as follows. A. Bitter class struggle and mass revolutionary zeal versus controlled orderliness and strict adherence to orders from the party and government center. For all its revolutionary gong-beating, Liu Shaoxi's report on the agrarian reform law emphasizes the need for orderly process. We must not be impetuous, agrarian reform must be carried out under our guidance, in a planned and orderly way, and other admonitions of like kind recur in the report. To sum up, chaotic conditions must not be allowed to occur and no deviation or confusion may be allowed to remain uncorrected for long in our agrarian reform work in the future. If chaotic conditions arise, reform in the affected areas should be held up. 12. This was particularly likely to happen in regions inhabited by national minorities. China's entry into the Korean War, October 1950, strengthened the hand of the more militant faction within the leadership. It injected into the land reform movement an element of urgency, heightened the feeling of suspicion, and encouraged the radicals to press on with their hunt for spies, secret agents, saboteurs, class enemies, counter-revolutionaries, and other suspected elements. The net outcome of the contending forces was that the reform was carried out in piecemeal fashion, with considerable variations from place to place, and with much violence. B. Liu's insistence on orderly process and de-emphasis of political revivalism reflected an administrator's preoccupation with the repercussions of the reform on production. While the restoration of output to at least pre-war levels occupied the thoughts of both leadership factions, the revolutionary left was more concerned with the reform's political objectives. The basic aim of agrarian reform, Liu warned in his report, is not purely one of relieving the poor peasants. It is designed to set free the rural productive forces, in order to develop agricultural production and thus pave the way for China's industrialization. 13. C. This same preoccupation with production made Liu and others who shared his views, take literally Mao Zedong's dictum that after the reform a rich peasant economy will be allowed in the rural areas. 14. For the Maoists a rich peasant economy was first and foremost a political concept fraught with dangers. If it had to be allowed, it was with regret and for tactical reasons. The Maoists were inclined to look upon the transitional stage, during which private farming and rich peasants were in evidence, the stage of new democracy, as one of short duration, an uncomfortable interlude to be liquidated as soon as possible. Their stress was on permanent revolution rather than on the gradual maturation of revolutionary stages as originally envisaged by Marx. Liu, on the other hand, saw in the development of a rich peasant economy the condition sine qua non of future socialist construction. For him and others it was a strategy, the duration of which had to be determined empirically. In 1967, when Liu was branded by the Maoist press as China's biggest ambitionist, schemer, and top party person in authority taking the capitalist road, 15. This alleged deviation from Mao's line was dug out and exhibited as proof of his treachery. According to the charges, Liu, China's Khrushchev who shared the same pair of pants with the landlords and rich peasants and sat on the same bench with them, 16. Tried to promote the so-called four major freedoms: freedom for individual peasants to lend money at interest, hire labor, sell land, and run private enterprises. The peasants, he thought, should be encouraged to get rich, hiring farmhands and individual farming should be left to take their own course. Let them own 3 horses and a plow. 17. If this enrichment of the peasants carried with it the danger of exploitation, it was ideologically justified as an objective stage in the historical progression towards socialism. In January 1950 Liu was alleged to have said that to prohibit exploitation is dogmatism. At present we must have exploitation and welcome it. 18. He purposely distorted Chairman Mao's policy toward the treatment of the rich peasant economy by alleging that protecting the rich peasant economy is a long-term policy. 19. Collectivization was to be introduced only after the full development of a healthy individual peasant economy. According to Liu, only when 70% of peasant households owned those 3 horses and a plow, was it possible to set up collective farms in the future. 20. In July 1955 Mao said, in agriculture, under the conditions of our country, there must be collectivization first, before large machinery can be employed. 21. In June 1950 during the conference at which Liu presented his report on the agrarian reform law, he allegedly remarked, "Only when conditions are so mature that a large amount of machinery can be employed for farming in the countryside, will the existence of the rich peasant economy become unnecessary. However, it will be a fairly long time in the future before we can achieve this." 22. He characterized the belief that collectivization could be based on mutual aid and tilling teams as a kind of utopian socialism which he considered erroneous. 23. The charges leveled against Liu by the Maoists in 1967 were probably exaggerated. Liu's words were put in a distorted context. However, there can be little doubt that Liu's approach to land reform was substantially different from that of the more radical faction, and that disagreements at the top were in part responsible for the fits and starts, and the contradictions of actual policy. Objectives and execution of land reform. From what has been said, it should be apparent that the objectives of land reform were to radically transform the social and political power structure in the countryside so as to make some 120 million peasant households more amenable to central direction, and to restore production to at least the peak pre-war levels. The first was to be a prelude to the socialist transformation of agriculture, collectivization, and the integration of the sector in a planned, command-type economy. The second was regarded as an essential condition for future industrialization and growth. The first implied class struggle in conformity with the party's definition of social classes. It meant the tearing down of established institutions seen as politically outmoded and dangerous, the frequent use of the stick, and at least temporary disorder. 2. For the second objective called for orderliness, resort where necessary to old-type institutional arrangements, example the market, and even to such ideological taboos as the profit motive. Stripped to its barest essentials, the radical transformation of the social and political fabric in the countryside, i.e., the first objective, meant four things. 1. Confiscation of surplus land, draft animals, farm implements, houses, and grain of landlords, that is, of assets in excess of those needed by landlords and their families, presumably to stay alive, and of land belonging to rich peasants but not worked by them. 2. Distribution of the confiscated assets to poor peasants and workers, landless laborers. 3. Confiscation and distribution to be carried out in such manner as to make the landlords lose face in the eyes of their humbler neighbors, and thus destroy, once and for all, the awe in which they had been held by the poor, and the prestige which once attached to their station in life. 4. Establishment of cooperative arrangements, credit cooperatives, mutual aid teams, intended to help the poor and middle peasants face up to their new obligations as owners of land, animals, implements, and buildings. 25. Some members of the communist leadership saw in these arrangements the nucleus of a not too distant socialist transformation, collectivization, of the countryside. Confiscation, distribution, humiliation, and reconstruction, these were the cornerstones of land reform seen as an ideological and political weapon. They added up to the elimination, as a class, of those most opposed to communism in the countryside. The restoration of production to at least the pre-war peak, second objective, meant, 1. Establishment of incentives for peasant owners to produce and market increasing amounts of grain and other products. In the period 1950 to 52, this meant, in effect, the restoration of order in and reliance on the market mechanism. The use of the market, while ideologically and politically repugnant to the communists, especially to the left wing, was a necessity at this early stage. Alternative arrangements of an administrative command character were still in their infancy. Thus, for example, there were few agricultural producer cooperatives, collective farms, in 1950 and 1951. In 1952 only 0.1% of peasant households were members of lower-level producer cooperatives. 2. Mutual aid teams, i.e., the pooling together by several households, seasonally or permanently, of labor, draft animals, and implements, ownership of the pooled assets being retained by the individual households, accounted for 10.7% of peasant households in 1950, 19.2% in 1951, and 39.9% in 1952. 2. Again, in 1950 the state commercial network controlled only 10% of purchases from agriculture, and under 25% in 1951. 2. A central planning apparatus was in the process of being set up but was not yet in a position to issue orders that would be internally consistent, or to supervise their execution. Reliance on the market mechanism to spur production and marketing implied the halting of hyperinflation and prompt restoration of an adequate flow of industrial, mainly handicraft, consumer goods to the countryside. The output value of consumer goods, 1949 equals 100, reached 214.8 in 1952. 29 Above all, resort to the market meant allowing individual peasant households to respond to material incentives, i.e., grow rich, something that many in the leadership viewed with anxiety. 2. Inducing the peasants to concentrate on expanding the production and sale to the state of products used for export and as raw materials for industry. An adequate supply of such products as cotton, silk, rice, and tea was essential to the recovery of industrial production and for paying one's way in foreign trade. The method adopted consisted of the setting of centrally determined, incentive, purchase prices, and the institution of advance purchase contracts, the intent of which was to protect the producer from adverse price movements between planting and harvest. 3. Supplying credit to the farmers. The immediate effect of the elimination of landlords was a reduction in the availability of rural credit, CP 49. Credit cooperatives had to be established to fill this gap, especially since the so-called equalization of ownership resulting from the reform left many peasant households with non-viable pieces of land, inadequate draft power, storage facilities, implements, and reserves. For example, in 1949 there were about 400 tractors, in terms of standard makes of 15 HP, to be shared by some 105 million households. By 1952 the number of tractors had risen to 2,000, a mere drop in the bucket. 3. As with some types of draft animals, the additional tractors tended to be owned by mutual aid teams and lower-level collectives. Apart from this trend, the use of cooperative arrangements to stimulate the political consciousness of the masses in the direction of socialism was checkmated at this stage by the more immediately compelling need to secure increased output from individuals. 4. Assuring revenues to the state without adversely affecting agricultural production and marketing. To secure revenue and grain to feed the army, the communists introduced an agricultural tax. This tax was normally payable in grain, 2 times a year, at designated collection centers to which the payer had to deliver the grain. In exceptional circumstances payment was accepted in other products or cash. In newly occupied areas the tax was progressive, estimated at between 7 and 30% of the normal yield of different localities. In formerly occupied areas, north, northwest, and northeast, the tax was a fixed proportion of the yield. The net effect of this method of collecting revenue appears to have been to encourage the peasants to grow more grain so as to discharge their fiscal liabilities. 3. The executive organs of agrarian reform were, land reform cadres, usually sent down from nearby towns. Their task was to select active elements from among the peasants to serve as the core of local peasants' associations. The associations were to be class pure, i.e., no landlords or rich peasants were to be admitted to membership. The active elements in the village were also to serve as the nucleus of a people's militia or citizens' police totally submissive to central direction. To help them investigate the class status of the villagers, cadres and active elements made use of informers recruited from among poor peasants and landless laborers. These revealed to the authorities attempts by landlords and rich peasants to dissimulate their status by, for example, having poor relatives occupy a part of their land during the reform. 3. Subversives, despots, secret agents, local bullies, real or imagined, 3 were to be tried by people's tribunals. These were in effect, general meetings of former landless and poor peasants and others who jumped on the bandwagon out of conviction, opportunism, or fear. In the background, at all times, stood the 5 million strong People's Liberation Army, PLA. The process of land reform in a locality went typically through several stages. 3. A few cadres, usually young people with high school education, would arrive in the village and seek out 1 or 2 active elements, theoretically activists from among poor peasants and landless labor. But often quite simply those among the middle peasants who had been active in village affairs and were willing to throw in their lot with the communists for reasons best known to themselves. The cotters and active elements would then pick out a few poor peasants and landless laborers and coax them into telling stories of their past suffering at the hands of landlords. The process known as woe-pouring or spitting out stories of bitterness, TUKU, or struggle dispute, 2CHN, unrolled during accusation meetings, and was designed to encourage others to do likewise, CHURE. The idea behind it was to suscitate class hatred in the countryside, put the landlords and other exploiters on the defensive, and place them in a psychologically untenable position. Concurrently, the military authorities and the newly formed People's Militia collected all firearms in the village and meted out swift punishment to anyone who tried to conceal arms. When, as a result of TUKU, 2CHN, and CHUNLEAN, the number of villagers with worked-up grievances was large enough, the Peasants' Association was formed around them. This was made up of the more obvious poor peasants, landless laborers, and some middle peasants, the last being as a rule barred from the leadership of the association. The association then proceeded to harass the landlords economically by demanding a refund of rent deposits and of excessive portions of rent. The usual way was to go in a noisy group to the landlord's house, loot his grain and implements, and rough him up if he objected to this process of democratic consultation. Any serious resistance put up by the landlord was dealt with by dragging the man before the People's Tribunal. The same treatment was administered to local bullies. Where local bullies did not exist, a suitable substitute was manufactured. As a rule, the accused was shoved and beaten through the village street, made to kneel, his hands bound, his head lowered before his masked accusers. The exact number of landlords killed during the reform is, of course, not known. 3.5 An estimated 35 million people were labeled exploiters and class enemies and consigned to controlled residence, i.e., surveillance by peasants' associations and the militia, or to labor re-education camps. Landlords and local bullies having been terrorized into submission or killed off, the cotters, with or without the help of the Peasants' Association, proceeded to determine the exact class status of all individuals in the locality. This work was completed by early 1951 and the lists of remaining landlords, rich, middle, and poor peasants, and workers were displayed on village walls. The land reform cotters thereupon proceeded to confiscate the land of landlords and some surplus land of rich peasants. Those subject to confiscation, and still around, were ordered to move their belongings out of their houses and surrender any surplus buildings. These and the land were then pooled and redistributed among laborers and poor peasants. The process led to frictions among the peasants, but apparently all attempts at factional, clan-based opposition were nipped in the bud by the threat of swift and merciless punishment. The farms which emerged from land reform were, for the most part, economically non-viable. The average area of land per person after the reform works out at about 1/3 of an acre, but this takes into account only the 300 million peasants to whom land, according to the communists, had actually been given. This figure should probably be raised by about 50 million to include state functionaries and their families, members of the armed forces and of mass organizations who also benefited from the reform. 36 Moreover, in the densely inhabited agricultural areas, the average land per person was probably much less than 1/3 of an acre. Shortly after the completion of land distribution, mutual aid teams were set up in many villages. The transition was made easier not only by the objective need for some pooling of land, capital, and labor, but also by the fact that aid among families as a way of getting at external economies was a long-standing tradition in China's countryside. It had also been a form of rural organization used by the communists in the areas occupied by them before 194-9. 37 Already in 1951, the Shanxi Provincial Party Committee proposed to transform the province's mutual aid teams into advanced collective farms. The proposal was criticized by Liu Shaoxi and dropped. During the Cultural Revolution, see chapters 11 and 12, Liu's opposition to such accelerated collectivization was cited as one of the points of accusation drawn up against him by the Maoists. There can be little doubt that by 1952, when land reform was substantially completed, the old power structure in the countryside had been broken and the groundwork had been laid for future collectivization. Thus it can safely be said that the first objective of the reform was achieved almost in toto. The qualification almost is inserted as a reminder that it is not possible to gauge with any certainty the thought processes of Chinese peasants. Outward conformity, synthetic mass enthusiasm, and the apparent acquiescence of the rural masses in what the new masters were doing, were not necessarily signs of a radical transformation of the peasants' innermost thoughts or evidence that patterns of traditional conduct were as thoroughly altered as the communists would have others believe or sometimes believed themselves. Subject to this reservation, it is true that politically, from the communist standpoint, the reform was a success. The economic objectives of the reform, increase in production and marketing, were also attained. Here, however, the picture calls for even more qualification. First, the communist figures on production successes in the period 1950–52, Table 3–4, cannot be taken at face value. Some of the improvement in output which they reveal was probably due to an improvement in statistical coverage in 1952 compared with 1950. Second, it is known that a serious credit shortage hit the countryside in 1951 and 1952 in consequence of the communist campaign against usury. Cooperative credit was apparently quite modest and unable to fill the void left by the disappearance of private lending. Third, the transfer of an important part of surplus farm produce, which formerly took the form of rent paid to landlords, from those whose marginal propensity to consume was relatively low, landlords, to those whose propensity to consume was high, poor peasants, resulted in a sharp grain crisis in 1953. Fourth, the economic position of the poor does not seem to have been substantially improved by the reform, although the Maoists perhaps made more of this than the facts warranted, thus buttressing their argument for early collectivization. In 1955 Mao Zedong said that with all the land reform people are still in a state of poverty because they lack the means of production. Many have gone into debt. Others have sold or rented their land. 3. More importantly, from the Maoist standpoint, not only were the old rich peasants not put under restriction, but new rich peasants made their appearance. Many well-to-do middle peasants did their best to climb up and become rich peasants. Among the poor peasants, some had incurred debts and tried to make repayment by labor, others sold their land and houses. 3. In one county of Shanxi province there were reportedly 1,792 land sales in 1951, 10,505 in 1952, and 16,578 in the first 10 months of 1953. Most of the sales were apparently due to the inability of the owners to cope with natural calamities, pay for illness in the family, marriages, and burials. 40. The anti-private enterprise campaign in the towns, see pages 76–79, narrowed the peasants' opportunities for part-time employment, and so aggravated their shortage of floating capital. One bright side after 1949 was good weather, always a matter of the greatest import in Chinese agricultural history. Also, the vesting of land ownership in formerly landless and poor peasants must have brought to the surface much talent and ability which in the past had little scope for expression. Table 3–3 shows the distribution of land and other means of production per household after land reform. It is based on a survey of 15,432 rural households in 23 provinces carried out in 1954 and published in the July 20, 1965 issue of Qingqi Yanqiu, Economic Research, p. 13. It will be seen that even after the land reform the rich peasants had markedly more land, draft animals, plows, and water wheels than the poor peasants. In fact, the land holdings of the poor were so small that the full use of labor on them was not practicable. Both because of that and to gain knowledge and experience in the cultivation of the soil, the poor peasants and laborers often hired themselves out to work on rich peasants' land. The preferred communist alternative was the mutual aid team in which poor and middle peasants joined forces. Note also that in terms of land holdings the former landlords had been reduced to the level of poor peasants. In terms of their ownership of draft animals, plows, and water wheels, they were worse off than the poor peasants and agricultural laborers. A sample survey carried out by the Communists in 1954 showed that the land reform had pushed former landlord gross earnings to a level below that of the poor peasants. The former landlord earned, gross, 226 yuan, the poor peasant 244 yuan, and the rich peasant 432 yuan. Per capita gross income, i.e., taking account of the number of members in household, was 118.4 yuan for former landlords, 116.4 for poor peasants, 209.2 for rich peasants, and 154.8 for lower middle and upper middle peasants. While the average number of persons in poor peasant and former landlord households was the same, 4.2, the average number of working members was 2 in the poor peasant households and 2.2 in the former landlord households. The average number of persons in rich peasant households was 6.2. And the average number of working members in those households was 3. 4.1 According to one source, the rehabilitation of China's water conservancy works, dikes, irrigation canals, drainage ditches, reservoirs, involved during this period the moving of 1.7 billion cubic meters of earth, equivalent to digging 10 Panama canals or 23 Suez canals. 42 The army was often used on these projects. The marketed portion of farm output, calculated from communist raw data, rose from 17% of gross agricultural output in 1950 to 27% in 1952. 43 Up to the end of 1952, over 340,000 new type farm tools were reportedly adopted, including 240,000 walking plows. 4. All in all, one would not be far wrong in concluding that the communist claim to agricultural rehabilitation during this period was justified. The revival was probably due more to the re-establishment of a degree of order and stability after years of war and physical destruction, and especially to the communists' undoubted success in halting inflation, than to the land reform measures themselves. For all its local upheaval, the process of land reform never quite eluded central direction and control. Its violence was, with local variations, choreographed by the cadres, and the cadres, with local exceptions, responded to directions from the center. Industrial, commercial, and handicraft reform. In the matter of industry, domestic commerce, and handicrafts, the objectives of the communists were: 1. Rehabilitation of existing industries followed by rapid industrialization on a predetermined pattern, stress on capital goods industries, see Chapter 4. 2. Transformation of the ownership structure of industry, trade, and handicrafts. Rehabilitation and industrialization. 1. Dual structure. A relatively modern, capital-intensive, sector coexisted with the traditional or handicraft sector using little or no mechanical power and located mostly in homes and small workshops. Modern industry and handicrafts were sometimes complementary, more often not competitive. While modern industry dominated the machinery, chemical, metal processing, electrical, and public utilities sectors, handicrafts predominated in the production of simple tools, artistic goods, services, as well as goods and services ancillary to the activities of modern industry. Handicraft output accounted for just over 2 billion, 1933, yuan of an estimated 1933 net domestic product of 28.86 billion yuan. In that year, 72% of the net value added to manufacturing originated in the handicraft sector, which employed 18 million persons out of an estimated total employment of about 259 million. 4.6 In 1952 prices, handicrafts, individual, cooperative, and factory, accounted for roughly 36% of the net value added to industry, or about 62% if 1933 prices are used. 4.7. 2. Smallness of the industrial sector. In the 1930s, the contribution of industrial output, modern industry and handicrafts, to national income was about 10%. The exclusion of handicrafts would bring this down to about 3%. However, there was during this period a slow increase in the importance of the contribution of industrial output to national income. At least up to the early 1940s, the modern industrial sector expanded relatively more quickly than national product. The average rate of growth of this sector's output before the war was 8 to 9% per year, Manchuria included, belying the impression of long-term stagnation made popular by the communists. The industrial advance was, however, sporadic. 48 According to the communists, the proportion of the gross output of industry, handicrafts presumably included, to the combined gross output value of industry and agriculture was 30.1% in 1949 and 41.5% in 1952. 49 in 1952 net value added in Chinese modem factories, mining, and utilities was 6.2% of the net domestic product, compared with 3.4% in 1933, both contributions valued in constant 1933 prices. If 1952 prices are used, the proportion was 11.5%. 50 During the years 1949 to 52 the industrial sector, both modern and traditional, was rehabilitated and expanded, the expansion being particularly noticeable in the modern subsector. The number of industrial workers during this period rose from about 3 million to just under 5 million. 51. 3. Emphasis on light industry producing consumer goods and modest development of heavy industry. The pre-war industrial structure of China was biased towards such industries as cotton textiles, food processing, paper manufacturing, and printing. Machine tools, metallurgy, mining, utilities, as well as transportation were relatively undeveloped. According to communist sources, before the war 70% of industrial output was accounted for by light industry producing consumer goods and 30% by heavy industry manufacturing means of production. 52 Non-communist sources agree with the general view of the pre-war Chinese economy's consumer goods orientation, but differ on the degree of the bias. One study suggests that in 1933 consumer goods output accounted for 81.8% of modern industrial production, manufacturing, mining, utilities, while heavy industry contributed 18.2%. 53 A somewhat narrower tabulation of industrial output into consumers' goods, coal, ferrous metals, other mining products, and electric power, comes up with 41.4% of total net value added for the first, and 53.7% for the rest, the balance being accounted for by cement and crude oil. 54 The textile industry in the early 1930s employed 1/4 of the factory labor in China. 3/4 of the workers were between the ages of hand. 25 children and women represented 47% of total textile labor force. 55 The working day was frequently 12 hours, wage rates were low, and there were no appropriate labor protection regulations. It should be pointed out that the pre-war consumer orientation of industry did not imply the ability to produce domestically a broad range of finished goods. On the contrary, China relied heavily on the importation of a wide variety of consumer products to bridge domestic gaps and fill bottlenecks, a phenomenon known in development literature as the conversion problem. 56 A leading producer of tungsten, China before the war imported electric bulbs. Apparel and other consumer goods were bought abroad both because they were readily available and because their quality was better than that of the domestic product. 57 The picture of a consumer's goods-oriented Chinese industry before the war should be qualified also in another respect. Although basically correct, the picture did undergo change if looked at geographically and according to different sub-periods. During their occupation of Manchuria, the Japanese pushed forward the development of heavy industries, especially mining and metallurgy. A similar trend was discernible for the southwestern areas of China under nationalist control. In general, the years 1940 through 1945 were marked by a decline in consumers' goods production and a stress on the production of ferrous metals, electric power, machinery, and chemicals. The wartime heavy industry gains in Manchuria were largely undone by Soviet pillage of the area in 1945. According to a Western estimate, the Soviets removed $900 million worth of industrial assets in a brief span of time from under the noses of both the Chinese nationalists and the communists. The Soviets later admitted that they had seized as reparations only $97 million in industrial and other equipment. 581 Final note. The technical level of Chinese pre-war industry was low. A good part of the so-called heavy industry consisted, in fact, of rather antiquated repair facilities and assembling plants. 5.9 There was also a shortage of skilled scientific, engineering, and managerial personnel. Before 1949 it was not unusual for the government to assign officers to manage factories, a procedure repeated by the communists both in 1949-52 and again after 1965, see Chapter 11. In the period 1928-29 to 1947-48 a total of 29 million natural and agricultural scientists were graduated from Chinese institutions of higher learning. This compares with 13.8 million graduated in the 3 years 1948-49 to 1951-52. 60 At the end of the period of Reconstruction and Reform, 1952, China had a total of 164,000 engineering and technical personnel. 6.1 The predetermined pattern of industrialization to which reference was made at the beginning of this discussion consisted of I. Stepping up the rate of capital accumulation, 2. Channeling investments, even at this early period, primarily into heavy industry, and 3. Within the modern industrial sector, stressing the development of heavy industry. This strategy of resource allocation was inspired by the Soviet Stalinist model, and became much more sharply defined in the subsequent period, Chapter 4. Taking 1950 equals 100, the index of total investment in capital construction reached 384 in 1952. In the latter year, industry received 38.8% of total investments, transport and communications 17.5%, and agriculture, forestry, water conservation, and meteorology 13.8%, of which water conservation was 9.4%. In 1952 investment in heavy industry represented 76% of total industrial investment, or an investment ratio of light to heavy industry of 1:3.2. Taking 1949 equals 100, the index of the gross output of modern industry was 278.6 in 1952 and the percentage value of modern industry to total gross output of industry was in that year 64.2, 56.4% in 1949. The index of gross output value of handicrafts, 1949 equals 100, was 225.9 in 1952. 6.2. 4. Geographical concentration. The modern industry of pre-war China was concentrated in a few centers, especially along the coast. In the mid-1930s the main industrial concentrations were to be found in Shanghai and Manchuria. After 1937, Manchuria and North China as well as the nationalist-controlled areas of southwest China emerged as the more significant industrial centers, and the relative importance of Shanghai declined. Railway development paralleled these spatial characteristics. In 1933 Shanghai accounted for more than 50% of the country's modern industrial output and Manchuria for another 12%. 6.3 At the end of World War II the cities of Shanghai, Tianjin, Tsingtao, Peking, and Nanking had 90.7% of China's total industrial motive power. Shanghai had 57.7%, employed 85.5% of the total industrial labor force, and had 85.6% of all factories. 64 In 1948 only 18 cities in China had enough manufacturing capacity to be considered modest industrial centers. 6.5 That year East China had just under 70% of total modern manufacturing industry in terms of motive power, employment, and number of factories. 66 From 1918 to 1930, 84.5% of spindles were in 6 main cities, Shanghai alone accounting for 55.8% of the total. Almost half the labor force in Shanghai was employed in the textile industry. 6-7 The reasons for this lopsided spatial pattern were, I. The importance of foreign capital in China's industrial development, which meant the establishment of industries in treaty ports and in a few inland river ports, external economies, and the promotion of extractive industries in the geologically explored areas of Manchuria and elsewhere along the eastern seaboard. 2. The accelerated development of Manchurian industry by the Japanese occupation authorities, and 3. The parallel establishment of wartime industries by the nationalists in the southwest. What was clearly lacking was a locational policy geared to the concept of regional division of labor and to the objective of developing remote and backward areas of the country. Even in the early years of Reconstruction, the Communists incorporated the regional and developmental concepts into their locational philosophy. In addition, they introduced into their industrialization policy the concept of national defense, i.e., military strategic considerations. In the years 1949 to 52, investment in capital construction in the so-called national minority areas, most of them hither. 58 Reconstruction and reform, 1949 to 52, main areas of reform. To undeveloped, represented 7.1% of total investment. 6-8 The extent of industrial relocation in this and subsequent periods should not, however, be overstressed. The general impression is of a movement away from the coast, but not exclusively or even mainly toward the less developed regions. The common denominator of the Communists' locational policy seems to have been the further development of already developed industrial centers away from the immediate coastal regions. 6-9. 5 Importance of foreign ownership and of the private sector. Before World War II, a significant part of China's modern industry was owned by foreigners, especially British, French, Japanese, and American investors. In fact, the modernization of Chinese industry is directly traceable to foreign investments in treaty port manufacturing industries and in Manchuria. In 1933, for example, one half of the industrial workers in Shanghai were employed by foreign-owned firms. 70 The Communists claim that before the war with Japan, 1937-45, foreign capital controlled 70% of China's coal production, over 95% of her iron output, and 73% of her shipping tonnage, 83.8% of this being ocean-going, and by far the greater share of her public utilities. In the mid-1930s, more than half of the country's textile industry was foreign-owned. Moreover, foreigners exercised influence over China's banking, insurance, and foreign trade. 7-1 During the pre-1937 period, industries owned by domestic capital were typically small and relatively less efficient. Professor Tai Wei-Hu, 7-2 gives the following reasons for the failure of domestic control over China's important textile industry during the 50-odd years of that industry's development, 1890 to 1937, I. The unsettled political situation in China since 1890, 2. Shortage of capital, which in part was responsible for high interest rates as compared with foreign countries. This raised production costs and contributed to business failures. 3. Shortage of managerial skills, which resulted in high costs of production relatively to foreign countries. 4. The heavy and complicated tax structure for domestic textile products made it difficult for the industry to compete with foreign textiles. At that time, China could not resort to tariffs to protect domestic industries since she was a defeated power. After 1937, and especially during World War II, 1939-45, there took place an expansion of state-owned industry in the nationalist-controlled areas. The spread of the nationalist state sector was enhanced by post-war, 1945-46, confiscation of Japanese-owned industries in China. Thus in 1946 the state sector in industry was said to have comprised 67.3% of total industrial capital. 7-3 It was not unusual for the government to encourage the process of industrial development, and 4. The private sector to supply the capital. In 1949 the private sector in industry accounted for 55.8% of the gross output value of industry, private commerce for 85% of total retail sales and about 76% of wholesale sales. 7.4 From the communist standpoint, the post-1937 shift in the ownership structure of industry meant simply that the larger portion of Chinese industry was thenceforth owned by bureaucrat capital, a vassal, as they put it, of international capitalist imperialism. 75 This bureaucrat capital, represented by the four big families of Chiang Kai-shek, T.V. Soong, H. Kung, and the Chen Kaofu and Chen Lifu brothers, was, on communist theory, opposed to the small national capitalists, i.e., the remaining 32.7% of industrial capital as of 1946. During the period of Reconstruction and Reform, the national capitalists were to be allowed to continue their operations under communist supervision, provided they did not engage in sabotage and other illegal activities. They were, on the whole, listed among those who could be united. Bureaucrat capital, on the other hand, was to be the raw material of nationalization, the foundation of socialist industry. Transformation of the ownership structure of industry, trade, and handicrafts. The transformation of ownership structure or property relations is a key component of the Marxist view of progress. 7.6 During the new democratic period of Reconstruction and Reform, 1949-52, the Communists proceeded to change the basic property relations in China's industrial, commercial, and handicraft economy in 3 steps. 1. Confiscation of Chinese bureaucrat and foreign capital and its transformation into socialist capital, this applied mainly to industry and trade. 2. The association of national capital in the task of reconstruction, i.e., its toleration so long as it strictly adhered to the communist line, and 3. Restriction and gradual liquidation of the private sector, national capital, in industry, trade, and handicrafts. The means used to take the last of these 3 steps included the so-called 3 anti and 5 anti campaigns, see pages 76-79. 1. Confiscation of Chinese bureaucrat and foreign capital and its transformation into socialist capital industry. Enterprises owned by the nationalist government were taken over by the communist state and became the foundation of the state sector in industry, as well as in banking, see pages 83-85. This confiscation put into communist hands a significant, in some cases dominant, portion of China's heavy industry, example 90% of iron and steel output, 67% of electric power, the whole petroleum and non-ferrous metals industries, railroad, modern highway and air transport, and 45% of cement output. 7.7 It also meant state control of important segments of light industry, especially textiles. The communist state secured in this way the commanding heights of China's industrial economy. These could be, and in fact were, used to dominate the remaining private enterprises. As of the end of 1949, the number of industrial firms confiscated was 2,677, employing 753,000 production workers. 14 of the confiscated enterprises employed 189,000 production workers. 7.8. A more subtle form of confiscation was applied to foreign-owned industries. Although at first permitted to continue operations, they were subjected to discriminatory taxation and discrimination in matters of inputs, financing, and marketing. As a result, many of them were obliged to close down or to surrender their operations to the state. Outright confiscation of the remaining foreign enterprises began in December 1950, U.S. companies, and continued through 1952, British and French companies. The last few foreign firms, Danish, Norwegian, Swiss, and French, most of them shipping concerns, were liquidated in 1960-61. 7.9 In 1949 and 1950 the Communists pursued a flexible, and on the whole liberal policy with regard to the employment of the old managerial and technical personnel in bureaucrat and foreign capital firms. The only thing asked of these people was that they stay on at their posts and not engage in economic sabotage. Beginning in late 1950, however, the former nationalist managers and technicians as well as foreign personnel were decreed subversive and subjected to intensive remolding as part of the hunt for counter-revolutionaries and the Five Anti-movement, pages 76 to 79. Thousands of them were imprisoned or sent to labor camps, others the foreigners were expelled from the country. At the same time the system of factory management was changed so as to conform to the political system of democratic centralism. Chapter 2. The expansion of the socialist, state, sector of modern industry in the years 1949 to 52 may be seen from Table 3 to 5. The war with Japan, Japanese occupation, and the civil conflict drastically reduced the role of foreign merchants in China's domestic trade. The foreigners' involvement in China's internal trade was the result of their control over a large part of the country's external commerce, and was limited to a few commodities, cigarettes, oils, dyes. When nationalist China became cut off from overseas commercial contacts, the foreign-dominated domestic trade network in those commodities came to an end, never to be revived. The disappearance of foreign commercial capital was accompanied by the emergence of nationalist government trade companies. These companies dealt in such key commodities as food, fuel, and cotton. On coming to power in 1949, the Communists thus found very little foreign capital to expropriate in the domestic trade sector. The nationalist government's trading companies, commercial bureaucrat capital, were replaced by communist bureaucrat capital, state wholesale bureaus run by the Ministry of Commerce and state trading corporations. Within 2 years of coming to power, the Communists controlled through these bodies about 60% of wholesale and 18% of retail sales. 5 state trading corporations increased their number of outlets and purchasing points from 8,000 in 1950 to 31,444 in 1952 and 97,405 in 80. A good reference source is Audrey Donathorn, China's Economic System, OPCIT, Chapter 11. 81 New China Fortnightly, September 6, 1956, p. 46. Wholesale is an important link in commodity exchange. It serves as a bridge between industry, commerce, and agriculture, as well as between the socialist, capitalist, and individual sectors of the national economy. The state must control it before it can successfully implement the plan for national economic construction, guarantee a stable market, and strengthen the leadership of the socialist sector over the capitalist and individual sectors of the economy to facilitate their socialist transformation. Quantadung, OPCIT, p. 65. Another state commercial organ introduced during this early period was the Supply and Marketing Cooperative, which had been tried out in the old communist-controlled areas before 1949. Although nominally a collective and listed as such in statistical reports, cooperative commerce, the supply and marketing cooperative, is hardly distinguishable from state commercial organs with which, however, it not infrequently competes. At the local level, the cooperatives seemed to depend for their supplies on the state trading companies and were organizationally dependent on the state wholesale bureaus. 8. Supply and marketing cooperatives operate mainly in rural areas. Over 90% of their membership consists of peasants, every peasant household being represented in the cooperatives by at least one member. Since 1954, the cooperatives have been supervised and regulated by a central body, the All China Federation of Supply and Marketing Cooperatives, with a membership of 150 to 160 millions. Lower-level organs include provincial and Jian federations. The cooperatives, through their retail outlets and purchase points in the countryside, and to a lesser extent in urban areas, sell bazaar-type goods and simple equipment to the peasants and buy from them on behalf of the state agricultural commodities of all kinds. In 1950 there were some 44,000 such retail outlets and purchasing points, 113,000 in 1952 and 236,000 in 1955. They employed 166,000 people in 1950, 711,000 in 1952, and 1.1 million in 1955. 84 By 1953 the cooperatives accounted for 75% of total state purchases and almost 100% of state purchases of the main agricultural products. 85. 2. Association of national capital in the task of reconstruction. The number of industrial enterprises run by national capital in 1949 was 123,165, employing over 1,640,000 workers and other employees and producing a total value of over 6,800 million yuan in that year. In 1950 the number of commercial establishments, including the vast number of private, individual small merchants, was about 4,020,000. There were 6,620,000 people, of whom over 960,000 were employees, engaged in the trades, and the sales totaled over 18,200 million yuan. 86 In 1952 the number of private trading establishments was 4,300,000. There were 6,768,000 merchants, of whom 917,000 were workers and employees, and sales totaled 19,170 million yuan. 87 Since the overwhelming majority of private merchants in China were small traders and peddlers carrying their capital on their backs, so to speak, they could hardly be classed with the national bourgeoisie and treated as such in the process of socialization. 88 The communists were uneasily aware of this. They were not capitalists, but individual working people engaged in commercial transactions. As a rule, they possessed only a meager amount of capital, operated a small shop, a stand, or stall, or traveled while peddling their wares. Only a very few employed assistants and the overwhelming number depended upon their own labor entirely. They were laborers. 89 The need to remold them in a socialist direction arose from their potential for mischief. They were often inclined toward spontaneous capitalist development and speculation. Quite often they were a strong enough force to upset the equilibrium of the market, the state's supply and marketing plan and price policy. In the course of socialist transformation, it was necessary to make provisions for them and to remold them in a suitable manner. 90 The suitable manner did not much differ from the manner adopted in remolding national capitalists. The special features of the process as it was applied to the small traders and peddlers will be noted in the course of the discussion of elementary and advanced state capitalism, below, pages 68 to 70. 91 Until 1951 the national capitalists were allowed to join the ranks of those who, under communist guidance and supervision, worked for reconstruction. However, they were never viewed as reliable allies, and the projected span of their class life was short. The national bourgeoisie, Mao had written, is a class which is politically very weak and vacillating. But the majority of its members may either join the People's Democratic Revolution or take a neutral stand, because they, too, are persecuted and fettered by imperialism, feudalism, and bureaucrat capitalism. They are part of the broad masses of the people but not the main body, nor are they a force that determines the character of the revolution. Because they are important economically, it is possible and necessary for us to unite with them, to winnow the majority of the national bourgeoisie and isolate the minority. To achieve this aim we should be prudent in dealing with the economic position of this class, and in principle should adopt a blanket policy of protection. Otherwise we shall commit political errors. 9. The association of national capitalists with the communist revolution was thus a tactical alliance dictated by economic necessity. It was that at least in the mind of Mao, although some of Mao's companions may have interpreted the maneuver as one of somewhat greater depth and duration. Liu Shaochi, for example, was quoted in the People's Daily of April 15, 1967, as having remarked to the Shanghai capitalist Sung Feiqing in the spring of 1949, "The more factories you build, the more workers you exploit, the better." Exploitation by capitalists is a historical service, and not a single communist will blot out the services performed by the capitalists. Of course, there is also a bit of crime in it, but the service is great, while the crime is small. Today capitalism in China is in its youth, and it is precisely the time to develop its historical active role. 9.3 Assuming that Liu actually said this, and that words have not been put in his mouth ex post by his Maoist detractors, the sentiment would still make good orthodox Marxism, while revealing poor political horse sense. One should at any rate be careful in blaming the national capitalists for falling for a rather obvious communist ruse, especially since the options open to them in 1949-50 were exiguous. The fact is that most of them went along with the communist offer and cooperated or stayed neutral. The national capitalists, contrary to Mao Zedong's characterization of them, were a hardy breed. As we shall see soon, they cashed in on the Korean War, and after being crushed, cashed in again on Mao buttons and other devotional articles, 18 years later. 9.4 They did so, however, as scattered individuals. As a social class they had been liquidated by 1955. A few showcase capitalists were officially exhibited to selected Western tourists as late as 1967. Their usefulness to the communists was purely histrionic, their social, economic, and political influence was nil. 9.5 The association of modern private industry and commerce in the work of reconstruction, or as the communists were later to put it, their use, in 1949-52 took three forms. Private firms were sometimes allowed to produce and market a portion of their total output without any government control, free production and sales, elementary state capitalism, advanced state capitalism. Handicraft production presented a special case. It is discussed separately. Free production and sales. A portion of the output of modern industry was at this time produced and sold by private enterprises themselves without direct state instructions, i.e., for the market and in response to market signals, and the same was true of private trade insofar as part of total distribution was concerned. It should however be remembered that this market was increasingly influenced by the state through its fiscal and monetary policies and its ownership of the economy's commanding heights. The share of this type of activity in the total gross output of industry and in retail and wholesale commerce can be seen from the data in Table 3-8. Table 3-8. Percentage of gross output value of modern industry and of retail and wholesale sales accounted for by free production and sales by private firms. 1949, 1950, 1951, 1952. Industry, percentage of total gross output value of modern industry. 55.8, 36.9, 28.7, 17.1. Retail commerce, percentage of total retail sales. 85.0, 75.5, 57.2. Wholesale commerce, percentage of total wholesale sales. 83.5. 76.1, 65.4. 57.8. 36.3. Sources, 10 Great Years, pages 38, 40, Quantadung, OPCIT, p. 66, the figures in parentheses for retail trade from New China Fortnightly, September 6, 1956, p. 46. In 1950 private traders accounted for 32% of China's exports and imports. This share fell to 8% in 1952. In this area, private enterprise was progressively displaced by governmental foreign trade corporations. The remnants of private foreign trade enterprises were transformed into joint state-private, advanced state capitalist, undertakings before 1956. A Ministry of Foreign Trade was set up in 1952. Quite clearly, whatever the occasional infusion of stimulants into the private sector by a state anxious to keep it alive in perilous times, use went hand in hand with restriction. The closing of the Shanghai Stock Exchange and the takeover of banks, pages 83-85 below, resulted in a sharp curtailment of private sector activity in the first half of 1950. Since the state needed the goods and services produced by private industry and distributed by private trade, if only to help contain inflation, measures were taken in the second half of 1950 to keep private enterprise afloat. The method used was known as elementary state capitalism. In proper dialectical fashion, elementary state capitalism both helped the private sector stay alive in a communist state in the short run, and enabled the state to liquidate private business in the long run. Elementary state capitalism. Elementary state capitalism in industry meant that, a. the socialist sector, mainly the state trading companies, supplied private factories with raw materials and semi-finished products, and instructed them to process these according to certain specifications, quantity, quality, time. The state trading corporations then took the finished products and paid the private factories a sum of money for the job. The payment covered costs of production, including business tax and 68 Reconstruction and Reform, 1949-52, main areas of reform. A reasonable profit. After fulfilling the state order, the private factories could produce the same goods with their own materials and sell them on the market. b. The socialist sector placed orders with private factories for specified commodities. As a rule, in this instance, the factories fended for themselves so far as raw materials were concerned, although the state might in some cases supply part of the raw materials and advance part of the selling price as a deposit. c. In some instances the state might market the whole output of private factories at appropriate prices. This applied to certain key industrial products. In such cases the state trading corporations were given the exclusive right of purchase, i.e., the private contractor was not allowed to sell the same commodities on the market, as under a. above. d. The state trading corporations might market all finished products of private enterprises. The difference between this and a. and b. was that products in excess of the agreed-on quota resulting from improvements in production could not be marketed independently but had to be sold to the state. Elementary state capitalism in commerce meant that a. private stores acted as retail distributors for the state trading companies. The goods supplied by the state companies had to be paid for in cash and sold at the retail level at prices set by the corporations. Usually the prices set were such as to leave a margin of profit to the private retailers. The private retailers could also buy the same commodities for which they acted as state distributors from the free market. The same procedure was applied to private wholesale commerce. In the case of some less important commodities, private retail stores acting as distributors for the state, were allowed to purchase the whole stock of such commodities from the free market and sell them at prices approved by the state corporations. b. In some cases private trading enterprises acted as commission agents for the state, i.e., they deposited a certain sum of money with the state trading corporations or supply and marketing cooperatives as guarantee, and sold the goods on a commission basis according to the state plan and at retail prices set by the state corporations. Purchase of the same commodities on the free market was not permitted. The same procedure was applied to private wholesale traders and to private import and export concerns. 96 Since, as we have seen, over 90% of private commercial enterprises were one-man peddler type operations with the capital consisting of a stall or at best a tiny store in the front of the house, the retail distribution and commission business had to be handled in a special way. The description just given in A and B would fit. 96 The process is well described by Quantadung, OPCIT, Chapter 5, pages 59 to 71. Reconstruction and Reform, 1949 to 52, main areas of reform 69. Without qualification the larger private commercial establishments only. These, as we have seen, handled about 45% of the private trading business as late as 1955. In the case of small traders and peddlers the distributing and commission business was handled on their behalf by cooperative groups under the supervision of supply and marketing cooperatives and/or state trading corporations. Selling was still the responsibility of the individual members of the group, who also accounted for their own profits and losses via some rather loose accounting carried in their heads. The purpose of the group was simply to keep track of the traders and simplify the state's task of using them as distributors and commission agents. The whole problem, as Lenin had said, was to find the correct methods of directing the inevitable, to a certain degree and for a certain time, development of capitalism into the channels of state capitalism, to determine what conditions to hedge it around with, How to ensure the transformation of state capitalism into socialism in the not distant future. 9.7 The development of elementary state capitalism in industry and trade during 1949 to 52 may be seen from Table 3 to 9. Table 3 to 9. Percentage of gross output value of modern industry and of retail and wholesale sales accounted for by state capitalist enterprises of the elementary type. 1949, 1950, 1951, 1952. Industry, percentage of total gross output value of modern industry. 7.5, 14.9, 21.4, 21.9 Retail commerce, percentage of total retail sales, star. 0.1, 0.1, 0.2 Wholesale commerce, percentage of total wholesale sales, star. 0.1. 0.5. Asterisk covers state capitalist and cooperativized commerce. Sources, 10 Great Years, pages 38, 40, New China Fortnightly, September 6, 1956, p. 46. At first sight the restriction of private commerce appears much less than the shrinkage in private industry. However, the share of retail sales and wholesale trade by elementary state capitalist commerce during this period should be related to the decreasing share of private trade on the free market, Table 3 to 8, and the growing share of state commerce, Table 3 to 6. Advanced state capitalism in China was synonymous with joint state-private enterprises. A joint state-private enterprise is one in which the state invests and to which it assigns personnel to share in management with the capitalists. In such an enterprise, there are state shares, public shares, personnel are appointed by the state, to represent the state shares, and capitalists or their agents, to represent the private shares. But the relationship between these two groups is not the same as that in a capitalist joint stock company. It cannot be one of ordinary partnership. It is one between the leader and the led. State-appointed representatives are in a leading position in the joint enterprise. The socialist sector has placed the capitalist sector under its direct supervision and control. 9.8 The essential difference between elementary and advanced state capitalism was that whereas in the first case private firms were still managed by individual businessmen within a framework of contracts and controls set up by the government, in the second case the enterprises were managed by state appointees. The private shares in an advanced state capitalist enterprise received a part of the dividend on net income and interest on the original investment. The private partner was, however, deprived of any significant say in the running of the business. It was a sort of united front arrangement, an industrial application of the political theory of new democracy. Table 3 to 10 shows the process of expansion of advanced state capitalism in modern industry during 1949 to 52. Advanced state capitalism in commercial, catering, and personal service establishments was not developed before 1955. At the end of 1954, only 137 such establishments were jointly managed in this way. In the case of small traders and peddlers, advanced state capitalism was to take the form of cooperative stores whereby individual operations would become collective ones. The stores were to consolidate the capital of their members, account for profits and losses, and distribute profits among the members. Their distributive and commission operations for the state were to be supervised by state trading corporations or supply and marketing cooperatives. They could also engage in some independent trading on their own. The project apparently never quite took hold. Handicrafts. Handicrafts in China have been defined as those methods of production which used manual rather than mechanical power, employed simple implements and tools, and made use of traditional production processes. At the time of the communist takeover, handicraft production comprised subsistence handicrafts, private individual handicrafts, and small privately owned handicraft workshops. Subsistence handicrafts were domestic sideline activities requiring a low degree of skill, few and simple implements, and little specialization. This type of production was carried on by peasant families for their own use and included the preliminary processing of farm produce. For statistical purposes, subsistence handicrafts have been classified by the communists with agriculture, and their output has been included under agricultural output. Private individual handicrafts were characterized by a somewhat higher level of skill, some specialization of labor, greater amount and complexity of tools and implements, production for the market, and the regular spending of a part of one's time in handicraft production, i.e., away from agricultural occupations sensu stricto. This type of activity involved the private ownership of tools and implements by the individual and/or his family. The work was normally done in the craftsman's home, by himself or with the help of his relatives. Frequently the individual craftsman would employ an apprentice or a journeyman. Privately owned handicraft workshops, capitalist handicraft workshops in communist parlance, were a little above individual handicrafts from the standpoint of capital requirements, degree of skill, specialization, and regular time spent on this activity. Privately owned handicraft workshops were owned and run by peasant craftsmen with the help of their families and with some hired wage labor. Whereas private individual handicraft establishments normally had less than 4 gainfully employed persons, including the owner and members of his family, a capitalist handicraft workshop would have at least 4 and less than 10 gainfully employed persons, including the owner, family helpers, and wage laborers. Statistically, capitalist handicraft workshops were classified under industry and their output under industrial output. The statistical category individual handicrafts usually covered more than privately owned individual handicrafts, although the usage has been far from consistent. For statistical purposes, individual handicrafts included as a rule some elementary forms of handicraft cooperation, such as supply and marketing groups and supply and marketing cooperatives, see below. In 1958 the category handicrafts was eliminated from official statistics in line with the movement to transform handicrafts into factories run by local state organs or the people's communes, see chapters 8 and 9. In 1952 handicrafts accounted for 62% of the net value added in industry, calculated in 1933 UN, and roughly 37% if 1952 prices are used. Their contribution to net national product at current prices was 7%. Their importance in supplying the countryside with articles of daily use and with simple tools was greater than these figures suggest. In the period 1949 to 52 the communists were concerned not to disrupt the operations of the handicraft sector through hasty collectivization, since about 70% of the goods needed in the countryside, plows, harrows, water wheels, furniture, kitchen utensils, etc., were supplied by rural part-time craftsmen. The pressure on craftsmen to join handicraft cooperatives of various kinds began to be exerted in all seriousness in 1953 to 54, and reached its peak in 1955 to 56, see Chapter 5. In 1954 independent craftsmen were said to have numbered about 8 millions and peasant part-time craftsmen some 12 millions. From the standpoint of Marxist property relations, China's handicrafts were classified in the following way. Private individual handicrafts. These were regarded as a form of commodity production, i.e., production for the market. The means of production were owned privately, and as a rule, work was carried out in the home, with perhaps a store at the front of the house. Accounting was often of the in-the-head type. In comparison with peasants working on their own, i.e., private farming, individual craftsmen were said by the communists to have maintained closer connections with commercial and credit establishments and with customers, especially in the case of service trades. In other words, production and trade were combined over a wide segment of individual handicrafts. Because in the communist view individual craftsmen worked for the market and had to be supplied through the market. Their socialist transformation had to be started by organizing the supply of raw materials and the marketing of their products. 100 Private individual craftsmen were not classified by the communists with capitalists because the tools they used were rather simple and because the apprentices whom they hired tended to become independent producers soon after they learned their trade. The means of production which these craftsmen used were in the communist view means of labor rather than means of exploitation. but quantitative change leads to qualitative change. If the economic status of such independent handicraftsman improved so that he finally hired more workers, and his own labor gradually became of secondary importance, then he would have become a small proprietor or even a capitalist owner of a capitalist handicraft workshop whose output would statistically fall under industry, and whose political fate would be linked to that of the national bourgeoisie. 101 Small supply and marketing groups. The immediate purpose of these groups was to buy raw materials from the state trading organizations and the supply and marketing cooperatives. Trading cooperatives sell handicraft products to them, and accept orders for processing goods. The group, in other words, seized control of the channels through weekly inputs and outputs of the private individual handicrafts had to pass, that is, of the handicraft's strategic heights. The members' means of production remained privately owned, and each member of the group continued to engage in independent production, accounting for his own profits and losses. Apprentices and hired hands as well as family helpers were not eligible for membership. In time the groups began to accumulate some collectively owned property. Spontaneous trends toward capitalism apart, the complaint voiced in official circles against the small supply and marketing groups was that sometimes they sold their inferior products to the state trading agencies, while marketing the good ones on their own. When the market was brisk, some would request freedom to produce and sell on their own, but when the market was dull, they would ask for processing and purchasing orders from state enterprises. 102 Looked at from the vantage point of Marxist property relations, the next higher form of handicraft organization was represented by supply and marketing cooperatives organized, under appropriate state pressure, by individual craftsmen and supply and marketing groups. At the beginning these cooperatives were responsible only for obtaining raw materials and marketing products, leaving the production process alone. The members contributed shares, but retained ownership of their tools and equipment. As production expanded and the collective consciousness of the members was raised, certain processes of production became centralized. Thus a simple supply and marketing cooperative gradually turned into one for production. 103 In 1955–56, see Chapter 5, this gradualness completely broke down. Whereas in 1955, 73.1% of craftsmen were classified as being individual handicraftsmen, a category, which it will be remembered, covered private individual handicrafts, supply and marketing groups, and supply and marketing cooperatives. A year later the percentage of craftsmen in that category dropped to 8.3. 104 The supply and marketing cooperative was entitled to make deductions from its profits and buy common means of production. A part of the means of production owned by the members could also be turned into common property. Membership was open not only to the head of the family, but to family helpers, apprentices, journeymen and assistants. The Handicraft Producers Cooperatives. These were full socialist handicraft enterprises based on the collective ownership of the means of production and collective labor of their members either in central workshops or in members' homes. Management was unified as was the calculation of profits and losses. The cooperatives' capital funds came from membership shares, accumulation, including membership fees, depreciation reserves and special reserves, cultural, educational reserve funds, reserves for awards and public welfare, and loans from the People's Bank. The income of the cooperatives, net of deductions for taxes, accumulation, depreciation, and special reserves was distributed to the members in the form of wages and work bonuses on the principle of to each according to his work, i.e., on a piecework basis. In the case of peasant craftsmen who spent part of their working week in agricultural tasks of their collective farm and another part in handicraft pursuits within the Handicraft Producers Cooperative, the system of remuneration was somewhat more complex, involving the commutation of labor for cash. Since this system was revived in the period 1961–65 after a lapse of 2 or 3 years, it will be described in Chapter 9. Handicraft Producers Cooperatives were regarded by the Communists as a stage in the transition to ownership by the whole people. From 1949 to 1957 this was understood to mean state ownership, i.e., state-owned handicraft factories. For a time, during the Great Leap Forward of 1958 to 60, Chapter 8, it also came to mean ownership by the rural or urban people's communes. An intermediate step in the development of the producers' cooperatives has also been mentioned by the communists. This was the elementary handicraft producers' cooperative, in which private means of production were rented to the cooperative or pooled for its common use as shares. The cooperative paid dividends or rent to the members out of its income according to the amount of the means of production put to common use. But unlike the land-owning peasants working on their own, the independent handicraftsmen depended mainly on the skill of their hands for their living. The means of production they owned were comparatively simple. It was, therefore, easier to turn them into common property than it had been with the peasants. This explains the reason why this elementary form of cooperative did not develop extensively during the socialist transformation of handicrafts. 105 The final step was the transformation of handicraft producers' cooperatives into state-owned factories. This transition was originally scheduled to take place in the distant future, that is, after a substantial technical development of the producers' cooperatives. In fact, during the Great Leap Forward, see Chapter 8, many handicraft producers' cooperatives were turned into factories owned by the whole people, owned by local state authorities or the people's communes, or into cooperative factories nominally under the Federation of Handicraft Cooperatives. The growth of the handicraft cooperative sector may be seen from Tables 3 to 11 and 3 to 12. Table 3 to 12. Number of persons engaged in handicrafts, by form of ownership, asterisk. Cooperative individual percentage. Year total handicrafts cooperative individual, thousands, handicrafts handicrafts. We have already dealt with some of the ways in which private industry and commerce were restricted by the communists in 1949 to 52 while being used to spur the process of reconstruction. The pace of restriction was stepped up in 1951 and 1952 in the course of two terror campaigns, the so-called 3 anti- and 5 anti-mass movements. Restriction, it should be remembered, was always related to the concurrent expansion of the state and cooperative sectors. The 3 anti- and 5 anti-campaigns were similarly related to the campaign against counter-revolutionaries discussed under the heading Political Reform. See below, pages 95 to 97. It seems that the unleashing of the anti-campaigns is explainable in 4 ways. First, it is likely that the more radical faction within the leadership had by the end of 1950 prevailed, if only for a while, over the more pragmatic group. The state of war in which China found herself at that time may help explain the more militant tone of the collective leadership and the upper hand which the radicals gained in the councils of party and state. Second, the state's need for supplies during the Korean conflict helped transform the domestic market into one favorable to the sellers of goods and services. As a result, there was a revival of what the communists described as capitalist tendencies, particularly in industry and trade, accompanied by price instability. With a costly war on its hands, the communist leadership found it increasingly difficult to apply effective economic restraints on individual market activities and therefore resorted to strong-arm police methods. Third, by 1951 the communists felt that their political position was sufficiently entrenched to permit them to deal harshly with capitalist tendencies without running an undue risk of nationwide revolt. Fourth, the campaigns may be seen as a particularly ruthless and thorough house-cleaning operation in preparation for a new central planning era which the communists proposed to inaugurate in 1953. Having transformed the capitalist base of society, the communists proceeded to remold the capitalist superstructure of ideas. The 3 anti-movement, Sufan, was launched in northeast China in August 1951 and extended to the whole country by December. The targets of the campaign were corruption, waste, and bureaucratism, provincial regionalism included. The basic assumption was that the bourgeoisie was at the origin of these failings, and consequently this class became the object of organized mass wrath. The three anti-movements soon merged with the ideological remolding campaign, see pages 88 to 90, sweeping through the universities. The five anti-movement, Wufan, began in earnest in January 1952 and was directed against the five evils of bribery, tax evasion, cheating on government contracts, theft of state property, and theft of economic information from government sources for speculative purposes. The principal targets were the bureaucrats on the one hand and private industrialists and merchants on the other. The ground for this reign of terror was laid in the course of 1951 by the campaign against counter-revolutionaries, the three anti-movement, and the campaign for ideological remolding. The atmosphere was thick with fear. Within days of the launching of the five anti-campaign, tens of thousands of breast-beating victims appeared as if by magic. The head of China's secret police, for example, announced on January 16 that 80% of his administrative personnel were corrupt in various degrees. 10-6 There were little graft-ridden tigers, who had allegedly misappropriated less than $50 each, medium tigers and big tigers. The tiger hunt involved the use of a sliding scale of penalties from residence under the supervision of the masses to summary execution. 10-7 Names of picked victims were blared out over public address systems ordering the accused to report immediately to prescribed confession centers. Special post office boxes were opened in the larger cities for use by informers, collection of data from the masses, to protect those who denounced others from revenge and intimidation. 108 At a mass meeting in Tientsin, broadcast by radio. To an estimated 1 million listeners, 34,000 persons confessed to corruption and waste or denounced others for these crimes. In Peking, on the same day, 6 officials were denounced by their wives before a huge crowd sitting in judgment over the victims. 109 In special concentration camps set up earlier in the course of the campaign against counter-revolutionaries, a general re-education curriculum was worked out. Prisoners were divided according to senior, intermediate, and elementary levels of political consciousness. The different groups were not allowed to speak to each other. Graduation from the elementary to the senior level, and eventually to supervised residence, could be achieved by showing oneself to be progressive. Those who did not make it were shot or sent to stricter labor re-education camps. In a camp near Mukden in Manchuria, 14,000 prisoners wearing on their backs a number and the yellow characters ZHSINGEN, re-educated man, were subjected to this routine combined with hard labor. Suicides were a daily occurrence. Heavy fines were levied on most private businesses following inspections carried out by cotters. In Peking, for instance, investigating teams found that 40,000 out of the 50,000 private enterprises were guilty of breaking the law, which, incidentally, was not formally promulgated until April 1952. 110 In the so-called Greater Northern Wilderness, northeast China, where temperatures in winter go down to 45 degrees centigrade, labor reform farms called HSIN Kai-ho or New Life farms were set up side by side with military reclamation farms and projects run by Army Production and Construction Corps. In 1960 the total population of this region was estimated at 300,000 people, one-third of them soldiers or ex-servicemen, including veterans of the Korean War, the rest political prisoners. A former prisoner, a cotter with a 16-year party membership, sentenced to 6 years of labor remolding for rightist deviations in 1957, testified that in 1955 he was sent to interrogate 93 prisoners in the northern wilderness. He could see only 19, all of them under 40 years of age. The others were listed as having perished. 111 All this gave the capitalists a profound education in patriotism and the observance of law. They learned to know through practical experience the tremendous strength of the working class. Changes in class alignments in the country brought about the emergence of a group of progressives among the capitalists. These progressives expressed their readiness to accept socialist remolding. 112 The progressives marched through the streets of Shanghai and other cities, banging away at gongs and cymbals, shouting with unalloyed joy, petitioning the people's power to let them be absorbed by the state sector, or, at the very least, to become advanced state capitalists. 113. Fiscal and monetary reform. More than Chiang Kai-shek's demoralized armies, dissident warlords, bandits, real and imagined class enemies, saboteurs, and counter-revolutionaries, hyperinflation was in 1949 the obstacle to the restoration of economic order. According to Zhou Enlai, writing a decade later, in the 12 years from the outbreak of the anti-Japanese War in July 1937 to May 1949, the volume of currency issued by the reactionary Kuomintang government increased over 140,000 million times, while commodity prices rose over 500,000 million times. 114. In the first 3 weeks of October 1947, the wholesale commodity price index in Shanghai rose from 74,367 to 108,357, 1931 equals 1. 115. Monthly interest rates on loans to Shanghai merchants rose from 24 to 30% in June 1949 to 70 to 80% in December. 116. Inflation aggravated the sense of insecurity and further alienated the people from their government. One of the first steps which the communists had to take was to stabilize the currency, and to this they gave at once their undivided attention. The basic reason for the inflation was the nationalist government's sizable budgetary deficit, caused by rising war expenditures and a narrowing tax base as the territory under the government's control shrank day by day. 117. Financed by resort to the printing press. Subsidiary reasons were corruption in the state apparatus and wrong-headed economics. Jiang's economists believed prices to be cost-determined. Since interest rates were considered to be an important component of production costs, the attempt was made to stall price increases by pegging interest rates charged by banks at a low level, a policy which, of course, had the opposite effect from that intended. The banks found themselves unable to attract any voluntary savings. For their lending operations they made recourse to the central bank of issue, which allotted to them their quota funds out of the press. 118. Note issue in November 1947 was estimated at CNY $40 billion per day. 119. Hyperinflation is the supreme expression of a people's loss of confidence in the economic system and the authority behind it. The restoration of confidence is a complex problem, but it does involve at least three things. 1. Establishment of fiscal order, i.e., putting the government's expenditures and income in order. 2. Setting up controls over the banking system, and 3. Reactivation of commodity markets. 1. Fiscal Order 120. Restoration of fiscal stability meant, in the circumstances, the balancing of governmental revenues and expenditures. This was done by the end of 1951 through an initial, early 1950, reduction in governmental disbursements, reorganization of the tax system 121 and centralization of fiscal powers. These measures were aided by the extension of communist political control over the whole mainland and the cessation of civil war. The sharp increase in governmental expenditures brought about by China's entry into the Korean War, October 1950, was covered by current income and special levies directed especially against private firms which had profited from the boom. The overall situation from 1950 through 1952 is summarized in Table 3 to 13. A few comments on the items in Table 3 to 13 would seem to be in order. On the revenue side, the item taxes includes the agricultural tax, Ku and Jiliang, at least part of which represented rent formerly paid to landlords and rich peasants, as well as urban taxes on enterprises, turnover commodity taxes, salt taxes, and customs duties. The importance of revenues from the agricultural tax relatively to income from the profits of state enterprises decreased between 1950 and 1952. In 1950 the agricultural tax accounted for 29.3% of total revenues, while income from state enterprises contributed only 13.3% of total revenues. In 1952 the respective shares were 15.4% and 32.6%. Taxes on private business amounted to 1,910 million yuan in 1950, 3,312 million yuan in 1951, and 3,458 million yuan in 1952, or respectively 39, 40.8, and 35.4% of all taxes. 122. In addition, the column Other almost certainly includes income from fines imposed on private enterprise, particularly during the 5 anti-campaign, in other words, a capital levy on the private sector. The item credits refers in part to the issue of People's Victory Real Unit Bonds, first launched in December 1949. These were expressed in real units, commodity basket values, consisting of a bundle of 3 kilograms of rice, 0.75 kilogram of wheat flour, 1.33 meters of white cotton muslin, and 8 kilograms of coal. The conversion rate between these commodities and the bonds was apparently calculated every 10 days on the basis of the weighted average of the combined wholesale prices of the bundle commodities in 6 major cities. 123. The bonds, which in 1950 are known to have amounted to 260 million yuan, carried an annual interest rate of 4%, repayable in currency at the latest real unit conversion rate, over 5 years ending in 1956. The degree of voluntariness in subscribing to the bonds was minimal, especially where private traders and other bourgeois were concerned. From the very beginning, the revenue side of the state budget thus served not only to contain inflation and enable the government to discharge its day-to-day funk. 122. Nai Ruan Chen, ed., Chinese Economic Statistics, OPCIT, p. 441, Table 10.1. The 1951 figures for credits should include a 2,174 million yuan foreign, Soviet, loan, noted by another Chinese communist source. 123 SC Xiang, OPCIT, p. 327. Shins, but as a social reform weapon as well. Notice also the rapid absolute increase in income from state enterprises and its rising contribution to total revenues. This subject is discussed in greater detail in Chapter 6. The social policy function of the budget is even clearer from the expenditures side. As the size of the budget grew both absolutely and relatively to national income, state finance was increasingly used to give shape to the new economy. Thus outlays on economic construction, i.e., on building a command-type economy, rose from 25.5% of total state expenditures in 1950 to 45.4% in 1952. The Korean War does not seem to have significantly interrupted this trend, except perhaps in late 1950 and the first few months of 195T. State investment was about 4% of the gross national product in 1950, rising to about 12% in 1952. Note that the increase of 2,230 million yuan in outlays on national defense between 1950 and 1951, caused by the Korean emergency, was matched almost exactly by a 2,212 million yuan rise in revenue from taxes on private enterprise and in the yield of the item labeled Other, i.e., mostly fines on private business. Among the structural changes operated during this time was the readjustment of the ratio of output of capital to consumer goods. In 1949, capital goods accounted for 26.6% of the gross value of industrial output and consumer goods for 73.4%. In 1952, the respective shares were 35.6% and 64.4%. The successful execution of the anti-inflationary fiscal policy was due in no small measure to the effective centralization of key fiscal management functions formerly delegated to local authorities. 2. Controls over the banking system. Centralization meant not only the vesting of control over governmental revenue and expenditure in the state treasury, but tighter control and eventual liquidation of China's 450-odd major private banks. This was done in 5 main steps. 124. A. The establishment in 1948 in the communist-controlled areas of the People's Bank of China, Central Bank, through the merger of previously created communist government banks, and the extension of its authority to the whole country in 194-9. 125. Government funds previously deposited with the private banking system were withdrawn and placed under the control of the People's Bank. The result. 124. For an excellent analysis of these steps, see Cheng Chuyuan, OPCIT, pages 62 to 64, and his Monetary Affairs of Communist China, Hong Kong, Uri, 1954. 125. The People's Bank of China replaced the Nationalist Central Bank, but its powers and range of duties were much wider than those of its predecessor. 84. Reconstruction and Reform, 1949-52, main areas of reform. Of this operation was the disappearance within 6 months of about half the then existing private banking institutions. b. Private banks owned by bureaucrat capital, family members of the former nationalist regime, and by foreigners were confiscated. c. The remaining private banks were then ordered to substantially increase their capitalization. Many were unable to do this, and went out of business. d. The survivors were then ordered to merge into 5 groups, each under a unified administration, most members of which were appointed by the People's Bank. e. Finally, in November 1952 the 5 groups were merged into a single unit, most of the directors of which were again appointed by the People's Bank. As of that date, private banking in China ceased to exist for all practical purposes. The institutional centralization of the banking system was accompanied by measures intended to attract voluntary savings and so hopefully mop up a part of the purchasing power in the hands of private persons. This was done in 2 steps. 126. A. In the latter part of 1949, government banks were authorized to open real good savings deposits, which, like the real unit bonds already discussed, consisted of a basket of staple commodities. As in the case of bonds, the conversion rate between the money value of the deposits and the equivalent commodities was calculated every 10 days on the basis of the goods' wholesale prices, and withdrawals in cash were valued according to the latest real unit conversion rate. Apparently the combined impact of the real unit savings, real unit bonds, and fiscal restraint was to severely contract the currency in circulation. By March 1950 the rise in the general price level was stopped. In fact, wholesale prices began to fall sharply, threatening a decline in general prices, and a shrinking of voluntary savings calculated on the basis of wholesale commodity prices. This could have had serious repercussions on the commodity markets, at that time still imperfectly controlled by the government. b. The threat of deflationary pressures was countered in May 1950 by the institution of double guarantee savings deposits. The DGS deposit's cash value was to go up if the composite price of the commodities in terms of which the cash value was expressed went up. If, however, the composite commodity price went down, the cash value of the deposits was to remain at its original level. The depositors were in this way protected against, both inflationary and deflationary, adverse effects on the money value of their savings. 127. 3. Reactivation of commodity markets. In the absence of extensive physical controls over production and distribution, the Communists during this period relied heavily on market incentives to reactivate the production and exchange of agricultural and industrial goods. A key element was price stabilization, the achievement of which depended to a very large extent on the restoration of fiscal and monetary order, i.e., 1, and 2, above. Many of the steps taken to put order into commodity markets have been dealt with in the sections on land reform and industrial commercial reform, pages 49 to 52 and 60 to 79. To this picture one need only add the rebuilding of the country's transportation system, the economic importance of which was equaled by its political function as a unifier, and by its military significance. Communist sources reveal a determined effort carried out by the army, prison labor, and conscripted peasant labor to repair and extend the transportation network, Table 3 to 14. Table 3 to 14. Transportation. 1949-1952. Length of railways, kilometers. 21,989 24,518 Length of highways, kilometers. 80,768 126,675 Civil air routes, kilometers. 13,123 total goods carried, thousands of tons. 67,130 168,590 total freight turnover, millions of ton-kilometers. 22,980 71,540 passengers carried, thousands of persons. 134,940 240,350 total length of postal routes, thousands of kilometers, 748 1,290. Source, 10 Great Years, pages 144, 146, 148, 150, 157. See also Yuan Liwu, The Spatial Economy of Communist China, New York, Praeger, 1967. There can be little doubt that the objectives which the Communists set out to attain were, in fact, achieved in a surprisingly brief span of time. Money interest rates for loans authorized by the People's Bank declined from 65.5% per month in December 127. It should be added that severe penalties were meted out for undermining the state monetary system. See Provisional Statute on Penalties for Undermining the State Monetary System, adopted by the State Administrative Council, April 19, 1951, in Blostein, OPCIT, pages 233 to 236. 86 Reconstruction and Reform, 1949 to 52, main areas of reform. 1949 to 2% per month in June 1951. 12.8 The stabilization of the price level can be seen from Table 3 to 15. Table 3 to 15. Price indices. 1950 1951 1952. Wholesale price, 1950 equals 100. 100 117.9 118.1 Wholesale price, March 1950 equals 100. 92.4 92.6 Retail price in 8 big cities, 1950 equals 100. Retail price in 8 big cities, March 1950 equals 100, 100 111.9 112.9. 2 sets of communist data available. Industrial products sold in rural areas. 94.6 88.0 93.7 88.8. 1950 equals 100. 100 110.2 109.7 Source, reprinted from Nairuan Chen, Chinese Economic Statistics, Chicago, Aldine, 1967. Copyright 1967 by the Social Science Research Council, p. 409, Table 8.1. Social Reform. Marriage Law. On May 1, 1950, the Communist government promulgated its Marriage Law, 129, thus fulfilling an old promise. The intent of the measure was to sweep away ancient customs whereby marriages were arranged between families, a ceremonial price being paid before the ceremony by the bridegroom's family to the family of the bride. The law stipulated freedom of marriage for both men and women, i.e., free consent of both partners, 130 freedom to divorce, 131 and equal rights for both sexes, prohibited payment of the traditional body price, bigamy, concubinage, child betrothal, and interference with the remarriage of widows, and spelled out the rights of women, children, and children born out of wedlock. The statutory marriageable age was set at 20 for men and 18 for women, but cf. Chapter 9. Marriages had to be registered with the local government, which was empowered to issue marriage certificates attesting to the legality of the union. Marriage was forbidden in cases of lineal relatives by blood, sexual impotence, venereal disease, mental disorder, leprosy, or any other disease regarded by medical science as rendering a person unfit for marriage. The measure apparently found slow acceptance in the countryside. For all its positive features, it tended to weaken the cohesion of the traditional family in which marriages were arranged largely on economic grounds. A more extensive adoption of the new procedure had to await the more pervasive change in the kinship structure operated by the introduction of collective farms and rural people's communes, 1956–58. 132 Some of the more spectacularly repellent practices which the law set out to abolish, had fallen into desuetude long before the communists took power. The law was soon to be interpreted in socialist terms. "We workers," wrote Genmin Jipao some years later, "get married to promote social development for the benefit of socialist construction. The partners must encourage each other to become builders of socialism. A sincere love does not found itself on high position, or a high salary, or on physical beauty, but rather on a fervent love for socialist enterprise." 13.3. Education. It is often said that one of the more remarkable achievements of communism has been its insistence on universal education, the sending of the whole nation to school, or as the economists like to put it, the formation of human capital on an impressive scale. 13.4 The statement contains an important truth, but at the same time requires careful hedging. The formation of human capital has two aspects: the training of skills needed by the labor force to raise productivity and promote economic growth, and the infusion of knowledge in order to encourage cultural awareness in the widest sense of that term. The communists tackled both problems, but their approach to the second differed fundamentally from their attitude toward the first. In technical and scientific education they have as a rule allowed considerable latitude for the exercise of the individual's critical faculties, although here exceptions were not infrequent. On the other hand, in non-technical, non-hard science areas, they insisted on strict adherence to party dogma and allowed only a bare minimum of self-expression. One could exercise one's ingenuity in the making of ball bearings but not in political philosophy, history, the arts, and other liberal pursuits. This dual approach to education contains, it would seem, a contradiction which today is causing considerable embarrassment to communist regimes in the Soviet Union and Eastern Europe. The mind once awakened cannot easily be separated into two airtight compartments, one critical, the other passive, uncritical, and submissive. If you train a worker to be discriminating about the product he makes, sooner or later he will be tempted to ask awkward questions about his social, political, and cultural environment. 135 Even Stalin, the greatest practitioner of this type of educational dialectics, shrewdly noted the contradiction, although he believed that it applied only to pre-socialist regimes. "Nothing could be more dangerous to tyrannical authority," he wrote, "than the people's curiosity." 136 The critical faculty cannot long be confined within artificial barriers. There is a spillover effect here, which the communists have vastly underrated, and the direction of the spill is from free toward chain thought. In time, the shackles of dogma are eroded by the very minds that the dogmatists have been at such pains to cultivate. On coming to power, the Chinese communists addressed themselves at once to the task of reforming and restructuring the country's educational system. Two periods may be distinguished: a relatively mild phase from 1949 through 1950, and a harsh one from 1951 through 1952. In the first period the major task was the political re-education of teachers, students, technicians, scientists, officials, and the masses. This took three main forms: a. mass study, h-sueshi, in which literally everyone had to join in for 1 or 2 hours a day; b. political classes in schools, for teachers, supervisors, students, janitors, cooks, and bottle washers; and c. revolutionary universities, the curriculum of which consisted exclusively of ideological and political indoctrination. 137 The process known collectively as Chengfeng, ideological remolding plus large-scale purge, was put under the direction of cadres usually working through mass organizations, the Youth League, labor unions, joint faculty staff committees, the Union of Educational Workers, etc. The job was done thoroughly. Its objective was to probe the individual's innermost thoughts, to lay bare his soul, leaving no nook or cranny of privacy unexplored. 138 To dredge up past errors and judge them by present rules of Marxist logic, to make a man write a confession, submit it to the group, rewrite it again and again, and then again, incriminate himself before the group, admit his waywardness, be criticized, praised for his application or spurned for his laxity. Party pressure was brought to bear on the group pressure was exerted on the individual until he became a whimpering caricature of his former self, indistinguishable from all the other nameless atoms of the mass. Fear and a sense of intellectual guilt played a part in this process of soul plowing. Many intellectuals had become alienated from the Kuomintang and accepted the communists as the bearers of a promise to restore order, dignity, and prestige to China. At first, no doubt, some of them accepted the communist rectification of their thoughts as something necessary, perhaps even long overdue. Before 3 years were out, they were in for a rude awakening. In the second period, 1951 to 52, the squeeze on the intellectuals became tighter, the methods used to make sure of their ideological purity and political allegiance more savage. Confessions were given wide publicity, hysterical struggle meetings became more numerous and frequent, a reformative study campaign was launched in 1951 and applied first to university instructors, then to lower school teachers, village schoolmasters, writers, artists, lawyers, physicians, and research scientists. Many were sent to labor re-education camps to be reformed by sullying their hands with human and animal excrement. The anti-intellectual strain characteristic of an important segment of the communist regime brutally asserted itself for the first, but not the last, time. The stepped-up remolding campaign could perhaps be traced to 3 phenomena: the shift in the balance of power within the leadership from moderates to radicals, the national emergency psychosis created by the Korean War, violent anti-Americanism was an important part of the remolding campaign, and a feeling that the initial mild phase had broken the spirit of rebellion and that the time had, therefore, come for stronger methods to be used in preparation for the first long-range economic construction plan in which right-thinking intellectuals were to play a crucial part. On October 1, 1951, the government promulgated a reform of the school system, modeled very largely on Soviet experience. Preference was given to the admission of children of poor peasant and worker origin, and emphasis was put on elementary education and applied industrial arts, technical training. In 1952, 80% of primary school pupils were of proletarian extraction, almost 60% in secondary schools, and 20.5% in universities. In the same year, applied industrial arts courses accounted for 34% of total enrollment, about 19% in 1946 under the nationalists. 139 lectures and discussion groups on Marxism-Leninism, Mao Zedong's thought, the party, and current events as seen from the party's standpoint, formed an important part of school curricula at all levels. During 1951, private schools and universities were nationalized and their faculties merged with existing state institutions. With the usual warning about reliability, and bearing in mind that in modern China truth has its class nature, the following communist figures may be of interest. Note the emphasis on elementary education, applied arts, class origin, and the education of women. See Table 3-16. Beneath the deceptively smooth process of educational reform, there was much controversy. When in 1967 Liu Shaochi and others were accused of counter-revolutionary activities, the drama played out in party couloirs during 1949-52 was brought into public view by the Maoists. Liu and his associates Liu Tingyi, Lin Feng, then chairman of the Northeast Administrative Committee, Shi Changsun, vice director of the State Council's Cultural and Education Committee, and Chien Chunshui, an official of the Ministry of Education, were accused of having tried to uphold the old system of education, transplant to China the Soviet Union's revisionist educational 92 Reconstruction and Reform, 1949-52, main areas of reform system, and oppose Mao's emphasis on politics in the schools. 140 Instead of wholeheartedly implanting on the new liberated areas the educational experience gained in the old liberated areas, Liu and his group allegedly tried to save what they could of the old, pre-revolutionary system. They reportedly advocated all-out Sovietization of China's education under the slogan "Transplant first, reform later." At a Cotters conference in Tientsin in 1949, Lu was quoted as having said that for the time being it is important to study culture and technology, while politics will be studied in the future. 141 The fantastic charges of treason made against Lu and others in 1967-68 must, of course, be seen in perspective and with due allowance for the eagerness of the accusers to prove their loyalty to Mao Zedong, while taking the opportunity to indulge themselves in personal vendettas. Occasionally, Mao got a backhanded compliment. In saddling Lu with various educational crimes, the accusers compared Liu's ignoble attitude with the purity of Mao's thought on the subject, which was to use the new educational experience of the old liberated areas, absorb the useful experience of the old educational system, and make use of the experience of the Soviet Union. 142 In fact, anything at all that Lu did before 1966, or failed to do, for that matter, could be interpreted as anti-Mao in the climate of the Cultural Revolution, see chapters 11 and 12. Public health and insurance. A determined effort was made in the first 3 years to stamp out pests and all kinds of disease carriers from the Chinese mainland. The fight against rats, flies, fleas, and mosquitoes was pressed home with a conviction matched only by the struggle against incorrect thought. The attack was massive, involving more than 120 million people, well organized, led by the Cotters, and spearheaded by school children. Elementary principles of personal and social hygiene were preached to peasants and townspeople with missionary zeal. Spitting, a popular Chinese pastime, went the way of other nuisances. Beggars, pimps, prostitutes, dope peddlers, deviants, hobos, thieves, gangsters, highwaymen, drifters, and all the other members of China's thriving underworld, were tracked down, caught, made to register, lectured on man's place in the new society, released, placed under the supervision of the masses, reformed, or sent down to the fertilizer mines if unrepentant and recidivist. The drama was reenacted time and time again, now against this, now against that special target. 1431 result was that by 1952 China was by far the cleanest country in Asia. Although the communist statistical apparatus was at the time unable to quantify with any degree of precision most of the more bulky socio-economic variables, total population, for example, it was, we are led to believe, quite at home with the weight and number of flies and fleas fallen victim to the purge. Available figures show, wrote one authority, that in 1952 over 120 million rats were killed. By weight, more than 2 million catties' weight of flies, mosquitoes, and fleas, and by numbers, another 20,000 million of these insects were exterminated. Some 160 million tons of garbage and dirt were cleared away. 14 For it is only a guess, but a good one, that much of the weighing and counting and carting away was done by intellectuals undergoing thought reform. Thus the main stress throughout this period was on eliminating the sources and carriers of disease, the four evils: rats, flies, mosquitoes, grain-eating sparrows, massive inoculations, teaching the population the elements of hygiene. Even in 1952 the per capita output of soap was 0.21 kg, compared with 2.45 kg per head in a not overly clean Russia in 1927-28, 14.5, and on maternity and child care. Given the high incidence rate in pre-1949 China of smallpox, bubonic plague, cholera, Calazar, and schistosomiasis, given also the high birth rate, the youthfulness of the country's population and the communists' interest in the young as the continuators of the revolution, the order of priorities looks plausible. The Chinese communists assert that after 1949 there has been not a single case of cholera, and that other diseases have been brought under control. 146 In the countryside recourse was made to the 500,000 or so practitioners of traditional medicine, who like everyone else, had first had their thoughts cleansed. 147 A June 1952 decree brought free medical service to 4 million state employees, out of a total civilian non-agricultural labor force of 36.8 million. 148 Probably because of the continuing shortage of qualified personnel, free medical coverage was extended only very slowly in subsequent years, reaching 6.9 million non-agricultural workers, out of 56.9 million, in 1958. Abuses of the system were reported continuously after 1952, a phenomenon not limited to China. 149 Overspending on medical services by some municipalities was apparently a serious problem traceable to the comrades, lacking in revolutionary optimism towards illness. 150 At the slightest sign of physical discomfort, persons covered by the scheme would rush to a doctor, call at clinics every day, stock up on medicines, abuse leaves of absence on the pretense of being sick, and generally take the attitude that after all, the state will pay. 151 Labor insurance, sickness, accident, disability, maternity, old age, death, was extended from 600,000 workers in 1949 to 3.3 million in 1952. Those covered were mainly employees of state-owned enterprises. Labor insurance schemes were administered by trade unions and financed from enterprise contributions calculated as a fixed percentage of the enterprise's total wages bill. China's entry into the Korean War and military reverses suffered by the Chinese in Korea in 1951 led to the intensification of the hunt for spies, saboteurs, and counter-revolutionaries of all kinds in both the fields of action and ideology. On February 20, 1951 the Government Council approved a statute on punishment for counter-revolutionary activity, Article 18 of which specified that this statute is also applicable to counter-revolutionary crimes committed before it came into effect. 152 Like all Chinese communist laws, the statute was sweeping and arbitrary. There is little doubt that the outbreak of hostilities in Korea and the various reform measures undertaken by the Communists encouraged domestic opposition in many quarters as well as some guerrilla activity by nationalist groups. The regime's reaction was violent, meant to teach the people and those outside the people an object lesson in the strength and determination of communist power. The campaign against counter-revolutionaries merged with the drive for ideological remolding of the intellectuals and the 3 anti- and 5 anti-campaigns directed against private businessmen. 153 According to Piang Chen, deputy chairman of the government's Political and Law Committee who presented the decree, in Guangxi province over 3,000 communist cadres had been killed by reactionaries organized in underground armies. Some 40 members of peasants' associations were also allegedly murdered. 154 A gasoline dump at Whampoa containing 3,000 drums of fuel was blown up by nationalist agents in February. 155 The reaction was swift and merciless. Details of mass trials and executions were given daily by the Chinese press. At first, suspects, many of them no doubt innocent, were shot in groups of 6, 15, and 19. Until February 15, the largest group executed at one time was officially reported as being 42. About that time, however, reports began to filter out of mass executions, including 300 persons in Swato. 156 In Peking, 277 persons were shot following a mass trial in July. 157 Nationalist Chinese figures on the number of victims of this particular purge are subject to doubt, but it is likely that the death toll was very high, probably running into the tens of thousands. 158 The slaughter continued unabated throughout the year. In December there were signs that the method of re-education through forced labor was gaining ground and that the focus had shifted from military to economic saboteurs, the 5 anti-campaign. Various estimates have been made of the total number of forced labor camp inmates in the early 1950s. No one, of course, can vouch for their accuracy since this is not the sort of arithmetic which a communist government normally makes public. One guess is 23 million people, of whom about 10 million were made to work on water conservancy projects. 159 The figure of 23 millions would represent about 3 to 4% of China's population at the time. A source of considerable concern for the new regime was the presence in China, especially along the country's borders, of ethnic groups of non-Han, Chinese, origin. These people have in the past frequently rebelled against Chinese rule, sometimes overrunning the country and implanting on it their own rulers, example the Manchus. Many of them were acutely conscious of their ethnic and cultural separateness, and jealous of such autonomy as through the ages they had managed to wrest from the Chinese. Apart from the Hans, comprising about 94% of the population, China has some 60 nationalities, totaling about 40 million people. The most numerous among these are the Chuang, about 8 million, inhabiting the south, the Hui and the Uyghur, about 4 million each, the Yi, over 3 million, and the Tibetans, under 3 million. Other nationalities ranging in numbers from 2.7 million, Miao, to about 60,000, include the Mongols, Pui, Koreans, Tung, Yao, Pai, Tai, Hani, Li, Lisu, Kazakh, and Kyrgyz. Some of them have rich cultural traditions and a written language, others no written language of their own, example the Tu, Hani, Pai, Yao, and Tung. Others still, express themselves in newly created languages, example Kyrgyz, Lisu, Chung, Yi, while the mother tongue of some, example the Manchus, is no longer used. The minority religions are Buddhism, Taoism, Lamaism, polytheism, and remnants of Christianity. 160 The principles of communist policy toward minority nationalities were laid down in Articles 50 through 53 of the Common Program of the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference adopted in September 1949. 161 They cover such desiderata as equality, regional autonomy, and the freedom to develop dialects and languages, and to preserve or reform traditions, customs, and religious beliefs. Rhetoric apart, the communists did appear anxious not to ruffle the minorities too much, too early. Their principal preoccupation was to install in the various minority regions effective instruments of political and economic control and to integrate these areas in the body politic of China. This seems to have been particularly true of Xinjiang, Manchuria, and Inner Mongolia where, in times past, Soviet influence and economic penetration had been marked. 162 An important means to this end was the formation of cadres from among the national minorities. Another was the extension of the communist school system to the various so-called autonomous regions 163 and the carrying out of political, social, and economic reforms similar to those of the rest of China. The reforms sometimes met with stiff opposition. This was particularly true of land reform, which involved the confiscation of land owned by mosques, temples, and monasteries and the lumping together of spiritual leaders with reactionary elements and superstitious practitioners. The 3 anti and 5 anti-movements also left deep scars on some religious and national groups, especially the Taoists whose secret societies became the object of communist wrath in 1950 and 1951. The deeply religious and well-organized Muslims, Kyrgyz, Kazakhs, Uyghur, Hui, inhabiting Xinjiang, Gansu, Ningxia, and Xinghai, rose in rebellion against the new regime in the spring and summer of 1952. They were savagely put down by the People's Liberation Army. 164 Chinese Christians and foreign missionaries, after being accused of heinous crimes, including ritual murder, were decimated, remolded, or exiled in the course of a vicious campaign unleashed in 1951. In October 1950 the People's Liberation Army invaded Tibet and on September 9, 1951 entered the capital city of Lhasa. 165 The Tibetans appealed to the United Nations for help, November 5, 1950. The request to have the Tibetan question put on the agenda was made, surprisingly enough, by San Salvador. Not a single member of the General Committee of the UN supported the El Salvador proposal. The British delegate, for example, argued that the committee did not know exactly what was going on in Tibet. India expressed the hope that the problem would be solved peacefully. The Tibetan appeal spoke of Chinese attempts to incorporate Tibet within the fold of Chinese communism through sheer physical force. The United States agreed with India. The Soviet Union thought the matter was an internal affair of China. The appeal was put aside. On December 8 the Tibetans called again for help in agony and despair. The appeal was filed away at the UN. By an agreement concluded with China on May 23, 1951, the Tibetans finally surrendered. 166 The agreement, comprising 17 points, was signed by a Tibetan goodwill delegation sent to Peking before the Chinese invasion. The emissaries were not authorized by the Dalai Lama and the Tibetan government to conclude any binding agreements, and their action, taken under duress, came as a shock to the Lhasa authorities. After securing the country's main trade routes and settlements with some 300,000 troops, the Chinese proceeded to implement a new democratic land reform in eastern Tibet, the proximate objective of which was to crush the monasteries as centers of opposition and to eliminate the lamas as a class. Monks and Tibetan lay officials were subjected to ideological remolding by the expedient of incorporating them in press gangs, which, under the supervision of the Liberation Army, widened and improved existing roads and built new ones. Those among the younger Tibetan officials, many of them sons of the aristocracy who in 1951 welcomed the social and economic innovations introduced by the Chinese, were jolted out of their initial enthusiasm by a massive witch hunt unleashed by the occupiers in 1952-53 as part of the All-China campaign against counter-revolutionaries, and by oppressive taxes levied under the banner of the 3 and 5 Antis and the campaign to aid Korea. A relentless process of sinification began in the name of class struggle. The Chinese brought with them primary education, health clinics, the Patriotic Youth League, land reform, and fear. The outside world demurely looked the other way, citing present anguish as the necessary price of eventual, perhaps hypothetical, social progress. The definition of colonialism, said T.B. Kripalani, leader of the opposition in India's parliament, is that one nation by force of arms and fraud occupies the territory of another nation. Such words were rare at the time, common sense having succumbed to convenient rationalizations and the bland intellectualization of aggression. Relations with the Soviet Union. The Soviet Union and its communist allies in Eastern Europe were potentially the main source of external aid for China's rehabilitation and economic modernization. In spite of their insistence on self-reliance, the Chinese needed Soviet help to overcome a handicap of backwardness much greater than that which the Bolsheviks had had to contend with in the Russia of 1917. In February 1950 the two countries concluded a treaty of friendship, alliance, and mutual assistance, one of the consequences of which was a Soviet loan to China in the amount of $300 million. Delivery of goods under this loan was to take place between 1950 and 1954. Repayment was scheduled to begin in 1954, and to be completed by 1963. Interest on the loan was 1% per year. It should be pointed out that this long-term credit was one of the few that the Soviet Union extended to China. Total Soviet economic loans to Communist China from 1950 through 1969 probably did not exceed $1 billion, including a 1954 long-term loan of $130 million, $320 million credit to cover short-term debts accumulated by China in 1961, and trade credits to cover Soviet deliveries of plant and equipment repayable in Chinese counter-deliveries of food, raw materials, and consumer goods. There were no economic grants either during the rehabilitation period or at any subsequent time. 167 The 1950 treaty is believed to have contained a secret military clause under the provisions of which the Soviets supplied China in 1950-52 with conventional military materiel, sent military advisors to China, and trained large numbers of Chinese officers in Soviet Mealy 167A. According to Cheng Chu-Yuan, total Soviet loans to China from 1950 through 1959 came to 5,294 million yuan. Of this amount 2,174 million yuan were used before 1952 and 3,120 million yuan during the first 5-year plan period. For details see, Cheng Chu-Yuan, Economic Relations between Peking and Moscow, 1949-63, New York, Praeger, 1964, pages 76-78. Reconstruction and Reform, 1949-52, Main Areas of Reform 101. Tehri Academies. The flow of supplies was stepped up after China's entry into the Korean War. By 1952 the Chinese were in possession of some 2,500 Soviet-made aircraft, few of which were of the latest type. Nothing apparently was done at this stage to help the Chinese establish a modern armaments industry. The amount of military credits extended by the Soviets during 1950–52 is difficult to determine. It may have been as high as $1 billion, probably somewhat less. Whatever the precise figure, the general principle was that the Chinese should, sooner or later, pay for every bit of military assistance which they did. 168 Soviet backing for China's reconstruction effort during 1949–52 took mostly the form of trade, much of it on a straight cash or barter basis. The value of this trade may be seen from Table 3–18. China's trade deficits during these years were covered either by part of the $300 million loan already referred to, by trade loans, or by short-term swing credits. It is probable that the swing credits carried a 2% interest charge unless settled within agreed-on time in each new accounting period. Table 3–18. Sino-Soviet trade, 1950–52, millions of US dollars. Year Chinese exports, Chinese imports. Chinese trade. Balance. 1950 191 388 minus 197. 1951 331 478 minus 147. 1952 414 554 minus 140. Source: Official Soviet Trade Statistics. Rubles have been converted to dollars at the official exchange rate. The importance of this trade for China cannot be overemphasized, even though the Soviets may have charged prices which were somewhat above those obtaining in world markets. 16.9 The fact is, the Chinese at this stage could not have turned to world markets for supplies of the kind of capital equipment they needed. They had neither the foreign exchange nor the sort of economic and political contacts needed to make trade flow in other than socialist channels. 170 The bulk of Soviet sales to China at this time consisted of producer goods for which the Soviets were willing to accept Chinese consumer goods, mostly of agricultural origin. The distribution of China's total foreign trade among different categories of products may be seen from Table 3–19. The Soviet Union during this early period was instrumental in the setting up of the Chinese State Statistical Bureau, 1952, helped prepare China's first five-year plan, 1953–57, which followed the Soviet Stalinist blueprint, if only in general outline, Chapter 4, and generally rendered substantial technical and scientific assistance which the Chinese accepted politely but without effusion. Between 1950 and 1952 a total of 370 Chinese students were admitted to Soviet institutes of higher learning. In 1953 the Russians gave about 10,000 books to various Chinese scientific delegations, began sending books and scientific journals to Chinese libraries, and sent, 1950–56, about 50 scientists to Peking and other cities. 171 From the very beginning, however, there were several points of friction between China and the USSR. In the early days of cooperation these were played down by both sides but, as we shall see, they were among the causes of the later open quarrel between the two countries. First of all there was the question of joint stock companies, three of which were established by an agreement signed in Moscow in March 1950. The activities covered by these companies were the prospecting for and the production and refining of petroleum in Xinjiang, the mining of non-ferrous and rare metals and minerals, including uranium, in Xinjiang, and civil aviation, air routes from Peking to Chita, Peking-Irkutsk, and Peking-Alma-Ata. A number of other joint stock arrangements were subsequently made for individual enterprises in the city of Daren in Manchuria, example a shipbuilding yard, a cement plant, a glass factory, and a plant producing electrical equipment. 172 The joint stock company device was primarily a tool of Soviet economic penetration based on a long Tsarist tradition. It was first used by the Soviets in Mongolia, later, 1924, in Manchuria, the Chinese Eastern Railway see below, and after World War II in Eastern Europe. A typical joint stock company consisted of equal shares of Soviet and a given country's capital. The Soviet share was sometimes quite simply the buildings and machinery already there, left by the Japanese in China or the Germans in Eastern Europe. Expenses, products, and profits were shared equally by the USSR and its partner. Leading managerial positions alternated every 3 years. In Eastern Europe, this arrangement was used to extract reparations from former enemies and allies alike, and to exercise control over strategic sectors of the various countries' economies. Although the Chinese Communists officially approved of this procedure in 1950–52, they were certainly not happy with it. The Soviets themselves later allowed that the joint stock arrangement had been inequitable. In 1964 they wrote, "We liquidated the economic joint stock companies in China and in other countries." It is not superfluous to note that the Central Committee of the Chinese Communist Party at one time fully approved and set a high value on these steps taken by our party. 173 In fact, by 1955, under Chinese prodding, the joint stock companies had been dissolved. But here again, things were not all that fraternal. Apparently the winding up agreements stipulated that China was to pay the Soviets with exports for their share of the joint stock companies, although it is possible that the Soviets gave the Chinese credits to help them pay off these ethically somewhat equivocal debts. There was also the problem of Port Arthur and Daren. Port Arthur was a naval base, the lease on which was acquired by the Soviets by the Yalta Agreement of February 1945. 174 By the same agreement, the Soviet Union received Chiang Kai-shek's consent, under American pressure, to the internationalization of the commercial port at Daren. 175 The Yalta Arrangement was consecrated by Sino-Soviet agreements arising from the 1950 Treaty of Friendship, Alliance, and Mutual Assistance, with the proviso that Soviet troops were to be withdrawn from Port Arthur by the end of 1952, that the naval installations built there by the Russians after 1945 were to be turned over to the Chinese against payment of agreed-on sums, and the question of Daren was to be taken up upon the conclusion of a peace treaty with Japan. Civilian administration in Daren was vested in China. Toward the end of the summer of 1952, the Soviet Union granted a Chinese request to stay on indefinitely in Port Arthur. The Soviets also remained in Daren. It is possible that China's Korean difficulties had something to do with this request, although Soviet pressure cannot be altogether discounted. It was only after the death of Stalin that the Soviet Union agreed to evacuate both places, October 11, 1954, and did so in May 1955. With the exception of military stockpiles, Soviet-built naval installations and other assets in Port Arthur were turned over to China free of charge. It is significant that the Russians were the last foreigners to leave Chinese soil, the last ones to renounce special privileges in China. 7 years later, Soviet consulates in China, including the one in Daren, were ordered closed. Another source of disagreement, papered over for the time being, was the Soviet interest in the Chinese Eastern Railway and its spur system, the Changchun or South Manchurian Railway. The railway was built at the end of the 19th century by Russian and Chinese capital and was operated jointly by Russia and China. In August 1945 the Soviets concluded an agreement with the nationalists regarding the joint ownership of the railway. 176 Previously in 1935 Stalin had sold the railway to Japan's satellite Manchukuo. 177 As a result of an agreement concluded with Mao Zedong in 1950, the Soviets agreed to relinquish their rights in the railway, free of charge, not later than 1952, which they did. It is probably not unfair to say that the relinquishment of rights in the Chinese Eastern Railway did not cause much enthusiasm in Moscow. The Soviet Union had always been adamant on this issue, and only accepted to renounce its control of the system when nothing else could be done. As late as 1929 Stalin went to war with the warlord Chiang Shuiliang to preserve Russia's rights to the railway. The Soviets always regarded control over this railroad network as crucial to the defense of the Soviet Union's Pacific provinces. The Soviet pillage of Manchurian industry had already been mentioned, p. 55. Soviet troops, which entered Manchuria in August 1945 as part of their short campaign against Japan, were scheduled to leave the province in November 1945. Actually, the departure date was put off again and again, until finally the situation became embarrassing to all concerned, and the Russians withdrew in May 1946. 178 From 1949 until June 1954, Manchuria was run by Cao Kang, an independent-minded communist revolutionary and comrade-in-arms of Mao Zedong. In 1954, following the alleged discovery of a plot to make himself the warlord of Manchuria, Cao Kang was purged and shortly afterward committed suicide. Manchurian autonomy was rescinded and the area integrated more closely with the rest of China. It is possible that Cao Kang's fall after the death of Stalin was not unconnected with his Soviet sympathies. In 1949, for example, Stalin reportedly negotiated directly with Cao Kang the return to China of industries dismantled by the Soviets. 179 It has been suggested that Stalin saw in Cao Kang a possible ally willing to establish in Manchuria a government independent of Peking and closely tied to the Soviet Union, but the evidence remains circumstantial. 180 The independence of Outer Mongolia, in reality its dependency status vis-a-vis the Soviet Union, was recognized by the nationalists in the August 1945 agreements already referred to. The communists on coming to power acquiesced in this, presumably without too much rejoicing. After relations between China and Russia had deteriorated to the point of open rupture, the Chinese began voicing various claims to Soviet and Soviet-protected territories, including Outer Mongolia. 181. The Aid Korea Resist America campaign. Official adulation of the Soviet Union went hand in hand with an unprecedented campaign of hatred against the United States. Historically, China's relations with the United States had been less strained and humiliating for China than that country's encounters with other Western and Asian powers France, Britain, and Japan, 4x. Ample although there had been much clumsiness and misunderstanding on both sides. One could even say that there had been fewer head-on collisions between the United States and China than between China and Russia. On the surface, the potential for amicable, or at least reasonably relaxed contacts was there. 182 But it was not to be. The United States became an obsession with the People's Republic and the feeling of animosity has since 1949 been sustained by a daily dose of vitriolic propaganda for which few parallels can be found in the annals of nation-states. The reasons for this attitude may perhaps be summarized as follows. 1. The Chinese Communists have a fine sense of the world's balance of power realities, in spite of their public pronouncements about paper tigers 18-3 and their seemingly rash statements on the international situation. They were not slow to grasp the fact that the United States was, in the wake of World War II, the most formidable power not only in the Pacific areas but elsewhere in the world. The philosophy of life, the political, social, and economic system which the United States represented were distasteful to China's communist leaders. If anyone was capable of stemming or reversing what they considered to be the socialist wave of the future, it was American strength and resolve. In this perspective, it was not unreasonable for them to do their best to sap that strength and undermine the resolve. 2. United States support for Chiang Kai-shek, American protection for Formosa, which Communist China claims as an integral part of her national territory, the occupation of Japan and the democratization of the country on the American pattern, the advance of American armies toward the Manchurian border, and U.S. opposition. 1949-52, main areas of reform. To the admission of China to world councils, 184 strengthened the Chinese leadership's conviction that the United States was out to do them harm, and bent on undoing the revolution. There was probably even at this early stage a suspicion that the world's two nuclear powers, the United States and the Soviet Union, would eventually find a common language and would try and exclude China from the club of great powers. It is interesting to note that as the balance of power in the world shifted in favor of the Soviet Union, so did Chinese hostility. By the end of 1967, the vilification of the USSR yielded nothing to the torrent of abuse poured on the United States. 3. Although it would be rash to formulate it into a law, revolutionary regimes do have a need to find external enemies, foreign threats, and so on, both to distract the people's attention from the social upheavals at home and to serve as an excuse for imposing on society strict discipline and iron rule. Without minimizing the actual extent of tangible provocation by foreigners, it would still be fair to say that appeal to nationalist, even chauvinist emotions in times of revolutionary domestic transformations has been a fairly frequent phenomenon. It may also be suggested that the Chinese communist leaders really believed in the imminent threat of American intervention and that they reacted accordingly. 4. China's communist leaders were and remain to this day convinced of the basic instability and inevitable collapse of the American economic system. On this issue their Marxism has been unshakably orthodox. The dialectical explosion of antagonistic contradictions within American society is to them simply a matter of time. In October 1950, as American forces were swiftly moving toward China's Manchurian border, the Chinese intervened, sending to Korea tens of thousands of so-called People's Volunteers, i.e., regular. See Franz Sherman and Orville Schell, eds, Communist China, Revolutionary Reconstruction and International Confrontation, 1949 to present, New York, Vintage, 1967, p. 647. The heavy vote against ceding China in 1951 and 1952 reflected to some extent China's intervention in the Korean conflict. But American pressure was also an important element. By October 1953, in addition to communist countries, the People's Republic of China had been recognized by several non-communist Asian countries, as well as by Britain, Norway, the Netherlands, Afghanistan, and Israel. Troops, 185 while at the same time unleashing at home a mass movement to aid Korea and resist America. According to a Chinese communist source, on a single day, May 1, 1951, the number of people who participated in a demonstration for resistance to U.S. aggression and aid to Korea exceeded 186,430,000, while those who had participated in patriotic demonstrations before the state topped 43,530,000, making a grand total of practically 230 million. 186 The resources of the World Peace Council for a five-power peace pact were mobilized, as were other front organizations throughout the world. Germ warfare and other atrocity charges were leveled against American troops and echoed by a multitude of left-wing intellectuals and groups in the non-communist world. By the end of 1952, China's communists had transformed the economic, social, and political system at home, repaired much of the damage which years of war and civil conflict had wrought, secured their borderlands, and asserted themselves in the international arena. The time had come for launching a program of socialist construction, the long-range aim of which was to usher in an era of modernity as a prelude to the attainment of full communism. Communist China's first long-range economic plan theoretically covers the years 1953 through 1957. For the purpose of this chapter, the period 1953 to 57 will be accepted as a unit. In fact, however, the plan was not approved until April 1955 and the original draft underwent far-reaching revisions in mid-1956. It could, therefore, be argued that during 27 months, 1953–March 1955, the economy was run on the basis of makeshift annual plans. The original version of the first five-year plan was applied over some 14 months, and during the remainder of the plan period, mid-1956–57, a modified rendering of the original plan was in force. There are indications that this latter version began to be abandoned in the last few months of 1957. Plan strategy. Soviet example. The question that faced the Chinese leaders around 1952–53 was what kind of planning was to be pursued, or to put it differently, what blueprint for modernization was to be followed. In answering this question, the Chinese had recourse to the planning experience of the Soviet Union, for the following reasons. 2. 1. The Soviet, Stalinist, model of socialist economic development was the only one at once available, ideologically acceptable, and tested in practice. It had shown itself effective insofar as its stated priorities were concerned, in spite of many drawbacks. ***3 The drawbacks, incidentally, were most noticeable in the field of political ethics, something that did not overly disturb the Chinese communists. In fact, long after they had rejected the economic mechanics of Stalinism, the Chinese nurtured the personality cult components of the model, chapters 8 to 12 below. 2. The adoption by China of the economics of Stalinism also apparently made sense from the standpoint of expected foreign aid. The Soviets could, and at that time would, send to China equipment for heavy industries, complete plants, and so on. The technical assistance which the Soviet Union was capable of giving was geared to long experience in the ways and manners of the Stalinist model. 3. The Chinese communists do not appear to have had a workable alternative of their own. Their economic theorizing and practice did not go much beyond the stage of new democracy, for there was no clear conception of the exact meaning of socialist construction in the special conditions of China. Most of their professional economists had been trained abroad, in Western countries, and as it now transpires there was disagreement among the leaders on the question of the pace of transformation and the shape of the future economy. Although relying on Soviet example and experience, the Chinese did not take over the Soviet Stalinist model lock, stock, and barrel for at least two reasons. First, China's factor endowments in the 1950s were very different from Russia's in the late 1920s and early 1930s. Second, Stalin died in 1953 and the Stalinist economic model began to wither away shortly thereafter. At the very time that the Chinese first five-year plan was ready to be put into effect, 1955, both the Russians and the Chinese began to have second thoughts about Stalinist economics, each of them for their own special reasons. 5. Uneasily brought together in Stalinism, the Russians and the Chinese parted ways, until by 1967 one could speak of two very different communist economic systems, each swearing by Marx and Lenin. Economic Stalinism in China was never more than a transplant which produced complications in the mid-1950s. But it was, with the qualifications mentioned in the previous section, the only period of long-term economic planning that China has known so far. It was also the one most clearly marked by solid achievement, and the best documented. Plan strategy defined. Objective. The main objective of the strategy of economic development adopted by the Chinese from the Soviets and adapted by them to the special conditions of China was rapid growth of output. Concentration on the increase in the volume of output involved some sacrifice of quality. Workers, peasants, and managers' performance norms, success indicators, were geared to the physical output criterion expressed in weights and measures. The strategy of economic development adopted in spirit by the Chinese from the Soviets and adapted by them to the special conditions of China may be described as selective growth under conditions of austerity. 6. Selective growth means, 1. Resources are channeled primarily into modern, capital-intensive, heavy industry which is expected to lead to rapid economic growth per unit of invested resources in the long run. The absolute size of the modern industrial sector is seen as the main determinant of national power. 2. Investment in human capital, education, of a particular type, i.e., development of scientific and technical skills. 3. Application of up-to-date technology to certain segments of both the priority and non-priority sectors, together with intensive use of underemployed labor, technological dualism. 4. Attitude toward agriculture ranging from relative neglect to outright exploitation for the benefit of industry, especially producers' goods industry. Investment in agriculture is made primarily in order to increase the portion of marketable agricultural output going to the state procurement. The real costs incidental on this procedure are borne by the peasants, and, to a lesser degree, by urban consumers. In the special circumstances of China this particular component of developmental strategy was, as will be shown below, significantly modified. By Soviet count, from 1928 through 1953 capital goods production in the Soviet Union increased about 30 times, the production of consumer goods 7.4 times, Agricultural output 18%. Agricultural output actually declined in 1928 to 40 and 1948 to 53. 7. According to Chinese Communist data, between 1949 and 1958 the output of the means of production increased 21 times, the output of consumer goods 5.3 times, and agricultural output 2.3 times. 8.5. Relative neglect of domestic trade and services, and of residential housing construction and maintenance. 6. Reliance on domestic sources of capital formation rather than on foreign trade and assistance. In sum, selective growth means sectoral disproportions and imbalanced growth. The breakthrough on a narrow front method results in violations of internal consistency, which have to be set right by continuous ad hoc adjustments. These adjustments may be either official, or informal and illegal. 9 conditions of austerity mean two things. 1. The economy starts from low per capita income levels, low productivity, modest educational standards, and a small degree of intersectoral integration. 2. The rate of investment is high. In the setting of an underdeveloped economy, this means that consumption, while regarded as the ultimate goal, is seen during the development process as an intermediate activity of secondary significance, except insofar as it affects worker morale and productivity, and thus the fulfillment of the plan. Steel was a final good to Stalin, and bread an intermediate one. 10. The same attitude could be ascribed to the Chinese Communists in the period 1953 to 57, with, however, a qualification or two. Selective growth under conditions of austerity is not the easiest thing in the world to achieve within a framework of political democracy and social pluralism as understood in the West, even on the assumption that democratic and pluralistic precedents existed in the country undergoing the process of austere selective growth. Implicit in the strategy is a bias in favor of totalitarian modes of behavior. *11 The nation, and that means the poor, and that, for all practical purposes, means the peasants has to be made to save out of meager income, save at high rates, that is trim its already modest consumption standard, or, at the very least, postpone consumption increases and surrender to the state produce where there is hardly enough to cover minimal needs. The resources so extracted are channeled into projects which reflect planners' preferences, or more exactly, the preferences of the top leadership imposed on the planners. The projects, moreover, have to be built quickly in a climate of impatience and hurry. Everyone, from the planners all the way down the line of command, is set high targets which cannot reasonably be reached with the allotted inputs and which, therefore, call for extra effort and ingenuity, if only to circumvent the regulations. This planner's tension is a normal feature of the model. The system is socially stratified, although social mobility through approved channels, the party, governmental bureaucracy, science, enterprise management, is encouraged. 12 The system blends advancement based on merit, especially technical merit, and allegiance to the party line, the latter being the more important ingredient. Income differentials, while significant, are less decisive than privilege, which depends on access to sources of decision-making at the top. 1.3. Institutional tools. Selective growth under conditions of austerity has recourse to a set of institutional arrangements fashioned so as to give effect to the stated objective of the strategy. These tools include the Communist Party and governmental machinery, both based on the principle of democratic centralism, see above, p. 28, the nationalization of industry, banking, domestic and foreign commerce, and a portion of agriculture, state farms, the collectivization of the rest of agriculture, comprehensive central planning using the material balances method, 1.4 and an ideological core to which society is expected to adhere. These are examined in chapters 5 and 6. Growth performance. In this section we shall try and determine whether the objective of rapid growth of output had been achieved during the first 5-year plan period. Since Chinese statistical concepts and procedures differ from those used in Western countries, two sets of data will be shown wherever possible, the official Chinese, and Western recomputations. Western data. Western estimates of China's national product performance, during the period under review, vary according to the methodology used. 5 such estimates are given in Table 4-3. The following comments may be of help. As regards the absolute magnitude of national product in 1952, the discrepancies between the communist figure, 61.1 billion yuan, and Western estimates are traceable, for the most part, to the exclusion by the communists in their concept of net material product of the contribution of service sectors and a possible understatement of agricultural output. A figure of about 71 billion yuan in 1952 seems to fairly accurately represent the actual level of total product in that year. As regards differences in the growth rate, ranging from the communist 9% for net material product to Wu's 5.6% for net national product, the problem is somewhat more complex. In general, the difference between the high communist rate and the lower Western estimates is due to a understatement by the communists of data on agricultural production in 1952 and a resulting overstatement of the rate of growth of agricultural output in subsequent years. B. Exaggeration by the communists of increases in the output of consumer goods. C. Upward bias in the growth rate resulting from the manner in which the value of industrial production was computed. 1.5. D. Communist omission from the employment estimate of workers in a number of traditional sectors, handicrafts, trade, native transportation. Since the output of these workers did not increase much during the period, the omission would give an upward bias to the overall growth rate. E. Falsification of statistical reporting at the local level. F. Exclusion by the communists from net material product of services which probably grew more slowly than the activities covered by the notion of net national product. The Luya reconstructed estimate, without corrections for reliability, reflects this omission, column 3. The differences between the various Western estimates of the growth rate are traceable to different emphases put by the respective authors on this or that correction for reliability, and to the procedures followed in correcting the Chinese figures. It is not possible to say with any degree of certainty, which of the various estimates is the most accurate. What can be said, however, is that even the lowest estimate, 5.6%, reveals a growth rate that is creditable. From this it may be concluded that the objective of rapid growth was achieved during the first 5-year plan period, insofar as national product was concerned. Although high national product growth rates have also been achieved by other developing Asian countries, the Chinese rate, even on the lowest estimate, is higher than all, except the rates for Japan and the Philippines. 1.6. Per capita product. Given a relatively high rate of natural population increase, estimated 2.3% per annum, which also represents a large absolute increase, it is interesting to find out how the increase in total product fared when set against the rise in population in the period 1952 to 57. Official communist data, reconstructed without adjustment for reliability by Professor Liu, indicate an annual rate of growth in per capita gross domestic product of 6.6%, 6.5% net. The Luya estimate, adjusted for reliability, gives an annual growth rate in per capita gross domestic product of 3.9%, 3.6% net. 1.7. This again is very respectable. Moreover, the reconstructed communist estimate would put China above 40 out of 44 non-communist countries compared in a study by S. Kuznets, and the Luya estimate would put China above 32 of those countries. 1.8. Even the lower Luya estimate gives China an edge over the Soviet Union at a comparable period, 1928 to 40. Personal consumption per capita. According to reconstructed communist estimates for the post-war years and the Luya estimate for both pre-war and post-war years, per capita consumption was lower in 1952 than in 1933. The respective calculations indicate rates of growth of household consumption between 1952 to 57 of 5.2 and 1.9%. The reconstructed communist estimate shows that in 1957 per capita consumption was 8% or above 1933. 19 The Luya estimate suggests that the 1933 level was not reached by 1957. 20 Wu's calculations, gross domestic product minus estimated values of investment and government consumption divided by mid-year population estimate, show a per capita personal consumption of 94.6 yuan in 1952 and 100.3 yuan in 1957, 21 i.e., a very low rate of increase and an absolute level just compatible with the long-run preservation of political viability. 22. Industrial output. Communist data. Communist figures for gross industrial output in 1952 and 1957 are given in Table 4-4. Table 4-4. Gross value of industrial output at constant, 1952, prices by sector, billions of yuan. 1952-1957. Total. 34.378.4. Modern factory. 22.155.6. Handicraft industry. Handicraft factory. 5.09.4. Other, individual and cooperative. 7.313.4. Source, reprinted from Nairuan Chen, Chinese Economic Statistics, Chicago, Aldine, 1967. Copyright 1967 by the Social Science Research Council, p. 207, Table 4.37, adapted, rounded. The communist definition of modern industrial output covers modern and handicraft factory. On the basis of the figures, the average annual growth rate in the gross value of output of all industry is 17.9%, 1952 to 57. The average annual growth rate for modern factory output is 20.8%, that for handicraft factory output 14.2%, and 13.2% for other handicrafts. In short, modern factory output registered the most significant rates of growth, or an overall growth of 152.3% for the period. These results are impressive. Western data. The communist figures are believed to be less than satisfactory. The reasons for doubting them are: Table 4-5. Western estimates of annual average rate of growth of modern factory output, 1952 to 57%. 1, 2, 3. 4. Adjusted official Kongqiao Luya communist estimate, percent, 17.7, 14.4, 19.4, 20.8. Sources. COL. 1 Yuan Li Wu, OPCIT, pages 112 to 113. COL. 2 Kongqiao, The Rate and Pattern of Industrial Growth in Communist China, Ann Arbor, Michigan, U of Michigan Press, 1965, p. 92, Table 21. COL. 3 The Economy of the Chinese Mainland, National Income and Economic Development, 1933 to 1959, by Ta Chenglu and Kengqia Ye. Copyright 1965 by the Rand Corporation, published 1965 by Princeton UP, p. 66, Table 8. COL. 4 See above, p. 121. 1 The communist figures are for gross industrial output. This method of computing industrial output involves double counting. 2 The figures probably conceal changes in output induced by changes in statistical coverage of industrial products. 3 The series is probably inflated because of the addition, after 1952, of a fast rising volume of new products priced at experimental prices. These tended, on the whole, to be significantly higher than normal production costs. 2-3, see Table 4-5. Table 4-6. Sectoral origin of national income. Communist data, 1952 to 56%, based on 1952 prices. 1952-1956. National income. 100.0 100.0. Agriculture. 59.2 48.1. Industry. 18.026.4. Construction. 3.05.6. Transportation and communications. 4.04.4 Trade. 15.8-15.5. Source, reprinted from Nairuan Chen, Chinese Economic Statistics, Chicago, Aldine, 1967. Copyright 1967 by the Social Science Research Council, p. 142, Table 2.5. The national income in 1952 was, according to these sources, 61.1 billion yuan, 88.8 billion yuan, 1952 prices, in 1956. Table 4-7. Sectoral origin of national product, Western estimates, 1952-57%. Luyet. Net domestic product, percent. Wu et al. Gross national product, percent, 1952-1957-1957. Total. 100.0 100.0 100.0. Agriculture. 47.9 39.0 39.2. Modern industry. 11.5 27 20.3. Construction. 2.64.8. Handicrafts. 6.65.65.7. Others. 31.4 29.9 34.8. It would be quite fair to say that during the period under review, modern industrial production in China grew at an average annual rate of somewhere between 14 and 19%, a creditable performance. The contribution of industry to national product developed in the way shown by Table 4-6. Western estimates are shown in Table 4-7. Output of producers and consumers' goods. It has been suggested earlier, p. 113, that selective growth was the objective to be maximized, and that selectivity meant the priority promotion of the industrial producers' goods sector. There is no doubt that this target was in fact reached. Communist data. Communist figures on the growth of the producers' goods sector of industry are given in Table 4-8. Table 4-8. Priority development of the means of production, 1952-57, billions of 1952 yuan. Year. Gross output. Value of industry. Output value of means of production. Output value of consumer goods. 1952 34.3 12.2 22.1 1957 78.4 37.9 40.5 average annual percentage increase, 1953 to 57 18.0 25.4 12.8. Source, 10 Great Years, pages 87, 89. The record for individual industries was uneven, reflecting planners' priorities. The fastest expansion was registered by power machinery, average annual rate of output increase 1953 to 57 equals 81.5% according to communist data, locomotives, 52.9%, steel, 31.7%, merchant vessels, 27.5%, crude petroleum, 27.3%, sulfuric acid, 27.1%, pig iron, 25.2%, electric power, 21.6%, and soda ash, 21.4%. 2-4 It should be pointed out that the high growth rates during this period were due in part to the fact that established industries were being rehabilitated and their capacity was used more fully. However, additions to existing plant appear to have been the more important factor after 1953. 24 10 Great Years, pages 102 to 103. 124 The First Five-Year Plan, 1953 to 57, Strategy. Another way of looking at the problem is to consider the change in the contribution of the producers and consumers' goods industries to the gross output value of industry, Table 4-9. Table 4-9. percentage shares of the output value of producers and consumers' goods in the total, gross, output value of industry, 1952, 1957. Output value of year producers' goods consumers' goods, percent. 1952 35.6 64.4 1957 48.4 51.6. Source, 10 Great Years, p. 90. Agricultural output. The official data show that the gross value of agricultural production, in 1952 prices, rose by 25% from 1952 to 1957, implying an average growth rate of 4.5% per annum. The communist figures, 1 through 3, total are given in Table 4 to 10. They include: Table 4 to 10. Gross agricultural output, 1952-57 asterisk. Billions of UN at 1952 prices. Year. 1. Total. 2. Marketed value. 3. Retained total. Retained value. Estimate per farmer, UN. 1952 48.390 12.970 35.420 91.5 1957 60.350 20.280 40.070 94.7. Asterisk gross value output of agriculture in communist Chinese usage covers the output value of the following: 1. Food crops, paddy rice, wheat, miscellaneous cereals, potatoes, 2. Soybeans 3. Other oil-bearing crops, peanuts, rapeseed, sesame, cottonseed, 4. Plant fibers, cotton, hemp. 5. Other industrial crops, sugar cane, sugar beets, tobacco, tea, 6. Vegetables 7. Fruits 8. Animal products, cattle, horses, mules, donkeys, sheep, goats, hogs, poultry, 9. Forest products, timber, 2 nuts, general forest products, 10. Fishery products 11. Miscellaneous agricultural products. Sources, columns, 1 through 3, total, 10 Great Years, pages 118, 168, COL. 3. Total is derived by subtracting COL. 2. From COL. 1. The per farmer retained value is based on a farm population of 387 millions in 1952 and 423 millions in 1957. For methodology, see Anthony M. Tang, Agriculture in the Industrialization of Communist China and the Soviet Union, Journal of Farm Economics, December 1967, p. 1126, Table 3, Note. The First Five-Year Plan, 1953-57, Strategy 125. The value of farm subsidiary production, which during the period may have accounted for as much as 30% of the total gross value of agricultural output. Fluctuations in the growth rate of gross agricultural output during the first five-year plan are shown in Table 4 to 11. Table 4 to 11. Growth rate of gross agricultural output in current year, percent. Year rate 1953 3.2 1954 3.3 1955 7.7 1956 4.9 1957 3.5 Source, derived from 10 Great Years, p. 118. Notice that the accelerated collectivization, described in the next chapter, was carried out after the bumper crop year 1955. Official Chinese Communist data show an increase in grain crops output of 20% between 1952 and 1957, or an average annual rate of increase, 1953 to 57, of 3.7%. Table 4 to 12 presents the official figures. By far the greater part of the increase in grain production during this period was due to multiple cropping. Table 4 to 12. Production of grain crops, 1952 to 57, cereals and potatoes in grain equivalent. Year. Output. Millions of metric tons 1952 154.4 1953 156.9 1954 160.5 1955 174.8 1956 182.5 1957 185.0 Source, 10 Great Years, p. 119. Professor Chi Ming Ho has listed the indexes and growth rates of output, sown area, and unit yield of 16 crops, which together accounted for 93 to 95% of the total crop acreage in 126. The first 5-year plan, 1953 to 57, strategy. 1952 to 57. 25. The original data were drawn from communist sources, Table 4 to 13. Table 4 to 13 indexes and growth rates of output, sown area, and unit yield of 16 crops *. 1952 to 100. Year. Sown area unit yield. Index, 1952 equals 100. Output T. 1952 100.00 100.00 100.00 1953 101.52 99.68 101.14 1954 103.76 98.19 101.91 1955 105.39 106.18 111.81 1956 110.65 105.60 116.79 1957 108.37 109.11 117.96 Growth rates, previous year as base. 1953 1.52 minus 0.32 1.14 1954 2.21 minus 1.49 0.76 1955 1.57 8.14 9.71 1956 4.99 minus 0.55 4.45 1957 minus 2.06 3.32 1.00 mean 1.65 1.82 3.41 Official Chinese data for food grain production and population indicate a per capita food grain availability in 1952 of 220 kilograms, that is, less than half the Soviet level in 1928, i.e., at the beginning of the Soviet first 5-year plan. Depending on the assumption about the rate of net population increase during 1952 to 57, the food grain availability per capita in 1957 may have been 256 or 290 kilograms. 26. Even the latter figure represents a 25. See Chi Ming Ho, Sources of Agricultural Growth in Communist China, The Journal of Asian Studies, Volume 27, No. 4, August 1968, p. 724, Table 1. 26. He first figure is from A. M. Tang, OPCIT, p. 1123. The second figure is from Prybyla, Communist China, The Economy and the Revolution, Current History, September 1968, pages 137 to 138. Note that between 14 and 22% of the food grain output during 1952 to 57 was probably diverted to other than human consumption uses. The first 5-year plan, 1953 to 57, Strategy 127. Modest level of per capita grain availability by international standards. During the starvation year 1932 in Russia, per capita grain availability on farms, net of forced collections, was about 375 kilograms. Total availability per person, urban and rural, was 415 kilograms. 27. Cotton output, according to official communist sources, increased during the period by 26% over 1952, or an average annual rate of increase of 4.7%. There were, however, considerable fluctuations in output from year to year which resulted in sharp variations in the output of light industry. Since profits of light industry were a major source of state investment funds, these variations affected the volume of state investment and the state's financial position. The number of big draft animals was said to have increased by 9.6% from 1952 to 1957, that of sheep and goats by 59.6%, and that of pigs by 62.5%. 2.8 The indexes for cultivated area, sown area, and irrigated area are given in Table 4-14. Table 4-14. Cultivated area, sown area, irrigated area, index. R. 1952, 1953, 1954, 1955, 1956, 1957. Cultivated area. 100.0, 100.6, 101.3, 102.1, 103.6, 103.6 Sown area. 100.0, 102.0, 104.7, 107.0, 112.7, 111.3 Irrigated area. 100.0, 103.1, 109.4, 115.6, 150.0, 162.5 Irrigated area as percentage of total cultivated area. 19.8, 20.2, 21.3, 22.4, 28.6, 31.0. Source: Chi Ming Ho, Sources of Agricultural Growth in Communist China, Journal of Asian Studies, Volume 27, August 1968, p. 727, Table 2. Based on Weita Ti Xinyan, pages 113, 115. Western estimates. Western economists believe that the communist data cannot reasonably be accepted at face value. Most agree that the published and implied growth rates have an upward bias, but it is not always easy to pinpoint the origin or quantify the extent of the bias. Instead of the 25% increase in gross agricultural production during the first 5-year plan, Liu and Ye estimate an increase of 8.7%. 2.9 Instead of the 4.5% average annual growth rate of gross agricultural production, Tang suggests 3%. 3.0 Instead of the 20% increase in food grain output between 1952 and 1957, claimed by the communists, Liu and Ye suggest an increase of 5%. 3.1 Wu's adjusted communist estimate shows hardly any advance at all, 0.8 million tons or 0.4%. 3.2 Jones and Poleman estimate the increase to have been about 12%, and Hollister suggests 14%, including animal products. 3.3 In all probability the increase in food grain output barely kept pace with the rise in population. The main reasons cited for not accepting the official data at their face value are, a. The pre-1956 output figures for crop production appear to be understated on the basis of per capita consumption requirements, Liu. B. The planted area during 1950 to 55 was probably underreported, Wu. The Wu estimate of food grain output rests on the assumption that the cumulative underestimate for 1950 to 55 works out at 181.8 million metric tons. This volume is distributed by him over the individual years in the same proportion as the assumed underreporting of equivalent planted area during the period. 3.4 Wu advances the hypothesis that the reported increase in cultivable and planted areas between 1950 and 1956 was statistical, due to better reporting coverage. Given these assumptions, the official communist food grains figures compare with Wu's adjusted figures in the way shown in Table 4-15. C. Because of the relatively low level of arithmetical literacy in the countryside, there were bound to be errors in local statistical. Table 4-15. Production of cereals and potatoes in grain equivalent, millions of metric tons. Year. Communist. Figures. Yuan Li Wu's. Adjusted estimate. 1952 154.4 184.2. 1953 156.9 180.0. 1954 160.5 177.1 1955 174.8 184.1 1956 182.5 182.5 1957 185.0 185.0 Source: Communist figures are from 10 Great Years, OPCIT, p. 119. Yuan Liwu's adjusted figures from Yuan Liwu, The Economy of Communist China, in New York, Praeger and the Pall Mall Press, London, 1965, p. 140, Table 7-2. Reporting. Extension of statistical coverage in the later years of the plan contributed to the official upward bias. D. Fairly large discrepancies probably existed between biological yield and barn yield. 3.5. E. The 1957 figures for livestock, especially pigs, are probably exaggerated. One reason given for the possibly inflated figures is the shift in the inventory date from June 30 to December 31, which may have led to some confusion and double counting. 3.6 Although the official claims to production successes in agriculture have probably to be revised downward, the extent and precise reasons for the presumed overstatement can, as we have just seen, merely be guessed at. The assumption that the rate of growth was inflated by underreporting of the cultivated and sown areas in the early years of the plan period has been questioned. 3.7 It has been suggested by one writer that the collectivization drive of late 1955 and 1956 had adverse effects on statistical reliability. 3.8 If this were true, it would be difficult to accept the official 1956 figures as in fact is done by Wu. The 1957 figures are usually accepted by Western economists. Yet at the very time that the 1957 statistics were being compiled, the radical elements in the party had gained enough strength to launch a massive water conservation drive which shortly developed into an all-round leap forward that included statistical reporting, chapters 7 and 8 below. In these circumstances it is not unreasonable to conclude that agricultural output increased during the first 5-year plan period, perhaps quite substantially, if unevenly. An annual average increase of between 2 and 3% seems plausible. The increase was due to a more widespread and intensive use of traditional inputs, especially labor, i.e., non-budgeted investments by the peasants themselves. China's subsequent experience, especially the apparent stagnation of output after the Great Leap Forward, tends to support the contention that during the first 5-year plan traditional inputs and methods of production were pushed almost, but not quite, to their theoretical limits, and that further output increases had to be sought in the application to farming of modern science and technology, and in a fundamental change in the production function. 3.9 During the period of the first 5-year plan and the 1957 to 1958 period, said a Ta Kung Pao editorial of November 21, 1961, there has been a development of the productive forces in our country. But generally speaking, during those periods, the productive forces in our countryside have undergone no fundamental change. By 1957 the margin available for experiments with traditional ways of farming was extremely narrow. Rate of investment. It will be recalled that the strategy of economic development used by China during the first 5-year plan involved high rates of investment. The proportion of output channeled into increments in the capital stock, investment, is usually presumed to be determined by the rate of saving. The ratio of saving to national income, rate of saving, is a function of per capita incomes. There is a specific relation between increments to capital and increments to national income. This relation is known as incremental capital output ratio, or ICOR for short. The rate of growth of national income, therefore, is determined jointly by the rate of saving and ICOR. 4.0 During the period. Under review, 1953 to 57, the implied ICOR for China was relatively low, i.e., small additions to investment resulted in big additions to output. 4.1 During the period, the Chinese sustained high rates of investment and directed investments primarily into the producer's goods sector. Deliberate choice and chance circumstances were both responsible for this policy. The chance to import some 156 complete producer goods projects from the USSR, equipped with up-to-date capital, was not missed by the Chinese, even though it meant introducing labor-saving devices into a labor surplus economy. Communist data. Communist figures for fixed investment by the state are given in Table 4-16. Table 4-16. State fixed investment at current prices, billions of yuan. Index. Total. Preceding year equals 100, 1952 equals 100. Total first 5-year plan. 55.00 1953. 8.00 184, 184, 1954. 9.07 113, 208, 1955. 9.30 103, 214, 1956. 14.80 159, 340, 1957. 13.83 93 317. Source: 10 Great Years, p. 55. Western data. To arrive at gross fixed investment, Hollister 4.2 adds to the above figures for state fixed investment, estimated amounts of the following: a. Self-financed agricultural investment, b. Supplementary budget allocations for agriculture, c. Non-agricultural investment by private enterprises and households, and d. Major repairs. The resulting figures for gross fixed investment are given in Table 4-17. Table 4-17 W. Hollister's estimates of gross fixed investment and gross domestic investment, 1953-57, billions of yuan at current prices. Year. Gross fixed investment. Gross investment asterisk. 1953 12.59 18.45. 1954 14. 12 19.40. 1955 13.92 19.14. 1956 19.87 19.69. 1957 18.77 25.31. Asterisk. Gross domestic investment takes into account changes in inventories. Source: W. Hollister, Trends in Capital Formation in Communist China, in an Economic Profile of Mainland China, OPCIT, p. 125, Table 1. Various estimates of the average annual ratio of investment to national product in China, 1953-57, have been made in the West. It would not be stretching the point too much to conclude that the average annual rate of gross investment was between 20 and 24% of gross national product, using current market prices. Gross investment includes changes in inventories. Adjusting for changes in inventories, the rate of gross fixed investment, i.e., increases in productive facilities, net of inventory changes, would be 15 to 17% of gross national product. 4.3 These rates are high, both when compared with China's estimated pre-war performance, and with investment rates for other developing countries. They approximate the Soviet rates during Russia's industrialization drive of 1928-37. In 1928 gross investment represented 14% of Soviet GNP, in 1950 ruble factor cost, and 27% in 1937. 4.4 Using current ruble factor cost, the 1928 rate was 25% and the 1937 rate was 25.9%. Sources of investment financing. The bulk of investment financing during 1953-57 was generated domestically. Only a negligible portion of China's budgetary revenues came from foreign economic loans, and not all of these loans represented the purchase abroad of investment goods. 45 According to one estimate, foreign economic loans accounted for not more than 1.5% of China's capital investment from 1953 through 1957. 4.6 Chinese data on domestic sources of investment are given in Table 4-18. State revenues were the major source of investment financing, with the possible exception of agricultural investment, below, p. 138. It will be seen that the single most important source of state revenue throughout the period had been taxes, followed by revenue from state enterprises. Within taxation, industrial and commercial taxes were important. Of these, taxes on state enterprises yielded the most revenue. However, beginning in 1954, revenue, mainly profits, from state enterprises began to play an increasingly important role in total revenue, exceeding that of industrial and commercial taxes. 47 By 1957 revenue from state enterprises almost equaled tax revenue, reflecting the large-scale nationalization of private enterprises in 1955–56. The absolute and relative increase in revenue from state enterprises as a component of state revenues is a very important phenomenon. It implies that increasingly the high rate of capital formation was indirectly financed by preempting the national product for that per. Table 4–18. Sources of state revenue, 1953–57, millions of current UN. 1953, 1954, 1955, 1956, 1957. Total: 21,760, 26,230, 27,228, 740, 31,020. Tax revenue: 11,970, 13,220, 12,750, 14,090, 15,490. Industrial and commercial taxes: 8,250, 8,972, 8,725, 10,098. Private business: 3,422, 2,872, 1,671. Cooperatives: 534, 925, 1,128. State private joint enterprises: 265, 422, 556. State enterprises: 4,029, 4,753, 5,370. Agricultural taxes: 2,711, 3,278, 3,054, 2,965, 2,970. Salt taxes: 461, 521, 481, 483. Customs duties: 505, 412, 466, 542. Revenue from state enterprises: revenue from credit and insur: 7,679,960, 11,190, 13,430, 14,420. ANS operations: 491,790, 2,360, 724, 700. Domestic bonds: 836, 619, 607, 650. Foreign loans: 438, 877, 1,654, 117. 23. Insurance operations: 52, 77, 87, 27. Other revenue: 1,630, 1,260, 900, 500, 410. Pose rather than by taxing private and business earned income. 48. Agricultural taxes, it will be noticed, remained at a more or less constant level throughout the period. This must be interpreted carefully. It might suggest a relatively light burden on the peasants in the matter of capital formation, and hence a significant departure from the Stalinist model of economic development. Such a conclusion would be hasty, but there is a grain of truth in it. 49. The subject will be taken up below. Another interesting set of figures is given in Table 4–19. Note the decline of the accumulation contribution of individual and capitalist sectors, a reflection of changes in the property structure of the economy around 1955. This will be discussed at greater length in Chapter 5. Table 4–19. Sources of accumulation by type of ownership 1953 and 1956. Source. Percent. 1953-1956 total. 100 Government Administration and State Economy. 80.075.5 Public-Private Joint Economy. 1.66.0 Cooperative Economy, total. 4.8 Agricultural Producers Cooperatives. 0.05 Individual Economy. 9.11 Capitalist Economy. 2.50 Inhabitants. F. 2.03.2 The Stalinist strategy of economic development is more than high rates of capital formation. It is the formation of a particular type of capital, i.e., modern industrial capital, especially heavy industrial capital. In the period 1928 to 37, 39% of Soviet gross investment was channeled into industry, and 40% in 1953 to 59. 50 In the original Stalinist model, this type of investment allocation was made at the expense of agriculture, and to an extent, of trade, services, and residential construction. In the Stalinist model, the state's policy toward agriculture is extractive rather than developmental. It has already been suggested that, given China's factor endowment, such a course of action could not have been followed to the letter without seriously endangering the political viability of the regime. This argument will be developed in later pages. First, however, we shall take a look at official Chinese Communist data regarding sectoral distribution of state investment in the period 1953 to 57. This is done in tables 4 to 20 and 4 to 21. There seems to be little doubt that the priorities are those of the Stalinist model. The emphasis put on the development of heavy industry is beyond question. 5.1 In the Soviet Union during 1928 to 55. Over 90% of industrial investment typically went to producer goods industries. 5.2 Many Western analysts have taken the 7.6% investment rate in agriculture as an indication that the Stalinist blueprint was also followed in this sector. In fact, were the communist figures to be accepted at face value, the Chinese would appear to have out-Stalin Stalin in their neglect of agriculture during this period. 5.3 Such conclusion would be unwarranted. Agriculture. The investment rate of 7.6% tells only part of the agricultural story. The 7.6% of total realized state investment relative shares of means of production and consumer goods in the total value of industrial output of Communist China, percent output value year of means of consumer of production goods 1953 37.3 62.7 1954 38.5 61.5 1955 41.7 58.3 1956 45.5 54.5 1957 48.4 51.6 In 1928 producers' goods accounted for 40% of Soviet gross industrial output, and 58% in 1937. Narodnoye Hozyaistvuo SSSRV 1962 Godu, Moscow, 1963, p. 120. Voted to agriculture represents a figure of 4.19 billion yuan. In order to arrive at total realized investment, one should add to the 4.19 billion yuan the following, not included in that amount: I. Self-financed investment by peasants. 2. Allocations to the army to reclaim wasteland. 3. Relief funds for rural areas. 4. State agricultural loans, v. Investment in agriculture, water conservation, and forestry by industrial departments. From the total, one must subtract investment in the lumber industry by the Ministry of Forestry. Figures for planned investment are given in Table 4 to 22. Table 4 to 22. Planned investment allocations to agriculture, 1953 to 1957. Billions of yuan. Percent of total state investment asterisk. Total state investment in agricultural, water conservancy, and forestry departments. 6.10 Fixed investment. 3.26 Miscellaneous. 2.84 Add, allocations to Army to reclaim wasteland. 0.30 Relief funds for rural areas. 1.06 State agricultural loans. 1.52 Investment by industrial departments. 0.229.20 Subtract, investment in lumber industry by the Ministry of Forestry. 0.808.40 Add, estimated investment by peasants. 10.00 Fixed investment. 6.00 Circulating capital. 4.00 Total investment by state and industrial departments, and self-financed investment by peasants. 18.40. 8.0. Asterisk State investment includes here direct state appropriations and investments by economic departments under the central authorities, provincial and municipal administrations. Source, calculated from First Five-Year Plan for the Development of the National Economy of the People's Republic of China in 1953 to 1957, Peking, FLP, 1956, pages 27 to 33. What Table 4 to 22 shows is that total investment in agriculture, by the agencies of the state and by the peasants themselves, was to have been considerably higher than the state investment figures, 6.1 billion yuan or 8% of total state investment, indicate. If realized investment was anything like the plan, the direct state investment figure of 4.19 billion yuan and the rate of 7.6%, see Table 4 to 20, should similarly be revised upward. In that event it would be more appropriate to say that the share of agriculture in total investment was more than 20% during the period, which represents a satisfactory level in China's conditions. 5. For this relatively high level of investment in agriculture should not, however, blind one to the fact that it was very largely to be achieved through the financial exertions of the peasants themselves and that this type of peasant investment was mostly of the traditional, labor-intensive, type. Notice, for instance, that while state fixed investment in agriculture was scheduled to be 3.26 billion yuan, the peasants were expected to increase fixed capital by 6 billion yuan. While total state investment in agriculture, all departments, was to have been 8.4 billion yuan, the peasants were asked to contribute 10 billion yuan. It is difficult to say whether these expectations regarding peasant self-financed investment actually materialized, and if so, to what extent. 5. But the burden of investment was squarely placed on the peasants. The bulk sector 1953, 1954, 1955, 1956, 1957. Agriculturette 20.7, 22.4, 24.5, 22.8, 23.0. Industry, construction, public utilities. 33.0, 34.4, 34.3, 37.8, 41.3. Heavy industry. 17.1, 20.2, 24.6, 26.2, 29.2. Light industry. 10.2, 8.2, 4.0, 4.6, 5.7, transport and communications. 9.4, 11.0, 13.8, 13.8, 12.6. Residential construction. 10.2, 9.5, 10.5, 8.4, 9.7. Service and trade. 26.5, 22.8, 16.8, 17.0, 13.4. Total fixed investment carried. 100.0, 100.0, 100.0, 100.0, 100.0. Of direct state investment in agriculture went into water conservancy projects intended to raise per acre yields. The burden on the peasants was made heavier by the disparity between prices of agricultural crops and the prices of products purchased by the peasants. The seriousness of the scissors movement is subject to some question. While conceding the price disparity, Professor S.H. Zhou argues that the scissors gap was far less serious than what was experienced in Soviet Russia at a comparable period of development. 5-6 Relatively low prices of agricultural products, price concessions to users of producers' goods, and the use of high consumer prices to curtail consumption were, according to Zhou, less important in China than in the Soviet Union at a roughly similar developmental stage. The Chinese seem to have resorted more to direct controls, such as the rationing of daily necessities, state measures to expand the cultivable area, and so on, to increase food production and restrict consumption than to price differentials. Hollister, who agrees that agriculture was not starved in order to support heavy industry, holds that the troubles which beset Chinese agriculture were due more to the allocations of heavy industry investment within heavy industry itself, i.e., import of machinery and equipment instead of chemical fertilizer, than to insufficient allocations to agriculture. 5.7. This view needs qualification. The output of chemical products rose from 3.2% of the gross value of industrial products in 1953 to 6.6% in 1957. 33 out of the 694 large projects were in the chemical industry, 7 of these being fertilizer plants. The range of chemical products was expanded to include not only ammonium sulfate but also ammonium nitrate and some superphosphate. 5.8. It remains probably true, however, that the chemical industry was promoted as part of the heavy industry push rather than because of any conscious intent to support agriculture. Certainly there was in China during this time less reliance on heavy agricultural equipment than in the Soviet Union at a corresponding period, see Chapter 5. The safest conclusion would be that during the first 5-year plan the Chinese Communists tried to combine an extractive and developmental policy toward agriculture, much of the latter being devolved onto the peasants themselves. The degree of forced extraction may be seen from the fact that during the entire 1953 to 57 period, the retained value of agricultural output per peasant remained at about 92 yuans, while total marketed value rose from 12.97 billion yuan in 1952 to 20.28 billion yuan in 1957, or by 56.4%. 5.9. Residential housing. Sharp disagreement exists among Western economists regarding the residential housing situation in China during the 5-year plan period. Professor Kong Chao 60 argues that, a. Only 8.6% of total fixed investment was given to housing construction during the period, b. The government was reluctant to mobilize private funds for house building to alleviate the housing shortage, and in any event, c. The general income level of workers was too low for them to buy or build new houses, d. The low rental level for public housing, 2 to 3% of a family's income on the average, set a conventional ceiling for private rentals. Which meant that private rental income was too low to induce owners to make investments in new housing, e. Difficulties in obtaining building materials and construction workers obstructed the construction of private housing, f. There was a lack of proper maintenance and repairs as a result of which large numbers of private dwellings collapsed every year. On August 9, 1954, for example, more than 3,000 houses in Peking fell to the ground after a heavy rain. G. Many residential houses were demolished in order to widen streets and make room for new industrial construction. H. There was a rapid influx of people into the cities. As a result of all these factors, and assuming a very modest depreciation rate, 2% per annum, replacement needs in the period 1953 to 57 were just barely met, the total stock of urban residential housing reaching the 1949 level in 1957. Even in 1960 the total stock of urban housing was, according to Chao, only 10% higher than in 1949, while the urban population had more than doubled over the period. By 1957 per capita housing declined by 1/3 from the 1949 level, i.e., 6.3 square meters in 1949, to 4.0 square meters in 1957. Professor Hollister 6.1 While agreeing that investment in housing by all socialist enterprises was below 10% of fixed investment, maintains that a substantial amount of residential construction was undertaken by the private sector. From 1950 through 1955 private investment in urban housing was, according to this argument, about 70% of the official figures for investment by socialist enterprises. Hollister also holds that major repairs were sufficient to keep the existing stock of urban housing habitable and inhabited during 1950–59, but that the rise in urban housing was barely sufficient to maintain a low living standard in urban areas for housing, in view of the rapid increase in the urban population. 6.2 Hollister believes that if Chow's estimate of the deterioration in the per capita housing situation were to be accurate, such a trend would involve massive efforts in rationing housing space in urban areas and tensions that do not seem to have occurred. 6.3 Moreover, the alleged difficulty experienced by the private sector in obtaining building materials and construction workers is countered by the fact that much urban residential housing uses dirt to be packed into walls and other materials not subject to state controls, and that most of the labor involved can be furnished by the residents themselves and by craftsmen available outside the state apparatus. 6.4 Dick Wilson, Portrait of Peking, FEER, July 16, 1964, p. 118, reported that from 1949 through 1963, 156 million square feet of new housing space were built in Peking, in addition to 8 million square feet of hospitals and sanatoria. Trade and services. It would seem that the brunt of the heavy industry push was taken by allocations for trade and non-agricultural services. According to Western estimates, the share of fixed investment in this sector declined during the 1953–57 period from 26.5% in 1953 to 13.4% in 1957. 6.5. The figures for this sector probably include allocations for military construction. It is unlikely that this component of allocations to the sector decreased markedly during the period. Thus, the decline in actual trade and civilian non-agricultural services was probably sharper than the estimates indicate. Defense outlays. This is a thorny subject because meaningful information on military expenditures is not normally published. X-teen66 cites various estimates suggesting that in 1952 defense absorbed about 6% of GNP at market prices, 7% in 1955, and 6% in 1957. The estimates are the result of a breakdown of government consumption figures, but it is difficult to say how reliable they are. Presumably, in view of the Korean conflict and the important role assigned to the military in early political and economic reform, China had at this time a large standing army, possibly 6 million men. Over a longer period, 1957 to 67, the size of the army may have fluctuated between 2.5 and 3 million men. 67 Such a large defense establishment would suggest a relatively heavy burden on the economy. 6.8 It has been mentioned earlier, Chapter 3, that Soviet military credits during 1950–52 may have been as high as $1 billion, and that all of this aid had to be paid back. It should also be added that in 1955 China and the Soviet Union concluded an agreement on what was described as the peaceful uses of atomic energy, but which, in time, seemed to have veered mainly toward military applications. Chinese scientists, about 1,000, were sent to the Soviet Atomic Research Institute at Dubna. 20% of the cost of this venture was apparently covered by the Chinese. By the end of 1957 preparations were being made for the installation in China of a Soviet experimental nuclear reactor and a gaseous diffusion plant. An Institute of Atomic Energy was set up in Peking in May 1957. In October of that year a top-level Chinese military delegation visited the USSR and, according to the Chinese, got Soviet promises of aid in the development of China's military nuclear capability, a promise on which the Soviets allegedly went back a year later. 6.9 Although not all the expenditures on the development of nuclear capacity can be ascribed to military uses, there is no doubt that a substantial portion of them went into such channels. It has been argued, on the other hand, that the operating costs of the Chinese military establishment have had a relatively small economic impact over the long run, or as one writer put it, the net cost of this force has been roughly equal to zero. 70 The reasons given for this contention are, a. The army does not represent an important percentage of the labor force of the country, so that the addition of soldiers to the civilian labor force would represent a small increment to national income. B. Since the group is not, on the average, equipped with critical skills, its productivity in civilian employment would be low. C. The army, as we have seen in Chapter 2, is not only a fighting force but a labor force as well. It is probable that to an important degree the army is self-sufficient in food. Moreover, at harvest time it is used in field work, and participates in such capital construction projects as road and railroad building, construction of dikes and irrigation ditches, the establishment of state farms in inhospitable regions, and so on. Over the long run this argument may be valid. It appears less convincing for the period 1953 to 57 when debts had to be incurred to equip the army with expensive modern weapons and to set up modern armaments industries. It could also be argued that the hypothesis of low skills is tenuous. The modern army is in a sense a vocational education extension institution. Conclusion on strategy. In general it can be said that during 1953 to 57 the Chinese followed the broad outlines of the Stalinist strategy of selective growth under conditions of austerity with three important qualifications. First, the exploitation of agriculture for the benefit of heavy industry was less glaring than that practiced during a comparable period in the Soviet Union. Second, investment in agriculture was largely extra-budgetary, i.e., self-financed by peasants, hence traditional and labor-intensive. This represented a departure from the Soviet Stalinist model, which relied on the early application to farming of large amounts of heavy agricultural machinery. Third, profits from state enterprises played an increasingly more important part in state budgetary revenues, and hence in state investment expenditures than they did in the Soviet Union at a comparable period of time. The Soviet model could not be transplanted to China in its entirety because of a. China's different factor endowments as compared with the USSR, b. the gradual loss of confidence in Stalinism in general and Stalinist economics in particular, c. the increasingly strained relations between China and the Soviet Union, and d. the corresponding Chinese desire to find a native solution to the problem of development, and to force the rate of modernization. The strategy of selective growth under conditions of austerity made use of a number of institutional tools, to the consideration of which we now turn. The first five-year plan, 1953 to 57. Institutional reform in agriculture and industry. In this chapter we again take up the theme of Chapter 3, the reform of economic, social, and political institutions in the direction of socialism as the Chinese envisaged it. The basic purpose of the reforms was to put the leadership in a position to effectively implement the strategy of selective growth under conditions of austerity. It meant the quasi-total nationalization or collectivization of the private sector in agriculture, industry, and trade, and a corresponding strengthening of governmental and party machinery. Reconstruction and reform, which had been examined in Chapter 3, Mao's New Democracy, was merely a phase to be gone through before the inauguration of socialist modes of production and distribution. As has been mentioned before, the timing of the transition from New Democracy to socialism had been the subject of dispute among policy makers. We shall see in this and the following chapters that the modalities of socialist reform were also seen differently by different members of Mao Zedong's entourage. Collectivization of agriculture. The Soviet precedent. Stalin's collectivization drive and the accompanying dekulakization, elimination of the so-called rich peasants, meant in practice the forcible removal from their farms of some 10 million people in 4 years. Deaths among the deportees may have been as high as 3 to 4 millions, and this is probably a conservative estimate. Stalin himself admitted to Winston Churchill that the collectivization process was fearful, that it was a terrible struggle, and that he had to cope with 10 million people. One in its original form, the first Soviet five-year plan foresaw the collectivization of a maximum of 20% of the farms by 1933. In the spring of 1929 Stalin still asserted that private farms would continue in the future to play a most significant role in Russia's agriculture. By the end of the year the drive to collectivize the peasants and destroy the kulaks was in full swing, class struggle was fanned in the countryside, forced labor camps were bursting at the seams. Within a few years Russia's agriculture had been collectivized at an appalling price in human life. Literally doomed to death, the richer and middle peasants resisted by burning houses and crops, and by slaughtering their own livestock. According to Stalin, these peasants destroyed 17,400,000 horses, 30 million head of cattle, and 100 million sheep and goats. Land was left untilled and famine stalked the land. The story of man's brutality to man, of the incredible suffering and degradation imposed on millions of human beings by a dictator's whim, has not been fully told to this day. Stalin confided in Churchill that it was absolutely necessary for Russia. 3. It was not. Professor Karch's hypothesis that it was all a terrible mistake due to Stalin's erroneous and inconsistent use of marketing figures, makes the tragedy all the more stark and senseless. 4. Yet one cannot escape the impression that it was due as much to Stalin's twisted personality as to the doctrine which he held. 5. To the Chinese communists, Stalin's way of dealing with the peasant problem was both an inspiration and a warning. It is safe to say that all factions within the top leadership believed collectivization to be necessary in order to eventually make the communist dream come true, but some were more wary about how collectivization was to be carried out, more fearful of the possible immediate consequences than others. There was no telling how the freshman owners of land might react, how much violence and destruction cooperativization might bring in its train. There are a number of striking similarities between Stalin's and Mao's ways of handling the institutional problem in agriculture. On closer analysis, some of these turn out to be rather superficial. 1. Both the Soviets and the Chinese started with a reform which gave land to individual peasant households. In the Soviet Union this type of small peasant agriculture was stabilized for 7 years. 2. Both embarked on collectivization via lower-level, transitional cooperative arrangements in which for a time voluntary participation by peasants played a dominant role. 7. The transitional arrangement in the Soviet Union from 1918 to 1927 was the TOZ, Cooperative for the Working of the Land, a flexible producers' association in which all productive livestock and most of the work stock were privately owned, while the working of the soil and farm machinery were partly collectivized. The product was shared in accordance with labor, land, and capital contributed. 8. The arrangement, which served as the prototype for the later fully fledged collective, was the artel in which field work was almost totally collectivized as was most of the productive livestock. Artel households were allowed to cultivate for themselves small plots of land, vegetable gardens, and to own some livestock. The transitional arrangements in China consisted of a. Mutual aid teams, and b. lower-level agricultural producers' cooperatives. These arrangements lasted from about 1950 to 1955. Mutual aid teams were of two kinds, seasonal and year-round. Peasants joining mutual aid teams worked together, while their land, draft animals, farm tools, and other means of farm production remained their own private property. The farm produce of each piece of land went to the family that owned it. At the very beginning the organization of such mutual aid teams was temporary and seasonal. They were later developed into round-the-year mutual aid teams in which there was, on the basis of working together, a certain degree of division of labor and line, and a small amount of collectively owned property. 9. The lower level, or elementary, agricultural producers' cooperatives pooled land and practiced unified management and distribution of income. The principle followed in their distribution was that a smaller part of the income was distributed as land payment proportionate to the amount of land pooled by the members, which was an expression of the continued private ownership of land. The land payment share varied from 30 to 60% of the crops harvested, while the greater part of the income was distributed as work payment according to the quantity and quality of the work done by the co-op members taking part in collective labor. This was the main organizational form put in practice in China's countryside from 1953 to 1955. 10. Each household was allowed a retained plot of arable land for private use. These plots were located in the pooled fields, the plot area per head being fixed at a maximum of 5% of the average arable area per head in the village. The final step was the Advanced Agricultural Producers Cooperative or Fully Fledged Collective Farm, kolkhoz, in which land payment was abolished. The co-op members' privately owned draft animals, farm tools, and other major means of production were pooled and their money value turned into the collective property of the co-ops. After setting a part of the value of the draft animals, farm tools, etc., against the cost of shares necessary for membership, the rest of their value was repaid by the co-ops in installments. After deducting the costs of production and management, reserve funds, public welfare funds, and agricultural tax, all income of the co-ops was distributed among the members according to the socialist principle, to each according to his work, and more income for those who work more. Private plots were allocated to members of the collective according to the 5% rule, see above. The rapid transition from TOZ to Artel in the Soviet Union in 1930–33 and the equally spectacular transition from elementary, lower level, to advanced cooperatives in China in 1956–57 may be seen from Table 5:1. Table 5:1. The disappearance of the TOZ, Soviet Union, and the Elementary Agricultural Producers Cooperative, China. Soviet Union, China. Year. Number of TOZ, thousands. Number of Arteli, thousands. Year. Number of elementary cooperatives, thousands. Number of advanced cooperatives, thousands. 1927 6.47.1 1950 0.0180.001 1928 19.9 11.6 1952 3.60.010 1929 34.3 19.2 1953 15.10.015 1929 a 42.0 20.8 1954 114.20.201 1930 14.9 63.5 1955 633.20.529 1931 9.9 193.6 1956 B 700.9 302.800 1932 4.5 202.4 1956 681.7 311.900 1933 4.3 216.2 1957 C 84.0668 000 1957700 000 1958 D 740.000 Table 5:2 shows how the drive to a. establish mutual aid teams and lower-level agricultural cooperatives, and b. transform the transitional arrangements into advanced agricultural producers cooperatives, fared in China in terms of member peasant households. 1, 2, 3. Both the Soviets and the Chinese unleashed a campaign to eliminate landlords and rich peasants as a class. The drive, it might be added, also tended to eliminate physically many landlords and some rich peasants. 1, 3, 4. Both, up to the last moment, assured the peasants that advanced collectivization was reserved for a fairly distant future, that for the time being individual agriculture would remain dominant, and that joining the kolkhozy would always be a question of the individ. Table 5:2. Development of mutual aid teams and agricultural producers cooperatives in China. Percentages of peasant households belonging to mutual aid teams and cooperative organizations. 1950, 1952, 1953, 1954, 1955, 1956, 1957 *. Total of peasant households. 100.0 100.0 100.0 100.0 100.0 100.0 100.0 belonging to mutual aid teams and cooperative organizations, elementary and advanced. 10.7 40.0 39.5 60.3 64.9 96.3 97.0 Agricultural Producers Cooperatives 0.1 0.2 2.0 14.2 96.3 97.0 Advanced Elementary Mutual aid teams 10.7 F 0.1 39.9 0.2 $39.30 2.0 58.3 14.2 50.7 87.8 8.5 All year round underscore 10.1 11.5 26.2 27.6 underscore seasonal 29.8 27.8 32.1 23.1 UAL households voluntary and unconstrained decision. Both reneged on the promise. The first Soviet 5-year plan, October 1928 to September 1933, foresaw in its original version, prepared in 1928, the collectivization of 12.9 million peasants by 1932 to 33, leaving 121 million peasants outside the collectives. By 1933 to 34, 18.6 million peasants were to have been collectivized, with about 117 million peasants left outside the kolkhozy. In actual fact, over 100 million peasants were whipped into some 250,000 collectives in the brief span of 4 years. The Gosplan kept revising its collectivization targets upward, but could not keep up with Stalin's fury. A somewhat similar development took place in China. The draft first 5-year plan stated that by 1957, about 1/3 of all the peasant households in the country will have joined the present agricultural producers' cooperatives of elementary form. The UAL peasant economy still possesses a certain amount of latent productive power which should in suitable ways be brought into play as fully as possible to raise the yield per unit area. 14 As early as March 1953, and again in the spring of 1955, the moderate segments of the party openly opposed hasty collectivization. In the first half of 1953 they actually succeeded in reducing the number of mutual aid teams in the name of consolidating the new democratic system. 1-5 The left-wing elements, however, counterattacked in June. In November they consolidated their position in the course of the Third National Conference on Mutual Aid and Cooperativization. The Central Committee decisions on the development of agricultural producers' cooperatives adopted in December 1953 said that it is absolutely impermissible to try and carry out the socialist transformation of small peasant economy merely by issuing a call from above. Compulsion, commandism, and expropriation of the peasants' means of production are criminal acts. 16 This was to be interpreted in a Machiavellian dialectical manner 2 years later. After all, it was argued, a collectivization is not expropriation but merely a change from individual to group ownership, and since each individual is part of the group, he is also part owner, and, b, by definition, collective ownership is established voluntarily by the peasants and handicraftsmen under the leadership, and with the assistance of the party and the state power of the proletariat. 17 Those who reject that leadership and assistance and balk at proletarian power, are enemies of the people, bourgeois elements, freaks, and monsters who do not count in the reckoning. In a decision adopted on March 3, 1955, the State Council spoke of insufficient experience and preparation in the matter of running collective farms, restiveness of the peasants, and loss of livestock and forest land resulting from both. 1-8 Mao countered with a speech on July 31, 1955, which in many respects, is reminiscent of Stalin's article in Pravda of November 7, 1929. 19 In the speech Mao referred to those who wanted to slow down the collectivization process as tottering along like a woman with bound feet, always complaining that others are going too fast. Even then, however, the Maoist program scheduled the absorption of half the peasant households in lower-level cooperatives by 1958. The rest were to be absorbed between 1958 and 1960. As late as December 1955 Mao reiterated his conviction that collectivization would come in 3 or 4 years, i.e., by 1959 or 1960. 205. The tempo of collectivization was, at its peak, broadly similar in both countries. This is shown in Table 5-3. Notice the sudden burst of collectivization in Russia around 1929-30 and in China in 1955-56. What took the Soviets 8 years to accomplish, was done in China in just 1 year, Table 5-4. After the second winter of the collectivization drive, Stalin was forced to back down for a while. In March 1930 he blamed the officials in charge of the process for having become dizzy with success and for misunderstanding his order. 2-1 As a matter of fact, everybody had. Table 5-3. Comparison of collectivization in the Soviet Union and China. Soviet Union * China. Peasant. Year households F. Percent. 1918 0.1 1950. 1927 0.8 1951. 1928 1.7 1952 0.1. 1929 3.9 1953 0.2. 1930 23.6 1954 2.0. 1931 52.7 1955 14.2. 1932 61.5 1956 96.3 1937 93.0 1957 x 97.0 1940 99.0. Perfectly understood his orders. From 1931 to 1933 only about 10% of what was left of peasant individual holdings were collectivized. There was a somewhat similar episode in China in 1957 when the government moved to reduce the size of collective farms, increase the size of the kolkhozniki's private plots, and ease controls on rural markets. As early as June 1956 the party's right wing tried to slow down the pace of collectivization, see Table 5-4. The party's Central Propaganda Department published an editorial in Zhenmin Jipao titled "To Oppose Also Rashness While Opposing Conservatism," June 20, 1956, which was allegedly approved by Liu Shaokai in person. Taking their cue from the double wheel, double share plough fiasco, see below, p. 163, the moderates attacked impetuosity and rash advance. The article signaled the right wing's counterattack, which developed in the autumn and winter of 1956. During the winter of 1956 thousands of peasants withdrew from the newly formed collectives. In the Soviet Union's Russian Republic at a comparable time, i.e., following Stalin's Dizzy with Success article, the proportion of households in collectives fell, in a 2 months period, from 60% to 23.4%. 2-2 As in Russia, so also in China the interlude was brief. In China the short halt was called after advanced 22 Naum Jasny, OPCIT, p. 308. According to Chuyuan Cheng, see Communist China's Economy, 1949-1962, OPCIT, p. 36, in Guangdong Province during the winter of 1956, about 160,000 peasant households applied for withdrawal from advanced collectives and 80,000 succeeded. Collectivization had been substantially completed, in Russia, after the first massive outburst. In Russia the brief and relative liberalization was imposed by Stalin on his bureaucrats. In China the reverse seems to have taken place. The bureaucrats briefly forced Mao to rest on his oars. Table 5-4. Collectivization in China, December 1955 to December 1956. Housel. Advanced Agricultural Producers Cooperatives. Lolds in Elementary Agricultural Producers Cooperatives. As percentage of total households. 1955. December _ A 14.2. 1956. January 30.7 49.6. February 51.0 36.0. March 54.9 34.0. April 58.2 32.1. May 61.9 29.3. June 63.2 28.7. July 63.429.0, August 66.126.8, September 72.721.8, October 78.017.6, November 83.013.1, December 87.88.5. A negligible. Source: State Statistical Bureau, Agricultural Cooperation and Statistical Materials on Income Distribution of Agricultural Producers Cooperatives in 1955, Peking, 1957, in John Wang, Mutual Aid Cooperation in China's Agricultural Collectivization, The China Mainland Review, June 1967, p. 370, Table I. 6. Both the Soviet Union and China followed during the period of collectivization a policy of self-sufficiency in food. Even during the worst famine years, the Soviets exported grain, sometimes at dumping prices. Imports of grain were ruled out because, it was argued, Russia did not have the necessary foreign exchange to pay for such purchases. The Chinese adopted the same attitude. Grain imports were eliminated, and exports of grain were used to pay for the purchase abroad, mainly in the USSR, of capital equipment for the producer's goods industry. This trend was not reversed until 1961. 2-3. 7. The Chinese adopted from the Soviets the idea of machine tractor stations, MTS. In the Soviet Union the MTS served the twin purpose of concentrating, and thus husbanding, scarce agricultural machinery and technical manpower, and politically supervising the peasants. By 1955 about 140 such centers were in operation in China's countryside. By 1962, after their suppression during the Great Leap Forward, 1958-60 see Chapter 8, there were more than 2,000 of them. 2-4. The outward similarities tend to conceal far-reaching differences in the collectivization processes in the two countries. 1. The Soviet drive to herd the peasants into collectives met with bitter resistance and led to huge loss of life and serious disruptions of agricultural production. Apparently the Chinese process did not, or at least led to nothing like the Soviet slaughter, famine, and fall in output. This should be qualified in at least 5 ways. There was loss of livestock in China during the winter of 1956 and the spring of 1957, due in part to peasant lassitude and indifference. In Jiangsu province, according to one survey, 60,000 draft animals perished. In Shantung province, 30% of draft animals were found to have been undernourished. 2. Traditional peasant subsidiary occupations, sideline production, suffered as a result of the peasants' incorporation in the collectives. Pig raising was the activity most affected. Between the end of 1954 and June 1956, China's pig population declined by an estimated 17 million animals. 3. The loss of draft animals and pigs consequent on collectivization, led to a decline in the supply of manure and created a shortage of motive power in the countryside. In the North China Plain, for example, human labor had to take the place of animals in pulling plows. 4. Collectivization gave an impetus to the migration of peasants townward. This gave rise to employment difficulties in the cities, since urban job opportunities did not rise enough to absorb the migrants whose skills, incidentally, were low. The urban housing situation also suffered. According to the Maoists, when the cooperatives were established, the class enemies attacked the activists, destroyed public property, killed the livestock of the cooperatives or tried to sneak into the cooperatives to seize leadership. Some even tried to undermine the cooperatives by committing murders, setting fires, and poisoning people. The better-off middle peasants on joining the cooperatives, sold their means of production, withdrew their capital funds, felled trees, and so forth. 282. In Russia collectivization went hand in hand with the drive to wipe out the rich and middle peasants. In China the rich peasants and many middle peasants as well, had been attacked during Reconstruction and Reform, though official fear of them remained. Put another way, The collectivization drive in Russia came hard on the heels of a relatively liberal period, the New Economic Policy, NEP. In China, collectivization followed a period of acute class warfare and repression. Although there had been some resurgence of private property mentality in the Chinese countryside during the Korean conflict, CP 50 above, the fact remains that the bulk of the peasants to be collectivized in China were poor and hard put to scratch out a living from the tiny farms which they got from land reform. These peasants were more likely to join collective farms without fuss than other groups. Their experience in farming their own land was brief and not encouraging, and their private property mentality may well have been an acquired rather than a natural trait. There was, therefore, in China a prima facie case for less compulsion and violence during collectivization than there had been in the Russia of the Soviets. The earnings position of the various social strata before and after collectivization may be seen from Table 5-5. It will be seen that collectivization reduced the earnings of rich peasants and former landlords below those of poor peasants in line with the left wing's philosophy of eliminating social stratification in the countryside and relying on the poor peasantry as the mainstay of rural revolution. The relative improvement in the position of rich peasants and former landlords in 1957 is discussed in Chapter 7. The fall in livestock numbers and the decline in sideline production, mentioned earlier, may at first appear to contradict the thesis of a relative lack of resistance to collectivization. But this need not be so. Advanced collective farms were put together hastily, there was a lack of forethought and an acute shortage of qualified administra. Table 5-5. Per capita earnings of peasant households * UN per year. Class, Communist. Definition. 1954-1 1956-2 1957-2. Gross earnings, UN. Index. Net earnings, UN. Index. Net earnings, UN. Index. Poor peasant. 116.41.00061.31.00060.2 Lower middle peasant 1 equals 48 IQ 40 67.61.10369.91.161 Upper middle peasant J 77.21.25979.01.312 Rich peasant 209.21.795.30.90.258.70.975 Former landlord 118.41.01759.00.96266.21.100 Tours and agronomists. The poor peasants' hopes were raised only to be shattered on first contact with communal life. What individual initiative and technical knowledge there was, seems to have been squandered and stifled by red tape. The shortage of pork in 1956 and 1957 was due in large part to the very low prices paid by the state for live hogs. The decline in sideline production was probably the result of a combination of collective control over the peasants' working schedule, which left little time for subsidiary occupations, and the low prices offered by the state for the products of sideline industry. For example, the state's price for dried sunflowers in Fengqian County, Sichuan, in 1955 was about one-third of pre-war. The total value of sunflowers sold by the peasants in 1955 declined to 60% of the 1954 figure. 2-9 It was the recognition of such problems that led the ascendant moderate communist faction in September 1956 to decentralize authority on the collective farms, limit the size of kolkhozes, raise the price for live hogs, and ease controls over sideline production. 3. In the discussion of transitional arrangements it was suggested that there was a certain similarity between the early Soviet collective institutions and those used in China. The Chinese mutual aid teams. The first five-year plan, 1953-57, Agriculture and Industry 159. And lower-level collectives represented, however, more subtle gradations in the movement toward fully fledged collective farms than did the Soviet TOZ and Artili. Moreover, mutual aid teams had a long history in China, responding as they did to a need for cooperation in the tilling of land and the use of scarce capital. The first communist mutual aid teams were introduced in the Jiangxi Soviet in 1933, and again in North and Northwest China during the war with Japan. 3. While incorporating communist ideals, they owed their creation to economic necessity. It should also be recalled that a laboratory experiment in agricultural producers' cooperatives, both elementary and advanced, had been carried out in communist-controlled new democratic areas of North, Northeast, and Northwest China. As likely as not, these experiments fed the communists misleading data about the effectiveness of cooperative farming, and this for 3 reasons. The membership of the early collectives was made up of highly motivated cotters. 2. The climatic and soil conditions in North, Northeast, and Northwest China were quite different from those of the Center-South and South, i.e., in the latter regions cultivation was more intensive than elsewhere, and 3. The early experimental collectives were nursed with subsidies and given other delicate attentions. Such aid was not feasible when the prototype became a mass movement. There was also another difference between the Soviet and Chinese experience with transitional collective arrangements in agriculture. Very early in the Bolshevik Revolution, rural communes were set up in Russia in response to radical demands. The commune was at first regarded as the highest form of communist agricultural organization. Everything in it was held in common. The distributive principle was from each according to his ability, to each according to his needs. A model statute for the commune was drafted and approved in 1919. The communes were staffed for the most part with city workers. Most of them were party members. The means of production were supplied by the state. At their height, 1931, the communes numbered 7,600 and represented, in 1930, 8.8% of all collectives. 3. After 1931 they were rapidly liquidated. The Chinese, on the other hand, launched their commune movement in 1958, after collectivization of the countryside had been completed. Moreover, the Chinese communes, see Chapter 8, differed quite markedly from their Soviet ancestors of the 1920s and early 1930s. 4. One of the reasons given by the communists for the establishment of collective farms is that they allow more productive cultivation through the use of machinery. Some large Chinese state farms have reported that a changeover from the use of traditional farm tools to semi-mechanization raised labor productivity by 70%, and that a changeover from semi-mechanization to mechanization raised labor productivity another 150%. 3. There was a striking difference between the Soviet and Chinese situations on this score at the beginning, during, and at the end of their respective collectivization drives. Table 5-6 shows the respective tractor outputs of the two countries. By 1932, when 61.5% of peasant households had been collectivized, roughly 50% of the collectives in Russia were. Table 5-6. Output of tractors in the Soviet Union and China, thousands of 15 HP units. Soviet Union China. Thousands. Year of 15 HP Year of 15 HP _ Units. Beginning of collectivization 1928 to 29 3.6 1953 0 1929 to 39.1 1954 0. During collectivization 1931 35.1 1955 0 1932 50.8 1956 0 1933 79.9 1957 0 1934 118.1 1935 155.5 1936 173.2 1937 66.5. After collectivization 1938 93.4 1958 0.957. 1960. Planned, 1960 to 61, claimed. 20.0. Output, 40.0. Plowed by the machine tractor stations. By 1937, when 93% of peasant households had been collectivized, About 90% of the collectives were plowed by the MTS. The area cultivated by tractors in China in 1959, when farm communization was complete, was roughly 5% of total cultivated land. In terms of tractor stock, the difference between the Soviet Union and China was sharp. There were only 8,094 tractors, 15 HP units, in China at the beginning of collectivization, 1955, and 19,367 when collectivization had been completed in 1956. In 1925-26 the Soviets planned to import 17,500 tractors. By the end of the 20s, annual tractors imports were running at 23,000 units in addition to an annual domestic production of some 9,000, 15 HP, units. 3 At the beginning of 1953 the Soviet tractor stock was 650,000, including 108,000 row crop tractors. 3-4 At that time China had about 2,000 tractors, 15 HP units. In 1955 the Soviet tractor stock was 1,439,000 standard, 15 HP, units, or about 844,000 physical units. In that year China had 8,094 standard units or 957 physical units. 3-5 The per capita comparison was, of course, much more unfavorable for China. The Chinese tractor stock and import figures are shown in Table 5-7. The sudden increase in tractor output in China between 1958 and 1961 was due to the completion of the Soviet-designed tractor plant near Luoyang. Construction began in 1955, and in 1958 the plant trial produced some 54 HP East is Red, Tongfang Chung, diesel Caterpillar tractors, modified version of a Soviet model. Serial production of these started on October 1, 1959. The annual capacity of the plant was said to have been about 15,000 East is Red 54 HP units. In Tianjin another factory began operations in 1959. It produced the Iron Ox 40 diesel engine, wheeled tractors. Both plants were expanded in 1962. A plant in Changchun began production in 1960. A number of smaller plants were completed around 1961-62 in Jiangxi, Shenyang, Anshan, and Shanghai. They turned out the 35 HP harvest and 25 HP tractors, as well as a small 7 HP walking tractor. 36 In 1956 it was thought that by 1967 China would need 750,000 tractors, in 15 HP units, and more than 200,000 combined harvesters. 37 Even with large imports of tractors from socialist countries, which incidentally fell sharply after 1958, the attainment of that objective was improbable. The very low level of China's agriculture got China's communist leaders into an unseemly dispute. One of the accusations made against Liu Shaochi and his group during the Cultural Revolution of the late 1960s, chapters 11-12, was that they opposed the collectivization of agriculture, arguing that mechanization should precede. The first five-year plan, 1953-57, Agriculture and Industry 163. Rather than follow the establishment of collective farms. 3-8 Liu was also alleged to have held that agricultural machinery should be manufactured in series, in large, specialized, modern plants. Mao's position was that less complex equipment should be produced in local factories, artisan workshops, using what material there was, and turning out small and medium-size farm tools and sets of equipment. 3-9 After 1957, and throughout the Great Leap Forward, Chapter 8, Mao's thesis had the upper hand. In April 1959, all provinces, autonomous regions, and municipalities were ordered to set up farm tool institutes directly under the control and supervision of the central authority. 40 The institutes were to give thought to methods of improving and developing various types of small implements and mechanized tools, and relay the results of their reflections to local manufactories. 700 such institutes were immediately set up and, according to the Maoists, made concrete use of the unparalleled revolutionary enthusiasm and boundless wisdom of the masses. 41 Liu, according to the same source, refused to give the institutes the necessary governmental support. His hesitation was linked by his opponents to his preference for machines from foreign countries, for which he allegedly paid high prices in order to copy the imported samples. 4.2. One result of the implementation of Mao's philosophy on agricultural technology was a large increase in the production of double-wheel, double-blade plows, from 60,000 units in 1954 to 1.8 million units in 1956. Actually, only a fraction of those plows was sold in 1956. Piang Chen, a member of the party's secretariat, allegedly referred to the popularization of the plow, which was too heavy, as doing a stupid thing. Po Ipo, chairman of the State Economic Commission, called it making a mess. 4.3 It can hardly be denied that had China waited for adequate mechanization before proceeding with collectivization, the ideological imperative of a collective economy in agriculture would have remained very remote indeed. As in other decisions of like kind, the moderates lost out. The spirit of the revolution militate against their empiricism, relative as this was. Their counsel of prudence could acquire meaning only if the militant course which they opposed, produced economic disaster. Even then, rational calculation was relegated to the dust heap of history as soon as the first shock wave had been absorbed and the worst damage had been made good. The bureaucratic moderates saw mechanization of agriculture, and hence collectivization, as a long drawn-out process. They were not opposed to mechanization, as their adversaries later maintained, but they were not disposed to rush into it, and were certainly hesitant about collectivization preceding mechanization. In this they were nearer to the original Stalinist blueprint than were the Maoist ideologues. 4.4 Among their arguments in support of caution and selectivity on this score was that seen from the conditions of any country, the development of agricultural mechanization has always been due to shortage of manpower. The important role of agricultural mechanization is to raise labor productivity, while its role in raising per unit area output is not very great. Therefore, under the conditions of rich resources of labor power in our country, the technical policy of agricultural mechanization deserves further consideration. 45 This line of reasoning was embodied in a memorandum submitted to the Central Committee and Mao Zedong on March 12, 1957. The moderates' hesitations reveal a grappling with some complex points of theory. As Davies has pointed out, large-scale technical changes in agriculture as elsewhere tend in the long run to render present cost equations, including the capital-labor cost ratio, irrelevant. To get to the new set of equations you cannot start at once from what is cheapest, given present parameters, but must introduce modern technology in lumps into the existing situation. 4.6 Even though the newly introduced capital-intensive sectors may for a time be used in a labor-intensive way, they will tend to act as leaders to the rest of the economy, and they will train personnel in the up-to-date skills. 5. State farms. In the ascending order of communist ideological liking, state farms are above collective farms. State farms are directly owned by the party state, i.e., by the whole people in communist parlance, and are thus more amenable to central control than the kolkhozy. The method of remuneration approximates that of nationalized industrial enterprises. They are generally larger and more mechanized than the collectives. The first state farms were set up in the Soviet Union in 1918-19, and up to 1927 were formed out of former large private and czarist estates. As has been mentioned earlier, there were no such latifundia in pre-1949 China. The Soviet collectivization campaign of 1929-37 was flanked by a drive to establish gigantic state farms, sovkhozy. Between 1928 and 1932 their number trebled and their sown area increased 8 times. According to Jasny, the experiment was nothing short of a catastrophe. 47 The farms were too large, too cumbersome and unwieldy, over-centralized, staffed by inexperienced, lax, semi-literate, dishonest, or simply harried officials, poorly organized, and generally backward. Between 1932 and 1935 the size of many state farms was reduced and the most obviously unprofitable ones were done away with. Notice, Table 5 to 8, that in the Soviet Union the development of state farms went hand in hand with collectivization. In China the big state farm push came only after collectivization had been completed, and especially after the Great Leap Forward of 1958 to 60, Chapter 8. The first Chinese state farms were set up in 1948 in the counties of Tungpei and Ning'an located in communist-controlled areas of the northeast. A major function of state farms in China was the opening up of wastelands and the political consolidation of borderlands. Great emphasis was put on the formation of such farms in Xinjiang, Inner Mongolia, Hainan Island, Heilongjiang, Manchuria, and Yunnan. To the army was assigned an important role in setting up state farms in these frontier regions. In Inner Mongolia the number of state farms rose from 8 in 1952 to 21 in 1958, and their product number of farms 1,400, 4,337, 3,992 number of farms 2,376, 2,415, 2,242 sown area cultivated area, millions of hectares, 1.7 13.4 12.4 hectares. 0.251 0.295 0.395 employees and thousands of workers, thou workers. 316.8 1891 1319.7 cents. 111 137 134 workers. 78 103 105 thousands of tractors. 6.764.0 85.0 tractors. 1.62.22.8 thousands of harvester combines. 12.3 26.0 bines. 0.35 0.43 0.66 state farms and ranches under the Ministry of State Farms and Reclamation, including penal farms, military reclamation farms, and Army Production Construction Corps in the Greater Northern Wilderness. See Chapter 3, 1957, 1958, 1960. Number of farms. Cultivated land 710, 1,442, 2,490. Millions of hectares. 1.02.35.2 employees and workers, thousands. 500 992,800 number of tractors, thousands 15 HP units. 10.2 16.96 28.0 T thousands of harvester combines. 1.5 1.98 3.3 F. TIV area from 48.2 thousand mo to 2.49 million mo. 48 state livestock farms in the autonomous region increased from 16 in 1952 to 55 in 1958, and their total area from 8 million mo to 27.8 million mo. 49 since many of them were staffed by ethnic Chinese, state farms in the border areas were, in a significant respect, the vehicles of cultural and political penetration by the Hans. The basic economic purpose of state farms was to supply the state with marketable grain, cotton, and meat. To enable them to do this, they received a significant portion of available tractors and other mechanized farm machinery. According to one report, in 1961 machinery handled about 50% of the state farms' reaping and 80% of their threshing operations. 50 in 1956, average grain yields on state farms were said to have exceeded those of agricultural cooperatives by 4%, and cotton yields were 66% higher. 5.1. Conclusion. As with the adoption by the Chinese of the broad outlines of the Soviet Stalinist strategy of economic development, so also with the institutional changes in agriculture, the Chinese took over the general framework, but adapted the details to their own special circumstances. In China the margin between food and mouths to feed was narrower than in Russia at a similar stage of development, the rate of population increase was faster, perhaps as much as double that of the Soviet Union, the amount of cultivable land per head much smaller, Table 5 to 9. The narrowness of the hunger margin in China is a fundamental datum which at all times has to be taken into account in policy formulation. That is why no foreign model can ever quite be right, no matter how ideologically alluring it may be. Yet the changes which the Chinese made in the Stalinist Soviet blueprint went deeper than this. Mao had long before sinified Marxism. Leninism, imbued it with Chinese manners, and articulated it in ways more in tune with China's history. In his better days, Mao was something of a poet and a self-taught classical scholar. He was, above all, a soldier. In his hands Marxist propositions were sometimes gently, sometimes violently reshaped, and Leninist policies met with a similar fate. Stalinism, too, was deeply changed. But Stalin did not take kindly to revisions of Marxist doctrines as he understood them, and his successors watched with growing apprehension the metamorphosis in China of their leaders' teachings and of their own neo-Stalinist beliefs into something not only alien but unabashedly anti-Soviet. Table 5-9 Cultivated land per capita in the Soviet Union and China at the beginning of their respective first 5-year industrialization plans, and in 1938-39, USSR, and 1956, China, hectares. Soviet Union China. 1926-28 1938-39 1953-1956. Total population. 0.738.720.187.180. Rural population. 0.9361.195.216.209. The organizational principles of an advanced agricultural producers cooperative in China at the end of the first 5-year plan may be summarized as follows. 52 Membership. All working peasants who had reached the age of 16 and other working people able to take part in the work of the cooperative were eligible for membership. The following could be admitted to membership or candidate membership only after thorough screening by the Township People's Council. A. Counter-revolutionaries in the countryside who had committed only minor crimes and had since repented. B. Counter-revolutionaries in the countryside guilty of serious crimes but who had since atoned for their trespasses by rendering outstanding services during the suppression of counter-revolutionaries, i.e., informers and the like, and those who behaved well after serving their sentences in prisons, labor camps, and other places of intellectual reform. C. Former landlords, rich peasants, and counter-revolutionaries could be admitted to work on the collective in order to reform themselves into new men. If they behaved well, they could be admitted as members or candidate members. However, former landlords, rich peasants, and counter-revolutionaries did not have the right to stand for elections, i.e., be appointed to offices in the collective after becoming working members. Semantics aside, the principle was, once a class enemy, always a class enemy. Ownership. The following were owned collectively. A. Land. B. Important means of production, example draft animals, livestock, large farm tools. C. Irrigation works on land formerly owned by members. D. Saplings and seedlings. E. Large groves, orchards, tea, mulberry, and bamboo groves, tung oil trees, lacquer trees. F. Large timber-producing forests. The following were owned privately by the members. A. Household goods. B. Small holdings of trees, poultry, and domestic animals, mostly pigs and milk cows. C. Small farm tools and tools needed for subsidiary cottage occupations. D. Small household plots for growing vegetables and other products. The size of the household plot was determined by the number of persons in the household who were cooperative members. However, the amount of land so used by each person was not to exceed 5% of the average arable land holding in the village in question, but in practice the 5% criterion was apparently rarely reached. E. Graveyards and building sites owned by members. Payment for land shares was abolished. Payment for draft animals, livestock, and farm tools was to be made to members according to normal local prices, spread over 3 to 5 years, after deductions for membership shares. Funds. Members were required to contribute to the collective share funds, payable in means of production, according to the amount of land they pooled. Organization. Members were organized into a. Production brigades, s hung chan tui. b. Production teams, a subdivision of a. Where necessary. The production brigade, which comprised about 200 households, was to have been the basic, permanent unit of collective organization. Two kinds of brigades were distinguished: field production brigades and subsidiary occupations brigades. In September 1957 a directive was issued abolishing lower levels of management, example production teams, where these existed, and specifying that no further changes in managerial organization should thereafter be made for a period of 10 years. In fact, largely because of the shortage of trained personnel, many instances occurred of collective farms merging with the lowest units of rural administration, the shang, or with credit cooperatives. 53 This meant that some agricultural cooperatives were much larger than planned, comprising several thousand people. The relative size of advanced agricultural co-ops is shown in Table 5 to 10. Table 5 to 10. Size of advanced agricultural producers cooperatives compared with elementary cooperatives and mutual aid teams. Average number of households. 1952, 1953, 1954, 1955, 1956. Advanced agricultural producers. Cooperatives, Kolkhozy. Elementary agricultural producers 184.0, 137.0, 58.6, 75.8, 246.4. Cooperatives 15.7, 18.1, 20.0, 26.7, 51.1. Mutual aid teams. Seasonal 5.4, 5.7, 6.2, 6.9. All year round 6.5, 7.3, 8.1, 10.4. Payment for work 5.4 The cooperative fixed norms for various jobs. The norm for each job was supposed to have been based on the quantity and quality of work which an average member working diligently under normal conditions could do in one day on that particular job. With a disarming lack of precision, the model regulations laid down that the norms should not be set too high or too low. 55 Participation in collective work was obligatory for all members. 53 Audrey Donathorn, China's Economic System, OPCIT, p. 43. 54 He description of income distribution, which follows, applied also to the post-1960 period. See Chapter 9. 55 Model Regulations, OPCIT, p. 19. The system of reward, Ping Kung Chi Fen, drew its inspiration from the Soviet method of computing trudodny, workdays. A standard workday or production norm was established for each job, depending on skill and labor intensity involved in the job. 5.6 This workday norm was expressed in work points. As a rule, 10 work points equaled 1 workday, that is, a reasonably assiduous and responsible worker could earn 10 work points on the average for a day's work. The system represented, in effect, an approach to piecework payments. When the peasant accomplished the work norm for his particular job, he was credited with the given number of work points assigned to that norm. If he overfulfilled the norm, he was credited with work points in excess of the standard amount. Underfulfillment of the norm was punished by fewer work points than the standard, being credited to the individual involved. Innovations, improvements, political consciousness applied to the job, similarly received rewards in terms of above-norm work points. A rough attempt was made to introduce quality standards into the work point system. As a rule, if a given job was done 80% or better up to the standard, the worker got the full number of work points established as norm for that job. Here are a few typical examples of work point fixing. 5.7 Example 1. Cutting stalks of ripe grain in the field and bringing the stalks to the threshing machine earned 3 work points per 100 caddies, ca. 110 pounds. Threshing earned 1.2 work points per 100 caddies. Example 2. Keeping a bullock, including housing and feeding 10 points per day, i.e., a time rate was used in this instance since no convenient piece rate existed for measuring livestock tending. The keeping of 2 bullocks doubled the number of work points earned. Example 3. Mending river dikes with clay, 15 points per 100 cubic feet of clay delivered at the dike. Example 4. Serving as team leader, 12 points per day, in one farm, 70 points per day, in another. Since the team leader usually calculated and assigned work points for his team and its members, trouble at times developed regarding the leader's integrity in assigning work points to himself, see Chapter 9. 5.8 Example 5. Work points for planting and cultivating vegetables, sugar cane, and rice, as well as for collecting and spreading mulch and night soil were usually calculated on an area, per mile, basis. Work points for the harvesting of crops, fishing, gathering of grass and leaves were usually based on weight, i.e., per so many caddies. Example 6. In addition to livestock tending, time rates were frequently used for such subsidiary occupations as carpentry, ditch digging, and maintenance work in general. Within each major job category, a very large number of sub-processes and stages were distinguished. Each of these was assigned its value in work points. The system looks terribly complicated as in fact it is. However, in practice what seems to have happened was this: in most places it has been established that if Lau Pai-shing gets 10 points on Tuesday plowing for 12 points per mile, he'll get about 10 points on Wednesday planting sugar cane at 15 points per mile, and next month will get 10 points per day as a member of the 2nd Labor Brigade when the production team delegates men to fix the roads or dikes. 5.9 That is not quite what Marx had in mind, but it saves a lot of time and bother. Lau Pai-shing, of course, may have his own views about the equity of the assessment, but what he can actually do about it depends on a large number of variables: who his team leader is, how vocal the other members of the team are, what political year it is, what Lau's class genealogy is, and so on. After deducting the agricultural tax, paid by the collective farm to the state, costs of production for the current year, sums for the reserve fund, and a sum for the welfare fund, the year's net income was divided by the total number of work days, or work points, accumulated by the members. In this way, the value of a work point or work day for the current year was arrived at. Each member then, i.e., usually after the second harvest, received payment in kind and cash according to the total value of work points, or work days, accumulated by him during the year. As in the Soviet Union, the farmer was a residual claimant on the farm's income. Provision was made for advances to members out of farm produce harvested in the spring and summer. Sometimes such advances were made monthly. The final settlement was made when the year's harvest was in. A similar provision was made regarding advance cash payments. In practice there were instances of grain distribution to member households according to criteria unrelated to labor input, example number of people in a household, status. In other cases the collectives failed to count work on capital construction projects as work days. 60. A feature of the income distribution system was also the rationing of rice. A monthly basic ration was normally set for the various types of workers and each worker was given a ration booklet. The worker could obtain his monthly rice ration at an official price, i.e., a price lower than that prevailing on the free market, and the cost of the ration was deducted from his work point income, paid either after the second harvest, after each harvest, or monthly, depending on the condition of the collective. The rice ration could be kept at home or in the collective storehouse. In the latter case the peasant could withdraw the amounts he needed at regular intervals on the basis of his ration booklet. The monthly rice ration was constant for each worker in a given category, irrespective of age. Apart from rice, rationed goods varied in different localities and at different times. They frequently included sugar, salt, oil, cloth, matches, tobacco, and kerosene. An example will illustrate the whole procedure. 6.1 Lau Pai-shing, a bachelor, earned, say, 3,200 work points during the year. In July he got 20 yuan net, plus a ration of 132 caddies of rice, which represented a 6 months portion of a monthly ration of 22 caddies given to laborers in his class. In December the value of the work point was determined for that particular year. He then got another 132 caddies of rice and 50 yuan. Since a bicycle might cost 150 yuan, Lau's net annual cash income of 70 yuan would not leave him much to splurge with on modest comforts. To supplement his cash income, he could sell the produce of his private plot activity, example pigs, eggs, chicken, on the open market. To supplement his income in kind, he could consume part of the produce grown on the household plot. Apparently he was not above selling his ration coupons when circumstances warranted. Management. The administrative structure of the cooperative was as follows. A. The general meeting of members or of members' delegates, highest body. B. Management committee headed by a chairman and one or several vice-chairmen. All were to be elected by the members' general meeting, and were to be responsible for the day-to-day management of the collective's affairs. C. Supervisory committee elected by A. The members' general meeting was supposed to have been convened by the management committee at least twice a year. The various organizational principles of the advanced collective were copied from the Soviets. As in the Soviet Union, there were in actual practice important departures from the model. For one thing, the general meeting of members certainly did not, in fact, exercise the powers vested in it by theory. Ultimate authority was, in practice, exercised by the management and supervisory cadres who were party members answerable for party goals, but who were at the same time uncomfortably subject to pressures from their fellow villagers. Nationalization of industry and commerce and the collectivization of handicrafts. At this point a little exercise in comparison will be of interest. In Chapter 3 we have seen that during the period of Reconstruction and Reform, 1949–52, certain transitional arrangements were made in China's industry, commerce, and handicrafts. The intent was to move industry, trade, and crafts in the direction of socialism. In the preceding section it was shown that a broadly similar development took place in agriculture both before and during the first 5-year plan. Table 5–11 sets out the 3 groups of transitional arrangements side by side. The rate of transformation of private industry, transport, commerce, and handicrafts in the course of the first 5-year plan may be seen from tables 5–12, 5–13, 5–14, and 5–15. A study of tables 5–11 through 5–15 reveals a strange and at first sight puzzling phenomenon. The Chinese Communists went to great pains to evolve transitional forms of industrial, commercial, and handicraft organization, institutions which would gently ease the workers into socialized enterprises. The implication of this complex structure was that the party and state were anxious to avoid sharp and brutal transitions from private to public ownership, from market orientation to central, administrative planning. There is enough evidence to show that some influential leaders were in fact thinking along those lines, hence the delicate gradations and carefully prepared schemes. Yet if one looks at the years 1955–56 it becomes immediately apparent that this elaborate structure was swept aside in an outburst of collective zeal. Almost overnight the whole industry, commerce, and handicrafts were socialized or collectivized. Not only that, but, as we have seen in Chapter 3, workers, peasants, and national capitalists were made to celebrate the event with pipes, drums, fireworks, and joyous songs. The sudden burst of collectivization and nationalization ignored the relationship between the size of the units and the requirements of production. This was especially evident in handicrafts. The movement, reflected one official later, was basically healthy, but because of its rapid pace, there were some shortcomings, which in party language means large-scale errors. One was the premature or hasty centralization of production, the pooling of profit and sharing of loss in some trades which were more successful when scattered and better able to cope with ever-changing market conditions and meet the needs of consumers. Another was the merger or expansion of cooperatives blindly, without considering the objective conditions. Centralization of production and management did not fit all handicraft trades, which were complicated and numerous. There were many repair trades and personal services as well as manufacture. Some could serve their customers better if they were not centralized, they could make widely varied products. Others could adopt different forms with greater flexibility so as to provide direct service to their customers and to make it easier for members of handicraftsmen's families to take part in production as assistants. Blind concentration on production and aimless large-scale management after these trades were organized into producers' cooperatives, sometimes brought about a reduction in the variety of products, a lowering of their quality, imbalance of supply and demand, disruption of coordination, and caused great inconvenience to the customers. So some of the advantages of separate production and management as described above were lost. The members themselves would also suffer from reduction in income. 6. To whatever one chooses to call it, the contradiction between elaborate theoretical blueprints and rash action illustrates the way the Chinese economy has been managed since 1949 by fits and starts and sudden changes of course. Over and over again guerrilla politics took charge of economic policy, frontal mass attacks were followed by brief retreats and shady goings-on behind the scenes. 6.3. More of the same was to come in 1958 and 1966. That the economy withstood these erratic thrusts, witnesses to the ruggedness and patience of the Chinese people. The abortive attempts by some leaders to stem the mass revolutionary tide and to instill into the movement some sense and order, will be discussed in Chapter 6. Here we need simply note that in 1956 Liu Shaoxi tried to argue for an end to the class struggle unleashed by the Maoists. The question of who will defeat whom in China, between socialism and capitalism, has already been resolved now, he reportedly said in September. 6. For the task of proletarian dictatorship was becoming smaller, the job or organizing social life bigger. As early as December 1954, Liu called for a strengthening of the legal system and the establishment of order, which would enable the leaders to control rather than be controlled by events. In place of direct action by the organized masses and the turbulence of revolution, he wanted to see the smooth development of productive forces and strict adherence to the law. September 1956. In answer to the assertion that the laws were there but had not been properly carried out, he observed that in recent years there was not even party law. May 19, 6.2. 6.5. In his How to Be a Good Communist, 1962 ed. p. 71, he lashed out against the left opportunists, those near lunatics who wallowed in intra-party struggle and shunned all consensus. 6.6. Repeatedly, this kind of appeal for moderation, party consensus, a measure of stability, law and order on communist terms, strict party bureaucratic control, gradualness and experimentation in social policy was drowned by the sound and fury of party fanatics running amok in the country. We have seen in Chapter 3 that during the period of Reconstruction and Reform, 1949–52, the private national sector of industry, trade, and handicrafts was first used in the task of rebuilding, while so used it was restricted, and finally, beginning with the 1951–52 terror campaigns, it was liquidated. Here we are concerned with the coup de grace dealt the national capitalists late in 1955 and early in 1956, which was reminiscent of the overnight collectivization of agriculture. A communist writer sums up the process. At the end of 1955, an upsurge of socialist transformation occurred throughout the country. It first appeared in agricultural cooperation. Under such an impact, a movement for joint state-private operation of capitalist industry and commerce by whole trades was soon in full swing. The capitalists paraded in the streets, beating cymbals and drums, while sending in their petitions for the changeover of their enterprises to state-private operation. In a few months, all capitalist enterprises were virtually changed over, trade by trade. That the capitalists paraded, with the beating of cymbals and drums, while sending in their petitions for the changeover might appear rather strange, Yet it was precisely a vivid manifestation of the great success achieved in transforming capitalist enterprises in the interim years since the establishment of the People's Republic. 6-7 emphases added. Whereas under the regime of advanced state capitalism, joint state-private enterprises, before 1956, the private partner received share dividends on net income from the jointly managed business. After that date the dividend was replaced by a fixed interest payment of 5% per year on the private shares. Payment of interest was to end in 1962, but it seems to have continued into 1966, although the effective interest rate had been lowered to 3.5% in 1957. 6-8 While before 1956 the nationalization of industrial and commercial undertakings was carried out firm by firm, after that date it was done by branches of industry and whole trades, usually around a specialized state-private enterprise, the main function of which was to promote this transformation. Moreover, the elementary state capitalist stage was, after 1955, skipped in the nationalization process. Private businesses were either nationalized outright, i.e., turned into state enterprises, or became advanced state capitalist enterprises managed jointly by the state and their former owners. A state-private, advanced state capitalist joint enterprise in 1957. Earlier in this chapter we showed what a fully fledged collective farm was like in 1957. To complete the picture, let us take a look at the operational mechanics of a joint state-private enterprise. Ownership and payment. Two types of joint state-private ownership were distinguished. A. Ownership by individual enterprise. This form was common before 1956. B. Ownership by whole industrial branches and trades, a form that became dominant after 1955. As regards A. The assets of the capitalists became private shares following inventory taking and state-sponsored revaluation of assets. Dividends were thenceforth paid to the private individuals concerned on these shares, out of the net income of the jointly owned enterprise. State investments, which in some cases may simply have consisted of the state's claim to a certain portion of the revalued private assets, became the state share, and the state became entitled to the portion of the net income represented by its shares. As regards B. The individual jointly owned businesses were amalgamated by trades or branches of industry in various localities and grouped under specialized corporations or trusts. The private dividend was replaced by the payment to the private partner of a fixed interest rate on his share of the business. The individual businessman's ownership status was thus changed from that of a stockholder to that of a bondholder. He had no longer even a nominal ownership claim to any assets. After 1955 this type of three-quarter socialism became typical of advanced state capitalism in industry and commerce. 6-9 Management. In type A, joint enterprise, the former owners were usually retained as managers working alongside state-appointed managers. Although having little say in the final decisions, they did exert a teaching influence on their state partners insofar as technique and other detailed operations of the business were concerned. It should be recalled that at this stage, i.e., before 1956, state control over the market was still incomplete, and the joint business acted to some extent in response to and in a setting of market forces. The knowledge and experience of the former owners were indispensable to the state during that time. However, important decisions were not for them to make. In type B, joint enterprise, the former private owner became a state appointee pure and simple. The amalgamated enterprise was a cog in the state economic plan, and no longer functioned as an individual decision-making unit within a partial market setting. The branch and trade groupings of joint state-private enterprises were under the control of the Central Administration of Industry and Commerce, an organ directly under the State Council. The ex-capitalists were grouped in the All China Federation of Industry and Commerce, a mass organization the purpose of which was to relay orders to its members and keep an eye on the execution of those orders. The work of supervision over the joint enterprises was also parceled out among a number of central government ministries. All in all, by 1956, the joint enterprises became assimilated in fact, if not yet quite in theory, with state industry and commerce. Because of this, the following description of the financial and other features of a ownership. A state enterprise was a legal person exercising ownership of assets on behalf of the whole people, i.e., the state, but it was given a certain latitude in using these assets. Enterprise assets were of two kinds, fixed, i.e., worth over 500 yuan, before 1956, and over 200 yuan after that date, with a working life of more than 1 year, and covering such things as plant buildings, residential houses, machinery, vehicles, and roads. No interest was paid on fixed assets. 2. Working capital. This was either self-owned, portion of retained profits, or derived from the state budget and the People's Bank. It consisted of raw materials, work in process, fuel, spare parts, supplies, etc. 7.1 Economic accounting system. The state enterprise was subject to the state plan. The system under which the plan was worked out and implemented was known as Qingqi Hoswan, or economic accounting, modeled on the Soviet Ozrisket. The term meant that an individual enterprise was responsible for the management of its work and that the results of enterprise activity were appraised by higher authorities on an enterprise basis. In other words, the enterprise operated as an autonomous unit with its own capital, state-made production, and other plans, an account with the People's Bank, and the right to enter into purchase and sales contracts within the plan. The enterprise was accountable to higher authority for the portion of the state plan specifically assigned to it. This higher authority could be any state administration right down to the Xian. The economic accounting, or perhaps better, accountability system was supplemented by the system of responsibility, Paogan. Qi, which was a Chinese version of the Soviet principle of etnokolye, unity of authority, under which each unit of the enterprise, individual or work group, was responsible for its assigned task, guaranteed its performance, and was judged accordingly. Management. The state enterprise was managed by state appointees. A typical industrial enterprise usually had, in addition to a director, a deputy manager and chief engineer, a planning and statistical department, a personnel division, and a labor wages division. Subordinate departments included finance and accounting, supply and sales, administration, and transportation and storage. The productive operations were organized in workshops and, below them, production teams and shifts. To prevent the emergence of a rift between management and the workers, the enterprise usually had a workers' representative council which was supposed to act in an advisory capacity to the manager and chief engineer. Meetings of this council were to be held regularly, once or twice a month. Targets. Each state enterprise had to fulfill certain production and financial plans communicated to it by the state planners, CP 188 below. These plans were annual, quarterly, or monthly, the latter two being operationally the most common. Plans were expressed in mandatory targets to be reached. These included, after November 1957, total quantity of major products, total number of workers, total wages fund, and profit. Before November 1957 there were, in addition, targets for the total value of output, trial manufacture of new products, technical economic norms, rate and amount of cost reduction, average wage, labor productivity, and number of workers at the end of the year. After November 1957 these became non-mandatory. Even with only 4 major targets, the focus of attention tended to be gross physical output. The preoccupation with quantity affected the quality of production and was criticized by a number of Chinese economists in 1956–57 and later years. Sun Yefang, for example, pointed out in 1957 that the index of gross output led to faulty statistical computations through double and triple counting, it could not indicate the optimum scale of enterprise production, and encouraged waste of materials. Being computed in constant prices, it could not realistically be used to evaluate the financial performance of enterprises whose transactions were based on current prices. It made difficult, not to say impossible, the proper valuation of fixed capital, and rendered depreciation policies arbitrary. The system induces everyone to emphasize the fulfillment of the gross output plan and results in many incorrect phenomena and false report. Ing. 72 Sun advanced the substitution of profit, calculated according to the law of value, for gross output, in constant prices. The mandatory targets, norms, could be changed only with the permission of the State Council. However, as with other laws and regulations in China, the importance of any target at any given moment hinged more on the political climate of the time and the precise alignment of forces within the party and government rather than on a strict reading of the written instructions. Profits. Profits, calculated as a percentage of costs and on sales, as well as basic depreciation charges, were state property and had to be remitted to the relevant controlling agency of government. If the profit target was overfulfilled, certain sums were paid into the enterprise's bonus fund, see below, remuneration, and a portion of the above target profit, net of the bonus fund deductions, was transferred to the particular level of government controlling the enterprise. After November 1957, steps were taken to enlarge the enterprise's freedom of action. Thereafter, a portion of the realized profit norm was left to the enterprise. Financial control. All the enterprise's financial transactions involved in the carrying out of the state plan were to be made through branches of the People's Bank. Enterprises were not permitted to extend credit directly to each other or to make inter-enterprise financial settlements. The bank was the sole source of short-term credit for the enterprise and supervised, through special agencies, all allocations for capital construction. Remuneration and personnel. Wage and salary payments during the first 5-year plan period, and again from 1961 through 1966, tried to combine the following characteristics. I. The total wages bill was to be such as to enable the state to sustain a high rate of capital formation, cf. Chapter 4. 2. Wage differentials were to reflect differences in productivity. 3. Increases in wages were not to exceed 1/2 of the increases in labor productivity. The annual money wage rate during 1952 to 56 increased 14%, and the real wage rate 13%. I. Labor productivity in the material goods sector of the economy increased by 22% during this period. 73. 4. Income differentials between agricultural and industrial workers and between wage earners and salaried employees, including professional workers and bureaucrats, were to be narrow. During the period 1953 to 57, the ratio of per capita annual consumption, communal consumption included, of wage earners' families to peasant families was said to have been 2.3:1, a rather wide discrepancy. 74. V. The real incomes of unskilled industrial workers and peasants were to be roughly equal. This, apparently, was not achieved in practice, mainly because of the difficulty of increasing real incomes of the large number of peasants, a step that would have involved substantial increases in consumption, and thus contradict desideratum. I. These 5 guidelines articulated a philosophy of low wages and egalitarianism, as much of it, at any rate, as would be compatible with raising output and productivity. The egalitarian streak was especially noticeable among the Maoists. The Chinese Communists never quite made up their minds about what kind of incentives were most likely to stimulate production and productivity. During the first 5-year plan period, the main stress was on material incentives rather than on politico-psychological boosts, although not all factions within the leadership were happy with this approach. Basically, the system of wage payments was copied from the Soviets, but non-material incentives tended, at all times, to play a more significant role in China than they did in the USSR. 75 basic wages of industrial workers were normally graded in 8 categories, from the least to the most skilled in that particular branch of activity, the pay ratio of the most to the least skilled being 3:1. Absolute wage amounts in each skill category would be higher in priority industries than in industries of a lower official priority. 7.6 In 1956, the top priority industries, in descending order of importance, were oil, timber, coal, electric power, chemicals, machine tools. Different departments of a given industry were also classified in the order of importance attached to them. In some cases each skill category was divided into 3 quality grades, A, B, and C. Achievement of the quantity norm, target, plus an A for quality would earn the standard pay for that job category. Grade B work would earn, say, 93% of the basic pay, and grade C output would be returned and no wages paid for it until the quality specifications reached A or B standards. The basic wage grade scale applied to all types of payment mechanisms, piece rate, and time plus bonus. The most common wage payment mechanism in an industrial enterprise consisted of straight piece rates, unlike the practice in the Soviet Union where progressive piece rates were more widespread. 7-7 Thus a worker in, say, skill category 4, medium skill, would receive the basic wage applicable to that category for fulfilling his output norm, and, in some cases, his grade A quality norm as well, plus additional payments for exceeding the norm, and the reverse for underfulfilling the norm. The bonus payment could be limited to a given percentage of the basic wage or it could be unlimited if the worker or his team consistently exceeded the assigned output, and in some cases quality, norm. For China as a whole, above-norm bonus payments normally did not exceed 20% of the total wages bill. 7-8 This was substantially lower than in the Soviet Union. Additional pay was given to piece workers who were temporarily transferred to jobs the remuneration for which was below the average pay for their permanent employment, and to piece workers who suffered loss of earnings for reasons beyond their control, example lack of adequate supplies or equipment on the job. Where piece rates could not conveniently be used, time rate payments with bonuses for cost reductions, safety, above-norm quality, etc., were applied. In this instance, overfulfillment of the norm was evaluated by the workers' supervisors. Time rate above-norm bonuses were usually limited to 15% of the basic monthly wage in the given skill category. Basic wages and above-norm bonuses were often supplemented by various allowances, overtime, night, holiday, or dangerous work, rewards for inventions and innovations, regional cost of living allowances, and social security benefits, the last being graded according to wages, see Chapter 6. Material incentives, wages, allowances, benefits, went hand in hand with non-material incentives ranging from socialist emulation campaigns sponsored by mass organizations, through mass cooperation, to the threat of forced labor. Anatomy of a state handicrafts enterprise around 1957. A state handicrafts enterprise in 1957, and again after 1961 until 1965, resembled the state industrial enterprise in all major respects. Members of an advanced handicraft producers cooperative who voluntarily elected to be nationalized, were supposed to receive a refund on what they had invested as shares in the cooperative. They became wage employees with the right to enjoy the benefits stipulated by the state labor regulations. Only the most technically and ideologically advanced cooperatives were nationalized before 1965. The planning process. The Chinese adopted from the Soviets the method of formulating state economic plans which involved the principle of from top down and from bottom up. The agencies involved in the preparation of plans included the party leadership, the State Planning Commission, for long-range plans, the State Economic Commission, annual and quarterly plans, the State Construction Commission, capital construction, the Central Economic Ministries, regional and provincial departments, supervisory bodies, the managements of individual enterprises, and the enterprise workshops. The idea was to involve everyone in the drafting of the plan, but only to the extent compatible with democratic centralism. In theory, this involved two-way vertical movements from the top planning organs down to the enterprise shops and vice versa. The first 5-year plan, 1953-57, Agriculture and Industry 189. The steps in the planning process may be summarized as follows. 1. Control figures reflecting leadership priorities and goals were issued by the State Planning Commission, SPC, and communicated to the State Economic Commission, SEC, for translation into short-term plans. On the basis of these instructions, the SEC formulated annual control figures and transmitted them to central economic ministries and regional or provincial economic departments. The latter thereupon issued control figures to their subordinate supervisory agencies, which communicated these to the planning departments of individual enterprises. 2. Based on the control figures received from above, the enterprises then prepared draft plans for the coming year, based on production performance of the preceding 6 months. The plans were to be ready in the third quarter of each year. The enterprise draft plans included a production plan, b. a labor and wages plan, c. a material technical supply plan, materials, inventory, power, transport, d. a plan for costs, e. a plan for technique and organization, and f. a financial plan, physical plans translated into monetary terms. The enterprise's draft plans were then sent upward through the various hierarchical levels, and were adjusted and revised on the way so as to dovetail into each other. On reaching the SEC, the various synthesized enterprise plans were re-evaluated in the light of the material balance, inputs-outputs, for the economy as a whole. 3. The revised plan was then sent back through the ministries, regional and provincial departments, and so on until it nestled back in the enterprises. Here it was revised and adjusted accordingly, and up it went again to the SEC for. Finally the plan was approved by the SEC, submitted by the SEC to the relevant government organ, State Council, and by the State Council to the National People's Congress for adoption. The adopted plan then traveled back all the way down the chain of command until it reached the enterprise, where it became the operational plan for the year. That is the ideal outline. Of course, there was considerable shuttling back and forth, some bargaining between the various planning levels, and certainly much less smoothness than appears on the surface. During the period of relatively free criticism in 1957, the Minister of the Timber Industry, Lo Lung-chi, complained that in the drawing up of plans, the practice was not to have the plans prepared at the lower levels and submitted to the higher levels, and then returned to the lower levels. The higher levels simply decided on the plans, and assigned tasks to the lower levels. 7-9 The whole procedure, at least as outlined in the blueprint, presupposes a widely disseminated mathematical and economic knowledge, which in China's circumstances was probably imperfectly realized. It also assumes that the planners be left in peace to do their job, which clearly they were not. Although the centrally formulated targets, i.e., at the SEC level, covered at most 200 industrial products, the state plan supplemented by local and other plans covered at least 70% of the commodities and services produced by the economy. That was a big job one, moreover, that certain segments of the leadership never quite understood. Being basically not versed in construction, Mao later admitted, "I knew nothing about industrial planning." 806. The first 5-year plan, 1953-57. Social, fiscal, monetary, foreign trade, and political measures. Social reforms. Jr. Education. The leadership dispute about the nature and directions of Chinese education mentioned in Chapter 3, pages 90 to 92, continued into the period 1953 to 57. The Maoists pressed for universal schooling with strong political content, emphasized the class composition of the student and teacher body, promoted 5-year primary schools and special, vocational, local schools for poor and lower-middle peasants, and argued for the fusion of study with physical labor. Mao's 3 good, S and how, for education announced in June 1953 were good health, S Henti how, good study, Hoc how, and good, physical, labor, Kungtsu how, in that order. Our educational work, wrote Lu Tingyi, later to be branded as a counter-revolutionary revisionist, is like 100 flowers in bloom, like 10,000 horses galloping ahead. All the social sciences must be guided by politics, and education is no exception. People require education to wage the class struggle and the struggle for production. The same Lu Tingyi, together with Liu Shaochi and others, were later, 1967, accused of having sabotaged the Maoist line on learning. Instead of promoting universal schooling with a strong political content, they worked, it was alleged, for elitist education with minimal political content. In June 1956, Liu apparently said that universal education is still not too urgent now, the question now is still higher education and the need for specialists. To the 192 First Five-Year Plan, social, fiscal, political. Maoists later interpreted this as a call for pure expertise rather than readiness. In 1953, according to the same sources, Liu and his group abolished political classes for the first year of junior middle schools. In 1954, political classes of the second year went overboard. In 1955, the same fate befell indoctrination courses in the first and second years of senior high schools. Finally, by 1956, with the exception of the third-year senior middle schools, political classes for all other years were jettisoned. The anti-Maoist opposition was also charged with coddling bourgeois teachers and dragging their feet on Mao's plan to create rapid courses for children of poor and middle peasants. In fact, in 1955 these courses were apparently suspended. Instead, stress was put on academic degrees, professional competence divorced from the correct revolutionary spirit, and on introduction of Soviet revisionist models. In 1956, the Ministry of Education introduced the Soviet system of language and geography teaching in middle schools and adopted various Soviet-type rules and regulations pertaining to degrees, fellowships, curricula, and so on. This was merely the continuation of a trend which started, according to the Maoists, as far back as 1949 and which was formalized in July 1953. Beginning in 1954, all college students had to study Russian, while the teaching of English was discontinued. In 1955, most higher educational institutions went from a 4 to a 5-year curriculum, and medical schools to 8 years. In some middle schools the period of study was extended to 6 years. 3. There was also opposition to Mao's preoccupation with group physical fitness and the combination of manual work and study. Study per se, Mao's adversaries argued, was labor. If the opposition really did all this, it must have been extremely powerful, a majority of the party and government, no less, and not a handful as the Maoists contend. In fact, if the accusations are to be believed, the whole state was subverted from top to bottom. The Maoists were particularly concerned about the elitist character of secondary and higher education, about the blue blood schools which, like Peking and Tsinghua universities, perpetuated the tradition of concentrating on academic excellence, thus favoring students of middle-class family background. Special ire was reserved for the system of college entrance examinations, which, it was argued, discriminated against the culturally disadvantaged but politically reliable sons and daughters of poor and lower middle peasants. The academically oriented college entrance examinations produced, in turn, elitist middle schools which were the main suppliers of elite universities. A party school, copied from the Soviets and named the Chinese People's University, was set up in Peking in 1953. It offered courses in economics, history, philosophy, and law. It was criticized by its own faculty during the 100 Flowers campaign, as a beehive of doctrinarism. For the record, Table 6-1 presents the official data on education for the period 1953 to 57. For during the blooming of the 100 Flowers in April-May 1957, see Chapter 7, many other criticisms of the educational system came to the surface. There was, for example, impatience in some educational quarters with the blind acceptance of Soviet models, as much a manifestation of dogmatism as of empiricism. Professor Zhou Ehman of Nankai University, for example, complained at a forum organized by the People's Daily, April 14, 1957, that he was forced to accept all things from the Soviet Union, lock, stock, and barrel, despite the fact that some of the things were not convincing enough to him. 5. Many curricula were abolished simply because no such curricula existed in the Soviet Union. A Reuters dispatch of April 13, 1957 noted that in spite of the progress in education, about 4 million school children leaving primary school in 1957, or 32.5% of the graduating class, would be unable to get into junior middle schools, and some 800,000 students leaving junior middle schools would not be able to go on to senior grades. About 90,000 senior school graduates would not find places in institutions of higher learning. The schools and universities were overcrowded, many worked on 2 shifts. There was a growing frustration among school and university graduates because frequently they had to work in jobs for which they had not been trained or were sent down to the country, a direction not particularly appealing to them. Too much time was taken up with mass rallies and meetings, while political study intruded on what should have been the core of the curriculum. Impatience and frustration among the young often turned into idleness and nihilism, and disillusionment with the system. Reform of the Chinese written language. The Chinese written language has played a unifying function in China's diverse society, but it has also been an obstacle to the progress of general literacy, and more recently to scientific research. A Soviet scientist who had spent some time in China as an advisor noted some of the difficulties. For 90% of the chemical elements the Chinese have invented names which have no connection with those in international use. Imagine, he writes, the problem of representing tungsten or plutonium by means of an ideogram. 6. The Secretariat of the Physics Institute of the Chinese Academy of Sciences in Peking had in 1958 one Chinese typewriter, an ancient model with 1,200 characters. The Chinese communists were alert to the difficulty. Research on simplifying Chinese characters began soon after 1949. In January 1955 a special committee drew up a draft scheme for simplifying the written language. A year later the State Council published it. In all, 544 characters and 54 radicals were simplified. The 544 characters which are simplified have in their original forms a total of 8,745 strokes, or an average of 16.08 strokes a character. After being simplified, they are reduced to 515 characters with a total of 4,206 strokes, each character taking only 8.16 strokes on the average. Before the simplification there were among the 544 characters only 34 characters with less than 10 strokes, and after the simplification the number rises to 409. The popularization of simplified characters greatly facilitates children's education, elimination of illiteracy, and writing in general. 7. By 1965 the number of simplified characters had increased to 2,238 and a complete table of simplified characters had been published. 8. The reform apparently did not go down well with everyone. Wu Yuchang darkly hinted at a number of rightists who launched vicious attacks against the reform, alleging that it was a failure. The authors of the reform themselves admitted that there were many imperfections and difficulties, ambiguity of the simplified characters being among the more serious. As Zhou Enlai put it, there are some who freely coin simplified characters which nobody except themselves can make out. 9. The next step in the language reform movement was popularization of the common speech, Putonghua. Among the Han people, a great diversity of dialects exists, the diversity being mainly in pronunciation. People in different areas, each speaking their own dialect, can hardly understand one another. Without a common speech we shall, to greater or less extent, meet with difficulties in our national construction. It often happens that the listener fails to understand an important report or an important class lecture due to the dialectal barrier. 10. To solve this problem, the communists have promoted the use of the phonetics of a common speech with Peking pronunciation. At the end of 1957 there were among the language teachers of primary, secondary, and pedagogic schools, 721,000 who had been trained in the phonetics of the common speech. The People's Liberation Army was used to teach recruits the elements of the common speech. 1. The third step in the language reform consisted in the development of a Chinese phonetic alphabet, which involved annotating the existing characters phonetically and popularizing the common speech. In the future, the intention was to adopt the Latin alphabet for the Chinese phonetic alphabet. Moreover, non-Han nationalities were to be urged to follow suit. A preliminary scheme for a Chinese phonetic alphabet was passed by the National People's Congress in February 1958. 1-2 With its issue of November 1, 1961, the Peking, Zhenmin Jipao began giving Chinese phonetic alphabet equivalents for the more difficult characters. In 1964-65 nationwide efforts were made to popularize phonetic words. On the basis of Chinese language phonetization, steps were taken to introduce a. An alphabet for the deaf and dumb, b. New Uyghur and Kazakh written languages, c. A flag signal code, and d. A light signal code. 1-3. Labor protection and social security. 1-4. Total civilian non-agricultural employment in China in 1957 was roughly 40 million. Of these workers, just over 16 million belonged to trade unions, 11.5 million were covered by labor insurance, and 6.6 million by free medical care. It is probable that labor insurance was limited to workers in modern factories and mines, modern transport and communications, and large construction projects. Collective farmers' welfare was supposed to have been taken care of by the collective farms out of their welfare funds. In 1957, agricultural cooperatives set aside about 10% of their gross income for this purpose. Hospitals and clinics in the countryside were administered by the Xi'an authorities, although some collective farms had simple dispensaries and clinics of their own. Industrial social insurance benefits were financed out of deductions from enterprise total monthly payrolls, the rate being about 3%, but possibly higher in actual practice. A part of the sum resulting from these deductions was turned over to the All China Federation of Trade Unions, which administered the collective labor insurance system on behalf of the state, clinics, sanatoria, rest homes, libraries. 1-5 The remaining part was retained by the enterprise and expended on welfare schemes under its control, current pension and relief payments, plant clinics, hospitals, dispensaries. Trade union members were theoretically entitled to free medical care, insurance against sickness, accident, and old age, but actual application seemingly remained spotty, especially as regards free medical care. Actual operation of the system was somewhat erratic, depending on locality, type of enterprise, and so on. There were just not enough trained people to go around and not enough facilities. Welfare payments were geared to wage scales and performed a non-material incentive function insofar as they were made to leading workers, labor heroes, and others displaying an uncommon measure of socialist consciousness. Injury or disablement sustained while at work. Workers and staff members injured while at work were to be treated at the hospital or clinic of the enterprise concerned or at a hospital designated by the enterprise. Total expenses for treatment, medicines, hospitalization, and travel involved, were to be borne by the management. The injured worker was entitled to full wages throughout the period of treatment. A disabled worker was entitled to a monthly invalid pension from the labor insurance fund. The pension was to be 75% of the worker's former wages for permanent disability, payable for the rest of his life. In cases where a totally disabled person was not in need of other people to take care of him, the pension was to be 60% of his wages. Partial disability qualified for an allowance of between 10 and 30% of the worker's wages, but this sum together with his wages after resuming work was not to exceed his wages prior to being disabled. Sickness, injury, or disablement sustained while not at work. The patient was to be treated at the enterprise's hospital or clinic or by designated doctors of traditional Chinese or Western schools. All expenses for treatment, operations, hospitalization, and ordinary medicines were to be borne by the enterprise. Total cost of expensive medicines, meals at the hospital and travel was to be paid by the patient. Absence from work for purposes of treating injuries sustained while not working entitled the patient to 60 to 100% of his original wages, provided the period of absence did not exceed 6 consecutive months. After 6 months, his monthly benefits dropped to 40 to 60% of his original wages, until he resumed work or was classified as disabled, or until death. If classified as totally disabled, he was entitled to monthly benefits at the rate of 50% of his former wages if unable to take care of himself, or 40% if he did not need other people to take care of him. A lineal dependent of an insured worker was entitled to treatment at the enterprise's hospital or clinic or from designated doctors. Fees for operation or ordinary medicine were borne to the extent of 50% by the management of the enterprise, while expensive medicines, travel, meals, etc., were to be paid by the patient. Death benefits for workers, staff members, and their lineal dependents. A. If the worker died while at work, funeral expenses were borne by the enterprise, the amount being 3 months' wages based on the average wages of workers and staff members in the enterprise. A monthly pension, based on the number of lineal dependents, was to be paid to these dependents. The pension was to be 25 to 50% of the wages of the deceased. B. Death from sickness or injury not sustained at work qualified the worker's dependents for a funeral allowance equivalent to the deceased worker's 2 months' wages and a relief benefit equivalent to 6 to 12 months' wages, according to the number of dependents. C. Death of a worker after retirement because of complete disability resulting from injury sustained at work entitled his lineal dependents to benefits as specified under A. While death after retirement due to sickness or injury sustained while not at work entitled the dependents to benefits as specified under B. A funeral allowance was to be paid in the case of the death of a lineal dependent of a worker or staff member. The amount was to be equivalent to 50% of the monthly average wages of workers and staff employees in the enterprise if the deceased was 10 years of age or more. If the deceased was 1 to 10 years old, the amount was 1/3 of the average wages, and no allowance was paid for death of a dependent whose age was less than 1 year. Old age pensions. Male workers were entitled to monthly old age pensions from the enterprise on reaching the age of 60 and provided they had worked for 25 years, including 5 years in the enterprise concerned. The pension was payable until the retiree's death. The amount was to be calculated according to the number of years of work in the enterprise concerned, and was to range from 50 to 70% of the retiree's former wages. If the interest of the enterprise called for the worker staying on at his job after he was qualified for old age retirement, he was to receive in addition to his original wages, a monthly old age work pension according to the number of years he has worked in the enterprise concerned. This pension was to be the equivalent of 10 to 20% of his wages. Female workers or staff members were qualified for retirement at 50 after 20 years of work, including 5 years in the enterprise concerned. Their pensions were to be paid on the same principles as those for men. Men workers who worked in mines or in places which were constantly at temperatures below 32 degrees Fahrenheit or at or above 100 degrees Fahrenheit were entitled to retire at 55 and women workers in these employments at 45. Benefit payments were to be as for other workers, except that under such employment conditions 1 year's work was to be counted as 1 year and 3 months. Where the work was directly detrimental to health, lead, mercury, arsenic, phosphorus, acids, etc., industries, the insured were eligible for retirement at the ages specified for mining workers, except that in calculating the number of years of employment, including those in the enterprise concerned, 1 year's work was to count as 1 year and 6 months. It should be added that business and industrial enterprises each received a quota of new workers from the annual list of school graduates. Many of these replaced overage workers and employees qualifying for pension. In such cases the enterprise enjoyed a margin of savings on its payroll, since the pensioner received from 50 to 60% of his latest pay, while the new worker normally received less than half of that amount. 16. On the other hand, the enterprise had usually to train the recruit on the job and possibly absorb some broken cutlery in the process. To balance this, however, was the fact that the educational level of new workers was higher than that of the old-timers, and probably their adaptability greater. Maternity benefits. Women workers and staff members were entitled to a total of 56 days leave of absence from work before and after confinement. Wages were to be paid in full during maternity leave. In cases of miscarriage, the leave of absence with full wages was up to 30 days during the first 7 months of pregnancy. In cases of difficult delivery or the birth of twins, an additional leave of 14 days with full pay was allowed. The enterprise was to pay for prenatal examinations and child delivery at the enterprise's hospital or clinic. Other expenses were to be paid by the patient. If at the end of maternity the woman worker was certified as unfit to resume work, she was entitled to the same benefits as those for the sick. In the case of childbirth, a worker, staff member, or wife of a male worker or staff member were respectively to receive a maternity benefit of 40,000 yuan, old currency, or 4 yuan, new currency. 17 Collective labor insurance undertakings. All workers and employees working in enterprises which provided insurance benefits were entitled to benefits from the collective labor insurance undertakings administered by the All China Federation of Trade Unions. The primary trade union committee of an enterprise together with the management were to run collective labor insurance undertakings such as sanatoria and nurseries according to the financial conditions of the enterprise and the needs of the workers. The All China Federation of Trade Unions was to run or entrust local trade union organizations or industrial unions with the management of sanatoria, rest homes, homes for the aged, orphanages, homes for the disabled, and other institutions of like kind. Workers and employees who worked in enterprises which provided labor insurance but who were not trade union members, were to receive benefits in cases of injury, disablement, or death sustained while at work, as well as childbirth, medical care for sickness or injury not sustained at work, and medical care for their lineal dependents. However, they were entitled to only half the amount prescribed of wages and relief benefit. Preferential labor insurance benefits. Model workers and staff members and demobilized Army combat heroes were entitled to special benefits on the recommendation of the primary trade union committees and with the approval of the provincial or municipal trade union organizations or the national committees of the industrial unions concerned. These benefits included the cost of expensive medicines, travel, meals at the hospital during treatment for sickness or injury sustained at work. Moreover, during the first 6 months of treatment wages were to be paid in full. Sickness, injury, or disability sustained not at work entitled these beneficiaries to 60% of the wages. Invalid pensions for disablement sustained at work were to be equivalent to the full amount of wages of the person concerned. Allowances for disability sustained at work were to be equivalent to the difference between wages received before disability and wages received after resuming work. Death incurred while at work entitled the lineal dependents of the deceased to a pension equivalent to 30 to 60% of the wages of the deceased. Old age pensions upon retirement were to be 60 to 80% of the wages of the person concerned. Old age pensions for persons continuing to work beyond the retirement limit were to be 20 to 30% of the wages of the person concerned. Model workers, employees, and Army combat heroes were also entitled to priority in receiving benefits from collective labor insurance undertakings. Disabled ex-servicemen were to be paid full wages during the first 6 months of their absence from work, to receive medical treatment for sickness or injury not sustained at work, regardless of the length of time they worked in the enterprise concerned. After 6 months the benefits would be dealt with in the same manner as for other workers. According to a survey carried out between 1954 and 1956 there were about 1.7 million blind and 3 million deaf-mute people in China. In September 1959 there were 32 schools for blind children, 120 schools for the blind, deaf, and mute, and another 145 for the deaf-mute. At the end of 1959, 35,000 blind, deaf-mute, and blind deaf-mute were employed. In 1964 there existed 178 spare-time study classes for these people. Almost 80,000 copies of books in Braille had been published by the end of 1964. 18A word of warning once again. The scheduled Social Security benefits read well, are modern and progressive. The Social Security legislation of some Latin American countries also reads well and is more progressive than that of many more developed countries. The question, however, is not so much how the rules read, but how they are implemented. It has already been mentioned that the actual coverage was quite limited and that the enforcement was spotty. This is not to say that the whole system is a fraud. A much more reasonable explanation is that the intent of the legislation outruns China's means. Also, in a country such as China, the state's concern with the welfare of the ill and the disabled is something relatively new. The psychological impact of the intent on the workers should not, therefore, be dismissed lightly. Where the system has been applied, it has contributed substantially to per capita consumption in a form ideologically acceptable to the communists. The system just described remained in force, with minor modifications, until the outbreak of the Cultural Revolution in 1966. Possibly, below the turbulent surface of the Cultural Revolution events, it has continued to function. Fiscal and monetary policy. Fiscal policy. In Chapter 3 we have discussed some of the measures taken by the Communists in 1949–52 to establish fiscal and monetary order in the economy and to lay the groundwork for future planning. In the period 1953–57 this work was pushed forward. The government budget and the state banking system became the main instruments for financial control over the five-year plan, especially after the liquidation of the private sectors in industry, trade, and agriculture. Farm investment excluded, 88.5% of capital formation during the plan was carried out through the central gov***. Earnment budget, the rest by enterprises from their own resources, local governments from funds outside the consolidated state budget, and by private businesses. The Chinese relied less on taxes to finance their budgetary expenditures than the Soviet Union. During the period 1955–58 taxes represented about 47% of China's state budgetary revenues, and 73% in the USSR. 2-1 commodity taxes and direct taxes on income and wealth were also substantially less important in China's state revenue than in that of the Soviet Union. During the same period, loans from abroad were only 1.4% of state revenues. The relatively heavy reliance on revenues from state enterprises may be explained by the fact that much of the peasants' income was in kind and the monetary tax base was, therefore, limited compared with the state's desired expenditure levels. The absolute increase in tax revenues between 1953 and 1957, 3.5 billion yuan, reflects the widening of the tax base, especially in the urban areas. The elimination of the private sector by 1956 meant a decrease in the administrative cost and in complications attendant on tax collections. Taxation has been retained in China because it guarantees a certain minimum of revenue to the state, whereas enterprise profits fluctuate, and because it gives the state considerable leverage on enterprise managements. The following were the major types of taxes: agricultural taxes, taxes on industry and commerce, customs duties. Agricultural taxes were levied on the set yield of the land, not on actual yield in a given year. The set yield was determined by governmental authorities for each locality on the basis of such factors as soil and rainfall conditions, irrigation, amount of fertilizer used, etc. The set yield, in other words, was the expected normal yield. Once determined, the set yield was supposed to remain in force for a number of years. In this way it was hoped that it would provide an incentive for peasants to raise actual output without fear of upward revisions in the tax base. During the Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution, chapters 11–12, Teng Xiaoping, the party's general secretary, was criticized for his adherence to the set yield incentive. At an industrial conference of the party's Shanghai Municipal Committee on February 20, 1958, he was alleged to have said that the production assignment target of the commune is about 20% lower than the actual target. Thus the members of the commune obtain the benefit from the excess and the masses' interest is aroused. 2. In cases of grain losses through natural calamities, a tax reduction expressed as a percentage of the set yield was allowed. After completion of land reform, proportional rather than progressive tax rates were applied to the set yield. The agricultural tax was used during the period 1953 to 57 to encourage the cultivation of certain industrial crops, example cotton. This was done by means of tax exemptions and preferential tax rates. Out of total tax revenues collected by the state in 1957 in the amount of 15.5 billion yuan, the agricultural tax yielded almost 3 billion yuan. In 1952, agricultural taxes represented 7.5% of the gross value of agricultural output and output of sideline occupations. In 1956, the relevant figure was 6.04%. 2-3 taxes on industry and commerce consisted of A. Business taxes, B. Commodity tax, C. Salt tax, and D. Stamp tax. A. Business taxes were levied on gross receipts of industrial and commercial enterprises, whatever the form of their ownership. Exceptions included state monopoly enterprises, poor artisan workshops, and subsidiary occupations. Tax rates were higher on service sales than on commodity sales, and on non-priority industries than on such heavy industries as iron and steel, coal, and machine building. The tax rate on commodity sales varied from 1 to 3%, and could be as much as 5 times as high on non-essential service receipts. B. Commodity taxes were based on the wholesale prices of goods and were payable by manufacturers or wholesale buyers at widely differing rates, according to the planner's set of priorities. C. The traditional salt tax was taken over by the communists and collected at the production level. Out of total tax revenues of 15.5 billion yuan in 1957, the salt tax yielded about 620 million yuan. While this was not much, the tax was reliable and easy to collect. Its real burden was borne entirely by the consumer. Industrial salt was exempt from the tax. D. Stamp taxes on commercial and legal transactions were applied throughout the period. The duty was either a given amount or a percentage of the value of the business transacted by the document. Industrial and commercial taxes, including salt tax, contributed 11.9 billion yuan out of total tax receipts of 15.5 billion yuan in 1957. Taxes on state enterprises represented that year about 6 billion yuan, taxes on joint state-private enterprises 2.9 billion yuan, while cooperatives paid about 2.2 billion yuan. Surviving private businesses contributed the remainder. 2-4 Customs duties. Ad valorem tariffs on CIF. Cost, insurance, and freight, value of imports ranged from 5 to 100%, depending on the place which any given commodity held in the planner's preference scale. There were also tariffs on a very small number of export commodities. During the period, customs duties accounted for about 3% of the state's budgetary revenues. Local authorities during the period 1953 to 57 levied a number of taxes, the purpose of which was to funnel additional revenue into local governments. The most important of these was a flat tax of 5% on income from interest on bank deposits, bonds, and loans to employees. 2. Revenue from state enterprises. 2.5. Revenue from state enterprises grew at a fast pace during the period. It consisted of A. Profits, B. Depreciation reserves for fixed assets, C. Return of surplus working capital, and D. Income from the sale or revaluation of fixed assets. A. Profits. In Chinese communist usage and practice, profit means the difference between sales at state-determined, or approved, prices and costs. 2.6 Costs include constant capital, Marx's C, and P equals C plus V plus, C plus U, C plus V. Variable capital, Marx's V, and cover interest on borrowed variable capital, but exclude all other interest and rent on land. Constant capital means material cost plus depreciation embodied in materials used in production. Variable capital means the wages bill. Note that the exclusion of land rent and interest from the concept of cost makes cost unusable for comparisons of the efficiency in the use of land and capital where these factors are important components of the production process. State-determined, or approved, prices are of three kinds: ex-factory prices of manufactured products, agricultural procurement prices, and retail prices. Ex-factory prices are transfer prices at which enterprises sell their products to other enterprises or to wholesale distributors. There are three elements in ex-factory prices: factory costs, labor, administrative expenses, basic and subsidiary raw materials, depreciation, taxes, and profits. The factory cost for a given enterprise is arrived at by taking the average cost of the various enterprises in the same production branch weighted by the planned outputs of the enterprises. Another method is to take only a few model firms, a sort of Marshall's representative firm procedure, producing a given commodity and compute their average cost of production, which is then used to price the products of all enterprises in the branch. Sometimes retail prices are taken as the starting point. Distribution costs and trade profits are then deducted from these prices and the result is labeled ex-factory price. Planned profit margins are determined according to the planner's scale of priorities regarding the development of this or that product or industrial branch. The same principle applies to tax margins. In other words, state-determined or approved value of a product, ex-factory transfer price, means C plus U plus S where C and U are as defined above, and S is surplus value or product for society or profit. Theoretically, this leaves unanswered the question of how S, for each product separately, is to be determined rationally in an opportunity cost sense, since S does not automatically identify itself, as it does in a market economy. 2.7 The whole procedure is based on an average cost plus pricing formula inherited from the Soviets with all its inconveniences. The Soviets, in turn, got their trouble from Marx, who got it from a Hegelian preconception that had little to do with allocative rationality. In short, profit in China is not a criterion for resource allocation because the cost component of profit excludes the relative scarcity measurement of the factors land and capital, land rent and interest, and because prices are not as a rule allowed to adjust to excess supply or demand. Even where they acts allowed so to move, the performance of the enterprises tends still to be judged, among others, by planned profits and prices rather than the actual, i.e., changed, prices and profits. This point was brought out by Sun Yefang in one of his discussions concerning the socialist law of value. The central planning and statistical indicator accounts and those of industrial management, i.e., of the enterprises, should be integrated rather than being mutually restrictive. 2.8 The indicator should be expressed in current prices, correctly estimated according to the law of value. For purposes of long-term plan evaluation, constant prices should be used as a sort of shadow index. In 1953–57 the Chinese Communists departed from the Soviet practice of fixing relatively low prices on heavy industrial products and priced these products at relatively high levels, thus extracting substantial profit margins from this sector. This procedure was reasonable in the setting of capital scarcity and provided the Chinese with at least an approximate picture of relative scarcities in their economy, besides furnishing the state with revenue which it would have found difficult to obtain from agriculture. Another departure from Soviet precedent consisted in the almost total absorption of enterprise profits by the state. Whereas in the USSR enterprises were permitted to retain a portion of net profits for fixed and working capital uses, and welfare and bonus disbursements, in China the quasi-totality of profits went to the state. The exception was a small, about 3%, deduction for the enterprises bonus fund. In 1957 an additional deduction was made, a portion of above-norm enterprise profits transmitted to local government units or central government offices in charge of industrial enterprises for capital construction and capital reserve purposes. Still, even with that extra quasi-retention, over 90% of enterprise profits were sent in monthly installments to the central government. Thus the Chinese enterprise was almost wholly dependent for its working and fixed capital funds on the central government budget. b. Depreciation reserves. Depreciation charges were made only on actually used productive equipment. They were remitted in toto to the state treasury. Budgetary expenditures on fixed capital replacements were generally well below the depreciation remittances to the state. The idea was to use existing, somewhat outdated equipment, a procedure criticized by some economists. Sun Yefang, for example, complained that our depreciation policy covers only physical wear and tear, but excludes invisible depreciation, i.e., fails to take account of worldwide technological improvements and innovations, and, in fact, obstructs such improvements and innovations in China. 29. C. Return of surplus working capital. This was done through local government units. The local unit used any surplus working capital returned to it from an enterprise under its control to make up working capital deficiencies in any other enterprises controlled by it. The balance was remitted to the state treasury. d. Income from sale and revaluation of fixed assets. This consisted of proceeds from the sale of fully depreciated assets not needed by an enterprise, or income resulting from an upward revaluation of given enterprise fixed assets by the appropriate authority. Of the four subcategories of revenue from state enterprises, profits were by far the most significant. This category covers a. Domestic bonds, b. Foreign loans, and c. Income from insurance activities. a. Domestic bonds. The People's Victory Real Unit bonds issued in 1950 have been discussed in Chapter 3. There were no reported bond issues from 1951 through 1953. From 1954 through 1957 the government floated each year so-called National Economic Construction Bonds, the planned annual amount of which was 600 million yuan. The issues were reportedly oversubscribed each time. The maturity period of the national construction bonds was 10 years except for the 1954 issue, 8 years, and the interest rate was 4%. Table 6-4 shows the distribution of domestic bonds in 1950 and 1954-57. b. Foreign loans. Loans from the USSR from 1953 through 1957 totaled 3.1 billion yuan. They represented 2% of budgetary revenue in 1953, 3.3% in 1954, 6.1% in 1955, 0.4% in 1956, and 0.1% in 1957. After that date the Chinese budget shows no further receipts from this source. In addition to an economic loan of $300 million in 1950, see Chapter 3, p. 100, the Soviets extended a further $130 million in 1954. Other receipts of credits from the USSR were reported merely as budgetary receipts and expressed in yuan without detailed analysis of their terms, conditions, and purposes. Thus in 1955 a Soviet loan was received, apparently for the purchase of the Soviet shares in the four Sino-Soviet joint stock companies referred to earlier, Chapter 3, pages 103 to 104. A military loan was also received that year. c. Income from insurance activities. This covers compulsory insurance of state enterprises, cooperatives, and transport and communications, as well as various schemes of voluntary insurance. The insurance system was administered by the National People's Insurance Corporation. Exactly what the budgetary insurance receipts represented is not clear, but the sums paid into the state budget were probably excess reserves, i.e., amounts over and above those needed for payments by the insurance corporation according to actuarial schedules. For other budgetary revenues this consisted of various items such as fines, fees for miscellaneous administrative services, extra income from state-financed projects, and so on. Fines were probably a major item, especially fines. First Five-Year Plan, Social, Fiscal, Political 211. On private enterprises. Receipts from this source were substantial in 1953 and 1954 and sharply declined thereafter. Expenditure. The expenditure side of the state budget has been discussed in a roundabout way in Chapter 4. Only a few additional comments need be made here. It will be noticed, Table 6-3, that expenditure on economic construction, national defense, and government administration together exceeded by very substantial margins the disbursements on social, cultural, and educational projects. This meant that during the period 1953 to 57 the relatively high tax burden on the Chinese consumer was not lightened very much by communal additions to consumption. The problem, however, must be kept in perspective. The tax burden on the Chinese citizen has at all times been heavy. Before the communists came to power, taxes were not only high but arbitrary, and the benefits to the consumer not immediately apparent. Even though modest, the social services introduced by the communists were there for all to see, and their positive impact on taxpayer attitudes should not be underestimated. During the period there was a sharp increase in indirect taxes. By 1957 indirect taxes represented about 80% of total money taxes paid by consumers as compared with about 70% in 1953. About 30% of a consumer's personal money income went in taxes in 1957, that is about the same proportion as in the United States. It should, however, be remembered that in the United States per capita money income in 1957 was almost 60 times that in China. Repayment of principal and interest on Soviet loans was made each year from 1954 through 1957. The banking system. Some aspects of Communist China's banking system and credit policy have been discussed Chapter 3. A few additional remarks are made here for clarification. As has been pointed out earlier, the People's Bank is the central bank, a savings and deposit institution, and commercial bank rolled into one. It is directly under the control of the State Council. In the period 1953 to 57 the People's Bank exercised control over the following. A. Two specialized banks, the Bank of China and the Joint State-Private Bank. From 1955 through 1957 the People's Bank also exercised authority over the Agricultural Bank of China, which, how? 212 First Five-Year Plan, social, fiscal, political. Ever, was abolished in 1957, only to be revived at the end of 1963 and placed under the State Council. 30. It may be added that the Construction Bank of China and the People's Insurance Corporation were subordinated not to the People's Bank but to the Ministry of Finance, and through it to the State Council. A bank of communications which at one time was controlled by the People's Bank has probably ceased to exist. B. Branches of the People's Bank in large cities, subsidiary offices in small towns and large rural settlements, temporary subsidiary offices in rural areas. There were about 34,000 such branches in 1965. C. Credit cooperatives numbering some 130,000. The functions of the People's Bank were, 1. To issue notes and coin which were the only legal tender. 2. To keep accounts for all government organs, enterprises, cooperatives, army units, and savings deposits of individuals. Every government organization or enterprise was required to deposit its cash receipts with the bank on the day the cash was received except for petty cash balances not exceeding 3 days requirements. All transactions between government organizations, state enterprises, cooperatives, and so on, had to be made by transfer of book entries in the People's Bank. In this way the bank was cash controller in the economy and had a comprehensive view of financial dealings in the country. The bank thus exercised financial control over the physical plan applicable to the economy during any given period. 3. The bank was charged with gold and silver transactions. 4. It was also charged with foreign currency receipts and payments, and settlements of China's international accounts. This was done mainly through the Bank of China, and included the handling of remittances from overseas Chinese. 5. The bank received appropriations from the state budget and distributed these among the various sectors and enterprises of the economy. 6. It made loans to industries, state enterprises, and agricultural producers cooperatives. The main function of the joint state-private bank was to handle savings deposits for the People's Bank. 3.1 During 1955–57 the Agricultural Bank of China was responsible for the management of budgetary funds allotted to agriculture and fisheries, forestry, water conservation, and related activities, and extended loans to agricultural cooperatives, state farms, individual peasants, and rural credit cooperatives, and accepted savings in the countryside. 3.2 Credit cooperatives accepted rural deposits and extended short-term loans to individual peasants. The Construction Bank of China, set up in 1954, and subordinated to the Ministry of Finance, was the principal channel through which investment funds from the state budget were directed to enterprises. It also made investment grants for capital projects. In managing currency and credit, the People's Bank adhered to a cash plan and a credit plan prepared by the planning authorities. The credit plan specified the sources and uses of funds received and disbursed by the People's Bank during a given plan period. The cash plan defined the cash circuit between the bank and government enterprises, cooperatives, etc. Both plans translated the material economic plans into monetary terms. Their consistency ultimately hinged on the internal consistency of the physical plan. Where inconsistencies arose, example an excessive outflow of cash into the economy giving rise to inflationary pressure on non-pegged prices, the problem was more often than not dealt with by direct measures, rationing, tax increases, forced savings, mostly of a fiscal character. 3.3 The division of powers between the Ministry of Finance and the People's Bank did not always work smoothly. In fact, there appears to have been a continual conflict between the hierarchies of these two sources of liquidity in the country. In the setting of fiscal conservatism, each of these institutions tried to avoid being accused of creating excessive liquidity. Thus the people in finance kept budgetary appropriations low and shifted responsibility for supplying sufficient funds to the bank. The bank for its part did its best to keep its loans down, arguing that the various agencies and enterprises should go to finance for the needed funds. Credit cooperatives were inclined to lend to the richer peasants because these were the most credit-worthy, while ignoring the poorer peasants whom the state favored for ideological and political reasons. Conflict at the top was accompanied by deviousness at the bottom of the economic pyramid. As in other communist countries, the rule of thumb for lower echelon agencies and enterprises was to inflate their initial budget requests as a hedge against sudden and announced budgetary cuts during the plan period. Since budgetary appropriations to state organs were allocated quarterly, the method was to request a large grant in the first quarter and decreasing appropriations thereafter. 3.4 When added to dissimulation of enterprise and branch capacity and reserves in the course of plan formulation, these procedures certainly did not contribute toward an efficient running of the economy. Foreign economic relations. During the first 5-year plan period, China's foreign trade policy rested on the following general principles. 1. Lean to one side, i.e., foreign trade was oriented toward communist countries, particularly the USSR. Trade with Western countries was confined to items which could not be obtained in the communist world. 2. Imports were composed primarily of raw materials for industry and modern capital goods, and among these, equipment for heavy industry, including complete plants, was the most important. 3.5 Secondarily, imports were used to ease domestic shortages of other than capital goods. Technical and scientific know-how imports were accorded a high ranking. 3. Exports were promoted primarily to pay for the required imports, and included agricultural and mineral products, especially those with relatively high per-unit values. Exports were to be the principal source of foreign exchange earnings, to be supplemented by remittances from overseas Chinese. 4. Remittances from overseas Chinese. In order to encourage such remittances, certain investment facilities for overseas Chinese were made on the Chinese mainland. 5. Trade with non-communist developing countries was developed so as to further Chinese political and ideological objectives in these areas. Modest amounts of aid were given to both communist and non-communist developing countries. A few comments on each of these general principles are in order. Leaning to one side. This trend, already observed in the period of Reconstruction and Reform, 1949–52, was continued during 1953–57, with some qualifications. 34 Michael C. Oxenberg, Aspects of Local Government and Politics in China, 1955–58, Journal of Development Studies, October 1967, pages 39–40. This section is heavily indebted to this study. 3-5 Imports of military hardware were also important. The situation can be seen from tables 6-5 and 6-6, the qualifications are noted below. Figures for 1950–52 are added for comparison. A certain number of qualifications should be appended to the statement that during the 1953–57 period the Chinese applied the prescription of leaning to one side. It will be seen that Chinese trade with non-communist countries reached a low in 1952, during the Korean War and the embargo placed by Western countries on trade with Communist China. After 1952, trade with the West began to expand in absolute terms, very slowly at first. As the restrictions on trade with China began to be relaxed, the expansion was accelerated. By 1956 the volume of China's trade with non-communist countries exceeded the pre-1956 high of $920 million, 1951. However, until 1954 the rate of expansion of trade with non-communist countries was slower than that of total Chinese foreign trade, so that one could say that during this period the lean to one side prescription continued to be implemented. The importance of the Soviet Union in China's international dealings began to decline both absolutely and relatively after 1955. The main reason for the absolute decline was a sharp fall in Chinese imports from the Soviet Union, from about $1 billion in 1955 to $715 million in 1956 and $545 million in 1957. The major reason for the drop in Chinese imports from the USSR between 1955 and 1957 was the Chinese effort to begin repaying earlier loans obtained from the Soviets, which implied a limitation of imports and a rise in exports. Chinese exports to the USSR rose from $645 million in 1955 to $745 million in 1956 and $750 million in 1957. Put another way, Chinese purchases from the Soviet Union in the period 1950–54 were helped along by the $300 million Soviet loan extended in 1950. This loan was exhausted in 1954. In fact, from 1950 through 1955 China was a net capital importer. From 1956 to 1957 it was a net capital exporter. It may be added that except for a small net import of capital in 1960, the net capital export trend continued through 1964. Composition of imports. The principle of selectivity noted in Chapter 4 in connection with Communist China's strategy of economic development during the period of the first five-year plan was fully applied to imports. Machinery and equipment, including transportation equipment, accounted for about one-third of Chinese imports during the period. The bulk of these came from the Soviet Union. Within this general category, complete plants constituted a major item. In 1957, for example, imports of complete plants represented about 20% of total imports. During the period almost 3 out of 4 complete installations exported by the Soviets went to China, and almost 1/6 of Soviet machinery exports were purchased by the Chinese. Chemical products, petroleum and petroleum products, metals, and rubber products together accounted for another third of Chinese total imports. To ease domestic shortages and bottlenecks, smaller quantities of foodstuffs, manufactured consumer goods, drugs, textile fibers, and building materials were purchased abroad. From 1950 through April 1956 agreements for the construction of 211 industrial and transportation projects were concluded between China and the Soviet Union. As a result of mergers, this number was eventually reduced to 166. Complete sets of equipment supplied by the Soviet Union during this period were valued at about $2 billion. 3/6 The import of complete sets of equipment was accompanied by the import of Soviet and East European technicians and other specialists. An average of 20 such experts were assigned to each complete plant. In many instances their numbers ran into the hundreds. 37 Between 1950 and 1960 an estimated 11,000 Soviet scientists and specialists worked in China for various periods, 5,400 of them in industrial enterprises, 2,000 in transport and communications, 1,000 in agriculture, water conservation and forestry, 700 in education, 300 in public health, 850 in scientific research, and 750 in other branches, mainly in government administration, planning, etc. 3/8 The Soviets later claimed that from 1954 to 1963 they gave China more than 24,000 sets of scientific and technical documentation. 39 Between 1950 and 1960 almost 38,000 Chinese students, scientists, and others were trained in the Soviet Union. This included some 20,000 workers. From 1953 through 1957, about 6,000 students were sent to the USSR. 40 Later, when relations between China and the Soviet Union had deteriorated to the point of unalloyed rudeness, the Chinese answered Soviet complaints about ingratitude with a backhanded compliment. "We have always had a proper appreciation of the friendly Soviet aid," they wrote, which began under Stalin's leadership. 41 The Soviets had claimed, probably with justice, that enterprises created with Soviet assistance accounted for 70% of China's output of tin, 100% of the output of synthetic rubber, 25 to 30% of electric power production, and 80% of the output of trucks and tractors. 42 The Soviets had a hand in the construction of the Wuhan and Baotou steel complexes, the high-quality steel mill in Tsitsikhar, the Changchun automotive plant, the chemical plant in Kirin, the Finman hydroelectric power station, the thermal plants at Fushun and Kirin, the development of the Xinjiang oil fields, the reconstruction and modernization of the Anshan steel works, the boiler and turbine plants in Harbin, and the building of China's atomic reactor and cyclotron. 43 To all this the Chinese replied that so far from being gratis Soviet aid to China was rendered mainly in the form of trade and that it was certainly not a one-way affair. China has paid and is paying the Soviet Union in goods, gold, or convertible foreign exchange for all Soviet-supplied complete sets of equipment and other goods, including those made available on credit plus interest. It is necessary to add that the prices of many of the goods we imported from the Soviet Union were much higher than those on the world market. 44. Chinese exports. Up to the end of 1962, the Chinese went on, China has furnished the Soviet Union with 2,100 million new rubles worth of grain, edible oils, and other foodstuffs. Among the most important items were 5,760,000 tons of soybeans, 2,940,000 tons of rice, 1,090,000 tons of edible oils, and 900,000 tons of meat. Over the same period China furnished the Soviet Union with more than 1,400 million new rubles worth of mineral products and metals. 45 During the whole period 1950 to 57 China's merchandise exports more than doubled. During the first 5-year plan period, exports were the main source of China's international receipts, accounting for almost 4/5 of total receipts. From 1950 through 1957 export earnings amounted to some $1.1 billion on the average per year, while the annual average drawings on credits received were about $176 million. This compares with annual average import payments of $1.2 billion and debt repayments of $51 million. Exports of metals, metal ores, and concentrates accounted for about 20% of China's total exports to the USSR during 1953 to 57, soybeans and oils for some 15%, and livestock products for about 10%. Remittances from overseas Chinese. Communist China's balance of payments from 1950 through 1957 may be summarized in the way shown in Table 6 to 7. Effort. The net balance on merchandise trade during this period was a debit of $620 million. Together with freight and insurance charges, the negative balance rises to $920 million, Table 6 to 7. This is partly covered by remittances from overseas Chinese amounting during the period to $855 million. Overseas Chinese remittances are foreign currencies sent by Chinese residing in non-communist countries to their families in China. Realizing the importance of this income, the communists have made overseas remittances into a fine art. There are various ways in which hard currency balances may be accumulated by means of remittances. 4.6. A. Food parcels. Overseas Chinese send important quantities of food to their families in China, some £7.5 million from Hong Kong in 1961 alone. Until 1963 the Communists allowed the foreign exchange potential of this traffic to slip through their fingers. In that year they set up 4 syndicates under the supervision of the China Travel Service to accept food parcel orders plus a substantial postage charge. In 1962 the postage charge was estimated to have brought the Chinese about $27 million in foreign exchange. B. Fertilizer for rice coupons. This method became popular after 1960, and consisted of an arrangement whereby overseas Chinese could purchase, in foreign currencies through Chinese government agencies, coupons representing a given amount of fertilizer to be shipped to an agricultural administration in China. In exchange for this, the buyers designate in China received either an equivalent sum in Chinese currency, or extra food, rice, pork, vegetables, fish, or he could have the amount of his claim deposited in a savings account earning interest at official rates and repayable after 3 years. The amount of fertilizer which a single overseas Chinese was permitted to order was from 1 to 20 tons per year. It was estimated that daily purchases in Hong Kong in 1961 were from 300 to 500 tons. 47 In 1966 it was reported that for every HK $50 remitted, the beneficiary on the mainland received 30 extra caddies of rice, 3 yards of cotton cloth, 2 caddies of vegetable oil, 2v6 caddies of sugar plus varying amounts of soya beans, flour, sugar, and cigarettes. 48. The red and green purchasing cards issued to mainland designates entitled the latter to buy otherwise unavailable goods in special overseas Chinese department stores. The goods included nylon and silk stockings, fine cotton fabrics, bamboo sleeping mats, rayon and silk, red purchasing cards, and high-quality clothing materials, green cards. C. Import duties on gifts sent by exile Chinese to friends and relatives in China. D. Emigrant remittances. These are accepted by Chinese communist banks overseas at artificially high exchange rates. In 1962 the source amounted to an estimated $112 million. E. Chinese overseas corporations. These are corporations set up for the express purpose of attracting investments by emigrant and exile Chinese. Bonds in these corporations are sold to the overseas Chinese who designate within China the recipients of the 8% per annum interest based on a 12-year investment. At the end of the 12 years the principal can be collected by the overseas investor in a lump sum, Chinese currency. Alternatively, it can be deposited in a bank for 6 years, earning 7% annual interest, 1/4 payable in commodity coupons. 49 The mainland residents designated, receive half of the 8% per annum interest amount in Chinese currency, which could be transferred abroad by special permission, and the other half in commodity supply coupons which can be used locally to purchase food. The proceeds of the bonds are used to build fertilizer and farm tool plants, sugar and paper mills, rubber processing plants, and small hydroelectric power stations in China. In 1964 there were about 100 enterprises of this type, most of them in Guangdong. Overseas Chinese remittances fluctuate with the internal political situation in China. The average annual remittances appear to be around $150 million, although during periods of particular political stress in China, they probably drop to half that figure. Trade with and aid to non-communist developing countries 50. During 1953–57 Communist China began developing trade and aid relations with a number of non-communist developing countries in Asia and Africa. The movement gathered momentum after 1955. Total grants and loans from 1956 through 1957 may have been as high as $72 million, the main beneficiaries being Cambodia, Indonesia, Nepal, Ceylon, and Egypt. At the height of the Suez Crisis in November 1956, the Chinese gave Egypt a grant of 200 million Swiss francs, about $5 million, for military purposes. As far as is known, this was the only foreign currency transaction, the other aid projects being tied to purchases of Chinese goods. In 1957, China's trade with Southeast Asia represented about 8% of China's total exports, and about 9% of her imports. Trade with sub-Saharan Africa was small, amounting to about $14 million in 1957. At that time, China's most important trading partner in Africa was Egypt. China also provided aid to communist Asian countries and to Hungary and Albania. The total of these economic loans and grants was roughly $500 million during 1953–57. The beneficiaries, besides Albania, included North Korea, North Vietnam, and Mongolia. Hungary was given a loan equivalent to $40 to help her rebuild the economy disrupted by the Revolution of 1956. Political reforms. Some of the more important political developments in 1956–57 will be dealt with in Chapter 7. It will be recalled that in Chapter 2 a brief outline was given of Communist China's governmental structure as it was informally in place during the period of Reconstruction and reform. The Constitution of 1954 transformed the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference into the National People's Congress, nominally the highest state organ, but in fact, like its predecessor, a consultative body which was expected merely to approve what the party and governmental leadership have decided. The Constitution provided that the Congress should elect the chairman of the People's Republic, up till 1959, Mao Zedong. The Congress was supposed to meet every year. The People's Government Council became in 1954 the State Council, the highest administrative organ and, on paper, the executive organ of the Congress. 51 The State Council was composed of a premier, vice premiers, ministers, heads of commissions and a secretary general. The council had 6 offices, and controlled a number of commissions, bureaus, and the central ministries. The offices included internal affairs, agriculture and forestry, industry and communications, finance and trade, culture and education, and foreign affairs. Each office exercised control over several ministries within its sphere of interest. The commissions and bureaus subordinated directly to the State Council ranged from the State Planning Commission and the State Economic Commission to the People's Bank of China, and more than 20 other bodies. The 6 great regional administrative councils, see figure P27, were abolished. The number of provincial authorities was reduced. After 1955 there were 21 provinces, not counting Taiwan, regarded as a province of Communist China, 5 autonomous regions, and 2 great cities, Peking and Shanghai. 5–7. The Liberal Interlude, October 1956 to June 1957. The years 1956 and 1957 represent an important watershed in Communist China's domestic and external policies. It was about this time that a heated debate must have taken place within the party's leadership regarding the nature and pace of socialist construction and the future of China's relations with the Soviet Union and the rest of the Communist bloc. In this chapter we shall be concerned with domestic issues, leaving the problem of external policies to a later section. Sometime between April and September 1956 the disagreements between the proponents of a hard and those of a relatively moderate line in economic construction came to a head. 1. The year began, as we have seen, with a leap forward in the socialization of agriculture and the elimination of the private sector in industry, trade, and handicrafts. The victory of the radicals was not without attendant production problems, later described by Liu Shaochi as individual defects in our work during the leap forward in early 1956. These individual defects were sufficiently grave for the moderates to gather enough strength for a counter-offensive aimed at slackening the pace of the reforms and introducing into economic policy a measure of rational calculation. In place of the original Maoist plan, which envisaged a broadening of the 1956 leap into a general great leap forward on all fronts, the moderates succeeded in pushing through a series of proposals, the main concern of which was to minimize the damage to production and productivity caused by the sudden flurry of institutional reforms. It is possible that the showdown came during the enlarged meeting of the Political Bureau of the party's Central Committee held in April 1956. In any event, by the time of the first session of the party's 8th National Congress, September 1956, the moderates had temporarily carried the day and the leapers were in retreat. The major document which emerged from that first session is known as the Proposals of the 8th National Congress of the Communist Party of China for the Second Five-Year Plan for the Development of the National Economy, 1958 to 1962. The report on the proposals was delivered by Zhou Enlai on September 16, and the document itself was adopted on September 27. Although in a quite formal way the proposals pay heed to Mao Zedong's report on 10 sets of relationships delivered at the April meeting of the Politburo and to his January 1956 draft National Program for Agricultural Development, 1956 to 1967, the net effect was to soften both the relationships and the draft in such a way as to come out with a relatively moderate plan of action. The draft and the relationships were, in effect, the programmatic statements of the radicals. Their intent was to immediately follow up the socialization leap with an all-round leap in production, science, technology, and culture, to prevent the pace of reform from slackening, and forge ahead regardless of consequences. The first session of the 8th National Party Congress put a temporary halt to this course. The struggle, however, went right on through the moderately liberal interlude. The apogee of the liberal drive was reached between March and early June 1957. Thereafter the radicals renewed their pressure, sealing their victory with the reports and resolutions of the second session of the 8th National Party Congress in May 1958. While in retreat on the ideological front, anti-rightist campaign, the moderates managed to salvage some of their economic measures until the final unleashing by their adversaries of the Great Leap Forward in the spring of 1958. Already in September 1957, however, it was clear that they were losing ground. At that time the third plenary session of the Central Committee of the party reaffirmed the need to adhere to Mao's call of January 1956, contained in the draft National Program for Agricultural Development, to achieve greater, faster, better, and more economical results in building socialism, and shortly thereafter released a revised version of the draft. The revised version was even more radical than the original, reflecting as it did the supremacy of those who held that economic construction depended on political inspiration and mass enthusiasm, brought into being, controlled, and guided by those in the party whose political consciousness was correctly Maoist. The new general line for building socialism was sanctioned by the second session of the party's 8th National Congress in May 1958, see Chapter 8 below. The Moderate Blueprint. The Proposals is a compromise document, the party moderates calling the tune but not without challenges and dissonances. The leading theme is the need for caution in economic construction, with an if and a but always tucked on at the end. Often the result is woolly, an enumeration of all desirable goals to be reached simultaneously. While all this simultaneous activity went on, priority was to be given, as of old, to the development of heavy industry. The central task of our second five-year plan 1958-62 is still to give priority to the development of heavy industry. While giving priority to the development of heavy industry, we should suitably speed up the growth of light industry on the basis of a higher level of agricultural development. The output of grain should be ensured. At the same time, increased production of major industrial crops should be ensured. In carrying on large-scale industrial construction in the interior, we must, however, at the same time, make vigorous efforts to make full use of, and suitably develop the existing industries in the coastal areas. 5. All this was to be done gradually. The second five-year plan could make a dent in the problem, but a comprehensive industrial system and the transformation of backward agriculture would take approximately 3 five-year plans. 6. In 1958 the radicals took over many of the ideas of the moderates and simply speeded up the implementation, thus distorting the basic assumption on which the moderates' balanced development plan rested. The original caution and relative moderation contained in the proposals can be quantified in the light of subsequent developments. When measured advance suddenly became frenetic leap, Table 7:1. The figures for 1958 and 1959 are unreliable and probably say more about the psychological tensions under which the statisticians worked than about the economy's actual performance. It should be pointed out that the 1962 proposals' targets were revised downward in December 1957 when the overall picture of achievements under the first five-year plan became available to the planners. Among the targets lowered, were those for petroleum, metal cutting machine, tools, food grains, gind cotton, and pigs. The target for cement was fixed at the proposal's lower figure, 12.5 million tons. The target for chemical fertilizer was more than doubled, compared with the higher proposal's figure, that for coal was raised to 230 million tons and that for steel fixed at the proposal's upper limit of 12 million tons. With all its leftist qualifying clauses, the proposals are still a fairly mild document emphasizing a forward-looking and completely sound basis. 7. The compromise is most clearly expressed in the following conclusions. The central and local authorities must, on the one hand, take full account of all favorable conditions and combat the rightist, conservative tendency to ignore the latent forces and underestimate the socialist enthusiasm of the masses. On the other hand, they must take full account of all unfavorable conditions and difficulties that are liable to occur, and combat the impetuous and adventurous tendency to depart from actual realities, give no consideration to possibilities, and overlook the planned and well-proportioned development of the various branches of the national economy. 8. Reasons for liberalization. A study of the proposals gives a clue to the specific reasons which had prompted the leadership to embark on a carefully hedged and limited liberal course in the latter part of 1956. They may be summarized as follows. 1. Leftist deviation, meaning reckless rushing around in economic work. This recklessness had two aspects. A. There was a tendency toward overconfidence and a lack of economic calculation at the center, which the proposals criticized in veiled language. When conditions are favorable, we must discern the unfavorable factors confronting and ahead of us, and guard against impatience and rashness. 9. B. There was wrong-headed zeal in plan implementation. Some departments and localities, impatient for success, attempted to accomplish within 3 or 5 years, or even 2 years, tasks that required 7 or 12 years to complete. 10. This tendency toward overconfidence and rashness, typical of the Maoist left and its almost exclusively political approach to economic construction, is cautioned against in such phrases as, "We should set a reasonable rate for the growth of the national economy, place the plan on a completely sound basis, ensure a fairly balanced development of the national economy, proceed step by step, so far as conditions permit, in accordance with local needs and resources, when conditions are ripe, commensurate with our strength in technical personnel, financial and natural resources, and labor power, proceed gradually and with proper emphasis where needed, in a planned and well-prepared way, bring about change by degrees, and gradually build, take practical measures, and so on." The difficulty under which the pragmatists labored was that there was not in Chinese economic theory any concept of what reasonable, practical, ripe, balanced, and so on meant. The highly politicized Chinese economic science failed to supply independently rational criteria of decision-making, so that on analytical grounds alone, economic decision-makers, the planners, had to fall back on politics. 11 And when they did, they found themselves in worse disarray than before, since reasonable, practical, ripe, and balanced meant one thing to the romantic, guerrilla-oriented, ultra-leftists and another to the conservative wing. Whenever Chinese economists showed signs of coming up with a definition of economic rationality in other than purely institutional Marxist terms, they were squelched by the political power holders of the left as well as of the right and center. This alliance of bureaucrats of all economic persuasions remains a major obstacle to the advancement of allocative rationality in the communist world in general and in China in particular. The moderately inclined Zhou Enlai is perhaps the most conspicuous personification of this united political establishment front paradox. The bureaucrats may, and do in fact, disagree among themselves, but in general they unite against reform proposals inspired by other than Marxian sources, and they are suspicious of experts who try to be more expert than read. The leftist deviation was quite remarkable in the latter part of 1955 and the first half of 1956, the period of accelerated collectivization of agriculture and nationalization of industry and commerce. The wave of institutional changes was merely the concrete manifestation of the communist radicals' impatience with what they considered to have been a too relaxed pace of socialist transformation and construction, especially during the first half of 1955. This impatience came to the surface in other ways. 2. One of them was the lack of balance in economic development, or, as it came later to be known, the policy of leaning to one side. This meant, a. overinvestment in certain intermediate goods industries, example steel, resulting in 1956 in serious shortages of raw materials, example pig iron, building materials, especially timber, and underutilization of the rashly created industrial capacity. In 1956, capital investment within the state plan increased 62% over the previous year's level. These sectoral and subsectoral disproportions are a built-in feature of communist central command planning, and this sort of shortage now, surplus tomorrow problem is not limited to China. But in China, as in Stalin's Russia, the problem was made more acute by the politically induced degree of imbalance, the dogmatic preoccupation with the rapid development of this or that sector and industry, to the neglect of others which supply the favored industries and sectors or consume their products. In 1956, Zhou Enlai admitted that we failed to strike a proper balance between capital construction and the capacity for supplying materials. As a result, not only were our national finances somewhat strained, but there occurred a serious shortage of building materials such as steel products, cement, and timber. 12 In other words, there were serious strains in the already tense commodity markets and growing inflationary pressures. b. A similar imbalance occurred with regard to the relationship between the planning center and local authorities, with too much authority, and detailed busy work, being vested in the former. The concentration of power at the center led to subjectivism and bureaucracy among the leadership and commandism, i.e., blind execution of orders to curry favor, at lower levels, in short, to rigidity and inability to respond quickly and appropriately to changing circumstances. 1-3. The complaint against bureaucracy, commandism, self-complacency, and conceit. 14 was in effect a reflection on central administrative planning and indirectly a suggestion to devolve some planning and management tasks on markets and other spontaneous but supervised manifestations of the masses. We still lack experience in planning and our plans are often incomplete and inaccurate. 15 In certain parts of our annual plans for 1955 and 1956, we erred on the side of setting targets too high or too low, which gave rise to certain difficulties in our work. 16. C. There was also an imbalance between construction work undertaken by the central authorities, mostly large-scale works, and that allotted to local organs. This meant that big projects were frequently hampered in their operations by lack of ancillary facilities. D. An imbalance also occurred with respect to the development of interior and coastal areas. We laid emphasis on construction work in the interior, but paid inadequate attention to that in the coastal areas. 3. A special instance of imbalance, which became particularly serious around mid-1956, was the retarded condition of agriculture, a difficulty rendered more agonizing by widespread damage caused by floods and drought. In 1956 many areas have suffered severely from floods, waterlogging, typhoons, and drought, resulting in a measure of damage to certain crops, especially cotton. 17 It has been estimated that the area damaged by floods in that year was 164.8 million mao and that drought affected another 65 million mao. 18 These figures were the highest since the communist takeover in 1949. Typically, the proposals did not prescribe a vast campaign to remedy the situation overnight, but rather suggested that one must strive to reduce damage caused by heavy floods and drought, and step-by-step end damage caused by less serious floods and drought. 19 The effort to promote water conservancy and flood control should not be just vigorous but well planned. Agricultural difficulties, however, were not all due to natural calamities, man had a hand in them too. The second priority accorded to agricultural development in the first 5-year plan was endangering the whole industrialization effort. To retard the development of agriculture would not only have a direct adverse effect on the development of light industry and the betterment of the people's livelihood, but greatly affect the development of heavy industry, as well as of the national economy as a whole. It would also adversely affect the consolidation of the worker-peasant alliance. Therefore, in the second 5-year plan period we should continue to make great efforts to develop agriculture so that its development may be coordinated with that of industry. 20 Already in 1954 discontent arose among a section of the peasants. 21 And now that collectivization had been forced, there was surely need for a breathing spell. Following a poor harvest in 1956, restlessness manifested itself among peasants in desertions from the newly created collective farms. 22 In 1957, a gust of foul winds swept across the countryside. People attacked the cooperatives and withdrew from the cooperatives. Some people took back their livestock and farm tools, others reaped the crops of the cooperatives and secretly distributed the cooperatives' grain, still others sowed crops on the small plots of land that once belonged to them. Some people even beat and cursed the cotters. Some localities were in great confusion for some time. 23 The moderates seemed to hope that this time for reflection and consolidation would become a more or less permanent feature of China's planning and management. The radicals saw in it exactly what it said, a spell. 24 The components of liberalization. The relaxation from above, made public in September 1956 and abruptly brought to an end in early 1958, consisted in the following measures. 1. Free markets for some commodities were reopened. The free I.D. in 1955 not by any specific decree, but through the quasi-total socialization of commerce. 25 There was clearly no intention in 1956 to introduce a market economy, but only to relieve pressure on the planners and the state sector, allow the forces of supply and demand to smooth out some inconsistencies of the plan as regards consumer goods supply, and improve the distribution of commodities. 26 In agriculture, free market trading was to apply to those goods which the peasants retain after planned purchases by the state and those which are not covered by the plan. 27 This included an important portion of the products of peasant subsidiary occupations, including rural handicrafts, with the notable exception of hog production by individual peasants. 28 The commodities produced by subsidiary occupations accounted in 1955 for about 30% of gross agricultural production. Apparently, soon after the new course was inaugurated, peasants began to sell on the free market produce that should have been earmarked for compulsory deliveries to the state, as well as commodities fully covered by the plan. In August 1957 a decree was, therefore, issued specifying which particular goods could, and which could not be sold on the free market. In addition to free markets per se, the state in 1956 and 1957 used its own controlled prices more flexibly in line with its intent to use price and income incentives as supplements to administrative control in raising production of desired agricultural commodities. In this, however, the authorities were less successful. Collective farm cotters responded less readily than individual peasants to price differentials since income maximization was still not the collective's main success indicator. The result was that in 1957 the production of every crop whose price was raised, fell, in some instances very sharply, thus reinforcing the skepticism of the radicals about the whole concept of indirect price control and the effectiveness of material incentives in raising production. Where, as in the case of subsidiary occupations, output responded to price changes, it was interpreted by the radicals as an ideologically dangerous premium on spontaneous capitalist forces in the countryside. As we shall see in the next chapter, failure of flexible price controls to stimulate collective production in agriculture 2-9, while price changes spurred initiative on the peasants' private plots, was one of the reasons for the reversal of policy in early 1958 and one of the motive forces behind the Great Leap adventure. In residential areas of towns and villages, small traders and peddlers were allowed to operate. 3. More important, the prices of non-rationed perishable goods and some other commodities were permitted to fluctuate in response to market conditions, and so find clearing levels. Administratively determined retail prices of commodities in fairly steady supply were changed periodically, supplanting to some extent the allocation of goods by the queue. In this way the distribution of consumer goods through the price system was given more importance than in 1955, but the bias in favor of price freezing and direct controls was by no means eliminated. 2. The maximum size of private plots was raised from 5% to 10% of the average arable land per head in the collective. 3. Greater powers were given to local government organs and to individual enterprises. 3. The centralized distribution of a number of important commodities was ended, the number of centrally set targets was reduced, and industrial as well as commercial enterprises were given more latitude to choose the goods they needed. This decentralization was, however, circumscribed by an increase in party control within enterprises, so that often the new authority granted to enterprises was nominal. In agriculture, the central plans, once they reached the Xi'an level, were to be regarded as general guidelines, although they were not to be totally ignored. To see to this, Xi'an party and government organs' authority over the cotters was strengthened. The decentralization measures were contained in a November 1957 decree on the reform of the industrial management system. In industry they affected principally enterprises making consumer goods. By June 1958 virtually all manufacture of consumer commodities was under the control of major local authorities supervised by a number of central ministries, rather than directly, as before, by the Ministry of Light Industries. The number of mandatory targets for industrial enterprises was reduced from 12 to 4, total quantity of output of major products, total number of employees, total wage bill, and profit. Earlier, during the 1956 8th Congress discussions, a suggestion was made to let plants manufacturing articles of daily use set their own production plans in accordance with market conditions, and to allow the amount of profits to be handed over to the state treasury to be determined by the enterprise's actual receipts at year's end. These revisionist suggestions were probably never widely implemented. The November 1957 decree stipulated that in the case of decentralized enterprises 20% of enterprise profits were to be handed over to the local authorities concerned with the enterprises, and 80% to the central government. This ratio was to hold good for an experimental period of 3 years. For commercial establishments the centrally set targets comprised the purchase plan, sales plan, number of employees, and profit, the last target being communicated to the supervisory local authority but not to the enterprise. With the exception of the grain trade, the distribution of profits as between local and central authorities was to be the same as for decentralized industrial enterprises. The decree stipulated that most producer goods enterprises were to remain under central control. The same was true of the main railway system and major civil aviation lines. 4. A parallel development was the reaction against Stalinist-type gigantism in industry, commerce, and agriculture. 3. The motive was to increase flexibility, the smaller enterprises and shops being operationally fairly flexible and easily adapted to serve the many-sided needs of society. Existing small industrial firms and agricultural producers' cooperatives, provided they were properly operated, were not to be recklessly merged into larger units. 3. Future creation of enterprises and cooperatives was to be balanced between large, medium, and small firms. In all this there was, of course, a lack of precise economic guidelines to what proper operation, correct balance, large, medium, and small meant. Depending on which political faction within the leadership held sway at any given moment, the definition was likely to change. What was large enterprise to one group, may have been small to another. So long as economics remains the political economy of the ascendant faction, and as long as it is shackled by dubious and ambiguous doctrines, it cannot be expected to hand down independent judgment on such issues. The anti-gigantism drive was realistic in that Chinese agriculture demands management by relatively small units consistent with natural socio-economic systems shaped by rural trade, but the drive had also more subtle implications. Institutionally, small and medium enterprises meant state public undertakings. In saying that it was imprudent to promote large enterprises and those only, the proposals, in effect, made a plea for slowing down the rate of socialization. In this they were in tune with the trend toward limited free markets and, more generally, toward stimulating grassroots initiative. 5. Grassroots initiative required material incentive or, as the radicals chose to call it, a degree of economism. Increases in workers' incomes were given a hearing in the proposals and were sanctioned so long as a correct proportion was maintained between the rise in labor productivity and the increase in wages. 3-4 increases in personal consumption were to be correctly correlated with improvements in communal consumption, the scope of labor insurance should be extended, and the system of labor insurance should be improved. 3-5-6. Grassroots initiative, within the confines of the party's will, could be stimulated not only by material rewards commensurate with productivity, but by greater freedom to think problems out for oneself. This was more efficacious than direct bureaucratic appeal to socialist consciousness. We should continue to adhere to the principle of letting flowers of many kinds blossom. 3-6 provided the blossoming took place in the party's ideological hothouse. Intellectual like economic freedom, was functional, it was desirable to the extent that it produced more and better goods, and turned them out at a saving to the party. The party defined its limits, sanctioned it, and took it away. The party broadened its scope when needed, and restricted it when necessary. And what was needed and what was necessary was likewise laid down by the party, or more accurately, by the party's dominant faction. 7. As a matter of expediency, the bureaucratic moderates advanced the thesis of the attenuation of class struggle under socialism. Attention should be paid to forging unity with and educating those who represent the interests of private capital of state-private enterprises. We should make full use of their knowledge of production techniques and useful experience in management and help them turn into working people in the full sense of the term. 3-7 The theory of the attenuation of class struggle under socialism was not, as the Maoists later maintained, a brazen opposition to the basics of Marxism-Leninism. Insofar as it rested on the assumption that dying out came about through using out, that the opposition had to be absorbed, and that it would be absorbed because there was no alternative course for it to follow, it was orthodox though not quite Stalinist. It was allegedly because Liu Shaoxi advocated peaceful economic competition to determine who can run enterprises better under much the same conditions, rather than deciding the question in advance in favor of state appointees, that he was later branded a clown who vainly tried to turn back the wheel of history. 3-8 Loss of administrative power implied ipso facto a condemnation and distortion of the ideas of the losers. In the last analysis, the disagreement between the proponents of administrative centralization and administrative decentralization was about tools and tactics. Those who favored the employment of material incentives and a greater diffusion of executive authority, including limited resort to markets, differed from the radicals, who championed the use of administrative repression, in degree only. The quarrel was about the precise mix of the carrot and the stick in promoting socialist construction and transformation. But the carrot, even in the hands of the moderates, often turned into a club. 8. The quality of output was given emphasis as against an earlier overwhelming preoccupation with quantity. 3.9 The moderates proposed to fix industrial prices according to the quality of goods. Commercial organs were to gradually introduce a system of selective purchase of certain commodities, and producing enterprises were urged to pay greater attention to quality targets. The intent does not seem to have had much practical impact, since the whole system of success indicators continued to be heavily weighted in favor of physical output, and in the absence of a thorough reform of the price system in the direction of opportunity cost efficiency pricing, the fixing of this or that price according to the quality of products remained a vague and impractical ideal. As we shall see in Chapter 9, the problem was taken up again in 1962, and at that time, if only for a while, it was attacked in the right way. The right way was to first air the theoretical issues involved. In 1956 action was taken in a near analytical vacuum. In 1962, theory got a brief hearing. But analytical arguments, and those who made them, were suppressed 3 years later by yet another wave of ideological fervor. 9. The Maoist penchant for relying on the inventive ingenuity of the masses and for rushing from the drawing board to the factory and farm with only half-developed and untried prototypes, was challenged. In order to prevent loss from indiscriminate popularization, the latest experience gained in increasing production should first be tried out experimentally and then, after the method has been mastered, popularized step by step in areas with more or less the same conditions. 40 The misbegotten, rashly popularized double-share plows, a white elephant as Liao Luyan called them, were to be hung on the wall or quite simply scrapped. According to a later account by the Maoists, 230,000 of them were destroyed. 41 The same report, accusing the party rightists of sabotaging agricultural mechanization and rapid popularization of inventions spawned by the masses, argued that there was a correlation between the ups and downs in farm tool popularization and the wavy development of mutual aid and agricultural cooperativization. Whenever the adverse current of right opportunism prevailed, example first half of 1953 and in 1957, the development of the national economy took on a saddle shape. 42. In the past few years, we have put undue emphasis on numbers and neglected quality. The number of students should not be recklessly increased to the detriment of quality. 4.3 Learning from foreigners was not to be regarded as a blow to the nation's prestige. On the contrary, because of the shortage of teachers and the low quality of students, efforts were to be made to send faculty members and students abroad to study subjects absent from Chinese curricula. The radicals' hobby horse spare time and mass short course education was also to be developed, but those who attend these schools must do so of their own free will, for an elusive concept, even when held by the moderates. In scientific research, the 100 schools of thought rule was to be applied, and free discussion of academic questions encouraged. International contacts and cooperation were likewise to be promoted. 10 The proposals are relatively internationalist in tone, and see unity and cooperation among the socialist countries. Growing ever closer. 4.5 At present, 1 month before Suez and the Polish and Hungarian uprisings, the international situation has definitely tended towards relaxation. 4.6 The second 5-year plan was posited on massive Soviet aid both in the construction of large industrial plants and in the supply of technical and scientific know-how. In the future, we will go on earnestly learning from them, the Soviets. 4.7.11 The proposals urged moderation in the rate of growth. Because our national economy is still very backward, with agriculture still occupying a relatively large part, and because the standard of living of our people is still relatively low, the portion of national income going to accumulation cannot and should not be increased too much and too fast, but may be slightly bigger than that in the first 5-year period. 4.8 Capital investment in 1957 was trimmed to a level 92.6% of 1956, Agricultural output targets were reduced and modern industrial production rose by only 6.9%, the slowest rate of the whole first 5-year plan. 49 The retrenchment was short-lived however. Total investments in capital construction in 1958 were almost double the 1957 figure. The proposals thought that it was necessary and possible to cut down in the state budget the proportion of expenditure going to national defense and administration and to raise that going to economic, cultural, and educational undertakings. This was interpreted in 1958 in the leapway shown in Table 7-3. We deem it necessary to suitably increase the percentage of investments in light industry. 50 In 1957 light industry received 15.2% of total industrial investments, in 1958 it got 12.6%. The economic liberalization of 1956-57 rested on the largely erroneous assumption that all that needed to be done to remedy the disproportions, rigidities, inconsistencies, and shortages in the econ. Was to rectify the parties and government organs' style of work, that you could make a totalitarian regime acceptable simply by rectifying the conduct of those who held power. 51 The decentralization measures, the limited use of markets, the calls for gradualness and caution really did not get down to the substance of the problem. They were administrative cures imposed from above, ad hoc substitutes for real remedies. Being overwhelmingly bureaucratic, they never touched the foundations of the system and erred in assuming that the contradictions between the government and the governed were due exclusively to administrative distortions. The reforms underestimated, because the reformers had no sure means of finding out, the reservoir of bitterness and resentment that had built up against the system and its use and abuse of total power. By shifting some authority from the center to local levels, the reforms created many small bureaucrats where formerly there were only a few. The retrenchment measures combined with the disproportions, inconsistencies, and imbalances inherited from the previous period resulted in a rise in urban and rural unemployment and led to the application of stringent measures to stem the flow of rural migrants into the cities. Like the partial reforms of Khrushchev and his successors, the reforms of 1956-57 courted failure, and failure meant one of two things: a reversal to the old, hard line, or a disintegration of the party's monopoly of power. In the event, the outcome was a return to leaping and storming and using the naked force of the totalitarian machine. 100 schools have to contend, but as a result of contention, there is only one truth under a fixed set of circumstances. 52 The set of circumstances was fixed by the communists. The 100 Flowers and the anti-rightist campaigns. Chronology. While the relative and very largely bureaucratic liberalization of the economy was going on, there took place in China a curious incident, which came to be known as the Campaign of the 100 Flowers. It was a brief affair lasting not more than 6 weeks, roughly from the end of April to early June 1957. The 100 Flowers was in a rough and rather superficial sense the equivalent of the Soviet post-Stalin thaw. 53 It began as part of the campaign to rectify the party's style of work, which, it will be recalled, was directed against the three evils of bureaucratism, subjectivism, and sectarianism. The theoretical blessing for the 100 Flowers was given by Mao Zedong in a speech made to a closed session of the Supreme State Conference in Peking on February 27, 1957, entitled On the Correct Handling of Contradictions Among the People. 54 The text of this speech was not published until June 18 when the 100 Flowers had already been trampled underfoot by the anti-rightist campaign. The published text had been amended, so that to this day the original version is not known. 55 The speech was followed by the usual discussions in the party's inner circles, and then on April 30 a directive of the party's Central Committee appeared in the People's Daily instructing the cadres to launch a campaign of criticism and discussion concerning the problem of how to correctly handle contradictions among the people, particularly as these concern the party's style of work, i.e., the party's relations with the people. 56 On June 8, 1957 the People's Daily published an editorial, which for all intents and purposes, put a stop to the outpouring of criticism and unleashed a repressive campaign against those who, in response to earlier instructions, had bloomed and contended. The 100 flowers had overnight been designated as 1,000 weeds to be ruthlessly uprooted. Contradictions and the 100 flowers. The 100 Flowers campaign ordered party and non-party people, the latter drawn from the academic, scientific, and national bourgeois communities and from the ranks of the United Front non-communist parties, to publicly say what was on their minds and in their hearts regarding the party's style of work. Criticism was to have been carried out like a gentle breeze and mild rain, everyone was to take part except counter-revolutionaries and other enemies of the people. 5.7 The general guidelines for the blooming and contending of the 100 flowers and the 100 schools of thought were laid down in Mao's contradictions speech, then still unpublished, and only commented on and explained in newspaper editorials. The central idea of the speech was that contradictions existed in all things, these contradictions being the motive force of progress. In class societies, contradictions between classes were antagonistic and had to be resolved by force. In People's China, contradictions still existed and were of two kinds. First, there were still some antagonistic contradictions between ourselves and our enemies. Secondly, there existed contradictions among the people. At this stage of building socialism, all classes, strata, and social groups that approve, support, and work for the cause of socialist construction belong to the category of the people, while those social forces and groups that resist the socialist revolution and are hostile to and try to wreck socialist construction are enemies of the people. 5.8 Given this definition, contradictions among the people are of two kinds, those among the working people, non-antagonistic, and those between the exploited classes and the exploiters, i.e., those between the working class and other sections of the working people on the one hand, and the national bourgeoisie on the other. This last type of contradiction has a non-antagonistic aspect as well as an antagonistic one. Contradictions among the people include those within the working class, within the peasantry, within the intelligentsia, between the working class and the peasantry, between the working class and other sections of the working people on the one hand, and the national bourgeoisie on the other, within the national bourgeoisie, and so forth. Significantly, even though the communist government was said to be one that truly represented the interests of the people and served the people, certain contradictions apparently did exist between it and the masses. The non-antagonistic contradictions among the working people and the contradictions between the working people and the national bourgeoisie, antagonistic but with a non-antagonistic aspect to them, could be resolved in a peaceful way, provided they were properly handled. This is the crux of the message. It is as far as the philosophy of the Chinese thought was prepared to go in the Khrushchevian direction of peaceful coexistence and peaceful transition. It was, even on the most liberal interpretation, not very far. The whole concept is so riddled with qualifications, so permeated by the dialectical spirit that the idea of the peaceful handling of contradictions among the people is almost suffocated by the caveats. Non-antagonistic contradictions among those who are willing to work for the communist cause could be, but had not necessarily to be resolved without recourse to force. It was only one possibility. With regard to the treatment of the national bourgeoisie, the possibility of a forceful resolution of contradictions was very real. And, of course, there were always those who were outside the people, in China. Remnants of the overthrown landlord and comprador classes still exist, the bourgeoisie still exists, and the petty bourgeoisie has only just begun to remold itself. The class struggle is not yet finished. In this respect, the question whether socialism or capitalism will win is still not really settled. 5.9 The question is how much of this theorizing was added later and how much of it was there from the beginning. One can only speculate, since, as we have said before, the original text of Mao's speech is not available, and the published text we have has been doctored. It seems reasonable to assume that the original version contains some qualifications, but possibly not as many and as strong as the ones found in the later edition. It is also plausible to assume that the general tone and thrust of the original speech was somewhat more liberal than the published text. Probably also, the speech at the time it was made was intended to give a blessing to the relative liberalization movement, and one cannot discount the possibility that it was made under pressure from the party moderates. 6-0 Even if all this is accepted, there were apparently in the original speech enough loopholes and dialectical twists and turns for the message to be used in any way any faction chose to use it. One witness to the February meeting noted the following qualification: not only 100 schools, there could be 1,000 schools, the chairman said. And in the next breath, fundamentally, however, there are only 2 schools. 6-1 In other words, there was the correct and revolutionary school of Marxism-Leninism as interpreted at any moment by the chair, and the incorrect and counter-revolutionary schools, all 999 of them. The peaceful resolution of conflicts among the people was to take the form of discussion, criticism, and persuasion. 100 flowers were to bloom unhindered, and 100 schools of thought were to contend in professing. There was to be a general airing of views, a confrontation of opinions sponsored by an apparently broad-minded and benign party. It all looked like a democracy of the spirit imposed from above. Democracy sometimes seems to be an end, but it is in fact only a means, Mao, revised, said. This freedom, he continued, is freedom with leadership, and this democracy is democracy under centralized guidance, not anarchy. 6-2 The whole speech with its almost unreal vision of reality, the rhetoric with mercurial overtones, illustrate the communist compulsion to cast into and interpret in terms of Marxian dialectical and historical materialism every policy move from the gravest to the most insignificant. Everything has to be sanctioned by the ex cathedra authority of theory. The actual formulation of the theory, as we have seen, is such as to leave the door wide open for later interpretations and reinterpretations and all sorts of action by the guardians of correctness. By overstressing the non-antagonistic aspect of contradictions between the working people and the national bourgeoisie, for example, one could be accused of the heresy of the dying out of the class struggle in a society-building socialism, as Liu Shaochi was later said by his detractors to have done. By overemphasizing antagonism, one could fall into the trap of dogmatism and doctrinarism, and be bludgeoned out of office the moment the first interpretation gained ground. Heads I win, tails you lose. Keeping quiet was no solution either, since the authorities demanded open discussion as a national and proletarian duty. Keeping silent might make one suspect and liable to being branded an enemy of the people. Main characteristics of the 100 Flowers campaign. The campaign let loose a flood of increasingly bitter criticism of the way the party ran the country. As the weeks progressed, the critique became more strident and biting, more and more directed against the very concept of a monocratic system and a monopoly party. For all its unprecedented virulence and the courage of the critics, the 100 Flowers interlude still gives the impression of the cotters never really having lost control of the movement. The best available account of the various forums organized by party and non-party newspapers, educational institutions, and so on, at which the critics spoke out is to be found in Roderick MacFarquhar's collection, The 100 Flowers Campaign and the Chinese Intellectuals, New York, Praeger, and Stevens and Sons, Limited, London, 1960. The reader is referred to this book for a survey of what went on during this brief period of relatively free speech. Here we need only note some of the more general characteristics of the 100 Flowers interlude. 1. The thought and speech was not a spontaneous movement from below, but rather the obedient response to instructions from above. It was imposed by an authoritarian bureaucracy, which at that particular moment perhaps saw in it a useful means of supplementing its various economic decentralization measures. Marxism teaches us, Mao said, that democracy is part of the superstructure and belongs to the realm of politics. That is to say, in the last analysis, it serves the economic base. The same is true of freedom. Both democracy and freedom are relative, not absolute, and they come into being and develop under specific historical circumstances. 63 Toward the end of May and the first days of June 1957, it looked as if the cotters were losing their hold on the wide-ranging discussion and criticism, but on the whole the 100 Flowers bloomed and the 100 schools contended to order. 2. The criticism voiced during the campaign showed little theoretical sophistication and not much intellectual depth. The complaints were mostly of a personal and material nature, often verging on the trivial. The campaign released long pent-up emotions and grudges, violently and bitterly phrased, but produced no intellectually satisfying theoretical alternative to the communist system. One reason for this lackluster performance was certainly the mental anguish to which the communists had subjected the intellectuals in earlier years. The best and most independent thinkers had been weeded out, remolded, or rendered harmless in labor camps. There was no possibility for those who survived to work out theoretical social schemes and test them in the fire of rational criticism and debate. For years only collective thoughts, officially approved and prepared in advance, were allowed to have an airing, and even here one had to be careful lest one be accused of ideological deviation. Long controlled and manipulated by intellectual primitives, thought released from its trammels floundered and found expression in cries of anger at personal and professional slights and hardships. Even the calendars placed in different offices vary. The principal has the largest ones, next come the directors, next come the departmental heads, and the heads of pedagogic rooms have the smallest ones. 6. For the main theme of businessmen's, national capitalists, contending was whether the government should pay 35% or 100% compensation for the private businesses it took over, and whether the 5% per annum fixed interest paid to former, reformed, capitalists should be extended to 20 years. Artists complained that Chinese traditional paintings had been consigned to lavatories, leaving traditional style painters without hope and in spiritual agony. A few critics warned the Communist Party that unless it thoroughly reformed itself, the masses would turn against it. China belongs to 600 million people including the counter-revolutionaries. It does not belong to the Communist Party alone. For the past few years the party has been increasingly estranged from the masses. Most of the people absorbed by the party have been flatterers, sycophants, and yes-men. The government must not be in the hands of one party, the Communist Party. 6.5 The absence of an alternative program, the total lack of a blueprint for the reformation of Chinese society, and the superficiality of many of the criticisms can also be explained by the campaign's shortness. 66 There was no time to work anything out, just enough respite to unburden oneself of the things that hurt most. In spite of the personal bravery verging on recklessness that marked some of the comments, there was always the nagging disbelief that such things could happen, the suspicion that it was all another plot to weed out the dissidents, that the files of the secret police were rapidly being filled for future reference, and that the day of punishment would inevitably come. 3. The 100 Flowers campaign was strongly nationalistic and inward-looking. As contrasted with the proposals, there were in it pointed criticisms of the wholesale copying of Soviet models in various areas of life and a reassertion of the qualities of Chinese scholarship and culture. Chauvinism, which was to be one of the major themes of the later Cultural Revolution, 1966–69, was kept in check, but already there were signs of an impatient chafing at the foreign bit, a willingness to liberate China of what to many seemed an excessive dependence on Soviet example and Soviet advice. The official policy of leaning to one side, i.e., the Soviet side, was not openly questioned, but it was indirectly challenged in the name of national self-consciousness. Already at this time, in fact ever since Khrushchev denounced Stalin in February 1956 without consulting the Chinese, relations between the USSR and China were becoming strained, although the mounting disagreement was still papered over. Soviet economic commitments to an increasing number of non-communist underdeveloped countries, including India, and Khrushchev's many revisions of Stalinist ideological positions must have slowly but surely convinced the Chinese leadership that the expected massive aid for China's second five-year plan was becoming elusive and problematical, and perhaps even not all that desirable. The 100 Flowers' occasional anti-Soviet blooming thus in a way foreshadows later events. The disillusionment with the Soviet Union voiced by some of the critics was not yet officially condoned, but it was possibly shared by many persons in positions of authority. The anti-rightist campaign. Ominous signs that the tidal wave of criticism was about to turn against the critics, appeared as early as May 25, when blooming and contending was only 1 month old. On that day, Mao Zedong warned delegates to a youth congress that all words and actions which deviated from socialism were completely wrong. On June 8, the campaign was stopped short by an editorial in People's Daily which noted that some incidents during the campaign showed that class struggle in China had not died out and that rightists were plotting to push China along a capitalist and Western-style democratic path. The blooming and contending instantly turned into criticism of rightists instead of the party, as before. On June 18, Mao's February contradictions speech was released by the New China News Agency in an appropriately amended form. In addition to a shift in emphasis, already mentioned, the text contained an obvious addition, which took the form of the so-called 6 criteria of correct criticism. These tests can be regarded as the frame of the ideological hothouse within which the blooming of artificial flowers was thenceforth to take place. As reported by Nona, words and actions can be judged right if they 1. Help to unite the people of China's various nationalities, and do not divide them. 2. Are beneficial, not harmful, to socialist transformation and socialist construction. 3. Help to consolidate, not undermine or weaken, the people's democratic dictatorship, i.e., the dictatorship of the Communist Party. 4. Help to consolidate, not undermine or weaken, democratic centralism. 5. Tend to strengthen, not to cast off or weaken, the leadership of the Communist Party. 6. Are beneficial, not harmful, to international socialist solidarity and the solidarity of the peace-loving peoples of the world. 6-7. Mao's retouched panorama of the 100 flowers in chiaroscuro was careful to bring out one crucial feature, that of these 6 criteria, the most important are the socialist path and the leadership of the party. 6-8. In radical communist perspective, the criteria were of a nature to foster, and not hinder, the free discussion of various questions among the people. In every other perspective, the criteria dealt a death blow to what little freedom of discussion there had been. The anti-rightist campaign to uproot the 100 flowers, poisonous weeds, as they were now called, bore all the marks of the resurgent influence in party councils of hardline leftists. 6-9. It was a summer and autumn cleaning up job in preparation for more radical things to come, the great leap forward. The economic liberalization measures, not yet 9 months old, were imperiled by the ideological and political deep freeze. Their demise was not far off. For a while until early spring of 1958 the hard line in ideology and politics coexisted with a relatively moderate course in economics. But this contradiction could not survive very long. Ever since late May, the trend was toward yet another radicalization of the country and the sort of recklessness against which the proposals had come out in September of the previous year. The anti-rightist campaign systematically dragged out those who had heeded the party's call to bloom and contend. They were made to go through the by then familiar ordeal of public confessions and self-incrimination, apology, and promise to reform. Denunciation meetings followed one another in rapid succession, the main attacks being made, at the party's behest, by friends and associates of the victims. The number of those accused of rightist deviation is not known with any degree of precision. One source, basing itself on a figure officially cited in connection with a later amnesty, mentions 26,000. 70. This probably refers only to the very top rightists. Confessions, public recantations, and all the other trappings of the chilling drama were exhibited for all to see and take warning. But the awing of the masses by the force of negative example was only one act of the tragedy. The bawling and whimpering of those sacrificed on the altars of revolutionary fervor was matched by a new drive to indoctrinate the whole nation, and so stamp out any vestiges of ideological infection which the rightists might have left in the minds of the people. A vast program of political education, and of education combined with physical labor was launched. Brains were washed in the sweat of endless meetings and toil on farms and construction sites. Students who during the 100 Flowers campaign were particularly critical, vociferous, and restless were ordered to sober up in menial jobs in the countryside. Thus the anti-rightist campaign combined the weapons of public denunciation and self-criticism with political indoctrination and a downward transfer, Shaofang, of students, intellectuals, and recalcitrant cadres. The flowers bowed their heads and admitted their guilt. Unreservedly, they accused themselves and each other of improbable crimes against socialism, the party, and the state, and cried out that they were worse than the worst poisonous weeds. "It is not a bad thing," said Liu wistfully, "to let poisonous weeds come out in their true colors." 7-1 Alleged transgressions against the party, socialism, and the unity of the nation were classified in the order of their gravity. Leading rightists within the party were expelled, a step which in any communist country is of the utmost seriousness, depriving as it does the accused of the protection which party membership brings with it. Expulsion from the party's ranks amounts to driving the victim into the wilderness where former friends ignore and shun him. Localists and nationalists, as well as those who committed right opportunist mistakes or opposed the party line, carrying out anti-party activities, were publicly exposed. Their punishment consisted in the writing and rewriting of statements of self-examination which were analyzed and criticized in endless struggle sessions. The U-shaped development. From what has been said, it is clear that between the first session of the 8th National Party Congress, September 1956, which inaugurated the moderate economic course, and the second session, May 1958, which sealed its fate and sanctioned the Great Leap Forward, there took place a sharp shift within the leadership toward the radical left. The shift crystallized at the third plenary session of the party's 8th Central Committee in autumn 1957 and at the Nanning and Changsha conferences held early the following year. The reports and resolutions of the second session of the 8th National Party Congress differ in tone and substance from the proposals, at times to the point of open disavowal of the proposal's message and denunciation of the proposal's authors. Ironically, the task of disavowal and condemnation fell to Liu Shaochi, who, it may be presumed, had been behind the proposals. 72 The second session reflected the victory of the rectification campaign and the struggle against the rightists, and the big forward leap in socialist construction. It was itself a session for rectifying style of work, opposing international revisionism and the rightists and localist and nationalist elements who had infiltrated into the party, a session which itself signified a big leap forward. 73 Taking Marx's words literally, the basic thesis of the second session was that 20 years should be concentrated in a day. Impatience and rashness, cautioned against in the proposals, were hailed as supreme socialist virtues in the second session's reports and resolutions. The authors and proponents of the moderate course were made to perform a hardly disguised public self-examination and self-criticism by hailing the new radical course. All in all, it was a return to the socialist upsurge tenets that had marked the accelerated socialization of 1955 and early 1956, summed up in Mao Zedong's Introduction to Socialist Upsurge in China's Countryside, published in December 1955, and a continuation of Mao's revised philosophy on the correct handling of contradictions among the people. The moderate interlude of late 1956 and 1957 was dismissed as the product of incorrect thinking by some comrades who still clung to such outmoded ideas as keeping to the right is better than keeping to the left, it's better to go slower than faster, or it's better to take small steps than to go striding forward. The struggle between the two methods in dealing with this question was not fully decided until the launching of the rectification campaign and the anti-rightist struggle. 74 The leap philosophy of 1955 and June 1957 was updated and, if possible, speeded up in a series of documents to which reference will be made in the next chapter. The economic performance of the liberal interlude was subjected to severe criticism within the framework of a U-shaped theory of development. 75 The development, said Liu Shaochi, is U-shaped, that is, high at the beginning and the end, but low in the middle. Didn't we see very clearly how things developed on the production front in 1956-1957-1958 in the form of an upsurge, then an ebb, and then an even bigger upsurge, or, in other words, a leap forward, then a conservative phase, and then another big leap forward? The party and the masses have learned from this U-shaped development. 76. The lesson which the party, including Liu, had ostensibly learned was that the upsurge phases of the U were correct, while the trough was incorrect, that reliance on the spontaneous forces and genius of the masses, with all the storming that this implied, was right, and that economic calculation and the careful weighing of alternatives were wrong. But there were indications that all doubts about the wisdom and practicability of the radical, guerrilla approach to economic construction were not dispelled, and that the strength of the relatively moderate opposition was still formidable. Many of those comrades, Liu continued, who expressed misgivings about the principle of building socialism by achieving greater, faster, better, and more economical results, have learned a lesson from all this. But some of them have not yet learned anything. They say, "We'll settle accounts with you after the autumn harvest." Well, let them wait to settle accounts. They will lose out in the end. 7. Hindsight suggests that Liu himself was among those who have not yet learned anything, and that his formal denunciation of the moderate line and his praise of the leap method were more a ritualistic exercise in surface leadership unity than an honest statement of his convictions. While about it, Liu denounced what in effect was the proposal's major thesis, that reckless advance was not the way to build socialism, and that it, rather than a step-by-step progress, dampened the enthusiasm of the masses, as much of it at any rate as the masses could whip up after almost 10 years of alternating tension and relaxation. Through this he showed the necessity of firmly maintaining the policy of achieving greater, faster, better, and more economical results, and the mistake of opposing reckless advance. 7-8. The party soon corrected this error. 7-9 *. The call now was for a technical and cultural revolution, a tremendous mobilization of the masses, unprecedented in China's history, a leap forward in agriculture, industry, handicrafts, communication, transport, commerce, science, technology, and culture. The emphasis was on speed, the most important question confronting China since the victory of the Socialist Revolution. 80 Liu managed in his report to adroitly insert the objections to the program of total mobilization and total haste, which he himself was made to sponsor. The objections presented as the aberrations of some people were the following: 811. Some say that speeding up construction makes people feel tense, and so it's better to slow down the tempo. 2. Some people wonder whether the implementation of the policy of consistently achieving greater, faster, better, and more economical results won't lead to waste. Of course, if this policy is followed out piecemeal, and if we merely go in for quantity and speed and neglect quality and economy, or vice versa, then of course there will be waste. Greater and faster results are concerned with quantity and speed, better and more economical with quality and cost. They supplement and condition each other. 3. Others are worried that implementation of this policy will throw the various branches of production off balance, as well as financial revenue and expenditure. 82.4. Some comrades are worried that, though the development of agriculture can accumulate funds for industrialization, it will for the present at least divert some funds which could be used by the state for industrialization. 5. Some people doubted whether agricultural production could expand very rapidly. They quoted authoritative works, chapter and verse, to prove that agriculture could only advance slowly, and that, what is more, its growth could in no way be guaranteed. Some scholars even asserted that the rate of agricultural growth could not keep pace with the growth of population. They argued that as the population grows, consumption will increase and there won't be much of an increase in accumulation. 6. Some people say that ideological and political work can produce neither grain nor coal nor iron. Each objection was rejected as unfounded. Temporarily the forces of relative moderation had lost and the race was on. The party's new general line of going all out, aiming high and achieving greater, quicker, better, and more economical results in building socialism, which was to become the charter of the Great Leap Forward, contained 5 basic points. 1. To mobilize all positive factors and correctly handle contradictions among the people. 2. To consolidate and develop socialist ownership by the whole people and collective ownership and consolidate the proletarian dictatorship and proletarian international solidarity. 3. To gradually carry out the technical and cultural revolutions, while completing the socialist revolution on the economic, political, and ideological fronts. 4. To develop industry and agriculture simultaneously while giving priority to heavy industry. 5. To develop, under centralized leadership, and with overall planning, proper division of labor and coordination, national industries simultaneously with local industries, and large enterprises simultaneously with medium-size and small enterprises. The simultaneous development of everything was, as we have seen, p. 226, a feature of the 1956 proposals, but at that time the moderates made sure that it was a purely formal desideratum. It was inserted, one may presume, to mollify the minority faction of the time, but still the major emphasis was on planning and gradualness, on heavy industry, central control, and initiative from above. By May 1958, the odds having shifted in favor of the radicals, the proposal's formal simultaneousness was taken quite literally. China thenceforth was to walk on two legs, or more exactly, in the manner of a centipede. Everything was to be done at once, mostly by the peasant masses whose revolutionary energy and scientific inventiveness were counted on to subdue nature and bring about Marx's dream within the actuarial life of Mao Zedong hopefully sooner. The countryside was in convulsion. Marching in columns and working in dense crowds, immense peasant masses were spending their overspilling energy. As in some fabulous pantomime, innumerable men, women, and adolescents were on the move, perpetually purposeful and with apparently precise missions. Enormous crowds were carrying sand to swell embankments along rivers. Innumerable little figures were swinging their shovels to dig new canals. Marchers in formation were following colored flags on bamboo poles, on their way to replace teams laying railway tracks. Monumental ant heaps were busy on the sites of future reservoirs. Endless lines of blue-clad men and women were filling up mountainsides like some unnatural stream changing course. In the background, scattered all over the fields, multitudes of people were moving around with 2 buckets hanging from their shoulder poles. Altogether, they recalled the rhythmic breathing of some mythological colossus, suddenly awakened and flexing its milliard muscles in a supreme effort to change the face of the earth. Literally millions of backyard furnaces were built around villages, along railway lines, or even in the gardens of schools and houses in the towns. Like innumerable glowworms they shone in China's night. Seeing them all over the country, one had the haunting impression of fanatical alchemists feeding the flames in desperation to turn into gold the rocks they had carted from the mountains. By the spring of 1959 the movement was left to peter out. The millions of abandoned mud structures stood like silent witnesses to yet another demoniac expenditure of human energy. 1. Asterisk. Components of the leap. Men's eyewitness account of the awesome dimensions of the Great Leap Forward is corroborated, if in more exalted terms, by the official Chinese themselves. All the peasants, men and women, old and young, are busy at work. They dig canals and repair dams, they level mountains to bring them under the plow, they change the nights into days, the moon into the sun, and the slack season into busy season. On the work sites are red flags everywhere in the daytime, and lights everywhere at night. In work all vie with one another in fortitude and courage. 2. Everywhere in the country one heard the saying, if the mind does not freeze, neither will the earth. Everywhere the land was a surging wave of people in the daytime and a sea of light at night. 3. The peasants created devices as they worked. At a steep cliff the peasants worked in mid-air, being suspended with a rope let down from the top of the precipice. Picks were so worn that only 4 or 5 inches of their 2-foot heads was left. When the workers had no more tools they went home for more. At night they would light torches so as to enable them to continue their work. This made the construction site look like the business center of a city. For Dante's Inferno had come to pass. Economic planning and the use of relatively crude but effective analytical tools evolved by the Soviets during 2 decades of Stalinist construction were discarded and replaced by inspirational slogans. The magic of collective wisdom and group strength was to usher in the millennium almost overnight. They gave them neither money nor materials. They gave them, however, a magic formula: whenever there are difficulties, go to the masses for help. 5. The leap did not mean that the tasks earlier set out in the draft second 5-year plan were to be neglected. On the contrary, they were to be increased and carried out more rapidly within 2 or 3 instead of 5 years, while at the same time the untapped reservoir of muscle was to be put to work on other, labor-intensive projects. The approach was labeled as one of walking on 2 legs, the old, capital-intensive one, and the other allegedly not fully used till then of massive labor power and peasant inventiveness, the old stressing heavy industry, and the new promoting industry and agriculture equally, with industry being the more equal of the two. 6. Centralization of powers was to be combined with decentralization. In short, the essence of the leap was the massive mobilization of hidden rural savings. The Great Leap Forward comprised 4 mass campaigns, 4 overlapping phases. ***************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************e Drive for Water Conservancy unprecedented in scope and intensity. 2. A drive for tool improvement based on peasant innovations. 3. A drive to build local, small-scale, do-it-yourself industries throughout the length and breadth of the country, paralleled by state investment in capital-intensive, modern industries. 4. The establishment of people's communes. While these major campaigns were going on, the anti-rightist and rectification movements continued unabated, supplemented by a drive against waste and conservative practices in economic construction. These 3 campaigns had a number of tributaries, as for instance, the Give Your Heart to the Party drive launched in March 1958, the campaign against the 5 bad heirs, bureaucratic heirs, extravagant heirs, arrogant heirs, and finicky heirs, the multi-million poem movement, 8, and the continuing health drive against the 4 evils. 9, Chapter 3. There was also an explosion of tatsipao or newspapers of large ideograms, each paper usually consisting of 2 or 3 sheets displayed on walls of buildings, in corridors, vestibules, and wherever space could be found. 10. These wall newspapers contained the current slogans, denounced laggards, and listed various items of mutual, often very personal, recrimination. Everyone was expected, that is, ordered to edit his or her own tatsipao and display it prominently for all to see, comment upon, and criticize in another tatsipao. Besides the usual call to aim high and produce better, faster, and more economical results, the tatsipao recounted stories drawn from their author's personal experience in revolutionary endeavor, and accused others of revolutionary malpractices. A second wave of tastepao was to hit China 9 years later during the Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution, Chapter 11. Externally, the Great Leap Forward expressed itself in a more militant foreign policy and a worsening of relations with the Soviet Union. This aspect of the leap will be discussed in the concluding sections of this chapter. Water conservation. Water conservation and flood control have been at all times the most important and sensitive issues in China's economic life and a standard by which the fitness of a dynasty to rule was judged. 11.1. Of the accusations made by Deputy Premier Tian Chenlin at the second session of the 8th National Party Congress against certain persons who in 1957 had opposed the allegedly reckless advance, was that as a result of such conservative thinking the labor enthusiasm of the masses was dampened, and that in the period from the winter of 1956 to the spring of 1957, the irrigated area was increased by only a little over 36 million mao. 1 to the second session of the 8th National Party Congress, which repudiated the go-slow policies of later 1956. Mid-1957 was followed, as we have seen in Chapter 7, by a militant third plenary session of the party's Central Committee in September 1957, and the publication of a revised version of the 1955 National Program for Agricultural Development. All 3, but especially the last 2, gave the green light to a new massive drive on all fronts, beginning with agriculture. 1-3 After the autumn harvest of 1957, the gigantic mobilization of peasants for an enormous water conservation assault was in full swing. The emphasis was on making use of peasant labor power during the slack season, on small rather than large projects, on storage rather than drainage of water, and on local instead of central financing and technical know-how. 14 Above all, what mattered at 12-10 Great Years shows an increase of over 43 million mao in 1957. 13 The National Program for Agricultural Development, a 12-year projection, or better, listing of desirable goals, was the subject of much controversy. Originally formulated at the end of 1955, it underwent no less than 8 revisions before being approved, but only in principle by the second session of the 8th National Party Congress in May 1958. The text of the revised program may be found in National Program of Agricultural Development, 1956-1967, Peking, FLP, 1960. See also 12-Year Plan for Agriculture, Peking Review, March 11, 1958, pages 11-13. The program called for the wiping out of illiteracy in 5 to 7 years, control of the 4 evils, within 12 years, the construction of a comprehensive network of local roads and radio stations in 12 years. The radio station construction program was revived in June 1969, and large-scale planting of trees. 6 million two-wheeled, double-shared plows were to be introduced in the countryside within 3 to 5 years as a first step toward agricultural mechanization. The plows, as we have seen earlier, were a failure. Not only were they unsuitable over much of the country and too heavy, but their mass production caused a shortage of steel. See Roderick MacFarquhar, Communist China's Intra-Party Dispute, Pacific Affairs, December 1958, p. 325 ff, and Paris H. Chang, Patterns and Processes of Policy Making in Communist China 1955-1962, 3 case studies, unpublished PhD dissertation, Columbia University, 1969. The latter examines in detail the troubles and tribulations of the National Program for Agricultural Development. 14 On the economic rationale for the intensive use of unskilled labor, see below, pages 335-340. After the establishment of people's communes late in 1958, stress was again put on the construction of large projects, including large reservoirs. This trend continued through 1959. In 1959 emphasis shifted from water. Least in the campaign's early stages was quantity, the more ponds, pools, and reservoirs to store water, the better. 15 The promoters of the leap claimed that an unprecedented advance has been made in agricultural capital construction since the advocates of the capitalist road were fundamentally defeated economically, politically, and ideologically. 16 From October 1957 to the end of April 1958 about 100 million peasants supplemented by army personnel, office workers, teachers, students, and prisoners were thrown into the feverish task of transforming in the space of a few years the ageless face of China's countryside. 17 The irrigated area during this period was said by Liu to have increased by 350 million mo, or 23.31 million hectares, compared with slightly more than 43 million mao in the whole of 1957, or 80 million mao more than the total added during the 8 years since the communist seizure of power, and 110 million mao more than the total acreage brought under irrigation in the thousands of years before October 1949. Liu also claimed in his second session, May 1958, report that simultaneously, more than 200 million mao, 13.32 million hectares, of low-lying and easily waterlogged farmland were transformed, and irrigation facilities were improved on another 140 million mao of land. 18 Other data concerning the water conservation front during the Great Leap Forward, based on communist sources, are given in Table 8-1. 19 Considerable doubt attaches to the statistical claims for the Great Leap years, especially for 1958. The figures are inflated, but they cannot be dismissed outright. In the course of 1958 and early 1959, the statisticians, like everyone else, succumbed to the headiness of the Great Leap and produced their own bigger and more economical results, certainly bigger, more economical by virtue of the fact that the statistical apparatus together with planning had all but broken down. There was little time or possibility to check the accuracy of the data, and there was even less political profit in it. After a while local cotters began feeding the central authorities with incredible figures, which shed more light on the cotters' inventive ingenuity than on the factual situation in the field. "If I should pick the big mistake from which grew many others," wrote Anna Louise Strong in 1963, "I would take those grain statistics of 1958 which had to be changed next year. Peasants who had formerly measured by buckets with an eye to taxes were guessing in a new dimension without scales or measures, with no danger of increased taxation and with desire to make a record. They estimated the harvest and then went off and left part of it in the fields. The statistical office in Peking couldn't believe the figures, so they cut them according to their best judgment. Later the higher authorities had to cut them again. The trouble with this was not that China lost face by confused statistics. The real trouble was that the Chinese believed their figures and acted on them for a year, at all levels. 20. The total mobilization of manpower and the round-the-clock activity attested to by Chinese officialdom, refugees, and foreign visitors alike, must surely have produced impressive quantitative results, perhaps not as impressive as even the corrected published figures claim, but monumental all the same. While one can legitimately quibble over the physical amount of work actually accomplished, the quality of the work and its economic meaningfulness are subject to much less controversy. Insofar as the cost of alternatives foregone was concerned, the leap was blind. That much of the feverish effort was wasted can be gathered from the following. A. On June 3, 1959, Tian Qianlin, a deputy premier, who at the second session of the 8th National Party Congress ridiculed those who in the past had opposed reckless advance, wrote in the People's Daily that of the claimed 71.3 million hectares under irrigation in 1959, only 46.7 million hectares met the requirements stipulated in the revised National Program for Agricultural Development of withstanding a drought ranging from 30 to 70 days. 2.1. B. Zhou Enlai, reporting to the Standing Committee of the Second National People's Congress on August 16, 1959, stated that only 33.3 million hectares of farmland could be properly irrigated, as against the 1959 claim of 71.3 million hectares. Another 13.32 million hectares could benefit from irrigation if adequate leveling of fields and digging of ditches were carried out. This statement corroborated the one made by Tian Qianlin, but introduced an additional qualification. Tian's 46.7 million hectares had to be reduced by the 13.32 million hectares of potentially irrigated land. 2.2. C. Apparently much of the reservoir construction work was destructive of the soil, the regular functioning of rivers, and of existing irrigation systems. The reason was that the upsurge in water conservation lacked adequate geological surveying, technical backup, and consistent planning. The hasty, uninformed, and haphazard building of dams, pools, ponds, reservoirs, and canals, the absence of forethought and integration resulted in alkalization of the soil over a wide area. In the rush to build reservoirs, the question of whether it was possible to fill them with water was often ignored. Hence a second rush, in 1959, to construct canals, many of which leaked. According to HSUKAI, a deputy to the 1960 National People's Congress, loss of water through leakages in drainage works was 40 to 60%, and more than 60% in a number of serious cases. 2.3. An editorial in the People's Daily of November 23, 1961 noted that in North China most of the water reservoirs completed only their main body without building channels, control gates, and ditches. This is not only useless in agricultural production, but it has also raised the underground water level and turned much good soil into alkaline or swampy soil. 2.4. The natural disasters which ravaged China from 1959 through 1961 may be attributed in large part to man-made mistakes, the mindlessness of the Great Leap effort at water conservation, and the propensity to equate raw peasant muscle with scientific and engineering expertise. While from 1949 to 1956 the area of China's farmland affected by flood and drought rarely exceeded 30 million acres in a single year, it reached 78 million acres in 1958, 108 million acres in 1959, and 150 million acres in I-960. 25 It has been argued that in years of normal weather conditions the new water projects have proved beneficial in regulating water flow and in extending the irrigated acreage. 26 In view of the poor quality of much of the work done during 1958 to 59, the incidental damage done to the soil, and the encroachment on farmland C.D. below the assertion may be questioned. Assuming, however, that the argument is substantially correct, it still remains true that the major objective of the massive water conservation effort was to protect China from abnormal weather conditions, to win at one fell swoop and once and for all the age-long battle against the elements. From this standpoint the campaign was a failure. It could, in fact, be contended that the campaign made abnormality more abnormal by raising the underground water level in many parts of the country, alkalizing, salinizing, and waterlogging the soil, and upsetting the existing pattern of irrigation. The construction of millions of small reservoirs tended to lower the potential of large and medium-sized projects and even halt the flow of numerous streams and rivers. 27 In many instances basic irrigation projects were completed, while the necessary system of irrigation channels was left unfinished or was not begun at all. There were cases where irrigation channels were completed without provision for drainage. Dry paddy fields were transformed into water fields, and the volume of water flowing into the rivers was decreased. 28 The northeastern provinces were hit hardest by the drought of 1959 to 61. Yet it was precisely there that the Great Leap irrigation effort had been the most strenuous and widespread. Professor Cheng Chuyuan has shown that there exists a positive correlation between the claimed expansion of irrigation and conservation of water and soil in China during the Great Leap and areas suffering from flood and drought during 1959 to 60. 29 The total area affected by drought and flood in 1959 was, according to the New China News Agency, 43.4 million hectares or 107.24 million acres, of which 33.3 million hectares suffered from drought. Of the 43.3 million hectares, 26.6 million hectares were said to have been seriously damaged. 30 By early August 1959, 82% of the small and medium-sized reservoirs in Hebei province had dried up. 31 In Jiangsu province half the reservoirs dried up. Similar reports came in from other parts of the country. Of 4.3 million hectares of farmland in Hebei, no less than 3.6 million were reportedly affected by drought. 3.2 The drought spread to 20 provinces and autonomous regions. 3.3 An anti-drought army composed of men, women, children, students, soldiers, disabled veterans, the blind, and the ailing was quickly organized. Water was carried in buckets to irrigate the fields and urine was liberally dispensed to irrigate some rice fields. 34 By mid-1959 it became fairly clear that the majority of small and medium-sized reservoirs thrown together in 1958 and 1959 were unable to supply water to the parched fields. On the other hand, severe floods occurred in Guangdong in June-July 1959. The calamity continued into 1960. Spring and summer droughts affected some 40 million hectares of land. In Hopei, Honan, Shantung, and Shanxi over 60% of cultivated land suffered from drought lasting 6 to 7 months. At the peak of the disaster, 8 of the 12 major rivers in Shantung province dried up. 3 provinces, Guangdong, Fujian, and Liaoning, were hit by typhoons and floods. As a consequence of the floods and drought, vast areas of farmland became infested with insects. In old times, wrote the Peking Review before the disaster hit, the Chinese peasants were at the mercy of nature's whims. Now, they are telling one another that the days when man proposes and God disposes are definitely coming to an end. 35. D. The construction of ponds, reservoirs, and canals took out of cultivation a significant amount of farmland. Had this shrinkage been compensated for by an important expansion of irrigated land, the problem would not be worth mentioning. Apparently it was not so. In the plains of Honan, the Great Leap irrigation facilities reduced the cultivated area from 80 hectares per square kilometer to 53 to 67 hectares per square kilometer. 3/6 Thus much of the Great Leap effort in water conservation was probably nil or negative. By 1967 grain output was perhaps only about 2 million metric tons above the 1957 figure of 185 million metric tons with, presumably, a significantly higher labor input. It is interesting to note that in 1958 the cultivated and sown areas were below the 1957 level. 3/7 The cultivated area was the smallest since 1951 and the sown area since 1955. A further reduction in area sown to food crops apparently took place in 1959. The phenomenon may be explained in various ways, including the one just given. It is possible, for example, that the peasants distracted by water conservation work and the industrial effort demanded of them, see below, were unable to devote their attention to farm work proper. Another explanation may be found in the leadership's confidence about the grain output and yield situation, a self-assurance abetted by faulty information from the production front. In December 1958 the Central Committee, elated by reports of phenomenal production successes, proposed a 3-3 system of cultivation. In a number of years to come, local conditions permitting, we should try to reduce the area sown to crops each year, say, to about 1/3 of what it is at present. Part of the land so saved can lie fallow by rotation or be used for pasturage and the growing of green manure, the rest can be used for afforestation, reservoirs, and the extensive cultivation of flowers, shrubs, and trees to turn our whole land with its plains, hills, and waters into a garden. 3/8 The scheme was quietly dropped in the summer of 1959. It is, however, reasonable to suppose that it had some connection with the reduction of sown area in 1958 and 1959. 3/9 In June 1959 the People's Daily published an editorial reversing the drive and calling for a policy of planting more and reaping more. 4/0 The new drive was pushed vigorously until the end of 1960 under the 10-side slogan. This urged the masses to cultivate land on the sides of rice fields, slopes, roads, streams, rivers, hills, ponds, houses, aqueducts, and reservoirs. The fluctuations in official claims regarding the results of and plans for the water conservation drive are summarized in Table 8-2. The campaign for water conservation was paralleled by a drive for afforestation. During the first 5-year plan, 1953-57, a total of 169.35 million mao of land was reportedly afforested. In 1958 the target was 300 million mao. In the first quarter of that year, 221.74 million mao were said to have been planted with trees. Encouraged by this, one may presume, statistical success, the promoters of the leap decided that in the following 10 years China's forest area was to be doubled, i.e., from 10% to 20% of the country's surface. 4.1. Drive for tool improvement. Every rural township with its inventions, every cooperative with its improvements. This is the current slogan. In many places it has become a fact. 42. For all its proclaimed intention to technologically walk on two legs, the great leap forward in agriculture relied primarily on the intensive use of labor in close planting, deep plowing, the application of natural fertilizer, construction of simple irrigation facilities, and technological improvement. 43. The technological base remained traditional, but it was exploited more intensively, with local materials and financing, and in the last analysis, with more waste motion than before. Technological innovation was to spring from the practical experience and the inventive genius of the masses rather than from laboratories, academies, universities, and other centers of research and learning. By breaking through the bonds of superstition and the veil of mystery surrounding science and technology, the people's wisdom and skill will be unleashed in inexhaustible profusion. 4.4. The process of mass invention and innovation was to be accompanied by a vast emulation drive in which the backward were to learn from, catch up with, and outdistance the advanced. As has been pointed out before, the mass line was infused with an anti-intellectual sentiment, a distrust and fear of the pure expert whose fervor was interpreted by those in power as ideological immaturity verging on subversion. After April 1959, mass farm research institutes were set up in special districts and counties. The campaign for improved tools was launched at the end of 1957. 45. The sort of improvement involved in the drive consisted, for example, in the substitution of carts for shoulder poles and baskets, or the introduction of foot-pedaled earth pounders and brick and earthenware gas generators. 46. Two lads, one 14 years old and the other only 12, are in the spotlight as inventors of farm tools. The 14-year-old, Chang Yu-fu of Kansu Province, has invented 3 ingenious tools in rapid succession, although he has had no more than a primary school education. The 12-year-old, Chang Kao-tiu, is the son of a peasant family in a farm co-op in Honan Province. The new type water wheel he invented has attracted attention far and wide. The publicity given to the inventions has made others feel that what is known as science is not that mysterious after all. 47. The greatest achievement of the Great Leap, wrote Anna Louise Strong, an expatriate American in the service of Peking, had been that it awoke to life a new type of peasant, conscious of his power to bend nature to his will. The process, she added, proved more complex than at first had been thought. Everyone you ask will say, the greatest thing we learned was the power that lies in the Chinese people. We also learned the need for clearer plans. 4.8. Many difficulties, of course, arose in the course of the movement, but they were overcome one after another, wrote another observer. The peasants, for instance, had no technical knowledge. 4.9. It was precisely those peasants with no technical knowledge and without clear plans who were expected to bring about an upsurge in the technical and cultural revolutions unfolding in China. 5.0. The campaign for tool improvement based on mass research was soon declared an unprecedented smash. The proof, it was said, lay in labor efficiency improvements, many examples of which were cited, in the rise of yields per hectare, in the record time within which the various projects were completed, and in the number of inventions. As regards labor efficiency, the figures in Table 8-3 are of interest. Together with allegedly better methods of cultivation, deep plowing, soil improvement, close planting, field management, the campaign for tool improvement was credited with raising yields per hectare, as shown in Table 8-4. 51. Since, as has been noted earlier, the entire agricultural output series relating to the Great Leap years is subject to legitimate doubt. The per hectare yield figures must be taken with extreme caution and skepticism. 5.2. The speed with which work was performed thanks to the wave of peasant innovations was cited as one great achievement of research by the untutored but inventive masses. A reservoir with a capacity of 250,000 cubic meters was built in a matter of a few days. Under the guidance of some male members, 400 women members of 4 cooperatives of Xinglongchuang built the women's reservoir in 3 days. It can irrigate more than 300 mao of land. The Red Scarf Reservoir was built by 780 teachers and students in 1 day. It can irrigate more than 200 mao of land. 5.3. It is possible that the 52 early rice yields in Anhui in 1958 were said to have reached 83.28 tons per hectare. In Honan, winter wheat yields that year were put at 54.9 tons per hectare. 53. China's big leap in water conservancy, OPCIT, P4. The Great Leap Forward, 1958-60. 273. Jobs were, in fact, completed within the time limits stated. Whether the reservoirs could irrigate the areas cited to the full or at all, is questionable. That the rapid construction may have been of poor quality while causing damage to the soil and existing irrigation systems, was not mentioned. In Honan and elsewhere, Many water conservancy projects were built with native cement, a mixture of lime and clay invented by the masses as a substitute for cement. 5. For the effectiveness and durability of the invention have not been discussed. The number of improvements, innovations, and inventions which the masses came up with was said to have been staggering. For example, between 1949 and 1957, more than 2.5 million new type steel plows and disc harrows had been introduced on 13.3% of the cultivated area. Between October 1957 and April 1958, in 13 provinces alone, 6.9 million new or improved farm tools were put into use. By the end of 1959, the total number of these in the country as a whole was said to have risen by 520 million units. 5. While in 1957 Chinese industry produced 265,000 horsepower of diesel, gasoline, and wind-operated engines for drainage and pumping, in 1958, the peasants and industry were said to have produced 1.8 million horsepower of these instruments, and the plan for 1960 was 2.5 million horsepower. In 1958 alone, 40,000 farm tool plants and workshops were set up. 5. When the mass line in the advancement of science and technology was rejected in 1961-62, Liu Xianzhou, first deputy president of Tsinghua University, summed up the Great Leap experience in a gentle understatement: when the mass line was implemented, there was evidence of oversimplification. 5. To try and raise agricultural, as well as industrial, output and productivity through small improvements in traditional tools and methods of production and through appeal to the latent talents of workers and peasants is not in itself erroneous in capital-deficient underdeveloped countries. The Great Leap, however, distorted the idea by making it compulsory, claiming too much for it, and introducing into it an element of haste. Instead of subjecting each improvement or innovation to expert scrutiny and trying it out in pilot projects, the rule was to popularize it immediately on a vast scale, irrespective of its possible side effects or purely local applicability and relevance. The test of whether any given improvement scheme was worthwhile or not was quite simply its class character. So long as it was thought up by the masses, it was all right and worthy of instant emulation. Class politics was in complete command of economics, physics, engineering, and all other branches of knowledge. 5. It should be added that the mass campaign for popular innovations was not limited to agriculture but spread through industry, the crafts, commerce, and China's technical scientific community and educational system. In 1958, for instance, Chinese doctors made a solemn pledge to Mao Zedong to conquer cancer in 3 years. 5. In response to the Center's directive concerning educational reform, issued in 1958 and calling for a great leap forward in education, local authorities introduced a wide variety of school systems which claimed to turn out greater numbers of graduates with greater speed and economy. 6. For example, a primary school in Liaoning province reported that a mathematics course which used to take 6 months was, under the new dispensation, completed in 4 weeks. 6. After Vice Premier Chen Yi's call for a cultural atomic blast to obliterate illiteracy in China in 5 to 7 years, 60 million people were thrown into a campaign against Wenmang, letter blindness. 6. Within a few weeks, Heilongjiang province reported that it had wiped out letter blindness and was launching a mass campaign to read 100 books and write 10,000 characters. 63. According to Yang Xiufeng, the Minister of Education, in 1958 alone, 100 million adults became literate. Between January and April 1960, another 30 million adults were taught to read. 6. The movement to expand spare-time education resulted in the establishment of numerous labor academies in which theoretical studies were combined with work at the lathe or in the fields. Some of these spare-time educational establishments were run by factories and communes. 6. Drive to build local, small-scale, labor-intensive industries. In the period of the first 5-year plan, reported Liu Xiaochi to the May 1958 second session of the party's 8th National Congress, we paid attention first of all to the development of industries run by the central government, to giant enterprises, This was absolutely necessary. But not enough attention was paid to the development of local industries and small and medium-sized industries. This was a shortcoming, which must be remedied. In quite a short space of time, industrial plants will dot every part of the country like stars in the sky, provided the 20-odd provinces, municipalities under the central authority and autonomous regions, over 180 special administrative regions and autonomous JO, over 2,000 counties and autonomous counties, over 80,000 towns and townships, over 100,000 handicrafts cooperatives, and over 700,000 agricultural cooperatives in the country display full initiative in a proper way in developing industry. In that case, industrial development in our country will naturally be much faster than if it depended solely on a number of big enterprises run by the central government. 66. The vision of industries dotting the countryside like stars in the sky was, however, qualified in the next paragraph. A big development of local industries, and of small and medium-sized enterprises, will give rise to many new problems which it is difficult for us to foresee at the moment. But here it must be especially emphasized that this growth of local industries and small and medium-sized enterprises which we encourage must be placed under centralized leadership and overall planning, with the proper division of labor and coordination of efforts. There must be no blind development, nor development through free competition. 67. The arguments advanced in favor of the creation of local labor-intensive industries were, a. that these industries would produce a wide range of small commodities for local consumption, thus making many areas self-sufficient in at least some consumer goods, b. that they would put to use China's plentiful labor and save on scarce capital, and c. that they would relieve pressure on the transportation system. The signal once given, the warnings were quickly forgotten. Soon a mass movement was on foot to build local, small-scale, and medium-sized industries everywhere at the same time, using what materials were on hand and applying more labor where equipment was lacking. 6-8. Many of the new industries were primitive clay and brick structures hastily thrown together. Their raw materials consisted quite frequently of scrap iron, ore, coal, pots and pans, and other household utensils voluntarily contributed by the masses or otherwise secured locally. Reports from Chinese cities at that time indicated that iron and steel utensils and fixtures had almost entirely disappeared from every household. They were fed into the hundreds of thousands of backyard furnaces which mushroomed in the countryside and in the towns as if by magic, engaging the labor of some 60 million people. 6-9. In one area of Shanxi, 30,000 blast furnaces were put up within a few months, that is, roughly 1 to every 500 inhabitants. 701 report put the number of locally built furnaces at 30,000 in July 1958 and over 170,000 in August. 71 In August 1958, iron smelting furnaces employing indigenous methods began to spread like a prairie fire throughout the country. They were followed 2 months later by numerous homemade steel making furnaces to turn the iron produced into steel. By June 1959 it was planned to have small and medium-sized blast furnaces produce 20 million tons of pig iron per year. 7-2 In fact, in August 1959, Zhou Enlai reported that these furnaces were able to produce 10 million tons of pig iron that year, of which 4 to 5 million tons were not suitable for steel making, but good for the manufacture of simple farm implements and tools. 7-3 It is possible that the product was too brittle even for that. The slogan which inspired the movement was launched by the Politburo in August 1958, taking steel production as the core and achieving a comprehensive leap forward. It echoed an earlier Central Committee call to overtake Britain within 15 years or in less time in the production of iron, steel, and other major industrial products. The Soviet Union has outlined its program to surpass the United States within 15 years in major industrial and agricultural products. China, likewise, has mapped out its plan to surpass Britain within 15 years in the output of iron and other main industrial products. 74 Steel output was said to have risen from 5.35 million tons in 1957 to 11.08 million tons in 1958, of which 3.08 million tons consisted of native steel. Even in 1964, China's per capita steel production was about 2.5% of the British level. 1959 output was said to have been 13.35 million tons, later scaled down to 8.63 million tons, rising to 18.45 million tons in 1960. The 2.65 million tons increase in industrially usable steel, 1957 to 58, was mainly due to the expansion of the large steel works at Anshan and Shanghai and the putting into production of new blast and open hearth furnaces at Wuhan and Baotao, Inner Mongolia. 7.5 Already in June 1958 it was confidently predicted by Chang Lin-chi, Minister of the Coal Industry, that in 1959 rather than in 1972 China would overtake Britain in coal production. By early 1959 it was announced that this particular race had been won. Millions of people with picks, shovels, and any digging equipment available, went to the mountains to dig coal. In 3 months the number of small coal pits jumped from 20,000 to over 100,000 and their monthly output soared from 2 million tons in September to 40 million tons in October. 7.6 In most of these mines coal was lifted by hand from the pit bottom. Total coal output was said to have jumped from 130 million tons in 1957 to 270.3 million tons in 1958, an increase of 108%. Refuting the moderates' contention that bigger and faster was incompatible with better and more economical, Zhou Enlai argued that the cost of building large blast furnaces formerly averaged 25,000 yuan per cubic meter of furnace volume. Now it averaged only 14,000 to 18,000 yuan, a drop of 28 to 44%. The cost of constructing big coal mines formerly averaged 33 yuan per ton of production capacity. Now it averages only 22 yuan, a drop of 33%. 77 That, of course, was missing the moderates' point. As it transpired later, an important portion of the coal and steel output produced by indigenous methods in locally designed enterprises was unusable. 7.8 By late 1959, the prairie fire was being hastily extinguished, or as the party put it, raised to a new stage. By then the major virtue of the campaign was said to have been that it had served to temper people, it has enabled the masses to acquire technical skill and knowledge and large number of cotters to gain experience. 79 It could, however, be argued that more than that, the iron and steel campaign, and the coal campaign too, had disrupted the pattern of local skills. Artisans were diverted from their trades and made to produce iron, steel, and coal, that it had been a huge waste of labor and raw materials, and that the little teaching it did do, was in old-fashioned and often quite obsolete techniques. As with coal and steel, so also with electricity. When in August 1958 a power shortage arose in Le Chantalion, a mass campaign was launched to remedy the situation. Factories, mines, shops, government offices, schools, and nurseries, even housewives, cooks, and barbers all began to produce electricity for their own use. By means of ingenious popular inventions, more than 20 new ways of getting electricity from various sources have been found. Homemade devices got power from water, wind, methane gas, coal gas, steam, and oil. In 3 months thousands of small power generating units with a total capacity of 130,000 kilowatts arose, using old lorry, tank, and aeroplane engines, repaired steam engines, and improvised turbines. In the single county of Yongchun, Fujian Province, over 1,000 small hydroelectric power and hydraulic stations have been set up. 80 While in 1957 China's output of turbines was, in capacity terms of, 216,000 kilowatts, in 1958 this was said to have risen to 600,000 kilowatts, and 740,000 kilowatts in 1959. Electric power output, which in 1957 was 19,340 million kilowatt-hour, apparently jumped to 27,530 million kilowatt-hour in 1958 and was to soar to 39,000 million kilowatts in 1959. 8.1 The same happened in the production of chemical fertilizers. Thousands of do-it-yourself fertilizer plants sprang up overnight, while millions of people dug manure and made fertilizer all over the country. In response to a Central Committee and State Council directive of January 28, 1959, 4 million people in Anhui province took part in the movement to collect manure, 1 million in Yunnan, 3 million in Fujian, 1 million, or one-fourth of the rural labor force, in Heilongjiang. 8.2 Over 10 billion tons of farmyard and natural manure were collected in 1958. 8.3 The quality of chemical fertilizer produced by small plants with indigenous methods was, no doubt, inferior. The quantitative overall performance was, if it can be believed, impressive. From a total of 871,000 metric tons. In 1957, output rose to 1.5 million metric tons in 1958, and 1.8 million metric tons in 1959. 8.4 There was a big leap in cement, too. In 1958, 41,000 native-style kilns were put into production in 13 provinces and municipalities, employing over 80,000 novices. 8.5 Cement production, which stood at 6.86 million tons in 1957, had reportedly reached 9.3 million tons in 1958, an increase of almost 36%. Everything else was also reportedly soaring to unparalleled heights, with the exception of cotton cloth, an increase of only 12.9% in 1958 over 1957. There was, for example, a mass movement to search for ore deposits, to establish meteorological organizations, to load, haul, and unload better, faster, and more economically, and to organize native transportation in support of local iron and steel production. To put some order into the proceedings, dragon chain systems of transport cooperation between railway administrations and industrial enterprises were popularized, unified train schedules and use of equipment, and networks intertwined with dragons were introduced. This resulted in a situation in which the bigger dragons were comprised of smaller dragons helped bigger dragons, main lines promoted sublines helped main lines, etc. 8.6 At the China People's University, an institution specializing in Marxism-Leninism, 180 factories, a farm, and 2 department stores were set up within the school grounds. All of them were built by teachers and students. Not content with this achievement, the students and faculty immediately proceeded to put up an iron and steel plant, a coke oven, a heat-resistant materials enterprise, a workshop for the production of chemical fertilizers, an agricultural implements plant, and a radio repair workshop. 8.7 A big leap forward was also claimed in the area of public health. In addition to a 21% increase in the number of regular hospital beds in 1958 as compared with the preceding year, 922,000 second-grade beds, or 10 times the number in 1957, were made available. 8.8 The campaign to promote traditional Chinese medicine, Chapter 3, was revived as part of the Walking on Two Legs drive. There was probably a punitive character to the campaign during the Great Leap years. It was a way of getting rid of finicky medical heirs. Hand-picked young doctors trained in Western medicine were to undergo a 2-year training in traditional medical practices. The 2,000 odd candidates for this type of education were all to be under 30 years of age, party or youth league members, and leftist in sympathies. They were to work side by side with both native medical practitioners and regular medical doctors, wielding influence by reason of their political affiliations, ideological astuteness, and two-leg professional training. 89 In 1960 the area sown to medicinal herbs increased by 60% over 1959. 90 In addition to state-financed maternity hospitals, the number of which jumped from 96 in 1957 to 230 a year later, some 134,000 maternity clinics were established locally, totaling 416,000 beds. The number of permanent child care organizations, both regular and indigenous, was said to have increased from 17,700 in 1957 to 3,186,300 in 1958. On the other hand, the number of people covered by free medical care rose by only 4.6%, or about 300,000 people, in 1958 as compared with 1957, and the number covered by labor insurance by 19.8%. 9.1 It should be added that the mass campaign to promote local small-scale industries went hand in hand, at least during the early months, with a far-reaching decentralization of administrative control over industry, agriculture, and other activities. By mid-1958 about 80% of the factories under the ministries of the State Council had been transferred to local authorities in the provinces, municipalities, and autonomous regions. By mid-June of that year, 880 such units had been taken over by these authorities. Local authorities also controlled about 74% of higher educational institutions. The devolution of authority onto local government organs was, however, accompanied by a strengthening of the authority of local and plant party committees. These soon overshadowed the regular governmental and managerial lines of authority. Party secretaries exercised their power through mass organizations, labor unions, youth league, etc., bypassing the administrative hierarchy within a plant, bank, or locality. Insofar as they paid heed to central directives, they tended to interpret them in an ultra-leftist sense. The breakdown of management in 1958 was hastened by two other reforms instituted that year: the revision of the many enterprise rules and regulations, evolved during the first 5-year plan period, in the interest of the masses of workers, and the forcing of managerial personnel to regularly take part in physical labor while workers were encouraged to participate in managerial decisions. 9.2 Local economic units soon began to promote their own self-sufficiency without regard to the needs of other localities and the flow of goods between localities. In a sense, China reverted to its traditional localism. This trend was to have been countered by the fact that local control was vested in the hands of party men who were expected to be responsive to the central party directives. Since, however, the central leadership was at odds with itself, decentralization soon produced the old phenomenon of localism and baseism, with each economic unit, right down to a factory workshop, looking out after itself. Some other leaps. 1. The trains ran faster too. All trains in China now run to faster timetables. This is one of the benefits passengers have derived from the campaign against waste and conservative ideas and practices launched by the railwaymen. 93. 2. A hen laid 4 eggs in a single day. The eggs weighed 207 grams in all. 94. 3. On May 25, 1960, a Chinese mountaineering expedition for the first time in human history reached the summit of Mount Jalmo-Lungma from the north face. The victory is precisely the result of scorning difficulties strategically and taking full account of them tactically. 9.5. 4. From the inauguration of the Great Leap Forward to September 1, 1960, Chinese swimmers improved 5 times on the 100-meter breaststroke world record. 96. 5. Young aeroplane model makers chalked up new records with piston engine helicopters flying 137.5 kilometers in distance, 4,760 meters in altitude, and 2 hours 16 minutes 30 seconds in duration. 97. 6. Young record holder, Tian Xiaocheng, with a brilliant effort, covered 16.35 meters in the hop, step, and jump. 98. 7. A big leap forward into paleontology. Preliminary research on stone tools and weapons found during 1958-59 excavations at a site in the southwestern tip of Shanxi Province, North China, shows that they may belong to an earlier period of human life than that of Peking man, Inanthropus pekinensis, who lived more than 500,000 years ago. 99. 8. 11 large buildings were built in Peking, each in less than 12 months. These included the Great Hall of the People and the building housing the Museums of Chinese History and the Museum of Chinese Revolution. The cost of the 11 buildings was 300 million yuan. People's Communes 100. Between the summer and autumn of 1958, the more than 740,000 cooperatives throughout the country, each averaging about 160 households, were merged and reorganized into more than 26,000 communes, averaging about 4,600 households each. Later, after checkup, they were further reorganized into more than 24,000 communes averaging more than 5,000 households each, in other words, more than 30 times as large as the original agricultural cooperatives. Big in scale and strong, the people's communes are not only able to develop production and construction rapidly in agriculture, forestry, animal husbandry, side occupations, and fishery, but also achieve unified leadership over the work of industry, agriculture, trade, education, and military affairs in the rural areas, realizing the integration of economic organizations and basic organs of state power. Rural people's communes are still economic organizations with collective ownership of the means of production. While the principal means of production still belong to the production brigades, which correspond roughly to the former agricultural producers' cooperatives, the commune level already owns part of the means of production and may draw every year certain sums from the various production brigades for its accumulation fund. A certain amount of free supplies is included as part of the system of distribution in the income of commune members. 101. Having distributed land to the peasants, formed mutual aid teams, lower-level cooperatives, and advanced cooperatives, which took the land away from the peasants. The leadership now took what was organizationally and ideologically another great leap forward. In April 1958, the first rural people's communes, still referred to as cooperatives, were organized in Honan by merging several small advanced producers' cooperatives into one, the average ratio being 10:1. Among the earliest was the Weising, Sputnik, commune in Suping County of Honan Province, the regulations of which were given wide publicity, possibly with a view to serving as a model charter for all communes. The Sputnik commune was formed on April 27 out of 27 small cooperatives. It comprised 9,300 households, with a total of 43,000 people. 102. In July 1958, the party's theoretical organ Hung Chi issued Mao's call to combine industry, agriculture, commerce, education, and the militia into a big commune which would form the basic unit of society. 103. On August 29, the Central Committee adopted a resolution on the establishment of people's communes in rural areas, thus formalizing the movement. 104. That there was strong opposition to the commune concept within the leadership is evidenced by the fact that the Honan experiment was not mentioned in the party's resolution on agriculture adopted at the second session of the 8th Party Congress in May 1958. The Honan experiment was, in essence, already the start of the movement for people's communes. But people were not yet aware of the real nature of this development. Only after Comrade Mao Zedong gave his directive regarding the people's communes did they begin to see things clearly, realize the meaning of this new form of organization that has appeared in the vast rural and urban areas, and feel more confident and determined to take this path. 105. Individual peasant holdings had been collectivized in 12 months, the collectives were communized in just 5 months. Table 8-5 reveals the process. By the end of June 1959, the people's communes were said to have established about 700,000 industrial production units. The output value of commune industries represented 10% of the gross output value of China's industry in the first half of 1959. The communes also reportedly set up 3.4 million community dining rooms, over 3.4 million nurseries and kindergartens, 150,000 homes of respect for the aged, 60,000 cultural halls and stations, 500,000 clubs, and over 180,000 amateur dramatic groups. 107. Urban people's communes began to be formed at about this time by neighborhood committees, factories, schools, government offices, and mass organizations, but the movement does not seem to have really taken root, in spite of some fantastic claims to the contrary. 108. The People's Commune was intended by its creators to be something much more than just a very big collective farm. Ideologically, the commune was regarded in the party's extremist circles as a distinct advance toward communism, 109, and this for 5 reasons. 1. Some of the commune's assets were owned by the whole people rather than collectively by the members. This was so because the rural people's communes and the basic organizations of state power township or the shang have been combined into one, because the banks, stores, and some other enterprises owned by the whole people, originally existing in the countryside, have been placed under the management of the communes, because the communes have taken part in establishing certain undertakings in industrial and other construction which are by nature owned by the whole people, because in many counties the county federations of communes, exercising unified leadership over all the people's communes in these counties, have been formed and have the power to deploy a certain portion of the manpower, material and financial resources of the communes to undertake construction on a county level or even bigger scale. 1102. The establishment of the rural people's communes involved a sharp reduction in private ownership by the peasants. The peasants' private plots were abolished after having been allowed to expand a year before. 111. A good part of the livestock, farm implements, machinery formerly owned by the state tractor stations, and even household goods, that is those which had not found their way into the backyard furnaces, were communized. Many household activities, example preparation and taking of meals, rearing of children, the making and repairing of family clothing, were taken over by the communes so as to liberate women for other, more productive and properly socialist tasks, such as the digging of irrigation ditches, manure collection, and so on. In Honan alone during 1958 about 7 million women were reportedly liberated from household chores by community canteens. 3. Part of the income of commune members was distributed free of charge, example meals, or according to need. The free supply system adopted by the people's communes contains the first shoots of the communist principle of to each according to his needs. 112. However, even after the transition from collective ownership to ownership by the whole people, the people's communes will, during a necessary period of time, retain the system of to each according to his work, owing to the fact that there is not as yet an abundant enough supply of social products to realize communism. Any premature attempt to negate the principle of to each according to his work and replace it with the principle of to each according to his needs, that is, any attempt to enter communism by overreaching ourselves when conditions are not mature is undoubtedly a utopian concept that cannot possibly succeed. 1134. The policy of the communes of running industry and agriculture simultaneously and combining them had, according to the radicals, opened up the way to reduce the differences between town and countryside, and between worker and peasant. 114. By the end of 1959, more than 200,000 industrial production units were being run by the communes. A little more than half their gross output value served agricultural production. 1155. The communes were expected to facilitate the eradication of differences between mental and physical labor through commune-run read and expert schools in which the working people could attain an adequate amount of general knowledge and master science, technology, and culture. Meanwhile, the intellectuals and cadres are required to take part in manual labor, and thus identify themselves with the workers and peasants. 116. These 5 ideological merits claimed for the people's communes express the communist left's view of the historical process: comprehensive ownership by the state of the whole people, moral incentives to production, vast mobilization of the creative energies of the masses, and the policy of walking on 2 legs. However, even in the resolution on some questions concerning the people's communes, December 1958, the earlier apocalyptic exuberance was moderated by the realization that the transition to communism might be tougher and more drawn out than had been expected. 117. The first to be jettisoned was free supply. In time the attempt to communize family life was also abandoned. Later, as we shall see, a version of the free market in the guise of trade fairs was reintroduced. September 1959, private plots were restored. Summer 1960, the size of the communes was reduced, and many of the commune's functions were once again devolved on either the Xian or on production brigades and teams. Functionally, the rural people's communes were a labor capital mobilization and income rationing device. The magnitude and broad sweep of the tasks demanded of the masses by the General Line and the Great Leap Forward were soon found to be beyond the capacity and ability of existing administrative units and collective farms to handle. 118. The order to walk on 2 legs, which in reality meant walking on 1,000 legs, required the total mobilization of manpower throughout the country for the simultaneous performance and coordination of a variety of jobs. It called for multipurpose units of management which could combine agricultural, industrial, commercial, fiscal, political, cultural, and military affairs, mobilize labor reserves, employ them as inputs where needed, and exercise strong local control over all activities, or get organized along military lines, as the August 29, 1958 resolution put it. The Commune was thought to be the answer to this problem of synchronized mobilization. It was vested with authority over the implementation of central economic guidelines, compulsory education at all levels, militia and public security affairs, banking, taxation, commerce, and a variety of other tasks formerly carried out by collective farms and various levels of governmental administration. Thus, for example, 70% of the country's farm machinery was transferred from the state machine tractor stations to the communes. The area within which the writ of the People's Commune was to run differed, but in general the idea was to equate it with the shang. In fact, however, the practice seems to have been several shangs per commune. 119. The communes were also supposed to mobilize capital more effectively than the collective farms and the former local levels of government. Professor Cheng Chuyuan has pointed out that while in 1956, 70% of total agricultural income was distributed among the peasants, and 53.2% in 1957, after communization, the part of total income distributed to the peasants fell to 30%, while 70% went to investment. 120. The enormous and varied activities stipulated by the Great Leap Forward called for a careful rationing of income. The establishment of communal kitchens, mess halls, kindergartens, and sewing groups, and the vesting in the communes of authority over the handling of the commune's enterprise profits, were designed toward that end. 121. However, the objective of a careful husbanding of resources came in conflict with the communist distributive ideal of egalitarianism and free supply, to each according to his need provided he is politically reliable, which bore little relation to the peasant's productivity. The pooling of production brigades' profits and losses at the commune level implied that all production brigades, rich and poor alike, were treated equally for income distribution purposes. Under the 7 guarantees, members of better situated communes, when the economic situation allowed, were to have been guaranteed basic amounts of food, clothing, medical care, and housing, as well as expenses of childbirth, marriage, and burial. Where the 10 guarantees were in operation, fuel for winter, haircuts, and theater attendance were added to the list. At one time the total of these free food and welfare services was said to have constituted 1/2 of the peasant's income. 122. Following a tidying up campaign launched in December 1958, the free supply aspect of income distribution was deemphasized, and payments to commune members, including meal tickets, tended increasingly to be tied to the individual's productive performance. 123. By September 1959, free supply accounted for 20 to 30% of members' total income, and its purpose was to ensure that provision is made for the livelihood of those who are not able-bodied and of children. 12. It thus became a form of social insurance in new ideological garb. The wage part of a commune member's income, calculated on the income of the whole commune, was paid monthly to each individual member rather than through the head of the family. It was determined to some extent by the member's contribution to output, but also, especially before December 1958, by his attitude toward labor, physical prowess, technical skill, and political maturity. The payment of wages to individual recipients was, according to the Maoists, warmly welcomed by the young people and women who now receive direct what has been earned by themselves. The patriarchal system carried over from the old society is thus effectively shattered. 12.5 Together with communal discipline, loyalty, dining rooms, creches, laundries, and sewing teams, the new wage payment system was thus intended to bring about the disappearance of the family unit with its allegedly spontaneous capitalist and rightist opportunist tendencies. Monthly wage payments were to be supplemented by bonuses and awards not to exceed 1/4 of the total annual basic wages. Deductions from wages were made when a member absented himself from work and for slovenly work. The fact that wages were calculated on the basis of the income of the whole commune rather than of the production brigade or team, meant the removal of the last link between reward and the amount of work performed by the recipient, and thus accentuated the disincentive, egalitarian trend already present in the cooperatives. Organizationally, as we have seen, the People's Communes were intended to be co-equal with the Shang People's Congress and People's Council being transformed into the Commune People's Congress and the Commune Administrative Committee. The administrative setup of the commune may in general be divided into 3 levels, namely the Commune Administrative Committee, the Administrative District, or Production Brigade, and the production teams. The Administrative District, or Production Brigade, is in general the unit which manages industry, agriculture, trade, education, and military affairs in a given area and forms a business accounting unit, with its gains and losses pooled in the commune as a whole. The production team is the basic unit of labor organization. Under the unified leadership of the Commune Administrative Committee, necessary powers should be given to the Administrative District, or Production Brigade, and the production team over such matters as the organization of production work and capital construction, finances, and welfare, in order to bring their initiative into full play. What we describe as getting organized along military lines means getting organized on the pattern of a factory. Militia organizations should be set up at corresponding levels of the production organizations in the People's Commune. The leading bodies of the militia and production organizations should be separate. 12.6 As early as August 1959 the Production Brigade was also designated as the basic unit of ownership. It is difficult to make any meaningful generalizations about the commune's lower levels, i.e., the production brigades and production teams. Their size and functions varied from place to place and over time, and even the nomenclature was changed several times. 127 Assuming a standard commune to be equated with the Shang township, a production brigade would roughly correspond to an advanced agricultural producers cooperative, kolkhoz, comprising on the average some 200 to 300 households, while the production team would correspond to an elementary agricultural producers cooperative, lower-level collective farm, with some 20 to 30 households. On the average. 128 The comparison must, however, be interpreted carefully since wide variations existed both in theory and application. The interesting fact is that as early as December 1958, the production brigade rather than the commune seems to have been the effective unit of organization, and that by late summer 1959, the brigade became also the basic unit of ownership. Under this dispensation, members of production brigades were to receive income differentiated according to each brigade's resources and productivity. Later, as we shall see, the production team, or even in some cases a smaller unit, the job group roughly corresponding in terms of peasant households about 10 to the defunct mutual aid teams, became the basic accounting unit and to a degree a unit of ownership, although the continued existence and merits of communes were repeatedly stressed. 129. Retreat from the Great Leap. By mid-1960 there were unmistakable signs that the Great Leap Forward and the more radical tenets of the General Line were being abandoned. By the end of the year the leap was for all practical purposes dead, only the symbols and the semantics remained. The radicals were in retreat once again, disgruntled, bitter, shifting positions, and waiting for the next opportunity to stage a comeback. In fact, evidence could already be found in the winter of 1958 that the 4 major mass campaigns described earlier were meeting with serious difficulties and had therefore to be revised, adjusted, and trimmed. Still, the day of final reckoning had to await the results of a succession of bad harvests. The reasons for the abandonment of the Great Leap may, for purposes of discussion, be divided into objective and subjective, the first relating to the havoc in production, the second to opposition by some party and government leaders and cadres, as well as peasants. Objective reasons. 1. Food shortages. Food shortages appeared in 1959 and were accentuated in 1960. In his report on the 1959 economic plan, Zhou Enlai pointed out that in the spring grain shortages occurred in areas equivalent to about 5% of the country's territory. 130 In late summer 1959 rations were cut from 15 to 12 caddies of grain per month in Peking, Tianjin, Xinan, and other northern towns, as well as in Shanghai. In South China grain rations varied from a high of 14 ounces per day to a low of 3.5 ounces. 131 Refugees in Macau reported that on January 1, 1961 the rice ration in their areas had been cut from about 7 ounces per meal to about one-third of that amount. 132 Travelers to Shanghai in the spring of 1961 said that the grain ration in the city had been cut from 13 to 10 caddies per month, 17 to 13.3 pounds, composed of 40% rice and 60% wheat. The already very modest sugar and oil rations were to be halved. 133 The natural calamities in 1959 were the worst we suffered in many decades. They struck some 650 million mao of land in the countryside, 108.3 million acres, affecting as much as 30% of the total sown area. 134 In 1960 calamity struck again with even greater force. Some reports indicated that in mid-1960 areas suffering from natural disasters totaled over 900 million mao, 150 million acres, or about half the country's cultivable area. 135 In the winter of 1960-61 malnutrition became widespread and disease ravaged many parts of the country. There was an outbreak of cholera in Guangdong, reportedly claiming many lives. For a while, especially in April and May 1962, masses of refugees descended on Hong Kong from neighboring Guangdong province. The sudden influx of refugees into Hong Kong in late April and early May 1962 remains, however, something of a puzzle. Most of the refugees had exit permits issued by local authorities in Guangdong, and it was even rumored that before departure they were fed bowls of congee to give them sustenance on their trip. When caught and returned to China by Hong Kong police, they were said to have been again fed and either given a train ticket back to their homes or allowed to stay near the border and try again. In the first 2 weeks of May, 25,000 were sent back by the Hong Kong authorities, who for a time suspected that the unarmed invasion of the colony was organized by the Chinese to embarrass the Hong Kong government then grappling with a business recession. The suspicion proved unfounded. Following official British representations in Peking, border control on the Chinese side was strengthened and the flow reduced, by May 25, to its normal proportions of 100 or so a day, including 50 legal quota entries. Although food shortages were one of the motives for the exodus, other reasons seem to have played a more important part. 136 Beginning in 1961, for the first time since the Communists' accession to power, China became a net importer of food, buying that year 5.6 million tons of grain, almost all of it from capitalist countries. The claim to a 1958 output of 375 million tons of grain and potatoes in grain equivalent, which was probably one of the reasons for the establishment of the partial free supply system, turned out to have been false. The amount was later officially reduced to 250 million tons, but even this figure is subject to doubt. Professor Yuan Li Wu places the 1958 output of grain, including potatoes in grain equivalent, at 175.4 million tons, that is a decline of 9.6 million tons from the 1957 level. In 1959, according to official figures, grain production was said to have reached 270 million tons, but Wu's recomputations point to not more than 154.4 million tons, a decrease of 30.6 million tons from the 1957 level. By 1960, according to Wu, grain production dropped to 130 million tons, or to a level 55 million tons below 1957. 137 Given the abandonment of earlier 1956 to 57 birth control campaigns, the per capita food situation must have been extremely precarious by 1961, so dangerous, in fact, as to make a reversal of policies almost inevitable. Alexander Eckstein estimates that assuming an annual population growth rate of 1.5%, the index of per capita availability of domestically produced food crop was 82.4 in 1960, 1957 equals 100. If a 2% annual population growth rate is assumed, the 1960 index of per capita availability of domestically produced food crop would be 81.2, and 80.0 if a 2.5% rate is assumed. 13.8 Since livestock production probably declined more sharply than grain production, the qualitative deterioration in the available food supply must have been serious. Given the low caloric intake at the outset, estimated at 2,000 to 2,200 calories per day, a reduction in the quantity and quality of food supplies during 1958 to 61 was bound to have grave effects on mass enthusiasm, which the Maoists relied on as the driving force of the Great Leap Forward. Food parcels sent by Hong Kong Chinese to their relatives in China rose from 870,000 units of £2 each in 1959, to 3,700,000 in 1960, and 13,600,000 in 1961, and this in spite of a consolidated tax of 20 to 50% ad valorem placed by the Chinese authorities in May 1959. 139 A directive issued in October 1959 mobilized the population to collect wild plants. Canned meat was rationed, and the allocation of vegetables was limited to £1 per day per family. In August 1960 an editorial in Zhenmin Jipao admitted that the past 3 years witnessed an increase of some 20 million in population in the cities and industrial and mining areas. There has been a very large number of people engaged in agricultural capital construction, with the peak figure exceeding 70 million involved in water conservancy construction during last winter and spring. They consumed more grain than other peasants. All this has greatly expanded the volume of grain consumption. The demand for cotton creates a similar situation. 140 The October 1, 1961 editorial in Zhenmin Jipao was more explicit and frank. The reduction in the output of grain, industrial crops, and subsidiary products, it said, has affected production in both light and heavy industries, commodity supplies, and the people's livelihood. It would seem that one explanation of the disappointing performance of agriculture was that by the end of 1958, whatever slack there had been in production carried on by labor-intensive methods, had been taken up, and that any further increases in production had to be sought in technical changes in production methods and the introduction of new inputs. In other words, between 1949 and 1958 the production possibility curve had probably been shifted outward as far as it could go and the marginal productivity of farm labor had approached zero. To raise output above the 1957 level, i.e., above 185 million tons in the case of grain, and to sustain the rise over time, called for large injections of chemical fertilizer, massive and properly integrated water and drought control works, selected seeds, discriminate mechanization, and so on. Without raising the technological ceiling, output was likely to stagnate at the limits permitted by traditional production methods. And it was not mass peasant innovation and haphazard earthwork that would raise the technological ceiling. 2. Managerial problems caused by excessive bigness. A. Social ownership. Already in December 1958, in the very resolution which rectified some questions concerning the commune movement, warnings were issued against excessive haste and utopian expectations regarding the transition from socialism to communism. While in August 1958 the transition from collective ownership to ownership by the whole people was expected to take from 3 to 6 years, by December it was expected to occur in 20 years or more. While in August the commune was the basic functional and ownership unit, by December the production brigade was designated the basic functional unit, i.e., the main organizer of production, and, some months later, the unit of ownership. 141 The 8th plenary session of the 8th Central Committee formalized the so-called three levels of ownership: commune, brigade, team. In April 1960 the second session of the National People's Congress laid down the four conditions for transition from basic ownership by the production brigades to basic ownership by the people's communes. These stipulated that the shift in the level of ownership could take place only when 1. The average annual income of commune members reached 150 to 200 yuan per head. In 1960 the national average was estimated at about 85 yuan per head. 2. Commune ownership had reached a preponderant position in the overall commune economy. 3. The poorer production brigades had caught up with the richer ones, and 4. Mechanization had become more widespread in the countryside. 14.2 Finally, on January 1, 1962 an editorial in Zhenmin Jipao acknowledged that the production team was the basic functional unit within the commune's theoretical three-level system of ownership. In fact, that is in actual practice and in the setting of first-rate confusion, agricultural decision-making seems to have been exercised, at least since mid-1961, by work groups of 10 households or so. The retreat from hugeness of local organization 143 was not as smooth as this progression would suggest. The tidying up campaign of December 1958 to August 1959 was followed by another leap, this time under the leadership of production brigades, and then another retreat. Many mess halls which had been closed down in the spring of 1959 were reopened in the fall, only to be liquidated again in 1961. In general, however, the trend was toward smaller units of management, in the direction that is, of the former advanced, and later elementary, collectives, with the commune increasingly playing the part of a rather nominal federation of collective farms. b. Private ownership. The same was true of the regime's attitude toward the peasants' private plots. From August to December 1958 no private plots were allowed. In the spring of 1959 and until the harvest, limited freedom and small private ownership were tolerated again. Then in the fall, the plots were recollectivized, while private plots for hog raising were tolerated, only to be reintroduced in the summer of 1960, and encouraged in 1961. The general idea was for each commune to allocate about 5% of its cultivable land to its members for private use. c. Use of labor. In September 1959 the 8th plenary session of the 8th Central Committee decided that, given the shortage of labor in the rural areas, backyard steel production was to be determined in the future by local authorities in accordance with local conditions and needs. This type of activity would thenceforth no longer be included in the state plan. This amounted to calling off the backyard furnaces drive and dealing a death blow to the whole idea of local, do-it-yourself industry. The impetus earlier given to the local industry drive was, however, such that it took another year before the whole venture was for the time being buried. In the summer of 1960 limits were placed on the amount of labor time which communes could demand of their members for non-field work. These limits became increasingly stringent. In mid-1961 it was laid down that the do-it-yourself commune industry should not absorb more than 2% of the labor of production brigades, and production brigade industry not more than 5% of the laborers in production teams. d. Free markets. Rural fairs were reintroduced in September 1959 ostensibly as an interesting facet of present-day prosperity in the countryside, but, in fact, to soften the impact of the breakdown in the socialized distribution network, and to market the products of peasant subsidiary activities, after state purchase quota fulfillment. 14.4 The degree of freedom in these markets was restricted by exchange offices, also called service departments, which promulgated so-called price references, i.e., set limits on price fluctuations. Peasants were encouraged to deposit their spare money from sales on the markets in banks established at the fairs. Dining room markets were introduced in community canteens in some areas. These were swap arrangements institutionalized to control small transactions carried out by peasants at meal times. Although nominally the open market was eliminated during the Great Leap, it may have survived in an illicit form because of diminished central control over commodities. There can be little doubt, however, that party organs at the local level interfered with the working of the illegal market mechanism. A case could thus be made out for the contention that the post-1959 restoration of markets in some sectors of the economy amounted to the granting of official recognition and legality to what was already there. This erratic course skirting chaos reflects a leadership torn by strife, knowing where it wants to go but not how, and reacting to events by ad hoc measures, themselves a product of bickering. The Great Leap was, in effect, a succession of leaps interspersed with hard falls, an exercise in collective neurosis on a majestic scale. The retreat from organizational bigness was necessitated by the following facts. Chinese agriculture seems to call for management by relatively small units, i.e., when the bulk of field work is done by hand, large production units appear not to be suitable. 2. The commune ignored the natural socio-economic systems shaped by rural trade. 14.5.3. Where large units of organization might have been expected to be most effective, example water conservancy, rural industries, the failures were most noticeable. 4. Coordination of decision-making at different levels of the commune proved difficult. The party commune leadership, under pressure to show spectacular results in capital construction and industrial projects, usually won over the demands of production brigades concerned with field work. Thus not only was the quality of the product poor, but the diversion of between 30 and 50% of the available peasant labor power to these tasks contributed to the failure to bring in much of the 1958, 1959, and 1960 harvests. Partly as a result of the diversion of labor away from field work, partly due to peasant lassitude and passive resistance, abetted by hastily conceived and badly executed water conservancy works, weeds ran riot on more than 300 million mao of agricultural land in 1960. In Shantung alone, one-third of the farmland, some 48 million mao, was covered with weeds. 146. To remedy the situation, a series of ad hoc measures were taken. Cotters were transferred from their desks to the fields where they were required to follow the 3/7 system, take part in manual labor on 7 out of every 10 days, or the 2/5 system, participate in labor 5 days a week. 147. Young people from the towns began to be sent in large numbers to the production front in the countryside, a policy which was continued through 1965 and revived in 1968-69. In October 1960, for example, over 1 million young people left the cities to work in rural areas. 148. The overt and hidden rural unemployment and underemployment existing in 1957 was in the course of a few months transformed into a labor shortage. Everyone seemed to be doing everything at the same time, and there were not enough hands to go around. There was no planning, no forethought, no coordination, merely appeals to an undernourished esprit de corps which was expected to make the economy surge ahead, irrespective of imbalances and fluctuations. In 1958 the shortage of labor was estimated at 100,000 million days, half of which was made up by continuous day and night work. The shortage was aggravated by the campaign for intensive cultivation and the collection of manure. Because of the shortage of draft animals, manpower was substituted for animal draft power in many areas. In Liaoning in 1958, 75% of animal draft power was replaced by manpower. 14.9. By 1960 the leap was organized anarchy eluding the organizers. In September 1959, as we have seen, word spread that labor in the communes was to be readjusted, limits were set on the number of peasants detached to commune-run and state-run industries, the rule of thumb being that not more than 5% of the available labor power in any given commune was to be diverted to industrial occupations and that 80% of the remainder was to be directed to field work during the busy season. At the present time, Li Fuchun lectured the masses a year later, the key to the growth of agricultural production lies in economizing on the use of labor power in all fields so as to reinforce the agricultural front. In allocating rural labor power, consideration should be given both to capital construction and to current productive work, with priority given to current production, farming, forestry, animal husbandry, side occupations, fishery, and rural industries, commerce and cultural, educational and health undertakings must all be taken into account, but the main attention should be given to farming. In agricultural production, attention should be given to grain and to industrial and other crops, but with the main attention to grain. 150. The revisionist policy of agriculture as the foundation and industry as the leading factor was, not surprisingly, attributed to Mao Zedong, yet it was, in fact, the end for the time being of Mao's dream of walking on many legs. The new emphasis on agriculture, especially grain production, as the very essence of socialist construction, was first contained in Li Fuchun's report to the National People's Congress in March 1960, and repeated by Piang Chen in his report to the third session of the Third Peking Municipal People's Congress, June 24–30, I 960. 151. As will be shown in Chapter 9, it was to become the main feature of the relatively moderate and pragmatic economic program of the period between the collapse of the Great Leap Forward and the launching of the Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution, 1961 and 1965. The problems just discussed were made more intractable by the statistical confusion in which the leap forward took place. In 1958 and 1959 the power of the State Statistical Bureau to collect agricultural statistics was decentralized down to the commune level with deleterious effects on the reliability of the figures communicated by the communes to the central authorities in an atmosphere of target leaping. In 1959 crop production figures ceased to be published, except for grain, cotton, and soybeans. As the statistical emulation proceeded, the center lost all knowledge of what was really going on at the production front and failed to see ominous signs of crisis all around. For a time, until late 1958, it seems that the central authorities took the inflated field reports at face value and did nothing to stem the tide of the Cotter's leftist inclination to go one better than the next commune, at least in statistical reporting. 3. Overinvestment, i.e., misalocation of investment resources, and other disproportion/idas walking on two legs meant large investments by both the central and local authorities with progressively less coordination. State investments both within and outside the state plan rose from 13.8 billion yuan in 1957 to 26.7 billion yuan in 1958, or by 93.5%. Investment in industry went up from 7.24 billion yuan in 1957 to 17.3 billion yuan in 1958. Investment in agriculture rose from 1.19 billion yuan in 1957 to 2.63 billion yuan in 1958, of which water conservation took 730 million yuan in 1957 and 1.96 billion yuan in 1958. 152 large increases were also registered in investments directed to transport and communications. Much of the leap forward in industrial production claimed for 1958 could simply be accounted for by the completion in that year of large projects initiated earlier. Some 700 such projects were completed in 1958 and immediately went into production. Sectors which registered a decrease in state investments between 1957 and 1958 included building, culture, education, and scientific research. These were to be taken care of by spontaneous mass research and local effort, as well as public health and welfare, supposedly taken care of for the most part by the communes on their own initiative and at their expense. Industry, which in 1957 received 52.3% of total state investments, got 64.8% a year later, while agriculture's share rose from 8.6% in 1957 to 9.9% in 1958, of which water conservation accounted, or 5.3% in 1957 and 7.3% in 1958. 153. If note is taken of peasant self-investment and other items discussed earlier, Chapter 4, agriculture's share of gross fixed investment may be put at 24% in 1958, and 23.2% in 1959, compared with about 23% in 1957. 154. According to Hollister, 155 gross investment, which was 22.6% of gross national product in 1957, jumped to an unprecedented 32.3% in 1958, and 33.2% in 1959. These large investments resulted in the production of capital goods which could not easily find employment because of shortages of complementary factors. The GNP growth during 1958 and 1959 was thus largely illusory. There was, in Keynesian terms, a sudden collapse in the marginal efficiency of capital, leading almost inevitably to retrenchment. The Great Leap Forward was characterized by an easy money policy of staggering proportions. Agricultural loans made by party apparatchik-controlled banks in 1958 were reportedly equal to the total amount of bank credit made available during the period 1953 to 57, or about 9 billion yuan. 156. The flood of loans, supplementary budget allocations, and extra budgetary financing removed whatever pressure there had been on the communes to give attention to profit and income targets, i.e., to paying their way as the cooperatives were earlier expected to do, and encouraged commune leaderships to focus their efforts on achieving and surpassing physical output goals, which were more often than not set by neighboring communes in the course of frenetic mass emulation. In spite of the statistical difficulties involved, there is evidence that repressed inflation was very much in evidence in 196 0-62. 157. There appears to have been no attempt, and in due course no possibility, to dovetail and coordinate the various lavish investment expenditures, with the result that bottlenecks and disproportions, and hence a monumental waste of resources, appeared. One of the major bottlenecks seems to have arisen through the relatively insufficient development and absolutely reckless exploitation of the country's raw materials base. Newly constructed factories and processing plants began to stand idle or operate below capacity due to raw materials supply shortages. Because of the disappointing performance of agriculture, industries relying on raw materials supplied by that sector were especially affected. The 1961 New Year's editorial of Zhenmin Jipao admitted that the 1960 production plans for agriculture and light industry, which relies on agriculture for its raw materials, have not been fulfilled. In 1960 a campaign was launched to collect wild plants for use as raw materials and to save sesame stalks, rice bran, bean chaff and peanut peel as sources of oil. Greasy refuse from restaurants, hotels, and offices was carefully collected. 158. In 1962 a campaign was initiated in Shanghai to grow castor oil plants on empty city lots. Some of the larger industrial projects were badly hurt in mid-1960 by the sudden withdrawal of Soviet experts and the concurrent cutback in Soviet capital deliveries, see below, p. 316. Existing machinery, like the men who serviced it, was used thoughtlessly, without proper arrangements for rest, repair, and proper maintenance. The deterioration of steel-producing machinery, especially large precision finishing equipment, was particularly serious. Quality problems with special steels, sheets, plates, tubes, fittings, became acute. Trouble was also experienced in the copper, aluminum, and electricity industries. The durability of equipment in the tens of thousands of local, do-it-yourself industries was very low, maintenance costs high. Great pressure was put on local transport to ship the products of native industries to their destinations. The problem was made worse by the habit of evaluating the success of transport enterprises in terms of volume of freight shipments, a manner of proceeding which led naturally to emulation in making unnecessary trips. 159. Already in 1960 Li Fuchun referred to the mutually restricting contradictions between production and capital construction, and advised that we ought gradually to enlarge the scale of capital construction, provided that an upsurge in production is first assured. We should not undertake too many projects at a time and extend our front line, ignoring the order of importance and urgency. To do so would be incompatible with the requirement of getting greater, quicker, better, and more economical results. All non-productive construction projects which are at present unnecessary or can be postponed, should be cancelled or postponed. As for productive construction projects, they should be built as simply as possible, and more things should be done at less cost. 160. As had been noted earlier, the expansion of producer goods output during the leap generated much purchasing power which could not find an outlet in a larger quantity of consumer goods. The official retail price index does not reveal this presumed inflationary situation, partly because of the index's downward bias. It has been suggested that inflation was to a degree kept in check by sizable peasant hoarding and peasant purchases of agricultural capital through commune-controlled channels. It was also suppressed by rationing of cotton and some industrial consumer goods. Urban purchasing power spilled into the black market in 1960–61, and was responsible for the upward pressure on prices in the rural fairs, Chapter 9. On the whole, the suspicion that inflationary pressures existed rests on the assumption of an unintended relaxation of physical controls accompanied by increased money flows in the later phases of the Great Leap. In his The Victory of Marxism-Leninism in China, written in September 1959 overtly in defense of the Great Leap Forward, but covertly in partial explanation and justification of the dissenters' viewpoint, Liu Shaoxi lashed out against certain people who asserted that the Big Leap was an abnormal phenomenon, that organizing mass movements in economic construction can only cause dislocation in production, and that even though a temporary leap forward may be effected, it will inevitably result in such disproportions in the national economy that it will be impossible to keep the leap forward going. 161. He admitted that when a mass movement is in full swing, some production regimes will be upset, but he rejected the contention of some people, at least 50% of the Central Committee. One is inclined to think that the adoption of a leap-forward rate of advance goes against objective economic laws and will give rise to disproportions in the various branches of the national economy. 162. What China wanted, he asserted, was both a high speed and overall balance. This is not easy to achieve. In high-speed development it is more likely that certain imbalances will occur. 163. Those who described our great cause as being in an awful mess were characterized by Liu as hostile forces. 164. Now by September 1959 everybody in China knew that when a mass movement was in full swing, some production regimes would be upset, that high speed and overall balance were not easy to achieve simultaneously, and that the great cause was in an awful mess. Liu's tongue-in-cheek justification of the Big Leap policies and of their underlying philosophy could not but make the leap look even worse than it was. Coal and iron will not walk by themselves and had to be transported by rolling stock, Mao mused at Lushan in July 1959. I did not anticipate this point. There is a voluminous literature from Schumpeter to Wiles about this very subject of growth versus choice, or the question of balanced versus imbalanced growth. It is legitimate to argue, as did Schumpeter, that a system, any system, economic or other, that at every given point of time utilizes its possibilities to the best advantage, may yet in the long run be inferior to a system that does so at no point, because the latter's failure to do so may be a condition for the level or speed of long-run performance. 165. Rapid growth, Wiles has argued, tends to float off many allocation errors, even permanent ones, eases the problem of forecasting, and in the long run reduces the seriousness of violating consumers' sovereignty. 166. Or as Liu put it, there is no need to give way to fear of the wolf in front and the tiger behind, vainly hoping for a haven of peace by adopting the method of reducing speed unjustifiably to achieve balance. 16.7. Provided, of course, there is growth, and growth sustained over time. The degree of imbalance is crucial. Where imbalance is such as to stunt growth, where it becomes a mere psychological underpinning of mass drives and campaigns and an intellectual shorthand, it defeats what rationale can be mustered in its defense. Wiles has put it more forcefully. There are, he says, good arguments as well as bad for deliberately unbalanced growth, and there are arguments for not worrying too much about imbalance if it is the byproduct of a greater good. But the whole matter must be looked at soberly. While it is absurd to die in the last ditch of choice, it is still foolish to go a-whoring after the new bitch goddess, growth. In particular, poverty does not excuse such a shift of affections. For if poverty makes growth more necessary, it also makes waste more intolerable. 168 There is such a thing as waste growth, the end result of erratic waste motion. Much of the product of the Great Leap was just such waste growth. For the Soviet exodus 169 trouble between the Russians and the Chinese had been brewing ever since the early spring of 1956. Khrushchev's de-Stalinization speech at the closed session of the Soviet Party's 20th Congress caught the Chinese by surprise. For a time they tried to make the best of it by going through the motions of a new look in politics and economics, but there was deep unease within the Chinese Party's leadership about how wise it was to follow the Soviets along what looked like an increasingly revisionist path. Khrushchev's emphasis on the peaceful transition to socialism and on peaceful coexistence of states with different social systems as a long-term strategy rather than a tactical slogan, ran counter to the Maoist dialectical view of the world as a continuous clash of class opposites. Mao's 1957 essay on contradictions was intended to theoretically elucidate this question. Although primarily addressing itself to China's domestic situation, it contained an implied international message. 17-0 It was meant to stem the tide of revisionism and subtly give notice that there were still true Marxist-Leninists in the socialist camp who intended to keep the revolutionary pot boiling. Among some sections of the Chinese leadership, the Maoist radicals, there had developed a disappointment with the scale of Soviet economic aid, irritation with Soviet lack of tact, a contempt for the ideological mediocrity and intellectual crudeness of Khrushchev, and a deepening suspicion that the Soviet model of economic development was not applicable to China, except in its broadest and most general outline. With the death of Stalin, Mao Zedong emerged as the logical doyen of Marxist-Leninist theoreticians by reason of his intellectual output, his command over communism's most populous nation, his understanding of the problems of developing non-European areas, at least insofar as the toppling of the old regimes